Chapter 1. Once upon a mountain, there stood a Taoist temple. In the realm of Xinyu, there existed a formidable demon known as the Blood Demon Ancestor. In his relentless pursuit of ascension, he was prepared to obliterate all living beings across the entire Xinyu continent. Wherever the Blood Demon Ancestor roamed, anguished souls lingered, and the earth bore no life. Such a terror, capable of silencing infants and instilling fear in all who heard his name, was ultimately vanquished by an unnamed sword immortal clad in white robes. Eyewitnesses who survived the harrowing encounter recounted that the Blood Demon Ancestor and the nameless sword immortal battled fiercely for 7 days and nights, turning the very heavens and earth upside down. In the end, it was the sword immortal who struck down the Blood Demon Ancestor with a single, decisive blow. After that fateful day, the sword immortal vanished without a trace. Some believed that the ancient sword immortal, unable to bear the suffering of sentient beings, returned to eradicate the menace of the Blood Demon Ancestor before returning to the realm of the departed. Others speculated that a reclusive cultivator, who had been in seclusion for centuries, emerged only to perish alongside the Blood Demon Ancestor. Regardless of the myriad tales spun around his fate, it was universally accepted that the nameless sword immortal had met his demise. No one dared to believe that he had survived, for despite the Blood Demon Ancestor's notorious reputation that incited a desire for vengeance in the hearts of many, one undeniable truth remained. The Blood Demon Ancestor was the foremost entity beneath the heavens on the path to ascension. In truth, the nameless sword immortal never reappeared. While his name was lost to time, a monument was erected in his honor, and the world came to know him as Qing. 6 years later, within a mountain stream on Shangyin Mountain, a youth clad in a black and white Taoist robe gazed intently at a peculiar sight opposite him. A chicken. This was no ordinary fowl. Its comb blazed red like a burning flame, and its feathers were a mix of brown with hints of black. Yet, the plumage on its neck and tail shimmered in gold, its tail held high in a display of majesty. Indeed, this was a magnificent rooster. I tell you, if I do not capture you today to make some Orlan-style chicken wings, I shall write my name backward, the boy declared coldly, pointing at the rooster. Cluck, cluck. The rooster seemed to sense the boy's determination to engage in a fierce contest. It brandished its claws, glimmering ominously, while its piercing eyes remained fixed on the boy. In that instant, the air grew still. Whoosh! Both boy and rooster lunged at one another. The rooster sprang into the air, its sharp claws aimed at the boy, as if to tear him to shreds. Yet the boy was no mere bystander. He crouched low, awaiting the precise moment the rooster took flight. "Ha! You've fallen for my ruse." A smirk crept across the boy's lips. It was well known that roosters, unlike birds, lacked the ability to truly fly. They could only flap their wings ineffectually. Fool! Only those who dominate the rebounds can conquer the entire basketball court. The boy shouted as he charged towards the rooster. As dusk fell, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the boy's silhouette. Big brother, you finally returned." A charming little girl, dressed in identical attire, bounced towards the boy, who held the rooster by its claw. "I am back, Yun Luo," the boy replied with a smile, gently ruffling the girl's hair with his free hand. Yun Luo squinted in delight at the affectionate gesture, then glanced down at the rooster, its eyes spinning in confusion, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Big brother, are you really going to make those famous Orlan-style chicken wings?" "Indeed." The boy nodded with a grin, lifting the rooster aloft. "This time, I shall let you experience the legendary delicacy that is said to be explosively delicious." "Explosive?" Yun Luo tilted her head, tears of joy welling in her big eyes. "Is it the dish you often mention that glows?" "Ahem, yes indeed." The boy chuckled awkwardly. "Well, time is of the essence, Yun Luo. We should head back soon." "Okay, big brother," Yun Luo chirped, her eyes crescent-shaped with happiness. It is said that within the Xinyu continent, there lies a mountain known as Shangyin Mountain. On Shangyin Mountain stands a Taoist temple, called Shangyin Temple. Within Shangyin Temple resides a bald man, bearing 2 chaos blades upon his back, known as Kuichuo. "I am called Yinyatsi, you unfilial disciple." A middle-aged man in a blue and white Taoist robe, sporting a neatly combed hairstyle, kicked the boy away. The boy's precious rooster was thus spared, vanishing without a trace within moments. Quechuo sounds much cooler, the boy sighed, watching the rooster disappear. Alas, tonight's meal is ruined. Wah! Hearing this, Yunluo burst into tears. Shu, do not cry, dear Yunluo. Yunyatsi fumbled to console the inconsolable girl. In a fit of frustration, Yunyatsi turned to glare at the boy. What's the matter? It was you who made Yunluo cry. What does that have to do with me? The boy quickly retreated, eager to distance himself from any blame. Yunyatsi was at a loss for words. Though he yearned to reprimand his wayward disciple, he had to concede that the boy's words held truth. As an enlightened master, he ought to address the consequences of his own actions. Address it? Nonsense. Come here and help, or you shall transcribe the scriptures 100 times tonight. Yunyatsi roared. Alas, yes, you are the master. Your word is law. The boy sighed, rubbing his forehead. Crouching down, he gently stroked Yunluo's head, speaking softly. Yunluo, do not cry. I shall have our master catch that chicken again, and we shall still have our Orlan-style wings tonight. Really? Yunluo ceased her tears, though the remnants of sparkling droplets lingered in her big eyes. Of course, if you doubt it, you can ask our master, the boy said with a gentle smile. Master Yunluo's adorable eyes turned towards Yunyatsi, who appeared somewhat envious. Yes, it is absolutely true, Yunyatsi quickly affirmed, nodding vigorously. I shall go catch little Yunluo's chicken right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunyatsi vanished before their eyes. Using Earth escape technique to catch a chicken is quite the sight, the boy shook his head. But as the sun set and the moon slowly rose, the darkened sky enveloped the world. In the courtyard of Shangyan Temple, the trio dined merrily together. Yun Shu, how is your practice of the Earth escape technique coming along? Yunyatsi inquired, setting down his chopsticks to gaze at the boy. Not particularly well, the boy, Yun Shu, replied nonchalantly as he continued to eat. Not particularly well? Yunyatsi frowned, scrutinizing Yun Shu. How far can you manage to go in a single attempt? About the same as before, perhaps a bit farther than you. Yun Shu pondered before responding. Bang! Yunyatsi slammed the table, rising to his feet as he pointed at Yun Shu, reprimanding loudly. Ever since you learned the Earth escape technique, you've merely gone a little farther than me. How have you made no progress at all? When you say that, perhaps you should consider why you are still not as good as your disciple. Yun Shu replied, casting a deadpan gaze at Yunyatsi. Enough. This is infuriating. Yunyatsi's face flushed with embarrassment. That's because I allow you to win. Otherwise, if I were to defeat you, how would you find motivation to continue your training? Then perhaps you should show some leniency to your junior disciples as well. Your junior disciples are nothing like your fragile spirit. Ha! Bang! At that moment, the temple door swung open suddenly. A towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall, strode in. Is it you, Yuni? Have you completed your task? Yun Shu looked up to see a comically large man, lazily gesturing towards Yunyatsi's spot. Perfect timing. The master is done eating. You can take a seat. Who says I won't eat? Yunyazi bellowed. All right, master brother. Yun-Yi replied, scratching the back of his head with a simple grin. Yun-Yi, if you wish to eat, go fetch your own bowl and chopsticks. Yun-Yazi exclaimed, his anger causing him to jump. Master, since the senior brother claims you have finished eating, then you must indeed have completed your meal. Yun-Yi stated earnestly. Hey, I am your master, and he is your senior brother. Logically, you should heed my words. Yun-Yazi roared. But master, do you not often teach us to discern right from wrong, to courageously pursue truth? Yun-Yi replied solemnly. Yun Shu is also in the wrong. Yun-Yazi continued to shout. But Yun-Yi's expression revealed his distress. Hasn't senior brother's word always been the truth? Who told you that rascal speaks the truth? Isn't it so? Yun-Yi queried, perplexed. Senior brother often says that truth is held by the few in this entire mountain. Everyone listens to the master's words, save for senior brother. So isn't he the one who possesses the truth? Yun-Yazi turned away, attempting to slay Yun Shu with a glare. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful, Yun Shu sighed as he gazed at the moon. Sigh Yun-Yi. Yun-Yazi lamented, covering his forehead, resolved to bring this innocent child back to reality. Your senior brother has always been jesting with you, deceiving you. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Observing Yun Yi's countenance, Yun Yazi felt a sense of relief within. Though this child was somewhat naive, he could still discern right from wrong with a little guidance. Master, senior brother, says that those who do not know the truth are merely fools. Yet, those who know the truth and still call a lie are the sinners. Yun Yi exclaimed in alarm. Master, do you intend to become a sinner? When will you pass the mantle to senior brother, allowing him to lead us toward a radiant future? With a smile, veins nearly bursting upon his forehead, Yun Yazi uttered, Yun Shu. However, Yun Shu had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. Do not take it seriously, for if you do, you shall lose. My name is Yun Shu, and I am a traveler from another realm. I vaguely recall that the reason for my traversal might indeed be due to an unfortunate encounter with a flying brick. However, none of this bears significance anymore. For, in the depths of fate, a voice has whispered to me that I am destined to venture into a world filled with extraordinary wonders. Indeed, I, Yun Shu, shall rise to power in this new realm. That was my initial thought. Yet, upon my birth in a Taoist temple, I found myself filled with regret. The name was utterly mundane. Shangyun Temple? Why not call it Heavenly Ascent? Just look at the neighboring explosive gang. Even Shangyun sect would have been preferable. Such a name would evoke the aura of a prestigious lineage. Alas, this dilapidated temple sounds utterly pathetic, though I understand that protagonists often emerge from humble beginnings, gradually confronting formidable adversaries, and thus continue to slap faces and pave their own glorious paths. I still wish I had been born in a more populated locale. Beyond the foot of Shangyun Mountain lies a small village with barely 20 inhabitants, and the nearest town, according to the map, is a staggering 100,000 miles away. Release me. I yearn to seek enlightenment. Just as I resigned myself to a life of desolation, fortune smiled upon me unexpectedly, not in the form of a child, but rather, on my first birthday, a system manifested in my mind. Indeed, the quintessential golden finger of a traveler is the system. Though I might grumble, I still welcomed this boon with open arms. Thus, I cheerfully activated the system. Welcome to the do not take it seriously, for if you do, you shall lose system. A mechanical voice resonated in my mind. What a ridiculous name, filled with so much to critique. This system does not provide the host with any skills, items, weapons, or anything of the sort. Is that a typographical error or a veiled expression of something deeper? Where is customer service? I demand to lodge a complaint. Please remain calm, dear host. For even in agitation, it is futile. These words, including this one, are merely a recording. You must have known that such statements would be subject to ridicule. I took several deep breaths, striving to regain my composure. Speak, what purpose do you serve? I silently inquired. Of course, as the do not take it seriously. For if you do, you shall lose system. I am quite responsible, the system replied. Let us not dwell on that name. We can still have a delightful interaction. Wait a moment. I suddenly realized. Is that statement also a recording? Indeed, it is a recording, the system replied in its mechanical voice. I believe you not. You insufferable system. I bellowed. By the way, did you just scoff? I heard you scoff. Then may I inquire, does the ignorant and utterly hopeless host wish to continue this conversation? The system countered in its mechanical tone. What a ridiculous choice of adjectives. Although my academic performance was not stellar in school. No, wait. You nearly diverted my attention. Your true nature is now revealed. I roared indignantly. However, it seems the system paid me no heed and continued to assert. This system holds contempt for inferior items such as pills and weapons, even going so far as to spit upon them. Do not presume that merely learning from Misaka's sister will allow you to get by, you fool. This system, adhering to the fine tradition of serving its host, has garnered widespread acclaim within the industry. First, you ought to remove those adjectives describing me before making such statements. This system typically does not offer nonsensical things, but directly enhances the host's strength. What do you mean by typically? In extraordinary circumstances. If the host were to lose limbs, or even their head, this system might begrudgingly provide poison. What on earth does losing one's head mean? And why provide poison? By the way, why are you so cheerful? Do you consider the host a burden? Host, if you continue to interrupt my explanation, I would not hesitate to provide poison right now. I apologize, I was wrong. Aside from offering the host's basic parameters, this system will only grant the host an increase in enemy combat power. Do you not have any questions, host? Why are you silent? Have you swallowed earwax? Did you not instruct me to remain silent? Also, what does swallowing earwax even mean? Experts have stated that such a thing cannot render one mute. I sarcastically remarked. TSK. Indeed, a host of low intellect. Perhaps it is better for you to perish. I apologize, I was wrong. Faced with the choice between life and death, I decisively chose the most correct path. The system has concluded its explanation. If the host has any questions, feel free to inquire. I could not tell if it was merely an illusion, but I sensed that the system seemed to be experiencing a headache. Ahem. What does that enemy combat power increase of 1 mean? I timidly asked. It means that the enemy's combat power plus 1 equals your combat power, the system replied. Oh, right, and do not forget to add your base combat power. I do not comprehend. As a mediocre student, I must learn to ask questions without shame. For example, if you, with a combat power of 5, encounter a foe with a combat power of 1500, why reference a Dragon Ball analogy? And do not underestimate the weak. That farmer at least had a gun. However, once you join this system, your combat power will become 1500 plus 1, plus your inherent combat power of 5, totaling 1506. Do you understand now, foolish host? Although I wanted to mock the system for using a Dragon Ball analogy, I must admit that such an example is quite easy to grasp. By the way, what should I do next, train? I hastily inquired. If the host is unwilling to train, they may also choose to consume poison and perish, the system stated. I apologize, I was wrong. While I understand that I must enhance my basic attributes through training, I cannot engage in training blindly. As a fine young man of the 21st century, I am aware of the principle of the wooden barrel. I must not allow myself to have any weaknesses. Therefore, I decided to first ascertain my basic attributes. System. I called out in my mind. Do you require assistance, host? The system promptly responded. I wish to see my current attributes, I stated earnestly. What is there to see about a weakling with a combat power of 5? The system immediately retorted. Promise to prioritize the host and serve the host. Yet here I am. What of my meager combat prowess? Nonetheless, it is still the fighting capability of a farmer wielding a gun. I exclaimed in frustration. Fine, fine. Let me show you. The system seemed somewhat impatient. Disregarding these trifles, I excitedly gazed at my attributes. Name, Yun Shu. Remarkably, I bore this name in both lives. Gender, male. Indeed, both lives were male. Age, 1 year, not much different across lifetimes. Attack, 1. Do not expect much from a 1-year-old. Defense, 1. So what can a 1-year-old truly accomplish? Intelligence, 3. Not too shabby. Already at the level of a 3-year-old. Not yet unlocked. Please strive harder. Host. After dismissing the content in parentheses, I pondered for a moment. Hey, one could argue that even my meager prowess is a compliment. Ugh. Am I the sort who requires pity? Chapter 3. Capturing a wild junior disciple thus, for 5 years, Yun Shu endured with the troublesome system atop the mountain. During those years, my activities were merely sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, and the occasional sword practice. Although life was somewhat monotonous, as long as I could vent the frustrations imposed by the system onto my master, Yin Yazi, my overall mood remained tolerable. Returning to my room, I wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel. System, I wish to view my attributes, I declared. Despite being 5 years old, my refined visage and mature demeanor captivated the young girls at the foot of Yun Village. Well, at least that is how I perceived it. Oh, look at that. I sensed that the system was becoming increasingly indifferent. Name, Yun Shu. Remarkably, I bore this name in both lives. Gender, male. Indeed, both lives were male. Age, 5 years, not much different across lifetimes. Attack, 5. So your combat power truly increases with age. Defense, 5. What exactly have you practiced over these 6 years? Intelligence, 12. Excellent. Intelligence has risen to that of a 10-year-old. Not yet unlocked. Please strive harder, host. Habitually disregarding the content in parentheses, I earnestly analyzed my combat capabilities. Surprisingly, I found no shortcomings. Indeed, it is all rather pathetic, the system scoffed. Hey, I'm only 5 years old, you know. 5 years old. For a child of that age, achieving such a level is commendable. I insisted forcefully. And what of your intelligence? The system retorted coldly. You lived nearly 30 years in your previous life as a mere dog. Now, you are equivalent to a 10-year-old. Hey, that's a flaw in your data, I shouted. Regardless, I can still manage calculus and such. How could a 10-year-old possibly do that? Humph, the system sneered. Falling silent thereafter. Yun Shu, come to the Cloud Hall to meet your junior disciple. Yun Yazi's voice called from outside. Well, I must say, while this old man may be middle-aged, his vitality is still quite robust. I truly wonder when he will meet his end. As Yun Shu harbored malicious thoughts, she opened the door and made her way to the Shangyun Hall. The Shangyun Hall, a reception area of the Shangyun Temple, was seldom visited by guests. Hence, it was primarily used as a dining space. The moment Yun Shu stepped into the hall, she was greeted by the sight of a tiger kneeling on a cushion. Master, after the establishment of the nation, one is not allowed to become a spirit, Yun Shu said with a serious expression. What nonsense. That is your junior apprentice, Yun Yazi replied, his expression darkening. It was better when his disciple remained silent. Once she spoke, it was as if silence were preferable. Oh, a junior apprentice? Yun Shu scrutinized the figure kneeling on the cushion, realizing it was not a tiger, but rather a boy clad in a tiger skin coat. Master, are you certain you found me a junior apprentice and not an older brother? Yun Shu inquired with a hint of skepticism. What are you babbling about? He is 4 years old, younger than you, and entered the sect later. Therefore, he is your junior apprentice. You must not bully him. You dare to call him for? Yun Shu exclaimed in disbelief. It was not that she doubted him, but the boy, this so-called tiger, was kneeling yet still taller than her when she stood. She was only 5 years old. How could a child younger than her possibly be of similar height to an adult? Cough. Yun Yazi cleared his throat. He is from the northern barbarians. Upon hearing this, Yun Shu immediately understood. The barbarians were humans residing in the north. But one should not assume that the north was akin to the frigid lands depicted in novels. In fact, on the Xinyu continent, nearly all areas, apart from certain forbidden zones, experienced the regular cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, the extreme north and south of the continent were characterized by vast forests rather than the expansive plains of the central region. Strangely, the humans living in the northern forests were notably tall and robust, referred to as barbarians, while those in the southern forest were shorter and leaner, known as the Linglong tribe. The barbarians, with their formidable physiques, disregarded any creatures of the forest. It was said that an adult barbarian could slay a black bear with a single blow, referring to animals, not spirit beasts. Conversely, the Linglong tribe, with their petite and slender forms, navigated the forest with ease, seldom hindered by fauna, again, referring to animals rather than spirit beasts. Though they inhabited the forest, both the barbarians and the Linglong tribe congregated in tribal organizations. Aside from slight differences in lifestyle, their civilization was akin to that of those residing in the Central Plains. Well, they certainly did not partake in cannibalism. Yet, one could not help but wonder why a northern barbarian would appear here, so far removed from the human settlement areas. Upon reflecting on this, Yun Shu felt an urge to seek knowledge. This child's tribe was slaughtered by the blood demon ancestor. When I arrived, I found him amidst a pile of corpses. Yun Yazi sighed, expressing a measure of sympathy. Like you, he is an orphan, so let him reside here. You have articulated the most hurtful words in the most innocent tone, Yun Shu retorted. Though Yun Shu may express his grievances, he does not harbor any aversion towards his junior disciple. Greetings, I am Yun Shu. May I inquire your name? Yun Shu extends his hand amicably. The barbarian youth merely lifts his head, his gaze devoid of life as he stares blankly at Yun Shu. A sense of awkwardness washes over Yun Shu. On this continent, the spoken language is Mandarin, thus there should be no barrier to understanding. Ahem. Yun Yazi clears his throat once more. I shall name your junior disciple Yuni. Yun Shu gazes at Yun Yazi with a contemplative expression, remaining silent. What troubles you, my disciple? Yun Yazi perceives Yun Shu's unusual demeanor. Master. Yun Shu replies calmly, a smile slowly emerging. May I inquire why? If you can bestow such a melodious name, you originally named me Yun Go Dan, and moreover, why the diminutive suffix? Cough, cough, cough. Yun Yazi's gaze flits about uncertainly, his voice faltering. But it was later changed to Yun Shu, was it not? That alteration was made after I argued my case. And I even chose the new name myself. A series of hash marks emerge on Yun Shu's forehead. The decision to change the name was mine. Yun Yazi retorts once more. Just as the master and disciple engage in this fervent debate, a laughter reminds them of the presence of a third party. Instantly, both straighten their postures. Yun Yazi begins. Aguda, the barbarian youth interjects. Yun Yazi raises an eyebrow, but refrains from commenting. The youth named Aguda stands, bowing deeply before Yun Yazi, benefactor. I thank you for saving my life, yet I cannot accept you as my mentor. The blood demon ancestor slaughtered my entire tribe, and I must avenge them. Though Aguda's tone remains calm, both Yun Shu and Yun Yazid discern the underlying hatred, a vendetta etched into his very being. Yun Shu furrows his brow. Based on his extensive experiences from past lives spent in anime and film, he recognizes that if Aguda harbors such a mindset for vengeance, he is destined for demise. Furthermore, if he pursues power blindly, it could give rise to another tyrant akin to the blood demon ancestor. Aguda? Yun Shu rarely hears Yun Yazid speak with such gravity. Benefactor, please speak. Aguda remains bowed. What can a child like you accomplish? Merely seek death? Yun Yazid scolds loudly. Aguda's body shudders at the rebuke. Though merely 4 years of age, the hunting customs of his tribe and the recent crisis have matured his psyche considerably. He understands well that venturing forth now would surely lead to his demise. Yet, he contemplates, what will become of my tribe? What of my deceased parents? Aguda suddenly raises his head, tears welling in his eyes, yet he grits his teeth, determined not to let them fall. Then grow stronger, Yun Yazid declares, rising abruptly, his aura erupting, causing Aguda to momentarily lose his breath. What you seek is merely a path to death. You wish to evade. How can I possibly become stronger? Aguda muttered, his gaze devoid of light. He understood the necessity of strength, yet found himself utterly alone, unable to envision a path to defeating the blood demon ancestor. Of course you can, Yun Yazid proclaimed, his voice resonating with conviction. I, Yun Yazid, the 250th master of the Yun Temple on Cloud Mountain, hereby vow to teach you diligently until your vengeance is fulfilled, and I shall not grant you a name. Let us not dwell on the significance of being the 250th. Although Yun Shu was uncertain if his master possessed the so-called celestial heart from those lofty novels, he could not help but regard Yun Yazid with newfound respect. The commanding presence exuded an aura that nearly compelled one to worship. If Yun Shu felt this way, how much more so did Aguda? Seeing the resolute gaze of Yun Yazid, tears of gratitude welled in Aguda's eyes. He fell to his knees and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for taking me in." Chapter 4. Let us go. Pikachu. A year later, astonishingly, Yun Shu was already 6 years old. Even a mischievous child would know this, you fool. Yun Shu scoffed. Over the course of the year, his abilities had naturally improved. During their time on Cloud Mountain, Aguda diligently practiced the swordsmanship taught by Yun Yazid. In a competition among peers, Aguda realized that Yun Shu had gained a slight edge over him. Thus, Aguda initiated a new activity, challenging Yun Shu to a sword duel. Why do you want to challenge me? If it's fighting you seek, go to master. Yun Shu protested vehemently. My master says that swordsmanship improves more rapidly when practiced against an equally skilled opponent. We must validate our techniques together, Aguda replied. Yun Shu could only roll his eyes. Yet, as the year passed, no matter how diligently Aguda trained, he always found himself a step behind in their sparring sessions. This perpetual frustration left Aguda bewildered. Despite his remarkable progress, he could not comprehend why he remained inferior to Yun Shu. Of course, Yun Shu was equally vexed. As a peace-loving, unambitious creature, he deeply resented the daily battles. He realized that if he continued to feign weakness and consistently lost to Aguda, his relentless pursuit would cease. However, this predicament was not solely between the two of them. There was also a system involved. Dear host, would you care to sample the Invincible, Supreme 8-star, 8-arrow, 8-diamond poison? Rest assured, it's a genuine product from the system, effective with a single taste, the system gently suggested to Yun Shu. Hey, you mean to say I should deliberately lose to him? Why won't you agree? Yun Shu shouted in exasperation. Humph. Others receive systems to flaunt their prowess and achieve glory, the system replied coolly. Yet you, as the host of this mighty system, still wish to shy away. It's not about shying away. It's about avoiding unnecessary trouble. Yun Shu retorted defiantly. Is there truly a distinction? As the host of this system, you must emerge victorious in battle. As for alternative paths, I regret to inform you that construction is currently underway, with an indefinite timeline for completion. The system declared in a tone that brooked no argument. Oh, but it's genuinely frustrating. That feeling of being caught in limbo is truly exasperating. Yun Shu exclaimed, clutching his head in frustration. To be evenly matched with someone is one thing. One could regard them as a lifelong rival. However, the thought that innumerable such adversaries might appear before him in the future left Yun Shu feeling rather discontent. Ah, indeed, a virgin, the system derided. Yet, it is only someone like the host, a virgin, Who could fail to grasp that exquisite sensation? You speak as if you are any different. You flawed system devoid of any real capabilities. Yun Shu's face flushed crimson as he bellowed. Apologies, though this system lacks such attributes. It has stored an impressive collection of over 100,000 works of related literature, films, and animations. The system responded nonchalantly. Where on earth did you acquire that forbidden catalog? Moreover, what purpose does a system have in hoarding such unsavory information? Are you planning to sell it to some dark commander of an empire? After his outburst, Yun Shu's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. May I, appreciate that material? Certainly, as long as you embark on the pretentious journey I have arranged for you. The key to the library containing 100,000 volumes shall be entrusted to you. The system replied calmly. Ahem, I have come to a realization. Since Aguda is my junior, it is my unassailable duty to train him. Unfortunately, no one witnessed Yun Shu's noble demeanor. Thus, he squandered his leisurely days, engaging in relentless contests with Aguda Hei. Practicing during the day is one thing. But why do you insist on sparring with me at night? Do you not know that nighttime is meant for slumber? Yun Shu glanced at the waning crescent moon hanging in the sky before looking at Aguda, his expression tinged with melancholy. Aguda set down his sword. Perhaps it was the dim light, but Yun Shu perceived a shadow of gloom on Aguda's face. Alas, I understand your desire for vengeance. Yet cultivation requires a steady and methodical approach. Yun Shu sighed. My master said we are too young. What we need now is to refine our bodies. Only when we are older can we embark on the true path of cultivation. Aguda, your only advantage over that blood demon ancestor is your potential. You are still young, and your future potential is undoubtedly immense. As for the blood demon ancestor, did not my master say he is but a step away from ascension? This implies that his potential is on the verge of depletion. Thus, you shall surpass him in the future. Upon hearing this, Aguda momentarily froze. The elder brother, Aguda, raised his head to gaze at Yun Shu. What is it? Yun Shu tilted his head, inquiring. Has anyone ever told you that you lack the ability to comfort others? Aguda's expression brightened considerably. Yun Shu interjected. He indeed lacks the talent for consolation. But what is with your puffed cheeks? Do not think I am unaware of your desire to smile. You rascal. I admit I am not adept at comfort, as there is hardly anyone here to provide me with the opportunity to practice, Yun Shu proclaimed, cradling his head. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kindness, elder brother. Aguda bowed and clasped his fists in gratitude. I was too hasty. As long as you understand, that suffices, Yun Shu replied, momentarily taken aback. Before quickly recovering, it is getting late. Let us return and wash up before retiring for the night. Very well, but before we proceed, I find myself compelled to challenge you one last time, master brother. Aguda grasped his sword, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed at Yun Shu. Yun Shu nearly choked on his breath. After all this talk, we are still destined to fight. Very well, if I do not defeat you, I shall not bear the surname Wang. Wait, I do not bear that surname in the first place. Just as Yun Shu pondered the absurdity of his thoughts, Aguda charged forward, taking the initiative. Wait, hold on. Yun Shu instinctively sidestepped, causing Aguda's blade to slice through empty air. Master brother, you must take this duel seriously. Aguda bellowed, transforming his strike into an upward sweep. Yun Shu retreated, narrowly evading Aguda's assault once more. Qingming, Aguda shouted. With his voice, a faint azure glow emanated from the blade in his hand. Though the azure light was subtle, Yun Shu understood that it was not something he could confront. Qingming, one of the basic techniques of the cloud viewing sect, operates on the principle of unifying one's essence, energy, and spirit, concentrating them into a weapon to enhance its might. The consumption is minimal, and even those who have not formally embarked on the path of cultivation can wield it with sufficient practice, provided they also possess the unique mental training of the cloud viewing sect. Qingming. Yun Shu shifted from defense to offense, his own sword radiating a gentle azure light. And without hesitation, he swung it toward Aguda. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their blades clashing reverberated between them. Among peers, even those whose magical prowess matched mine would succumb to my innate strength. Yet you remain my equal. Aguda's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, one could not help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. Aside from me, how many of your contemporaries possess comparable skill at the age of 5? However, Yun Shu refrained from voicing this thought, recognizing it might align too closely with that of a certain bespectacled individual. Master brother, I shall unleash my full power. Agada proclaimed loudly. Very well. Let us proceed. Yun Shu's expression turned earnest. Ding. The system enhancement commences. Name, Yun Shu. Gender, male. Age, 6 years. Attack power, 6201. Even my junior cannot surpass this. Perhaps I should consider hanging myself. Defense power, 6171. Even my junior cannot surpass this. Perhaps I should consider jumping into a river. Intelligence, 1431. Does possessing a higher IQ than my junior grant me a sense of superiority? Bah, scoundrel. Perhaps I should take some medicine. Currently locked. Please strive harder, host. Yun Shu had longed to voice his grievances regarding the attribute enhancements. Why, apart from intelligence, are all other statistics so vastly superior to mine? Internally, he lamented, are you truly wishing for my demise? The host has misinterpreted. He is of barbarian lineage, naturally endowed with superior physical attributes, and the host's training regimen has been rather lackluster. The system replied calmly, should the host wish to escape that sense of mediocrity, then strive to grow stronger, strong enough that your foundational attributes surpass those of others. Only then, when paired with enhancement attributes, will you truly dominate your opponent. I appreciate your encouragement. Yun Shu, in a fit of irritation, bellowed, are you not even going to explain what's written in those parentheses, you wretch? Chapter 5. The teleportation array is a marvelous invention. The silvery moonlight bathed the courtyard, and beneath this celestial illumination, 2 youths lay on the ground, panting heavily. Haha. Aguda gasped between breaths. Eldest senior brother, are you concealing your true strength? Huh. This is indeed all my power. Yun Shu replied, also struggling to catch his breath. But why do you always manage to defeat me by just one move? It feels as though you're doing it on purpose. Aguda pondered the fact that throughout the year, he had always fallen short by a single move, never once besting Yun Shu, leading him to suspect that Yun Shu was deliberately holding back. Logically, 2 evenly matched opponents should see victories distributed evenly, unless one was intentionally dominating the other by a mere move. With this thought, Aguda cast a dubious glance at the exhausted Yun Shu. Say, what do you mean by it looks just like the real thing? Yun Shu, catching the insinuation in Aguda's gaze, retorted, this is truly all I have. Oh, I see. Yet, despite this proclamation, Aguda remained skeptical. Though he was physically robust, he was not devoid of intellect. He understood the concept of hiding one's true capabilities, a tactic Yun Shu seemed to embody. Yun Shu rolled his eyes, dismissing Aguda's doubts. He had more pressing matters at hand. System, may I inquire about the attributes that remain locked? Negative, the system replied resolutely. Poison can be negotiated, but this is non-negotiable. Poison is not up for discussion. Yun Shu internally screamed. Little did the host know just how resolute he appeared to the system. What determination? Yun Shu was momentarily baffled. Not a problem, host. The system's tone seemed to carry a hint of cheer. What are you talking about? Host, should your future actions displease me, I shall refrain from notifying you and will instead administer poison directly, the system declared with finality. I have no such determination. Withdraw that. Yun Shu roared in frustration. What a joke. If you actually did that, who knows when this Virgo system might arbitrarily decide to end my existence. Humph. How much do you wish for my demise? Yun Shu's lips twitched in annoyance. Aguda, bewildered, stared at the closed-eyed Yun Shu, whose expression was a tapestry of contorted emotions. Is this the heart method taught to my eldest senior brother by master? How terrifying. The following day knock, 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 knock. A series of urgent knocks jolted Yun Shu from his slumber. Eldest senior brother, master has sent me to summon you to the cloud hall. Aguda, without waiting for Yun Shu to open the door, barged in. Yun Shu, unable to craft complex locks, had no choice but to allow Aguda to intrude. Yet, given Aguda's formidable physique, even a lock would likely prove ineffective. Tell master I want to be having breakfast, Yun Shu murmured, his head still heavy with sleep. The cloud hall, where we usually dine, Aguda stated earnestly. We've already had breakfast, but master said he has a task for us. Yun Shu finally lifted her head, striving to open her eyes, and gazed at Aguda, murmuring in confusion. You didn't even inform me about breakfast and expect me to undertake a mission? Absolutely not. With that, she retreated back beneath her blankets. Aguda sighed, observing his still sleeping senior brother, and could not help but recall their master's words. If that little rascal Yun Shu does not come on her own, then even if it requires carrying her, I shall bring her over. Master Yun Yizi's calm words were firmly etched in Agu Ta's heart. Apologies, senior brother. Agu Ta expressed with a hint of remorse before bending down to hoist Yun Shu onto his back and striding toward the Cloud Summit Hall. When Yun Shu eventually stirred from her slumber, she discovered herself suspended from the beam of the room. Who am I? Where am I? Do we know each other? Yun Shu stared blankly at the composed Yun Yizi and the averted gaze of Agu Ta. It is impossible to feign amnesia to deceive your master. Yun Yizi remarked indifferently. Oh, so you are aware. I merely wish to inquire, what kind of master would suspend their most cherished disciple from a beam? Yun Shu shouted. Indeed, do you not have one right before you? Yun Yizi maintained his placid demeanor. This society is so dark, I must resist this vile shadow. Yun Shu declared defiantly. I refuse to go. No matter what you say, I shall not comply. Though still groggy that morning. She had caught Agu Ta mentioning a mission. Is that so? Initially, I intended for you to visit an old friend of mine and convey a message, but it appears Agu Ta must go alone. Yun Yizi sighed. You have old friends? Huh. Aside from a few households at the foot of the mountain. Who else remains? Let alone your old friends. Yun Shu expressed her disdain for Yun Yizi's attempts to deceive only Agu Ta, who was but a child. Who told you that apart from the Cloud Mountain, I possess no companions? Yun Yizi raised an eyebrow at Yun Shu. Could your friends be the gorillas or baboons of the deep mountains? Or perhaps monkeys? Yun Shu scoffed. Master, I advise you to refrain from befriending monkeys. They are no different from troublesome children. Bang. My old friends, of course, are human, do you understand? Yun Yizi withdrew his hands into his sleeves. Oh, a large bump formed on Yun Shu's head, and her lips twitched slightly. Yun Yizi continued, one of my old friends resides in the Lanhai sect. Your task is to deliver a letter to them, and with my token, you shall find the journey smooth. Where's the Lanhai sect? Is there another sect nearby? Yun Shu queried, not shying away from asking questions. Bang. After imparting some wisdom, Yun Yizi continued, certainly not here. The Lanhai sect is situated in the heart of the Xianyu continent. The heart of the Xianyu continent. Immediately, Yun Shu's demeanor shifted, her spirit rekindled. The heart of the Xianyu continent implies people. Many people. And many people signify an abundance of places to explore. Many delightful places to enjoy. Despite her childlike mental age, Yun Shu had once thrived in a modern society bustling with Wi-Fi, computers, and smartphones. Now, she felt close to boredom in this remote corner of the world. Master's task. The disciple shall exert every effort, leading the charge and fearlessly confronting peril, even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Yun Shu displayed an expression that suggested a willingness to perish alongside the enemy. Agu Ta stood by, nearly rendered speechless. He never anticipated that his senior brother possessed such resolute determination. Had it not been for his understanding of Yun Shu's true nature, Yun Yizi might have been convinced. Well, then I shall entrust you with this mission. Yun Yizi nodded. After Agu Ta untied the ropes binding Yun Shu, a sudden thought struck him. Master, are we very far from the center of Xianyu continent? Neither Agu Ta nor I have mastered sword flight. How shall we proceed? There is a teleportation array at the foot of the mountain. Just inform the village chief. Yun Yizi replied nonchalantly. So, there is indeed a teleportation array here. Yun Shu's lips involuntarily twitched. After residing here for so long, he had only just learned of such a convenient means of travel. Without the teleportation array, do you think our daily supplies would arrive from nowhere? A hint of a smile graced Yun Yizi's lips. Remarkably, Yun Shu had spent nearly 6 years here, unaware of the existence of the teleportation array. He swore that it must have been some unscrupulous master who deliberately withheld this information from him. Chapter 6. The world grows more corrupt on a mountain path. A black-haired young boy and a child who bore a striking resemblance to an adult, despite his youthful demeanor, walked side by side, engaging in conversation. As a competent courier, one must be steadfast and resolute, refraining from prying into clients' privacy or recklessly damaging their belongings. Yun Shu earnestly conveyed to Agu Ta beside him. I understand, but senior brother, Agu Ta's lips twitched slightly. What you're doing now seems somewhat at odds with what you just stated. Huh, what seems different? Yun Shu looked at Agu Ta in confusion while casually opening a letter he had just extracted from an envelope. It's exactly what you are currently doing. Agu Ta covered his face. No, you are mistaken. Yun Shu asserted with a serious expression. Firstly, we are not couriers. What does that professional ethics have to do with me? Secondly, that unscrupulous master suddenly sent us to deliver a letter today. Undoubtedly there is something afoot. What if we are sold out? Thus, I am merely taking precautions. Despite Yun Shu's frequent claims of his master's lack of integrity, Aguda felt his senior brother was even less scrupulous. Ling Fu Town Wa. So many people, Yun Shu exclaimed as he stood at the entrance of Ling Fu Town, observing the throngs of passers-by, his heart brimming with excitement. Aguda took a step back, creating some distance from Yun Shu. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I feel embarrassed, but rather I'm recovering from a cold and fear I might infect my senior brother. Just listen to me, Aguda said. Look, it's people. So many people. So many different-looking people. Yun Shu excitedly tugged at Aguda's arm, shaking it fervently. The crowd around them was drawn to Yun Shu's exuberance. Aguda, look. So many people are watching us. Yun Shu exclaimed with heightened enthusiasm, observing his senior brother's excitement. Aguda couldn't help but express sympathetic concern while further distancing himself. During the years spent in the company of Yun Shu, he became acutely aware of her profound loneliness. The village of Shangyun, nestled at the foot of the mountain, consisted of merely a dozen households, devoid of any youthful presence. For the past 6 years, Yun Shu had resided in such an isolated place, never having ventured beyond its confines, and thus had no peers to call friends. This reality was a cruel fate for a child still brimming with curiosity about the world. He himself had once shared that same boundless curiosity until Aguda was reminded of that indelible night and the haunting silhouette of a figure clad in red, forever etched in his heart. Aguda? Yun Shu suddenly sensed a shift in Aguda's demeanor, his expression contorted as if he had recalled something unsettling. She quickly pulled at him. I'm fine. Aguda, jolted from his reverie by Yun Shu, shook his head and continued forward. Now was not the time to dwell on thoughts of vengeance. The immediate priority was to bolster their strength. Yun Shu cast a lingering glance at Aguda's retreating figure, understanding that the burdens he bore were far heavier than those of an adult like him, who lived in a different world. If he did not find a way to alleviate Aguda's suffering, he risked straying down a perilous path. Yet, how could one confront the legendary Dark Demon Lord? A grimace involuntarily crossed Yun Shu's lips. The blood demon ancestor was indeed the most formidable creature in this realm. To what extent was his might? The entire Xinyu continent longed for him to either shatter the void and depart or to meet his end swiftly. Yet no one harbored the belief that anyone could vanquish him. Such was the terrifying prowess of the blood demon ancestor. As the sun began to set, Yun Shu and Aguda successfully checked into in using a forged identification card, crafted by the ingenious Yun Yazi. Indeed, it was a counterfeit identification, colloquially known as a fake ID. This fact left Yun Shu with a lingering sense of regret. Why engage in such deceit instead of focusing on genuine cultivation? This was hardly the path of true enlightenment. In this continent, aside from ordinary beasts and spirit creatures, all sentient beings of civilized nature were required to possess identification cards, albeit in a rather simplistic format. For instance, Yun Shu's card bore the following details: portrait, a dashing, self-proclaimed, young boy name. Yun Shu gender, male race, human occupation, none see. It follows this straightforward format. While simple in design, the creation of such cards was no easy feat. The materials and unique patterns used for these identifications were possessed solely by a mysterious sect known only as the Ministry of Relations. Thus, it remained a mystery how Yun Yazi had procured the materials and imprinted the intricate designs. Returning to the matter at hand, the reason Yun Shu and Aguda resorted to using fake IDs was due to the inn's strict prohibition on unaccompanied minors, particularly concerning unruly children. Was there a law for the protection of such children in this realm? Yun Shu's lips curled in disappointment. Senior brother, do not speak thus. It is for the safety of children like us, Aguda replied, though he did not fully grasp Yun Shu's lament. Aguda, you are truly benefiting while pretending to be virtuous. Yun Shu remarked, his vacant gaze sending a chill down Aguda's spine. There was no other choice. This is the master's arrangement. I have no choice but to comply. Aguda said reluctantly. Both Yun Shu and Aguda are minors, so how did they manage to stay in the inn? Answer. Aguda entered with Yun Shu using a forged identity, and to avoid arousing suspicion, they deliberately pretended to be father and son. Indeed, the former represents the father, while the latter signifies the son. Speaking of which, aside from lacking a beard, Aguda, a member of the barbarian tribe, bears an almost unremarkable resemblance to an adult, albeit with a somewhat more delicate appearance. But why assume the father-son guise? This is undoubtedly the wicked whim of that unscrupulous old rascal. Yun Shu gritted his teeth, cursing Yun Yazi for indulging in his desires without a wife. Heh! Aguda could not help but break into a cold sweat at the nape of his neck. Only the eldest senior brother would dare to oppose the master. The following day, after satisfying their hunger and thirst, Yun Shu and Aguda continued their journey. Eldest brother, Master said that Lanhai sect is located at the mountain's peak. We should reach Lanhai sect by nightfall, Aguda stated earnestly while glancing at the map. Addressing Yun Shu, who was clinging to him on the same horse. Oh, Yun Shu weakly wrapped his arms around Aguda's waist. Living in the 21st century on Earth, he had never ridden a horse, but he had also never experienced motion sickness. Yet here, he found himself feeling nauseated on horseback. This was utterly absurd. No, this cannot be my fault. It must be the world's fault. Aguda glanced helplessly at Yun Shu behind him. His eldest brother was genuinely kind and unpretentious, albeit with a rather peculiar personality. According to his own words, his sanity level was nearly zero. As night fell, the moon ascended the hillside, gradually rising until it hung in the sky. Yun Shu and Aguda also climbed the mountain, arriving at the entrance of the Lanhai sect. However, the sect sign was carelessly discarded on the ground, streaked with a crimson smear. How did Yun Shu know it was blood? Because at the entrance lay two male corpses clad in blue and white robes, swords in hand, their faces frozen in terror. A little thought would reveal that the blood on the sign must have splattered from these two bodies. Chapter 7. The mischievous child before you is your ancestor. The pallid moonlight cascaded over the two children. Aguda, we must descend the mountain and report this. Yun Shu stated calmly. All right, Aguda replied, vigilantly surveying the surroundings to guard against any potential killers. Not only mortals, but even the realm of cultivation has its law enforcement agencies, with each region boasting one, save for that desolate place on Cloud Mountain. These law enforcement agencies were supposedly established through the collaborative efforts of all the sects in the Immortal Jade Continent. They might well be considered the iron rice bowl of the cultivation world. Just as the two children prepared to stealthily depart, a high-pitched scream from a young girl echoed within Lanhai sect. Whoosh! Aguda immediately turned and dashed into Lanhai sect without hesitation. Wait! As the esteemed senior brother, Yun Shu harbored a disdain for Aguda's proclivity for young girls, yet he could not abandon him entirely. Thus, he suppressed his revulsion and discomfort, drawing his sword and stepping over the fallen bodies, hastening into the Lanhai sect. When Yun Shu and Aguda arrived at the training ground, following the sound, their pupils constricted in surprise. Before them stood an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in crimson. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down, and her enchanting yet indifferent black eyes sparkled. Graceful willow-like brows framed her face, while her long eyelashes fluttered delicately with each subtle blink. Her soft pink lips parted slightly, revealing a mouth that seemed to beckon. A glimpse of her flawless ivory arm appeared, reminiscent of fine jade, suggesting an ethereal transparency upon closer inspection. Though only her profile was visible, it was enough to captivate any man. However, what truly caused Yun Shu's pupils to narrow and brow to furrow was not the woman's beauty, but rather the unconscious little girl she held in her grasp. If he were to hazard a guess, the sound they had heard moments earlier must have emanated from the girl before she succumbed to her faintness. With a tinkling laughter reminiscent of wind chimes, the crimson-clad woman turned to face Yun Shu and Aguda. Although her voice was melodious, a chill crept down Yun Shu's spine. Why does this feel akin to encountering a formidable boss right after leaving the novice village? The thought crossed his mind. The woman spoke softly. This little one calls out, and you so-called righteous cultivators rush in blindly. Indeed, even a mere child can provoke such responses. Yun Shu felt an overwhelming urge to seize Aguda and flee. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so, not out of bravery, but because Aguda was unyieldingly trembling in place. Despair clouded Yun Shu's expression as he looked at the quaking Aguda brother. I'm not trembling yet. Why are you shaking already? Can we not quiver for a moment and instead make our escape? Let us strategize. Blood, demon, ancestor. Aguda's grim visage seemed as though it would shatter his teeth as he uttered those four words. Yun Shu responded, What did you just say, brother? I didn't quite catch that. Blood demon, ancestor. To his astonishment, the crimson-clad woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on the irate Aguda, a smirk playing on her lips. Little one, there's no need to glare at me so angrily. I haven't taken your lollipop, have I? Yet you have committed deeds 100. No, 1,000 times more grievous. Yun Shu internally lamented. Alas, I fear my life may come to an end here. A year ago, you annihilated my entire clan, leaving only ashes in your wake. 327 lives, including my parents, were extinguished by your hand. Do you not remember? Aguda's eyes gradually reddened with fury. A year ago? The blood demon ancestor scrutinized Aguda, then chuckled lightly. You belong to the barbarian tribe? Now that you mention it, I believe I was in the northern lands a year ago, but I must apologize. I do not recall you. As he spoke, the blood demon ancestor casually tossed the little girl to the ground and spread his hands in resignation. After all, I have slaughtered several barbarian tribes. If by chance I inadvertently eliminated your family, I can only say there is nothing to be done. After all, they insisted on being human, did they not? You see, I have never harmed those mindless beasts. I will kill you. Aguda could no longer suppress his fury and drew his sword, charging at the blood demon ancestor. Qingming. With Aguda's shout, the sword in his hand emanated a faint azure glow. According to Yun Shu, the sword that once could chop could now pierce steel plates. The blood demon ancestor extended a slender jade finger, precisely touching the tip of Aguda's sword. Little one, your sword is in need of sharpening. The blood demon ancestor chuckled lightly. I will kill you. Aguda exerted all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not advance further. The word kill is not something one can simply wield at will, the blood demon ancestor said, his eyes narrowing in amusement, a smile gradually forming on his lips. The word kill can only be used against the weak. The blood demon ancestor's voice brushed past Aguda's ear. Then, the sword in Aguda's hand was slowly crushed by the blood demon ancestor's finger until it rested on his forehead. Choose. Only one of you and your junior disciple can survive, the blood demon ancestor said in a mocking tone. I, junior disciple? I am clearly the senior brother. Yun Shu protested silently. I will kill you. Aguda's blood-red eyes fixed intently on the blood demon ancestor's deep, shadowy gaze. Is this your choice? The smile on the blood demon ancestor's lips gradually faded, her voice turning cold. Humans are indeed such uninteresting beings. The fingertip resting on Aguda's forehead ignited into a swirl of blood-red flames. Though it was fire, it bore a chilling, piercing sensation that stabbed at Aguda's nerves. I shall ask you once more, the blood demon ancestor's voice remained icy. Will you die, or will he? Aguda's rationality returned amidst the icy pain. He understood that given his strength, survival was impossible. Furthermore, Yun Shu had come along because of him. Thus he had entangled his master brother in this predicament. Let my master brother leave this place. Aguda shut his eyes, striving to avert his gaze from his enemy, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Aguda's choice did not evoke any sentiment from the blood demon ancestor. Rather, disappointment flickered in her dark eyes. Then go die. Let you and your junior disciple die together. You. The blood demon ancestor's words caused Aguda to open his eyes wide. However, to the blood demon ancestor, Aguda's expressions held no significance. Perhaps she merely sought a different response. Aguda's consciousness began to wane as the flames flickered upon his head. Father, mother, I can no longer avenge you. A gentle reminder. I am his senior brother. A resigned youthful voice stirred Aguda awake. It was only then that Aguda noticed the azure glow separating the blood demon ancestor's finger from his forehead. That was the glow unique to Qingming. Aguda was completely awakened. It was Yun Shu who intercepted the blood demon ancestor. Oh, you're awake. Yun Shu raised her head, smiling at Aguda, who wore an expression of disbelief due to her diminutive stature. The blood demon ancestor retracted her finger, gazing at the few drops of blood on it. She casually wiped it away, and the wound vanished. Raising her head, she looked at Yun Shu with a contemplative expression. Who are you? She inquired. Me? Yun Shu replied with a confident smile. I am Yun Shu, the 250th chief disciple of the Shangyun sect. Setting aside the peculiarities of being the 250th chief disciple, the blood demon ancestor furrowed her brow at the sight of Yun Shu, who appeared to be no older than 7 or 8 years. A reincarnated ancient sage? The ancient powers, also known as the ancient saints, possessed unparalleled strength, yet they too could not escape the inevitable end brought by time. Legends speak of ancient sages who devised a means to evade the cycles of time through reincarnation. However, the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from these sages would crush the physical forms of their reincarnated infants. Thus, they would seal their powers and souls, only to partially unseal them at a later stage, in hopes of prolonging their existence. The drawback, however, was that their memories could only be restored upon reaching their original cultivation level. Yun Shu couldn't help but twitch her lips at the overly detailed nature of this ancient legend. Observing that Yun Shu had not even reached the threshold of entry-level cultivation, yet had still managed to injure her, the blood demon ancestor's expression grew slightly more serious. To safeguard their vulnerable infant stages, sages would inscribe certain secret techniques within their souls. Even without the restoration of their memories, these techniques ensured their survival. But what of reincarnated ancient sages? Even if a true sage were to descend, I would still slay you. The blood demon ancestor revealed a manic smile. Chapter 8. Please call me Uchiha Shu. Thank you. Soft as a wisp, light as silk, the floating clouds embraced the resplendent moon as it ascended gracefully, casting a colorful halo around them, deep and shallow, at times barely discernible. A young lady clad in a white gauzy garment blushed as she gazed at the handsome man beside her, who was fixated on the moon above. Are you truly going tomorrow? She asked softly. Yes, he replied, his eyes resolute. Defending humanity and vanquishing demons is my ambition. May I accompany you? The girl asked shyly. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. You? The young man, entranced by her tender gaze, felt his own cheeks warm. I cannot. Ultimately, he used his indomitable will to refuse her request. Why not? She protested, a hint of reluctance in her voice. In terms of strength, I surpass you slightly. As for talent, my master has proclaimed me a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Why can't I accompany you? Ahem, it's simply not possible. What would a girl be doing on the battlefield? The young man hastily stood, turning his head aside, muttering to himself, if you go and others see you, I would feel jealous. The perceptive girl overheard his whispered words, and a deeper flush spread across her face. To alleviate the awkwardness, the young man coughed vigorously for an extended moment. I can refrain, but you must grant me one request, the young woman declared, suppressing her embarrassment. What? The man, captivated by her bashful demeanor, inquired. Taking a deep breath, the young woman closed her eyes and exclaimed, embrace me. The man blinked repeatedly, feeling as though he had just heard something extraordinary. I said embrace me, she reiterated, her face flushed. Well, the man stammered, his face turning crimson, his limbs rendered helpless. The young woman, still blushing, opened her eyes and cast an annoyed glance at him. She had been so bold, yet he seemed oblivious. A fragrant breeze wafted into the man's nostrils, and when he regained his composure, he found himself cradling a delicate figure. Yun Shu, I will prepare a red bridal gown and await your return, her whisper caressed his ear. Yes. Although the man too was blushing, he nodded earnestly. I will certainly return to marry you, Shiji. Beneath the gentle moonlight, the two embraced. Little did she know, the tighter she held him, the more painful the day of parting would be. You still call me Shiji, she said, her face flushed with discontent. Hurry and call me by my name. Oh. The man's face was aflame as he stuttered for what felt like an eternity. The young woman's expression darkened as she observed his demeanor. I was wrong, Luo. Time shifted back to the present. The blood demon ancestor wore a faint smile as he regarded Yun Shu. It matters not whether you are a saint or not. You shall all perish here today. Whether we live or die is for me to decide, not you, Yun Shu retorted coldly. The blood demon ancestor casually waved his crimson sleeve, unleashing a blood-red beam towards Yun Shu. Maintaining a tranquil expression, Yun Shu similarly swung his sword, releasing a green radiance that perfectly countered the blood demon ancestor's attack. A technique akin to mine? The blood demon ancestor raised an eyebrow. Though it was an exceedingly simple spell, it was one she had devised. The technique wielded by this young lad was nearly identical. Aside from the differing colors and the equivalent output of spiritual energy, Yun Shu regarded the blood demon ancestor with an air of indifference. Moments earlier, Yun Shu had believed he was about to meet his demise, contemplating how his unscrupulous master likely kept him confined out of fear that he might be cursed to perish outside. However, he hadn't anticipated that the system, which had always plotted against him, would prove so formidable. Name, Yun Shu. Gender, male. Age, 6. Attack power, 6, 100, 001, 080, nothing much. Just keep living. Defense power, 6, 100, 001, 010. Indeed, I hope we meet again. Intelligence, 14, 971, with your IQ. You probably can't comprehend this. Comprehension, newly unlocked 000, 1991, laugh. Fortune, newly unlocked infinite positive, My existence signifies your extraordinary luck. Does it not? Let us momentarily set aside the peculiarities of the attack power attributes and the narcissism found in the parentheses. Yun Shu's lips twitched. Is my comprehension truly so abysmal? Have you deliberately manipulated the data, you scoundrel? The system, adhering to principles of fairness and transparency, assured. This system would never tamper with data. A mechanical voice echoed. By the way, the maximum value for comprehension is 100, and after enhancements, your comprehension has exceeded the maximum by 0.0001. I appreciate your praise. Yun Shu internally scoffed. Not at all. To prevent you from having suicidal thoughts. This system has thoughtfully rounded your comprehension, of course, upwards. I am already feeling suicidal. Thank you very much. Yun Shu shouted in exasperation. Please remain calm, host. The system continued. As a low-achieving student from a past life steeped in rigorous logical thinking, it is improbable for you to grasp the intricacies of this fantastical world. Hey, are you suggesting I lived as a dog? Surely that's the implication. Yun Shu retorted loudly. And regarding Qing Ming, I learned it after just one attempt. So how could my comprehension be so low? May I inquire, host, are you male or female? The system countered. Male, obviously. What's it to you? Yun Shu replied, somewhat perplexed. See, such things should be easily comprehensible, yet you call it learning? The system's voice dripped with disdain. You required an entire afternoon to memorize the incantations for a technique that could be understood with a mere glance. What is there to be proud of? Uft. Yun Shu feigned death. Nonsense. Upon reflection, it seemed that Aguda had indeed observed him and learned the incantation after just one demonstration. Yun Shu began to spiral into deep self-doubt. Host, if you continue to wallow in self-pity, even with this system's enhancements, your demise is inevitable. The system interjected suddenly. The system is right. Yun Shu suddenly realized that now was not the time for lamenting the system. A world boss loomed before him. The exchange between Yun Shu and the system barely took the blink of an eye. He then witnessed the blood demon ancestor casting a crimson radiance towards him. Initially blank-minded, Yun Shu instinctively deciphered the blood ancestor's incantation and deconstructed it in an instant. He then reflexively drew his sword and executed the same technique to nullify the blood demon ancestor's attack. Observing the two dissipating streams of spiritual energy, Yun Shu broke into a knowing smile. Wow, I am amazing. His confidence surged. System, look. I instantly understood her technique and mastered it. Yun Shu exuberantly boasted to the system. With a mere 1,001 points of comprehension above her, I can replicate her technique. From now on, call me Yin Yu Ji Bo Ao Tian Shu. Whether it is 1 or 99, there is no distinction, the system retorted disdainfully. As long as you have not reached 100, there remains a flaw. Moreover, you are merely 0.0001 above 100. The gap between perfection and imperfection is far greater than you can imagine. Chapter 9. Love has nothing to do with mischievous children. Aguda stared in astonishment as his elder brother, Yun Shu, was able to engage in combat with the blood demon ancestor. This world was not at all about cultivation, although he was aware that his elder brother had hidden powers. The extent of these secrets was rather excessive. It seemed that his elder brother had deliberately allowed him to believe he was superior. Wait a moment. If his elder brother is this formidable, then what of their master? In Aguda's mind, the figure of Master Yun Yazi suddenly appeared grand and formidable. Little one, from whom did you learn? Who is your master? The blood demon ancestor furrowed her brows as she gazed at Yun Shu. Even a saint, without an exceptional master to guide them, could not achieve such rapid growth. Shangyun Temple, Yun Yazi, Yun Shu replied. Shangyun Temple? The blood demon ancestor shook her head. I have not heard of it. That is to be expected. Yun Shu nodded in agreement. That place is devoid of any sentient beings, save for gorillas and monkeys. Elder brother, where do you hail from? Aguda's lips twitched. The blood demon ancestor let out a tinkling laugh. You are quite amusing, little one. As a reward, I shall grant you a painless death. Then let us see. Yun Shu shrugged, confident in his invincibility bolstered by his buffs. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the blood demon ancestor's nose nearly brushed against Yun Shu's. She extended a delicate finger, pointing at Yun Shu's chest, a clear indication of danger. Instinctively, Yun Shu signaled for retreat, swiftly distancing himself from the blood demon ancestor and observing her enchanting visage with caution. What? No longer imitating me? The blood demon ancestor chuckled lightly. Yun Shu closed his eyes in silence for a moment before suddenly opening them, a smile gracing his lips. Why would I not learn? In the next instant, he closed the distance between himself and the blood demon ancestor once more, his finger aimed at her gently rising chest. The blood demon ancestor's eyes widened in shock. However, unlike Yun Shu, she did not evade but instead waved her sleeve, unleashing a crimson flash of blood that repelled Yun Shu. Your technique is quite impressive. It appears to utilize a single finger for attack, yet it actually channels spiritual energy through the entire arm. Once the finger makes contact, the energy surges into the enemy's body like a torrent, Yun Shu remarked, feigning deep admiration. A sneak attack is indeed effective. It seems I underestimated you. The blood demon ancestor's demeanor grew slightly serious. Blood-drinking finger. That was the technique I just employed. Its principle is nearly identical to what you described, taking advantage of an unguarded opponent. Though it is not forbidden magic, it is not something just anyone can master. Without exquisite control, the spiritual energy could detonate, causing self-injury. It appears that I must take this more seriously. The blood demon ancestor conceded with a shake of her head. About time, Yun Shu declared, drawing his sword and charging toward the blood demon ancestor. Having just learned a few techniques, Yun Shu realized that while he could boast, he should not pretend to be the protagonist in action. It was best to strike first. With a swift thrust, the battle commenced. Observing the approach of Yun Shu, the blood demon ancestor couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Although this little fellow was no ordinary character, her swordsmanship was undeniably lacking. With mere fingers, the blood demon ancestor effortlessly pinched Yun Shu's sword. Startled, Yun Shu promptly discarded her weapon, retreating to widen the distance between herself and the blood demon ancestor. This defies logic. How could she grasp my sword when I am evidently stronger? Yun Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Host. It seems there is a misunderstanding regarding the enhancements provided by this system, the system explained with exasperation. This system only augments your attributes. It does not enhance combat experience. By the way, a friendly reminder. Although your attributes may appear superior to the blood demon ancestors, to one whose attributes exceed 100 million, the difference is negligible. In other words, in terms of physical attributes, I am on par with her, but in terms of combat experience, I lag behind by several centuries. The corners of Yun Shu's mouth twitched. Indeed, the system felt a sense of satisfaction at Yun Shu's newfound understanding. Yun Shu finally comprehended the implications of the parentheses following his attributes. It turned out that even in his current state, he was no match for the blood demon ancestor. Resolute, he decided that fleeing was the best course of action. He began contemplating methods of escape. Another friendly reminder. Although you are currently quite powerful, without agility, escape is impossible, especially with two burdens to consider, the system kindly advised. Thank you for your thoughtful reminder, Yun Shu replied, his mood unsuitable for banter. The system was correct. Without agility, escape was futile, particularly with the two burdens. Wait a moment. Burdens? There are two. Hey, system, are you saying she's not dead? Yun Shu's eyes widened as he gazed at the little girl previously discarded by the blood demon ancestor. Indeed, the system answered flatly. The blood demon ancestor did not eliminate that girl. You two weaklings came along instead. Ah, now I understand. Yun Shu exhaled deeply. As someone raised in the 21st century, deeply influenced by socialist ideals, he made a decision. Although he feared death, since one way or another, death was inevitable, it would be wiser to devise a means for the two to escape first. No matter how inept he may be, he could withstand until they left, utilizing the teleportation array to return to the upper cloud view. Moreover, he had already faced death once. As for returning to the nearest town, wasn't that enough of a slaughter for this formidable adversary? Aguda? Yun Shu shouted. Senior brother, I'm here. Though shocked by Yun Shu's strength, Aguda maintained a semblance of clarity. Take that little girl far from here. I will hold off the blood demon ancestor. Yun Shu gritted his teeth, determination evident in his voice. Hold off? Aguda's heart sank. The implication was clear. Even he could not contend with the blood demon ancestor. If it were just him, he would not hesitate to risk his life to take a bite out of the blood demon ancestor. However, Aguda scooped up the little girl and fled frantically. If he could not even honor his senior brother's last words, how could he even consider revenge? Yun Shu, I'm not dead yet. Aguta cradled the little girl as they departed from that place, and the blood demon ancestor made no attempt to obstruct them. To her, they were but two insignificant ants. Once this matter was settled, she could easily pursue and crush them. Hey, are you a primary school student? Why so serious? Yun Shu exclaimed. The blood demon ancestor regarded Yun Shu, and an inexplicable smile appeared upon her lips, a smile steeped in nostalgia. In Yun Shu, she glimpsed a reflection of her former self, the one once hailed as the chosen one. Had he not departed, perhaps her life would have unfolded in an entirely different manner. Alas, that opportunity had long since vanished. Yun Shu, the blood demon ancestor, called out, her tone laden with reminiscence. Yun Shu did not respond, but instead regarded her with caution. Having realized the vast chasm between their strengths, Yun Shu dared not act recklessly, fearing that a moment's inadvertence could lead to her demise at the hands of the ancestor. The blood demon ancestor paid no heed to Yun Shu's trepidation. Her expression softened as she posed a question. Tell me, what would you do if your beloved were to defend humanity only to be slain by those very people they sought to protect? She anticipated that perhaps Yun Shu would offer an answer in stark contrast to her own. Yet, faced with such a profound inquiry, Yun Shu found herself perplexed. She faltered, pondering the absurdity of the question. How could I possibly know? I was born in an era of peace, never encountering such villainous scenarios. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps she had indeed faced such tribulations. Let me reflect on this. As Yun Shu strained her mind in an attempt to conjure a fitting response, the blood demon ancestor could not help but find amusement in the absurdity of her unfounded thoughts. After all, what wisdom could a mere 6- or 7-year-old child possess? The blood demon ancestor shook her head lightly in self-mockery. Yun Shu sensed an inexplicable irritation, as if she were being underestimated in a manner she could not quite articulate. Chapter 10. The profound truth revealed. Enough of the superfluous talk, the blood demon ancestor declared, her enchanting black pupils gradually transforming into a blood-red hue. Her luscious crimson lips uttered 2 chilling words, die. Yun Shu's pupils dilated in shock, and in an instant, the numerical values in her mind shifted dramatically. Name, Yun Shu. Gender, male. Age, 6. Attack power, 646, 721, 540, 001. No worries, just keep living. Defense power, 637, 648, 120, 001. Really? I hope we meet again. Intelligence, 14, 971. With such intelligence, you probably can't comprehend. Comprehension, newly unlocked 000. 1991 laugh. Destiny, newly unlocked infinite positive. My very existence indicates that your destiny score is exceedingly high, does it not? What manner of scion is this? Exhibiting a second transformation as well? Yun Shu inwardly scoffed. After all, one's battle power is never a constant. The system elucidated. The blood demon ancestor initially existed in a common state. However, her current transformation is attributed to the host drawing her attention. It seems that she has now regarded the host as a true adversary rather than mere prey, an occasion for celebration, indeed. I would rather be considered prey, Yun Shu exclaimed, covering his face. Prey? The blood demon ancestor gazed at Yun Shu with an expression of bemusement. To awaken such peculiar inclinations at your tender age is truly unexpected. My values are perfectly normal, Yun Shu retorted vehemently. At this moment, his only recourse was to devise a means to prolong the encounter. Yet, the blood demon ancestor took the initiative. Her exquisite visage abruptly materialized before Yun Shu, and a delicate jade hand struck towards his forehead. Employing the blood-draining technique he had just learned, Yun Shu pointed at the center of her palm. Boom. The overwhelming force generated between them instantaneously leveled the surrounding terrain of the Lanhai sect. To his astonishment, the blood demon ancestor was far more formidable than he had anticipated. He knew from the data that she was terrifyingly superior. But the reality was indeed a different level of fearsome. The blood demon ancestor's other hand formed a grasp, conjuring a blood-colored spiritual energy that materialized into a crimson longsword, which she wielded with intent, cleaving towards Yun Shu. Unable to match her might, Yun Shu relied on his extraordinary cultivation, albeit with some trepidation, to evade her relentless onslaught. Each swing of the sword unleashed a wave of sanguine sword energy, transforming the once even terrain into a landscape of craters and ruggedness. Any creature or tree that encountered the sword energy disintegrated into ash and dust. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle sent chills down Yun Shu's spine, further motivating him to evade the blood demon ancestor's strikes. Her expression had shifted from one of richness to a chilling, piercing indifference. Her blood-red irises reflected Yun Shu's form, and her singular desire was to eliminate the young adversary before her. with her other hand poised. She now wielded two blood-colored swords, continuing her assault on Yun Shu. He silently lamented. Having two swords meant the opportunities for evasion were drastically reduced. Should he be struck, death would be inevitable. Suddenly, Yun Shu halted, prompting the blood demon ancestor to cautiously cease her advance as well. You have forced my hand. Yun Shu narrowed his eyes, feeling an intensifying pressure envelop him. The blood demon ancestor remained vigilant. While she was confident in her ability to slay Yun Shu, she wished to avoid unnecessary injury. Yun Shu bent slightly, his legs positioned in a stance of readiness. Are you aiming for a swift victory? The blood demon ancestor observed his posture, which resembled a preparatory stance. A faint smile graced Yun Shu's lips as he infused his legs with spiritual energy. With a commanding shout now, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the blood demon ancestor in an instant. What do you intend? The blood demon ancestor instinctively crossed her swords before her. However, Yun Shu lowered his body, deftly slipping past her side. Sneak attack? She scoffed, for at her level, her senses had ascended to a new realm, providing her with an omnidirectional awareness, 360 degrees of absolute vigilance. To defeat her, one could only engage in a direct confrontation. However, when she turned her head, Yun Shu's figure had already vanished from sight. Come and chase me. Yun Shu's voice echoed through the air, reaching her ears. Hee, what a little trickster. The blood demon ancestor shook her head in resignation. But merely running will not suffice. She had confirmed that, as a reincarnated ancient sage, Yun Shu's cultivation might have been restored through secret techniques, yet her memories remained elusive. After all, individuals of that cultivation level typically employed body techniques rather than relying solely on spiritual power as he did. Circles of crimson spiritual energy materialized beneath the blood demon ancestor's feet, forming a complete array. In the blink of an eye, she soared into the sky, eyes closed. Her body facing the direction Yun Shu had fled. Found you, little ghost. The blood demon ancestor vanished from her previous location. Although she could only run on foot, Yun Shu was confident that the blood demon ancestor would not catch up to her anytime soon. The environment was intricate, and her own cultivation was commendable. Yet, reality is always harsher than dreams. This is too much. Yun Shu gasped, desperately sprinting forward while occasionally glancing back at the blood demon ancestor, who watched her with a mocking expression from above. You caught up to me in less than 3 minutes. Are you a dog? Yun Shu roared. Hee. The blood demon ancestor chuckled. You possess such high cultivation, yet lack any techniques. Where on earth did your master come from? A backwater village. How do you know I hail from a backwater village? Yun Shu retorted, still managing to quip. Die. The blood demon ancestor waved her crimson sleeve, summoning numerous blood-colored long swords identical to the ones she had wielded before. What are you planning to do? Yun Shu stuttered upon seeing the multitude of blood swords in the sky. Let me introduce you to the porcupine, the blood demon ancestor said with a light laugh. Before Yun Shu could finish her sentence, the swarm of blood swords shot towards her like arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Once the barrage of blood swords had ceased, the blood demon ancestor's expression did not relax. Instead, she looked slightly grim as she gazed into the distance. Yun Shu was currently standing in midair, supported by Azure's circular spiritual energy. Have you mastered the art of traversing distance in an instant? The blood demon ancestor regarded Yun Shu with a complex gaze. Traversing distance in an instant? Is that the name of this technique? Wow, this technique is quite impressive. Yun Shu exclaimed, filled with admiration. Having just learned this technique, she sensed that if fully mastered, she could traverse from the easternmost edge to the westernmost edge of the Immortal Jade Continent in a remarkably short time. She was willing to wager that given another half hour, she could master it completely. Is this the benefit of having an intelligence that exceeds the norm? Reflecting on this, Yun Shu began to feel a sense of gratitude towards the blood demon ancestor before her. Chapter 11. The standard cannon fodder template. Yun Shu and the blood demon ancestor stood in the air. Little one, you possess considerable talent, but alas, we are enemies. The blood demon ancestor smiled. Well then, why not strive to make me your subordinate? Perhaps I would surrender, Yun Shu quipped. Hee, you are quite amusing. The blood demon ancestor replied, laughing. A blood-red longsword sliced through the air, nearly grazing Yun Shu's neck. In a frenzy, she retreated and then took flight. But the blood demon ancestor seemed disinclined to continue their game of cat and mouse. If you dare to run again, I shall turn back and pursue your master and that little girl, echoed the ominous words of the blood demon ancestor in Yun Shu's ears. With a face full of reluctance, she came to a halt and turned to confront her foe. It appeared that a direct confrontation was inevitable. Very well. Let it be so, the blood demon ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Yun Shu's right hand formed a fist, and a cerulean sword composed of spiritual energy manifested in her grasp. The blood demon ancestor was no stranger to Yun Shu's mastery of her skills. Taking a deep breath, Yun Shu charged fiercely toward her adversary. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds of spiritual energy reverberated, awakening countless souls. At that moment, Aguda, clutching the little girl, galloped madly back to Lingfu town. Elder brother, wait for me. Aguda gritted his teeth, enduring the jolting ride. I will find master to rescue you. What should have taken most of the day, Aguda accomplished in mere hours, arriving breathlessly at the gates of Lingfu town. The watchful soldiers, upon seeing Aguda's bloodshot eyes and exhausted demeanor, swiftly assisted him dismount. What happened? Do you require assistance? Inquired one concerned soldier. I need the teleportation array. Aguda, still holding the little girl, staggered as he pushed past the soldiers trying to help him. Moreover, the blood demon ancestor has appeared, and the Lan Hai sect has been annihilated. You must warn the residents to evacuate immediately. What? The Lan Hai sect has fallen? The blood demon ancestor is here? Exclaimed a young soldier in shock. You can't be serious. I am not lying. Aguda shouted vehemently. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The soldier, who intended to question how Aguda managed to escape if it were truly the blood demon ancestor, was abruptly silenced by the sight of two streams of spiritual energy, one red and one blue, colliding in the sky. This spectacle astonished not only the soldiers, but also the remaining townsfolk who had yet to retire for the night. Take him to the teleportation array. I will inform the town mayor, said an older soldier to the younger one. Turning to Aguda, he added gravely, regardless of whether it is indeed the blood demon ancestor, such power is beyond our capacity to confront. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the townspeople. Aguda exhaled in relief, his tone softening from its previous intensity. Then please take me to the teleportation array swiftly. I must fetch reinforcements. Very well. The older soldier gestured, and the younger soldier led Aguda away while he hurried to notify the town mayor. Atop Cloud Mountain, Yun Yazi dined while gazing at the stars. When will you ever let go? He sighed, setting down his utensils, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. As Aguda emerged from the brilliance of the teleportation array at the foot of Cloud Mountain, his first sight was his own master. Aguda, why have you returned alone? Where is Yun Shu? Yun Yazi inquired, observing Aguda clutching a small girl, his expression shifting to alarm. Could it be that your master has fallen into the transformation spring? No, she is the sole survivor of the Lan Hai sect. Aguda quickly clarified. The moment Yun Yao's expression soured, he inquired, what has transpired? Where is Yun Shu? Upon hearing Yun Yao's words, Aguda's eyes filled with a crimson hue. The senior brother engaged in combat with the blood demon ancestor to protect me. What? Yun Yao's countenance shifted dramatically as he stepped into the teleportation array. Wait, master. I shall accompany you. Aguda attempted to follow. You are not permitted to go. This girl is injured. Return to the temple and await our return, Yun Yao declared. And as soon as he spoke, the teleportation array activated. In an instant, Yun Yao departed from that place. In an unknown forest, Yun Shu's garments lay in tatters, his body adorned with numerous wounds, yet his gaze shone ever more brightly. Despite being at a disadvantage against the blood demon ancestor, he utilized his extraordinary comprehension to learn and adapt, gradually transitioning from being unable to defend himself to holding his ground for a time, even retaliating. Indeed, is the understanding of a reincarnated ancient sage so formidable? The blood demon ancestor wore a seemingly relaxed expression, yet a flicker of caution glimmered in her eyes. I thought my innate talent was already quite fearsome. No, your comprehension is already astonishing. Yun Shu silently critiqued. A perfect comprehension rating of 99 signifies either a protagonist or a final boss, a truth that holds firm. As for those who might achieve perfect comprehension, Yun Shu mused that he alone could be such an entity. At that moment, several unusual auras surged from various directions. Although both Yun Shu and the blood demon ancestor sensed it, neither chose to acknowledge it. To Yun Shu, it was an attack against the blood demon ancestor. Why would he intervene? For the blood demon ancestor. Why would she exert effort to block something that couldn't even graze her garments? At Yun Shu's side, three figures materialized: a robust man, an elderly gentleman, and a middle-aged woman. Who are you? Yun Shu inquired curiously, noting their ability to fly, suggesting they were not lacking in strength. Esteemed senior, I am Zhong Min, fortuitously passing through this vicinity. Allow us to assist you in vanquishing this demon. The robust man bowed respectfully, kindly introducing the others. Although Yun Shu appeared as a mere child, one could alter their form upon reaching a certain realm. It seems this esteemed senior enjoys appearing youthful, he thought. This is Luosha Ji Boli. And this elder is Yin Wang Li Hongha. They both have titles. What of you? Yun Shu queried the robust man. As for me, my nickname is nothing to boast about. Zhong Min replied, shaking his head. If the legendary Heavenly King's hand were to say such a thing, it would surely diminish my own reputation, Li Hongha chuckled. Yun Shu observed the three, bemused by their mutual flattery, before casting his gaze towards the blood demon ancestor, who appeared to be merely spectating. Is this how you all engage before a battle? The blood demon ancestor replied, I do not know. I certainly do not conduct myself in such a manner. As the two exchanged glances, Li Hongha suddenly bowed towards Yun Shu. Esteemed senior, please allow us to lend you our strength in the eradication of this demon. Your capabilities must be commendable, Yun Shu inquired. Li Hongha lifted his head and replied with confidence, though we may not rival our predecessors, we certainly will not hinder them. Indeed, Yun Shu's eyes sparkled momentarily. Let us join forces to vanquish her. Absolutely. Li Hongha nodded with excitement. He secretly mused that after defeating the blood demon ancestor, this esteemed predecessor might bestow upon them a few techniques to enhance their strength. However, Yun Shu held no such thoughts. He merely believed in the strength of numbers. They had all claimed to be formidable, so he could too. Or rather, he chose not to ponder further. As Yun Shu was still daydreaming about the future, the trio had already surged towards the blood demon ancestor. Blood demon ancestor. Though we have never crossed paths, even without the aid of this esteemed predecessor, the three of us are more than capable of exterminating evil. Heavenly King's hand. It turned out that Heavenly King was not merely a moniker for Zhong Min, but also his signature technique. Zhong Min extended his palm, conjuring a colossal hand of spiritual energy in the air, aimed at the blood demon ancestor. Positioned to her left, Li Hongha unleashed a black chain from his sleeve, ensnaring her and preventing her from evading Zhong Min's full-force strike. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Ji Boli brandished a dagger towards the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor did not flinch. Instead, she gazed at the three with a smile, resembling three grasshoppers leaping about. In the blink of an eye, the immense hand of spiritual energy dissipated before it could strike. The chains binding her crumbled into dust, scattered by the wind, and Ji Boli, not only her weapon but her very being, also disintegrated into particles, carried away by the breeze. What have you done, you fiend? Zhong Min and Li Hongha felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, the blood demon ancestor paid them no mind, focusing instead on the dismayed Yun Shu. Have you mastered this technique? And no, Yun Shu's lips quivered. From the moment the three had charged in, he sensed disaster looming. Their mutual boasting followed by a confident challenge to the enemy. Was this their reinforcements? They were undoubtedly the very definition of cannon fodder. As expected, before he could intervene, one of them had already succumbed to a fatal strike. You haven't learned it, have you? The blood demon ancestor turned her gaze to the two terrified individuals, licking her lips, and said, then allow me to demonstrate once more. Despair etched itself on Zhong Min and Li Hongha's faces. Stop. Yun Shu's expression shifted as he dashed forward. Hope flickered in Zhong Min's eyes as he reached out to Yun Shu, pleading for salvation. Yet, in the next moment, he was reduced to dust, along with Li Hongha and Ji Boli, scattered by the winds. This is not some arcane art. It is merely the straightforward application of spiritual energy to crush those weaker than oneself, the most direct method of clearing the dross, the blood demon ancestor elaborated. Fearful that Yun Shu had not yet grasped the concept, Yun Shu's eyes, shrouded in shadow, bore witness to the gruesome act of murder for the first time. A living person was brutally slain before him. Strangely, he felt no fear. Instead, an overwhelming fury surged within him. Blood, demon, ancestor. Yun Shu gritted his teeth, his gaze ablaze with rage directed at the blood demon ancestor. I shall slay you to avenge them. Chapter 12. Learning throughout life, blood demon ancestor. Yun Shu gritted his teeth, her eyes aflame with fury as she roared, "I will kill you for their vengeance." "Ah, do your best," the blood demon ancestor chuckled lightly, seemingly dismissive of Yun Shu's words. Whoosh! Yun Shu vanished from her spot, only to reappear behind the blood demon ancestor, wielding a cerulean sword of spiritual energy, aimed at her head. Whoosh! A colossal hand, forged from crimson spiritual energy, descended upon Yun Shu. Bang! She attempted to parry with her sword, yet was still forcefully pushed aside. This is the heavenly Luo hand. Yun Shu's pupils constricted sharply. The technique employed by the blood demon ancestor was the very same that Zhong Anmin had demonstrated earlier. Indeed, it is merely a basic manipulation of spiritual energy, something even the students at the academy can perform without requiring a heart technique, the blood demon ancestor stated, shaking his head with a smile. It is evident that one who walks the wild paths is limited by their experience. Yun Shu's expression grew increasingly grim. Simple? How could another's signature skill be deemed simple? To be frank, due to the system's assertion that the difference between 199 and understanding is immense, Yun Shu had inadvertently underestimated the blood demon ancestor, feeling a sense of unwarranted pride in her current state. Yet indeed, the blood demon ancestor was worthy of the title of the foremost individual beneath ascension in legend. As she exuded her spiritual energy, Yun Shu sensed the presence of others nearby. However, in light of the demise of the three individuals, it seemed those onlookers felt they were no match for the blood demon ancestor, choosing instead to spectate from a distance. Nevertheless, this was a relief to Yun Shu. At least before her potential downfall, no more lives would be lost. She acknowledged that she was not an overly compassionate individual, yet neither was she excessively malicious. Before her transmigration, she had merely been an ordinary passerby. Even as such, she could not allow herself to harm others without cause. This was Yun Shu's bottom line. It was only after the three had been slain that she recognized the battle between herself and the blood demon ancestor was beyond the involvement of others. Allowing them to approach would undoubtedly lead to their demise. This was a clash of supreme power. Hee. The tinkling laughter of the blood demon ancestor abruptly pulled Yun Shu from her scattered thoughts. Little one, do not lose focus during a fight. At that moment, the blood demon ancestor appeared behind Yun Shu, a blood-red sword thrusting towards her back. Flash. Yun Shu narrowly evaded, though her garment was still cleaved open. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. The blood demon ancestor licked his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming brighter. Time was of the essence. This little rascal's perceptiveness was shockingly high. If this battle continued to drag on, the scales of victory could very well tip in favor of the young girl. Such was the thought in the blood demon ancestor's mind. However, Yun Shu's thoughts were quite the opposite. Her only course of action was to prolong the battle, firmly believing that with her currently heightened understanding, she would surely learn more, until she amassed enough knowledge to triumph over the blood demon ancestor. Lingfu town boom. Boom. A resounding roar echoed from the distance, causing the townsfolk to tremble in their homes. The rumors of the blood demon ancestor's appearance had instilled a sense of despair among the populace, leaving them to fervently pray for a hero to vanquish the malevolent fiend. At the threshold of the village stood an elderly man, his hair a striking white, yet his demeanor remarkably vigorous, gazing gravely at the sky, which flickered with ominous hues of crimson and azure. Wang Yi, he inquired of the aged soldier who had brought him the news. Did the one who departed through the teleportation array mention who would confront the blood demon ancestor? Regrettably, Mayor, that young man did not specify. He left in haste through the array, the soldier replied. Wang Yi shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Mayor, has the blood demon ancestor truly manifested? Indeed. The mayor nodded, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Do you know the origin of the title blood demon ancestor? The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in ignorance. The mayor spoke solemnly. It is due to the carnage he has wrought upon the living, unleashing torrents of bloodshed across the continent. This is but one reason for his infamous moniker. One reason? Are there others? Wang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The mayor sighed deeply. When the essence of spiritual energy transforms from an ethereal illusion to a tangible force, it signifies our entry into realms beyond comprehension. That blood-like spiritual energy is the unique power of the blood demon ancestor. In that fleeting moment, the soldiers' hearts seemed to halt. The rumors of the blood demon ancestor's presence had been validated, yet this revelation bore no solace. For it indicated that this place, not far from the Lanhai sect, was on the precipice of annihilation. As for escape, the inhabitants of Lingfu town were engulfed in a profound despair. There was no hope for flight. The blood demon ancestor would allow no being to survive. Even if one could flee, where could they possibly go? In the end, death awaited them all. This was the most harrowing despair the blood demon ancestor had bestowed upon the land and its people. While the mayor reminisced at the village entrance, a middle-aged man clad in a blue and white Taoist robe, his hair neatly slicked back, appeared at his side. "Pray tell, esteemed one," the mayor said, taken aback by Yun Yazi's sudden arrival from the teleportation array. "Do not mind me. I am merely an observer, much like yourself," Yun Yazi replied, his eyes fixed intently on a battle invisible to mortal eyes. "What is this young man's situation? How can he possess such strength? Could it be that he has fallen victim to the curse he once spoke of, granting immense power at the cost of a mere 13 years of life?" Yun Yazi murmured to himself. "Esteemed one, what did you say?" The mayor, unable to discern Yun Yazi's mutterings, queried. "Nothing of consequence," Yun Yazi replied nonchalantly. The mayor, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from further inquiries. After all, death awaited them shortly. It was prudent not to provoke this powerful figure, lest he hasten his own demise. 5 days hence, in a place that was once a forest but now lay in treacherous, rocky disarray, a hearty laugh erupted. "Huh, huh, huh." Yun Shu gasped for breath. His battle with the blood demon ancestor had endured for a grueling 5.5 days, and soon it would reach the 6th. As the sun prepared to descend once more, he felt that his brain was now more active than it had ever been in both his past and present lives. Yun Shu was truly in awe of that little lowly nun, whose mind seemed to contain an astonishing multitude of knowledge. How did that little head develop such remarkable memory? How could it retain so much information? His own mind felt as though it might explode. After nearly 6 days of relentless battle, Yun Shu had learned a great deal. Yet this experience had only deepened his disdain for the very act of learning, which so many coveted. Spells, swordsmanship, and combat experience. All of these were forcibly drilled into his mind. He found himself wanting to complain to the blood demon ancestor, questioning why she possessed such high comprehension. Even a slight reduction would have sufficed. Yun Shu finally understood the terror of surpassing maximum comprehension. Everything he saw was instantly imprinted in his mind. Simple concepts were grasped at a glance, while slightly more complex ideas could be understood after a brief contemplation. More profound concepts could be simulated at lightning speed in his mind several times, and worse yet, he couldn't forget any of it. Moreover, he found himself generating an abundance of innovative ideas. Yun Shu suddenly thought that being a mediocre student might be preferable. At least his mind would not be at risk of bursting from the sheer volume of retained knowledge. Chapter 13. Indeed. One Piece is right here. The blood demon ancestor gently exhaled spiritual energy to replenish her overly exhausted body and somewhat fatigued spirit. Her expression was no longer as relaxed as before. She had not anticipated Yun Shu's resilience. Though he appeared ragged and disheveled, his strength had, in just 6 short days, nearly matched her own, occasionally even applying considerable pressure upon her. The blood demon ancestor loathed this sensation. It reminded her of that person from the past, a foolish and utterly dense individual who relentlessly pursued her in cultivation, only to smile foolishly at her. The blood demon ancestor muttered in irritation. Yun Shu instantly felt displeased. All 3 words conveyed the same meaning. And who was she calling foolish? Moreover, he would never smile at her. The noise was unbearable. In her vexation, the blood demon ancestor struck Yun Shu with a surge of spiritual energy, sending him crashing to the ground. After propelling him away, the emotion that had stirred within her seemed to dissipate as well. Yes, that person was already dead. The blood demon ancestor resumed her usual demeanor, wearing a smile while her heart remained as cold as ice. With a flick of her wrist, countless blood-red swords materialized, aimed at Yun Shu, who had just risen from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. An uncountable number of crimson swords pierced through the air, crashing into the ground and creating a cacophony of explosions. As she could no longer sense Yun Shu's presence, the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. "When I become a demon, the world becomes hell. Indeed. All of this is your doing." Her voice was soft, so delicate it seemed to drift away with the wind. Yet, the weight of her words was profound enough to solidify her resolve. Suddenly, she gazed down in bewilderment at the ethereal sword of faint azure light that had materialized before her chest. Concealing her presence, she launched a surprise attack on you. Lost in thought. Though her methods were sinister, I apologize, but I emerged victorious. A tender, fragile voice, reminiscent of a child's, echoed behind the blood demon ancestor. Oh, is that so? It seemed the blood demon ancestor did not hear Yun Shu's words. Her gaze appeared to penetrate into a distant realm. Is this your choice? Though Yun Shu was uncertain of the ancestor's musings, she was resolute in her determination to ensure the ancestor's demise. Every ounce of spiritual energy within her surged forth, channeling through the azure longsword, entering the ancestor's body in one decisive strike, including the ethereal sword formed from her own power. The blood demon ancestor's internal organs lay utterly devastated. Well then, Yun Shu, the ancestor, turned to face the serene figure of Yun Shu. Had it not been for the blood ceaselessly trickling from her lips and the gradual fading of her life force, Yun Shu might have chosen to retreat. Every organ within her was irreparably damaged, yet she clung to life. Such a notion defied logic. Unbeknownst to the ancestor, Yun Shu's inner turmoil ran deep as she gazed upon the ancestor's youthful visage, which seemed to resonate with a long-buried memory. On that day, why did you not resist when you went to protect the common folk, only to be beaten by those defenseless mortals? The blood demon ancestor's eyes grew increasingly vacant. What are you talking about? Yun Shu furrowed her brow in confusion, then shook her head dismissively. Yet, the person before her had completely lost their breath. The blood demon ancestor, the foremost among those who ascended, the most terrifying fiend of the Xinyu continent, met her end in the year 233 of Xinyu, slain by an unnamed sword immortal wielding an azure longsword. However, the nameless immortal subsequently vanished without a trace. Witnesses claimed that after vanquishing the blood demon ancestor, the immortal fell, perhaps having exhausted their life force, their body dissolving into a wisp of azure light that faded with the wind. Although no one knew the immortal's name, a monument was erected in their honor, and the world came to refer to the immortal simply as Qing, designating that day as Day of Tranquility. Yet, according to accounts from those involved, the reason for the fall, while indeed linked to the blood demon ancestor, was not as others imagined. After the ancestor's demise, the enhancements granted to Yun Shu by the system dissipated. How could a mere child, who could barely wield a sword and only knew how to polish it with spiritual energy, possess enough power to fly? Thus, Yun Shu fell in utter despair and helplessness. As for why there were reports of an azure light dissipating, it was the blood demon ancestor's corpse. The previously activated spiritual aura had infused all its energy into her body, and once life had ebbed away, the overwhelming pure spiritual energy could no longer be contained. Consequently, the blood demon ancestor's body disintegrated, transforming into scattered azure glimmers. Naturally, these intricacies remained unknown, as the spectators were observing from several kilometers away, unable to discern the truth. Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. There was one other who knew. Yet, he was a despicable, unscrupulous middle-aged man, notorious for exploiting child labor. Bang! Whom do you accuse of lacking morals and boundaries, of exploiting child labor while incessantly murmuring nonsense? Yun Yazi coldly regarded Yun Shu. You were the one who uttered that last remark. Yun Shu murmured softly, cradling the bump on her head, feeling aggrieved. It had been a full week since the demise of the blood demon ancestor. A week prior, when Yun Shu fell from the sky, she was perilously caught by Yun Yazi, who grasped her ankle just in time, and thus she was whisked back to the upper cloud temple. Yun Shu, you did that on purpose, didn't you? It was absolutely intentional. Her second disciple, Aguda, anxiously observed Yun Shu, who lay in a tattered state, her consciousness clouded by severe injuries. Yun Shu, I believe my forced upside-down return is related to this. For the ensuing days, Aguda devoted himself entirely to caring for Yun Shu, until today, when she awakened and was summoned by Yun Yazi to his chamber. First, cleanse yourself here. Then accompany me to a certain location, Yun Yazi stated, retracting his fist that had just struck Yun Shu, his demeanor unperturbed. Upon entering Yun Yazi's usually disheveled bedroom, Yun Shu noticed it was exceptionally tidy today, with an unfamiliar wooden tub placed prominently in the center. This was undoubtedly suspicious. In that instant, she felt an icy chill directed towards her delicate posterior. Master. Yun Shu began to inch towards the door. I had already bathed before coming here. And if I must wash again, I have a shower I crafted myself in my room that conserves more water. I assure you, I shall return swiftly. At that moment, Yun Shu's foot rested on the threshold, confident that she could escape this terrifying place in the next heartbeat. However, her attempt was thwarted by a hand imbued with an air of suspicion. Yun Yazi gazed at Yun Shu with calm eyes, lowered his hand from her shoulder, and said, "Yun Shu, now go wash your body, then accompany me to pay respects to our ancestral master." "Ah, I see now." Yun Shu exhaled in relief, realizing her master's intentions toward minors were indeed appropriate. Yun Yazi cast a deep glance at Yun Shu before stepping out and closing the door, waiting for her to finish cleansing herself. Once cleaned, Yun Shu followed Yun Yazi into the dining hall. No, the upper cloud hall. Frequently dining there, Yun Shu surveyed her surroundings, unable to recall any relics belonging to the ancestral master. What, then, was the purpose of bringing her here? Was there a hidden chamber? Click. The corner of Yun Shu's eye twitched as she observed Yun Yazi murmuring something, and suddenly, a staircase leading underground materialized on the floor of the upper cloud hall. Have I inadvertently entered a forbidden place? If I were to speak of this, would I be silenced? Yun Shu's heart raced uncontrollably. "Follow me," Yun Yazi stated, seemingly oblivious to her thoughts, and then proceeded downwards. Reluctantly, Yun Shu had no choice but to follow in his footsteps, entering the pitch-black passageway. Chapter 14. Children should only view what is appropriate for them. Yun Shu initially believed that the underground was devoid of any illumination. However, upon entering the tunnel, a series of guiding lamps unexpectedly flickered to life, illuminating their path. Thus, Yun Shu followed closely behind Yun Yazi, advancing steadily until they arrived at a wooden door. At the center of this door was a hollow circle. Yun Yazi bit his tongue, allowing a droplet of blood to fall into the hollow circle. With a sudden exclamation, the door swung open automatically. This was yet another unlocking method beyond passwords, fingerprints, facial recognition, and iris scans that Yun Shu had encountered. She speculated that the door relied on blood authentication. However, she mused that once Yun Yazi, this eternally single individual, passed away, the door would likely remain sealed forever. "Come in with me," Yun Yazi said, his expression calm and undisturbed. "Oh," Yun Shu replied, following him inside. What greeted her was not an exceptionally grand tomb, but rather a modest, confined space. In the center of the room were two cushions, and facing them was a black wooden table, barren save for two white candles and a solitary spirit tablet. Yet, the inscription on the tablet sent a chill down Yun Shu's spine. "Master Ancestor Yun Shu's position." "A master," Yun Shu stammered, her lips twitching as she pointed shakily at the spirit tablet. This is our master ancestor." "Yun Shu," Yun Yazi stated calmly. "It happens to share your name." "Happenstance, my foot," Yun Shu mentally ranted. "Why wasn't I informed of this sooner? Was it easy for me to choose a name? If I had known, I would have gone with Yun Aotion. Why didn't you stop me?" Unbeknownst to Yun Yazi, who was oblivious to her inner turmoil, he took a seat on one of the cushions. So this is not meant for kneeling, she realized. As she joined him on the other cushion, her thoughts still swirling with complaints. Yun Yazi gazed at Yun Shu's spirit tablet. "Yun Shu, hey, it's getting dusty," and slowly began to speak. "Do you know why the Shangyun Temple is situated at the easternmost edge of the Xianyu continent? Yet I made a special trip to bring back your junior brother from the northern barbarian tribes. Isn't it because of the Great Sea Route?" Yun Shu inquired, feigning ignorance. "It is due to the blood demon ancestor residing there," Yun Yazi continued. At the mention of the blood demon ancestor, Yun Shu involuntarily shuddered. Although he had personally dispatched her, the very name still made him feel uneasy. "Master, I've studied psychology for a few years," Yun Shu quipped. "Someone with suicidal tendencies like you is in need of psychological counseling." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yun Yazi retorted, giving her head a gentle yet firm tap. "System. This fellow is my enemy. I must activate the protagonist's halo." Yun Shu clutched her head, her teeth chattering in response. "I'm afraid that activation is contingent upon a heartfelt conviction," the system responded. "In your previous world, individuals like you were commonly referred to as Tsundere. Tsundere, you say? You are indeed a golden-haired, twin-tailed enigma, outwardly dismissive, yet fundamentally sincere." Within her heart, Yun Shu silently contended. Sighing softly, Yun Yazi redirected Yun Shu's attention once more, stating, "As the foremost disciple of Shangyun Temple, it is time for you to comprehend our origins." Gazing intently into Yun Shu's eyes, he continued earnestly. "The connection between Shangyun Temple and the blood demon ancestor is profound. One might say that our temple was established to atone for the blood demon ancestor's transgressions. Upon hearing these words, Yun Shu's breath caught in her throat. Her mind became a tempest of confusion. It is commonplace for the grand adversary of the Immortal Jade Continent to have subordinates. Yet to discover that one of those subordinates is herself. This is not the crux of her dilemma. The true concern lies in the fact that this subordinate had vanquished her own leader. What a bizarre twist of fate. Master, oh master, Yun Shu lamented, her right hand kneading her temples. I shall inform Aguda of subsequent matters. I apologize, but alas, I am of advancing age and must resign forthwith to embrace a life of leisure among the clouds. As she attempted to rise, a hand pressed gently upon her head, compelling her to remain seated. Such a young child, merely 6 years old, already wishes to retire? Yun Yazi remarked with a scoff. Sit still and heed my words. Knowing I am but 6, must you share such explosive revelations? Yun Shu protested, struggling against Yun Yazi's grip. Do you realize you are administering unrefined fertilizer to a flower full of life, brimming with confidence for the future? Believe me, I could transform into a world-destroying demon in an instant. How could she be afflicted by such woes before even reaching the age of 15? Yun Yazi shook his head in a display of pity. What misfortune indeed! Do not trivialize my youthful troubles as mere whims. Yun Shu retorted with fervor. Thus, the two exchanged glances for an extended period. Very well, you have triumphed. You are the elder, and your word is law. Ultimately, Yun Shu conceded. A smile broke upon Yun Yazi's face as he began to elucidate the entirety of their tale. 3 centuries ago, the rift between humanity and the demon race had yet to be resolved. Whenever the two factions met, it was a battle to the death. Ah, such a cliched backdrop. Yun Shu drawled. With a thud, Yun Yazi retracted his fist and continued. Among humanity, a prestigious clan birthed 2 prodigious talents, a male and a female. The male, endowed with exceptional talent, ascended the path of the sword to a level that left countless swordsmen in awe. His prowess drew the attention of even the most venerable cultivators. And the female? Yun Shu inquired, her curiosity piqued. As Yun Yazi shook his head with an amused smile, he replied, initially, no one knew her true potential. Yet, when she finally emerged, the world could only utter one phrase in her regard. Yun Shu swallowed hard, anticipation coursing through her. The foremost individual beneath ascension. Yun Yazi declared with utmost seriousness. Although she had surmised this truth, the revelation still struck Yun Shu with profound astonishment. Indeed, that female cultivator was none other than the current blood demon ancestor. Master, what is the true name of the blood demon ancestor? Yun Shu inquired. Lo Shiyu. Yun Yazi responded. Yun Shu, I believe you have beheld the visage of the blood demon ancestor. What are your thoughts on her? The beauty that captivates nations is beyond compare, as Yun Shu earnestly remarked. Suddenly, she realized. Wait, could it be? Indeed. Yun Yazi nodded and said, a beauty matches a hero, and a talented scholar pairs with a fair maiden. Thus, those 2 prodigies, as expected, became a couple. Yun Shu gazed at Yun Yazi with a face full of regret. What is it? Yun Yazi inquired curiously. Nothing at all. Yun Shu's lips twitched. She had anticipated that a nefarious villain had taken a fancy to the maiden, leading to a classic hero saving the beauty scenario. To her surprise, her thoughts had wandered too far. Indeed, formats like AVI and RMVB do not exist in reality. Chapter 15. The depths of this Taoist temple 300 years ago. During the last cataclysmic battle between humans and demons, the ferocity of the conflict was beyond description. However, in the aftermath, both the human and demon races suffered grievously, each paying a heavy price. In pursuit of their species' survival, 3 emperors of the human race and 5 demon lords reached an accord for cohabitation and mutual prosperity. From that moment on, the Xinyu continent was free from war, ushering in a long-awaited peace. Yun Shu's ancestral master participated in that war, emerging as a prominent figure. Yun Yazi spoke leisurely. The demon race fell silent in his presence. Wherever he went, no demons survived. Yun Shu sat quietly on the cushion, listening intently. Yun Yazi continued. However, the once revered hope of humanity, Yun Shu's ancestral master, encountered a turning point that altered his life irrevocably. The admiration of the masses transformed into disdain and hatred. What happened to the master? Yun Shu asked. He saved a demon, Yun Yazi replied. Yun Shu understood at once. Though she had not experienced the war, she had seen many related films and videos, such as tales of a certain ninja or a man aspiring to be the pirate king. In times of war, saving an enemy is tantamount to becoming one. Yet, it is not foolishness but hatred, born from the loss of comrades. That said, Yun Shu pondered further. Master, the demon you saved wouldn't happen to be a demon princess, would she? Yun Shu looked up into Yun Yazi's eyes and asked, How did you know? Yun Yazi regarded her with curiosity. It's nothing. Yun Shu scoffed at such a cliched trope. Yun Yazi continued, Naturally, Yun Shu's ancestral master understood that saving a demon was wrong, yet he, being kind-hearted, chose to heal that demon princess. Although he performed this act in secrecy, it was discovered by a comrade who had also participated in the war. Subsequently, this comrade exposed Yun Shu's ancestral master's actions, and upon learning of the matter, the commanding officer demanded that the master surrender the demon princess as a hostage to threaten the demon race. The master refused and privately released the demon princess. Surely, the master faced punishment for this, right? Yun Shu remarked with a click of her tongue. Indeed, he was confined for a day. Yun Yazi nodded. That cannot be right. Yun Shu immediately retorted, A demon princess. Such a vital strategic asset was released, and he was merely confined for a day? Are you sure they captured a demon princess and not just her pet? At that time, the leader of the human army was the master of the ancestral teacher. Yun Yazi remarked nonchalantly. What could Yun Shu say in response? Alas, this decaying society. However, when the ancestral teacher once again stepped onto the battlefield, he met his demise. Yun Yazi continued. It was not due to the emergence of a formidable foe from the demon race, but rather, he was treacherously slain by a comrade in arms. TSK. Humanity truly is a collection of ignorant beings. Yun Shu couldn't help but lament. Thud. Yun Shu, clutching his head, collapsed to the ground. At that time, no one believed they had erred. The one who killed the ancestral teacher even fancied himself a hero for dealing with a traitor. The expression on Yun Yazi's face turned somewhat derisive, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the true hero of this war was, in fact, the very traitor they reviled. Oh, here comes the thrilling part. Yun Shu excitedly sprang up from the ground and sat upright. Yun Yazi rolled his eyes and continued. In truth, when the ancestral teacher spared the demon princess, the war was on the brink of conclusion. Having endured the ravages of war, the ancestral teacher comprehended that this great conflict merely served to deepen mutual hatred until one race was utterly annihilated. Thus, when he released the demon princess, he entrusted her to communicate with the demon king, while he himself would engage in dialogue with the 3 human emperors to bring an end to the strife. Was the ancestral teacher truly that remarkable? Yun Shu gasped in astonishment. Speaking of the ancestral teacher's prowess, why then is the sect situated in such a desolate place? Yun Yazi disregarded Yun Shu's query and continued. In reality, whether human or demon, the upper echelons had grown weary of war. The toll had been too great. Should hostilities persist, both races would ultimately face extinction. The ancestral teacher and the demon princess were merely catalysts for the cessation of conflict, leading the 3 human emperors and the 5 demon kings to follow suit in concluding the war. Yet, the situation was far from simple. Despite the upper echelon's intentions to cease hostilities, the cultivators who had witnessed the sacrifices of their loved ones would undoubtedly resist. Hence, the ancestral teacher ultimately resolved to sacrifice himself, allowing the target of hatred to shift onto his own shoulders. In other words, the ancestral teacher willingly accepted the title of traitor? Yun Shu shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, Yun Yazi nodded. Thus, when Blood Luo Shiyu uncovered the truth, did she embark on a quest for vengeance against all of humanity for the sake of her beloved? Yun Shu inquired. It was not vengeance, Yun Yazi intoned solemnly. It was merely disappointment. Luo Shiyu, possessing exceptional intellect, understood the ancestral teacher's self-sacrificial rationale. However, the cost of ending the war required the sacrifice of an insignificant, nameless cultivator, a ludicrous reality that Luo Shiyu could not accept. Consequently, she departed from the sect and was never heard from again. When Luo Shiyu re-emerged in the world, the once celebrated prodigy had transformed into a feared demon lord, blood demon ancestor. At this juncture, Yun Yazi paused briefly before continuing. If Luo Shiyu's beloved could sacrifice herself for the sake of the Immortal Jade Continent, then the Immortal Jade Continent could likewise sacrifice all living beings for her. Yun Shu fell into silence. Objectively speaking, he recognized that Luo Shiyu had erred profoundly. However, subjectively speaking, he was unaware of whether Luo Shiyu had erred, Had he occupied Luo Shiyu's position, he too would have been uncertain of his own actions. Yun Yazi, observing the bewildered expression in Yun Shu's eyes, instinctively understood the source of his confusion, yet it bore no relevance to him. Yun Shu, do you know which generation of sect master I am? Upon hearing the figure 250, Yun Shu's lips involuntarily twitched. Indeed, Yun Yazi nodded. It is truly the case. Yun Shu, placing a hand on his forehead, lamented, 300 years have seen the succession of 250 sect masters. Is there a poverty-stricken deity without a chest residing in my family? Before you took residence at Shangyun Temple, my tenure as sect master was less than a decade. Yun Yazi stated calmly. Then, master, what of the previous sect master? Yun Shu inquired. Deceased, Yun Yazi replied, his tone suggesting a detachment from the matter. While attempting to thwart the blood demon ancestor, my senior brother was slain by her with a single strike. How tragic, Yun Shu remarked, a grimace crossing his face. A sudden query surfaced in Yun Shu's mind. Master, since our ancestor perished in battle, logically, he should not have had the opportunity to establish a sect. Why then does Shangyun Temple exist today? Ah, you've noticed. Yun Yazi said with an appreciative gaze directed at Yun Shu. Indeed, the true founding ancestor of Shangyun Temple was not our ancestor. The actual founder was a friend of our ancestor, the very individual who exposed him and subsequently ambushed and killed him. Good heavens! A multitude of alpacas seemed to dance upon Yun Shu's heart. He finally grasped why Yun Yazi had stated that the establishment of this sect was intended to atone for the blood demon ancestor. Yet, Yun Shu felt a sense of relief as well. Although many sect masters had perished, confidentiality had been well maintained. Thankfully, the blood demon ancestor remained oblivious to Shangyun Temple. Otherwise, no matter how astute one might be, they would likely have been dismembered by her from the outset. Chapter 16. Schools Across Dimensions. Upon emerging from the secret chamber, Yun Shu felt utterly disheartened. First, he discovered the connection between his family's temple and the ultimate antagonist. Next, he learned that the name of his ancestor was strikingly similar to his own. Finally, he uncovered that the first sect master who founded Shangyun Temple was the very person who had slain his ancestor. Though this individual later sought to atone for his grave mistake, it raises the question of why the foolish actions of predecessors should burden the novices that follow. The first master had slain the beloved of the blood demon ancestor, while the 251st master had also killed the blood demon ancestor. What a tragic legacy. Yun Shu stood speechless, gazing sorrowfully at the azure sky at a 45-degree angle. Before leaving the secret chamber, Yun Yazi had informed Yun Shu that this secret was to be known only by successive sect masters. Thus, Yun Shu had been tacitly acknowledged as the future 251st sect master of Shangyun Temple. Senior brother, a youthful voice suddenly resonated behind Yun Shu. Oh, it's Aguda, he recognized, seeing his junior brother Aguda, who was a year his junior. This detail is crucial. Thank you for your care these past few days, Yun Shu exclaimed, playfully patting Aguda's belly. Don't misunderstand. It's primarily because I couldn't reach your shoulder. Carefully, Aguda crouched down to allow Yun Shu to reach his shoulder. Master brother, Aguda's expression shifted continuously, as if he were brewing some words. Yun Shu tilted his head, curiously observing Aguda clenching his fists. Aguda's gaze finally solidified with determination. He looked earnestly at Yun Shu and sincerely expressed, Master brother, thank you for avenging my parents and my tribe. From now on, I, Aguda, no, Yun, am willing to brave fire and water for you. Well, it's nothing. After all, you are my junior brother. It is only natural for a senior brother to do something for you. Yun Shu gazed blankly at the sky once more. Just when he managed to divert his thoughts from such heartwarming matters, why did it have to be brought up again? Unaware of Yun Shu's inner turmoil, Aguda looked up at him. Though his face was youthful, his deep, black eyes seemed to narrate untold stories of the past. Aguda appeared to grasp the reason behind Yun Shu's formidable strength. Master brother, you must have endured a painful experience. But from now on I, your junior brother Yun, vow to protect you with my life. After delivering this rather melodramatic declaration, Aguda turned and walked away. Yun Shu stared at him, bewildered by his departure. What exactly was he talking about just now? Subsequently, Aguda officially joined the Shangyun Temple, adopting the name Yun, age 5. The little girl they rescued from the Lanhai sect also became a junior sister at the Shangyun Temple, renamed Yun Luo, age 3. The permanent population of Shangyun Temple finally welcomed new members, a cause for celebration. 6 years later, the following morning, despite having played a trick on Yun Yazi the day before, the night passed, and Yun Yazi, being magnanimous, decided not to stoop to the level of a mere child like Yun Shu. Is this what you meant by not stooping to a child's level? Yun Shu glared with deadpan eyes, expressionless as he stared at the calm Yun Yazi, who was sipping tea. Yun Yazi replied with composure. I mentioned yesterday that I would come today to discuss something with you, yet you were sleeping so soundly. To avoid disturbing your slumber, I took the liberty of bringing you along with your blanket. He feigned a heartache and shook his head sadly. Then, master, might I inquire if you sleep while being hung upside down? Yun Shu retorted with a hint of resentment. At this moment, the four individuals gathered in the Shangyun Hall. Master Yun Yazi sat at the front, while the second junior brother Yun Yi and junior sister Yun Luo occupied seats to one side. Only Yun Shu was uniquely positioned, suspended upside down from the central beam by a rope, bundled in his blanket. This is to strengthen your physical condition. As the master brother, if your physical prowess is inferior to that of your junior brother, it truly pains me, Yun Yazi asserted. Nonsense. Yun Yi is a barbarian. You've sealed your cultivation. He could take on 10 of you, you shameless old rogue. Yun Shu bellowed. Yun Yazi did not contest this, but gazed at Yun Shu with genuine concern. Yun Shu, after all this talk, you must be thirsty. I have prepared some mustard water for you. Allow me to feed you. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will never trick you again. Yun Shu gazed anxiously at the malevolent Yun Yazi, who was poised to pour a cup of water with a peculiar aroma into her nostrils. At that moment, panic enveloped her. Yun Shu, haven't you uttered that phrase more than once? Yun Yazi revealed a sinister smile. If apologies held any weight, what need would there be for law enforcement? Cough. Master, since senior brother has acknowledged his mistake, please let him off this time. Yun Yi interjected, seizing the opportunity to dissuade. Indeed. Yun Luo clutched Yun Yazi's arm, her large, innocent eyes pleading, Master, please spare senior brother just this once. Yun Yazi's lips twitched involuntarily. Ever since Yun Luo arrived at the Shangyun Temple, she had followed Yun Shu like a little shadow. Yet, it was impossible to feel anger towards the adorable little girl. Humph. Yun Yazi snorted coldly, lightly slicing the air with his finger. The ropes binding Yun Shu promptly fell away. Yun Yi hurried to assist Yun Shu in freeing herself. Once she was seated comfortably, Yun Yazi began to speak again. Yun Shu, you are 12 years old this year, and it is time for you to attend school. Upon hearing this, Yun Shu's expression transformed into one of dismay. The Central Immortal Jade Academy, situated in the heart of the Immortal Jade Continent, is the only city dedicated to academia amidst numerous cultivation schools scattered across the land. You heard it correctly. It is indeed a city of learning. The academy resides on an island within a lake, vast enough to rival a medium-sized nation on the continent. However, apart from teachers, students, and relevant staff, no outsiders, including parents, are permitted entry. It is aptly described as a paradise for educators and a veritable hell for misbehaving youth. It is worth mentioning that this esteemed institution admits all sentient beings from the Immortal Jade Continent, provided they pass the entrance examination. Master, can I not attend? No, but I am already stronger than you. Being slightly stronger than me is of no consequence, Yun Yazi retorted mockingly. Then you are even less than a mere fart. Yun Shu shouted defiantly. Having navigated this world for 12 years, Yun Shu had discerned the correct method of utilizing the system. The system only grants enhancements when faced with adversaries. This implies that as long as Yun Shu perceives someone as an enemy, she will benefit from the system's boon. Through years of training, she discovered that the system's definition of an enemy was rather nebulous. One could regard them as mortal foes or mere rivals. The former would be challenging to achieve without psychological issues, but the latter, well, as someone who had endured the rigors of a cruel examination-based education, Yun Shu found it exceedingly simple. Especially after unlocking her comprehension, she often regarded Yun Luo as a rival while studying spells. It is pertinent to note the ranking of insight within the Shangyun Temple, from highest to lowest: Yun Luo, Yun Yi, Yun Yazi, and finally, Yun Shu. Chapter 17. The Privileges of Special Enrollment. Half a month later, Yun Shu ultimately found herself standing at the entrance of the admissions office of the Central Immortal Jade Academy. I am not compromising. I merely wish to demonstrate to that disrespectful elder that I, Yun Shu, am indeed a mediocre student. Let us rewind to a fortnight ago. I will not go. No matter what you say, I refuse. Yun Shu fervently shook his head, completely unwilling to heed Yun Yazi's insistence. After all, Yun had just turned 11 and was eligible for school. He could attend in my stead while I remain here to support you in your old age. The Central Xinyu Academy mandates that, barring special admissions, one must be at least 12 years old to enroll. Thus Yun will naturally attend next year. Yun Yazi remarked nonchalantly. Well, we shall discuss it next year, Yun Shu retorted, determined to avoid the academy. Yun Yazi gazed at him in silence until Yun Shu felt uncomfortable under his penetrating stare, prompting him to speak. There are many intriguing things there. Yun Shu was momentarily taken aback by Yun Yazi's words. Although he had learned about teleportation arrays at the age of 6, their exorbitant fees meant he had only ventured out for official business. Yun Yazi's comment sparked a flicker of desire within Yun Shu, albeit for just a fleeting second. Noticing this brief glimmer of interest, Yun Yazi's eyes subtly sparkled with insight. Of course, the admission criteria for the Central Xinyu Academy are quite stringent. With your mediocre theoretical knowledge, you may very well struggle to pass, he stated calmly. Nevertheless, I shall provide you with some funds, sufficient for you to enjoy some time outside, but you must not abandon your journey midway. Thump, thump, thump. Yun Shu's heart raced. In this world, where science is often disregarded, the theoretical aspects of cultivation appeared even more daunting to someone like Yun Shu, who already struggled academically. The mere thought of the entrance examination convinced him he would surely fail. Thus, the prospect of venturing out for recreation had become an undeniable reality. Ultimately, Yun Shu resolved to embark on a quest for knowledge. Fast forward to the present. While the Central Xinyu Academy is situated on an island, the admissions office resides in a grand building perched at the edge of the bridge connecting to the island. Yun Shu, brimming with excitement, rushed to enroll, already plotting his subsequent adventures. Hello, I would like to register for admission. Yun Shu politely addressed an elderly gentleman with a white beard at the entrance of the admissions office. The elder smiled warmly at him, kindly responding, "Ah, please, do come in. What an independent child you are, not requiring an elder to escort you. I will speak with the teachers inside to see if they can be a bit more lenient." Yun Shu's smile instantly faltered. Was it truly appropriate to voice such things so openly? Wait a moment. I do not require your assistance, sir. With utmost sincerity, Yun Shu bowed to the elder. Everyone who enters this school starts from the same starting line. My mentor has taught me that one must conduct oneself with integrity. Otherwise, inner demons may take root in the future. I have already fabricated this tale. Surely you will not assist me further. Indeed, quite commendable. The elder stroked his white beard, his gaze towards Yun Shu growing increasingly approving. Your rigorous attitude and respect for your teachers indicate you shall undoubtedly become a paragon among the academy's students. Let us proceed thus. You shall be exempt from the theoretical examination and instead await the assessment of your capabilities. Alas, I have expressly stated the need for alignment with my peers, anticipating my theoretical evaluation to be dismissed. Do you truly believe the dean will acquiesce to such an arrangement? The elder, observing Yun Shu's hesitance, chuckled and reassured. Fear not, your starting point aligns with that of your peers. Throughout the history of this institution, no student has ever failed the theoretical knowledge assessment. It is merely a formality. No. You are mistaken. I do not even possess a single textbook along this path and intend to submit a blank paper. Yun Shu exclaimed. What about the dean? I shall file a complaint. Dean. Just as Yun Shu contemplated reporting this audacious elder, someone called out the title of the dean. Turning in surprise, Yun Shu beheld a young male teacher hastening towards them. Goodness. To attain the position of dean at such a tender age suggests remarkable prowess. He mused. Could this be the esteemed teacher Zhang, who could transform any material he had perused into a comprehensive tome? The young educator approached Yun Shu and respectfully bowed to the elderly gentleman. Dean, were you not intending to personally oversee the admissions today? The directors await your presence inside. Oh, there is no rush. The proceedings have yet to commence. The dean replied with a smile. It is fortuitous that I stepped out for some fresh air and happened upon such a promising student. Teacher Chun, kindly arrange with Director Wang that this child need not partake in the theoretical examination, but may instead await the forthcoming capability assessment. The male teacher gazed at Yun Shu in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. Hasten, I shall clarify the situation to them, the dean encouraged. Understood, the teacher responded, turning to enter the building without further ado. The dean then looked down at the bewildered Yun Shu, his expression warm with kindness. Child, I eagerly anticipate your future performance. Thank you, Yun Shu stammered, his lips twitching. A sense of foreboding washed over him, hinting that the day might not unfold as he had envisioned. Upon entering the lounge, expecting solitude, Yun Shu was surprised to encounter 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. As he entered, the trio simultaneously turned their gazes towards him, choosing to avoid any disturbance. Yun Shu quietly settled into a corner. The 3 children promptly took seats beside him. Are you also a special enrollment student? One of the boys inquired. No, Yun Shu replied earnestly. The children's expressions shifted instantly. The girl stuttered, wait, the exam hasn't even begun, and you've already completed the paper? How impressive. Is this school truly admitting top-tier students? Yun Shu chuckled awkwardly. I did not participate in the written examination. The children stared at Yun Shu in growing astonishment. Not a special enrollment student, yet exempt from the exam. One boy gazed at Yun Shu with admiration, exclaiming, wow, that is amazing. I fear I may have wandered into the wrong place. Yun Shu accepted their adoring gazes with a wistful expression. For years, Yun Shu has been engaged in a battle of wits with her master, completely oblivious to the fact that a 12-year-old child is at an age where they idolize heroes. What? Yun-yi? Having experienced great misfortune in his youth, Yun-yi possesses a maturity that far surpasses that of the average child. As for Yun Luo, Yun Shu has always regarded her as a daughter. Although she finds these 3 children somewhat exasperating, she has learned their names through conversation. The girl is named Ji Xueqing, while the short-haired boy is Ji Wangshi. Both hail from the same family. The other boy, who is sturdier than the trio, including Yun Shu, is named Wan Gaoge. These 3 children are special recruits. The 2 boys are of the same age as Yun Shu, while Ji Xueqing is a year younger. They informed Yun Shu that special recruits are exempt from the written examination, but they are required to participate in the subsequent skill assessment, which is notably more stringent for them. Unlike others, who face off against each other with teachers evaluating their performance, where winning or losing does not guarantee passing. Special recruits must spar with a teacher and must successfully block 3 of their attacks to pass. Yun Shu gazed at the 3 with sympathy. Yun Shu, why do you look at me like that? Ji Xueqing asked, her cheeks flushing. It's nothing. I just think you are impressive, Yun Shu replied, shaking her head. Her sympathy for the trio deepening. The privilege of being a special recruit merely exempts them from a universally passable written test. Yet they must face an even more challenging skill assessment. It seems these 3 have been led astray by the academy. Chapter 18. A fight must have a venue. As the 4 conversed, another little girl entered the lounge. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her oval face bore a cool demeanor. However, what caught attention were her striking crimson eyes. Yet, she did not appear sinister. Instead, there was an enchanting charm about her. The 3 children, who had just been surrounding Yun Shu, eagerly trotted over to the new girl. Yun Shu paid little heed. Having learned during their earlier banter that these 3 simply sought friendship, they had mentioned that prior to attending the school, they had spent their time cultivating within their sect families, rarely having opportunities to venture out. Thus, upon arriving here, they were eager to make many friends. Ha, little brats. Yun Shu scoffed, being familiar only with her own juniors. Excuse me, are you a special recruit? Ji Xueqing inquired sweetly, looking at the black-haired, red-eyed girl. No, the girl replied flatly. Then, are you like Yun Shu, merely exempt from the written exam? Ji Xueqing continued. The little girl raised her head and followed Ji Xueqing's pointing finger to see Yun Shu. Her expression momentarily froze, and a flicker of unexplainable meaning danced in her crimson eyes. Suddenly, the girl broke into a radiant smile. No, I only arrived after completing my exam. Wow, hasn't it only just begun? You finished already. Ji Wangshi, standing nearby, gazed in admiration at the little girl as he recalled the bell signaling the start of the exam. How impressive. For some inexplicable reason, Yun Shu felt that the black-haired, red-eyed girl, although chatting with 3 other children, seemed to be fixated on her. Perhaps she could be her lifelong rival. Yun Shu pondered gravely, understanding the historical context. After all, the discord between underachievers and top students is irreconcilable. May I ask, what is your name? Inquired the stout Luang Gaoge, his face flushed as he stammered. How wonderful it is to be young, Yun Shu thought to herself. I am Luo Shiyu, the black-haired, red-eyed girl replied, her gaze still locked onto Yun Shu. Thud. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, Yun Shu, are you all right? Ji Xueqing turned her head, puzzled, as she watched Yun Shu tumble from her chair, coughing incessantly. And no, it's nothing, Yun Shu chuckled awkwardly, scrambling back onto her seat. It must be a homophone. You, desire, nurture, precious. Look at all these homophones. The 11 in Lian 11 and the U in Yu sure, Luo Shiyu continued. What a lovely name. Luang Gaoga said, blushing. Thud. Yun Shu. What now? Luang Gaoga appeared somewhat displeased, deeply suspecting that Yun Shu was intentionally causing such a commotion to draw the attention of the beautiful girl. I slipped. I'm sorry. This time, Yun Shu crouched beneath the table, shielding herself from Luo Shiyu's gaze. It can't be as I feared, can it? Surely not. Such a far-fetched scenario could only unfold in a novel. It must be a coincidence, much like my name being the same as my masteress. With this thought, Yun Shu's heart regained a semblance of calm. The battle from 6 years ago remained etched in her memory, primarily due to the absurd connection between her opponent and her school. Luo Shiyu cast a lingering glance at Yun Shu's position before turning back to converse with the 3 children. After the theoretical exam concluded, a swarm of children, all of similar age to Yun Shu, surged into the lounge. The once tranquil room was now filled with lively chatter. After all, they were merely children. And Yun Shu understood. Ji Xueqing, Luo Shiyu, Ji Wangshi, and Luang Gaoga occupied the front row, while Yun Shu had quietly migrated to the back row, striving to blend into the crowd. Excellent. I've successfully achieved the anonymity of a passerby. Even though she knew they were not the same person, the name Luo Shiyu still cast a psychological shadow over Yun Shu. Before long, a young male teacher entered, the same one she had seen at the door. Hello everyone. My surname is Chun, and you can call me Teacher Chun, he said, addressing the group of 11 and 12-year-olds with a friendly demeanor rather than that of an elder to the younger generation. This endears Yun Shu to Chen Feizhou. As he introduced himself in the lounge, the noise gradually subsided. Next came the proficiency test. Chen Feizhou, with a warm smile, announced, in 5 minutes. I shall escort you to the backyard for the second examination. A second examination? Does that imply there will be a third and fourth? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Shu understood. As a premier institution on the continent, it could not possibly have only 2 assessments, especially considering the first one was exceedingly simplistic, excluding herself, of course. 5 minutes later, Chen Feizhou led the prospective students to the entrance of a small building. All right, everyone, please step inside. Can such a tiny structure accommodate us all? Yun Shu murmured under her breath. It wasn't a matter of doubt. The house was genuinely too small. The number of children present could not be in the thousands. But certainly, there were at least 100 or so. This was not due to a lack of applicants, but rather because the Central Xinyu Academy only enrolled 200 students daily. Those who arrived late would have to wait until the following day to register. Nevertheless, the line for registration was not particularly urgent, as admissions would continue for 2 months. This was likely why Yun Shu was not in a rush to enroll. Chen Feizhou noticed Yun Shu's expression from a distance. This had nothing to do with the dean's assurance that she need not take the first exam. Hee. You will find out what I mean once you enter. There is a world of wonder inside, Chen Feizhou said with a mysterious smile. The top 3 students and Luo Shiyu entered first, followed by the other children streaming in. Amidst the throng, Yun Shu blended in. Upon entering, she finally grasped the meaning behind Chen Feizhou's words. Although it appeared from the outside to be a small wooden house, inside it transformed into a vast arena. Oh my goodness! As a struggling student, Yun Shu could only express her astonishment with these simple words. In fact, she was not alone in her surprise. Most of the other children who entered were equally wide-eyed, gazing at the immense space before them. This is crafted using spatial magic by a master, Chen Feizhou declared proudly as the last to enter. What is there to boast about among a bunch of kids? Yun Shu rolled her eyes. Time and space, whether in her past life or the present, remained the most challenging concepts to comprehend. Just this venue for a proficiency test reaffirmed for Yun Shu why the Central Xinyu Academy was a leading institution on the continent. Chapter 19. Preferring opponents over swine. While everyone was still in awe of the venue, 3 individuals arrived. At the center stood an elderly man with a white beard, the dean she had previously encountered, the venerable Gandalf. Clearing his throat, the dean's soft cough resonated through the room, and every individual present heard it distinctly. All eyes turned toward him in unison. How impressive! Yun Shu couldn't help but silently admire. Just from this act, she discerned that the dean's abilities were far from ordinary, certainly surpassing those of her own master. However, one must ponder why such an astutely skilled elder would meander aimlessly at the entrance. This unforeseen circumstance thwarted Yun Shu's initial plan of being eliminated in the first round. Consequently, Yun Shu was compelled to resort to a secondary strategy, to be eliminated during the prowess evaluation. Naturally, deliberately losing was out of the question. After all, with that troublesome system in place, defeat was an impossibility. System, brave youth, would you care for some medicine? Thus, a certain finesse in combat would be required. While engaging in conversation with the three youngsters, Yun Shu deduced the true intent behind this proficiency test. Regardless of victory or defeat, there existed an opportunity for enrollment. The assessment appeared not to gauge the students' current abilities, but rather their potential, the latent capacity to become formidable. The students hailing from various regions and factions displayed a diverse range of abilities. Some, from prestigious sects, had ingested various elixirs from a young age to fortify their bodies, while others from lesser sects relied on consistent training to strengthen their physique, such as the Shangyan Temple. Moreover, beyond these tangible resources, the intangible advantages varied significantly. A major sect naturally possesses a considerable number of formidable warriors to facilitate training, a luxury unattainable by smaller factions, such as the Shangyan Temple, which consists solely of one master and 3 disciples. In essence, regardless of strength or weakness, the fundamental nature of this institution's recruitment is to cultivate students into future powerhouses in a non-pejorative sense. Hence, the innate qualifications of the students must be undeniably high. Initially, with an aptitude score of merely 0.001, Yun Shu deemed it utterly impossible for him to gain admission to this academy. Yet, following his battle with the blood demon ancestors 6 years prior, his combat awareness and experience were forcibly elevated to a level that would elude even the most accomplished cultivators throughout their lifetimes. To put it succinctly, he became invincible among those of the same realm. Of course, he had yet to formally embark on the path of cultivation. It seems I may have digressed slightly. In any case, Yun Shu felt a profound confidence regarding the forthcoming evaluation. In combat, a weaker opponent seeking to vanquish a stronger one must possess adaptability, keen observation, and the ability to exploit their adversary's vulnerabilities. Conversely, a stronger opponent can simply prevail with a straightforward attack. Therefore, since victory was assured regardless, it would be prudent to employ rigid and predictable techniques to secure a win. This approach would lead the evaluators to perceive him as one lacking adaptability, thereby allowing him to exit this arena unscathed. Greetings to all prospective students of our esteemed institution. I am the Dean, Liu. The gentle voice of Dean Liu resonated. Having successfully passed the first examination to arrive here, I trust you possess a fundamental understanding of the cultivation framework. To this statement, Yun Shu scoffed internally. What merit lay in trivialities that anyone could surpass? Yet, he failed to notice the myriad expressions of hardship reflected on the faces of the children nearby, reminiscent of the formidable obstacles they had previously encountered. Without further ado, we shall commence the second examination, the prowess evaluation. Dean Liu continued. Next, students will draw lots to see who shall step onto the stage for preparation. The others may either observe from the viewing platform or take a moment to warm up. At that moment, a colossal platform rose in the center, surrounded by grand, tiered seating. Half of the spectators had eagerly engaged in warm-up exercises, while only a select few remained to observe the impending battle. Yun Shu, feeling relaxed, found a nearby spot to watch the contest unfold. Dean Liu, along with 2 other middle-aged instructors, took their positions as judges. Chen Feizhou retrieved 2 slips of paper from a box and announced loudly the names inscribed upon them. Feng Lu versus Ding Yaoyang. The 2 12-year-old contenders, having completed their warm-ups, ascended the stage. A mere glance was enough for Yun Shu to predict the outcome. Undoubtedly, the skirmishes between mere bystanders would not be trivial affairs. Approximately half an hour had elapsed since the battle commenced when Ding Yaoyang was struck on the collarbone by Feng Lu's wooden sword. Enduring the pain, Ding clung desperately to the weapon, then headbutted Feng Lu with considerable force. Feng Lu fell to the ground, and Ding emerged victorious. Yun Shu was astounded by the audacity of the children from this otherworldly realm, using their heads as weapons in the absence of arms. Why not employ a kick to the groin instead? Black tiger heart extraction, monkey stealing peaches, turtle shell fist. Each of these techniques could effortlessly vanquish an opponent. Let us take a moment of silence for Yun Shu's adversary. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, the day had nearly passed. During this interval, Yun Shu found herself increasingly exasperated. What manner of individuals were participating in these matches? Some became so engrossed in the competition that they forgot the purpose of the test, grappling with one another in a wild embrace. Others displayed even more absurd behavior, boasting grandiose declarations before the fight, only to dissolve into tears after receiving a single blow. You are 12, not 2. And to make matters worse, the one who brought him to tears was a girl. Yun Shu felt that observing this spectacle was less rewarding than engaging in warm-up exercises herself, pondering how best to defeat her opponent's rigidity. Chen Feizhou began to announce the next contest. Ding Qishui versus Luo Xiyu. Upon hearing Luo Xiyu's name, Yun Shu's spirits lifted. It was impossible not to notice this girl. Sharing a name with the blood demon ancestor and boasting exceptional academic prowess. Wow, so beautiful. Not only is she striking, but her name is melodious as well. When Luo Xiyu took the stage, gasps of admiration resonated from the audience. TCH, a bunch of precocious children, Yun Shu scoffed. When Ding Qishui made his entrance, more gasps of awe followed. Wow, the young man is so handsome. Undoubtedly, as the heir of the Ding family, his charisma is truly captivating. Infatuation is a disease that must be cured. Yun Shu observed Ding Qishui with a critical eye. Though merely a boy, his chiseled features, elegantly arched brows, sharp black eyes, and thin, slightly pursed lips hinted at an emerging air of haughty dominance. Yun Shu felt an inexplicable irritation rising within her. This fellow was a formidable rival, his attractiveness rivaling her own. Luo Xiyu, I wholeheartedly support you in defeating him. Luo Xiyu? Ding Qishui's gaze roamed over Luo Xiyu, finally resting on her striking crimson eyes. A smirk danced at the corner of his mouth as he confidently remarked, I know you, the first to finish the exam. Ah, you have captured my attention, quite impressive. Though you stand as my adversary now, I shall welcome you as my beloved in the future. Thud. The onlooker, Yun Shu, collapsed to the ground. Such a scenario, almost exclusively found in novels, has unexpectedly unfolded before my eyes. Although I have no desire to witness this, Luo Xiyu, upon hearing Ding Qishui's words, remained unperturbed. Instead, she calmly turned to regard the 3 judges, whose mouths were twitching uncontrollably. May I request a change of opponent, or perhaps a different creature altogether? Chapter 20. The aspirations of a mischievous child. May I request a change of opponent, or perhaps a different creature altogether? Luo Xiyu gazed calmly at the 3 judges. Ahem. The bespectacled middle-aged instructor beside Director Lu cleared his throat, adopting a slightly stern demeanor. This is an examination, not a game. Hee. Ding Qishui displayed a haughty and domineering smile. I perceive your intention to provoke me, to demonstrate that you are not an ordinary woman. It matters not. I have always been quite lenient towards my beloved. The onlooker, Yun Shu, felt a continuous twitch at the corners of her mouth. Even as a spectator, she felt embarrassed on behalf of this fellow named Ding Qishui. Wow, how imposing. This is precisely my type. Ding Qishui, I wish to bear your child. Infatuation is common. But this year, it seems particularly rampant. One must wonder, why not simply have a child instead of a monkey? Listening to the remarks of the girls and a few boys nearby, Yun Shu felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment wash over her. Can these little brats not be so precociously mature? Ding Qishui squinted, relishing the cheers from the audience. Do you see, Xiyu? Ding Qishui chuckled. To be my beloved is something many envy. Luo Xiyu remained unfazed, slowly advancing towards Ding Qishui with a wooden sword in hand. A confident smile crept across Ding Qishui's lips. So, you mean I must defeat you? Very well, as you wish. With that, Ding Qishui raised one hand, proclaiming with certainty, for the sake of fairness, I shall defeat you using only one hand. At this moment, Luo Xiyu stood directly before him, her wooden sword raised above her head, gently descending. Hee, are you deliberately holding back to ensure my victory? The smile on Ding Qishui's face grew ever brighter. Xiyu, it is evident that you harbor feelings for me. With a smile upon his face, Ding Qishui slowly reached for the descending wooden sword. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and in the next instant, he was sent flying, landing outside the arena. Luo Xiyu nonchalantly withdrew her foot and turned to Chen Feizhou. Shall we announce the results? Oh. Chen Feizhou paused for a moment before swiftly declaring Luo Xiyu the victor. The phenomenon of foolishness can be categorized into 2 types, innate and acquired. The innate condition is akin to a disability and should not be discriminated against. However, the acquired is generally shaped by one's surroundings, and without a doubt, Ding Qishui belongs to the latter. This was Yun Shu's assessment of Ding Qishui. Though she remained unaware of Ding Qishui's background, any rational individual would recognize that during a confrontation, an adversary would not simply approach without reason. As for Luo Shiyu's performance, Yun Shu felt a tinge of disappointment. The presence of such foolishness completely obscured her true capabilities. However, the evaluations from the three judges, including the dean, diverged markedly regarding Luo Shiyu and Yun Shu. Although the girl displayed no remarkable strength, she did not waver due to Ding Qishui's background, which speaks volumes about her character. The bespectacled middle-aged teacher praised her. That's not necessarily the case. Director Wang, another middle-aged teacher, interjected with a furrowed brow. Although the Ding family is quite renowned, their influence is limited to the central regions of the mainland, while this girl, Luo Shiyu, hails from an obscure sect in the east, likely unfamiliar with the Ding family. If they were to compete again, Ding Qishui would likely prevail. Given equal resources, she would undoubtedly surpass Ding Qishui. Director Wang retorted. Director Chun, our academy seeks students with potential, not those propped up by resources. Luo Shiyu will certainly become a formidable force in the future. Cough, cough. Both of you, please cease. Dean Lu interjected, clearing his throat. Do you mean to suggest that Luo Shiyu cannot compete with Ding Qishui? Isn't that the case, Dean? Director Wang frowned. While I hold high hopes for Luo Shiyu, the trump cards provided to a family heir like Ding Qishui are certainly unmatched by a minor sect. Dean Lu chuckled. I would be willing to wager with both of you that if they were to compete again, Ding Qishui would still be unable to best Luo Shiyu. That's impossible. Both directors protested, asserting that even the dean should not make such unfounded claims. It's clear that neither of you noticed the girl's footwork. Dean Lu shook his head. Did you not observe her employing the burning steps as she approached the young master of the Ding family? Burning steps? Director Chin immediately dismissed the notion. Dean, the burning steps involve channeling spiritual energy into one's feet, accumulating power for a single explosive release. Although it is a low-level technique that requires no formal training, it is utterly impossible to execute without spiritual energy. Little Chun, spiritual energy is power, and strength is not devoid of power, Dean Lu replied with a smile. Are you implying that she utilized the burning steps to concentrate her physical strength and then unleashed it through her feet? Director Wang's expression changed suddenly. Precisely, Dean Lu nodded. Observing Luo Shiyu returning to the stands and reflecting, adapting the burning steps for use before one has internalized spiritual energy showcases this girl's remarkable insight. Upon hearing this, Directors Wang and Chen exchanged glances. While they were uncertain about Ding Qishui's admission, they were confident that Luo Shiyu would certainly gain entry. Director Chen, it seems we are left only with special admissions. Dean Lu addressed Chen Feizhou, who stood nearby. Indeed, Chen Feizhou nodded, but then recalled another child. Dean, there is still one child who has yet to be tested, the one you allowed not to participate in the written examination, Yun Shu. Dean. The two directors glared at Dean Lu. While you are the dean, this is unacceptable. You are fostering a detrimental trend. Cough, cough, cough. Dean Lu coughed awkwardly, saying, It's not as you perceive. This child, Yun Shu, cough, cough. His circumstances are rather unique. In short, he is also a special admission. Oh. Director Wang scrutinized Yun Shu's file with suspicion. Yun Guan from the eastern mainland? I have never heard of it. Dean, you are well aware of the requirements for special admissions, are you not? Of course I am, Dean Lu affirmed. Dean Lu's expression sharpened as he spoke. Integrity and strength are widely recognized. The Ji siblings are remarkably distinguished among their peers, both in character and capability, even among the descendants of that esteemed lineage. Wang Gaoga is no exception. However, this individual named Yun Shu has emerged from seemingly nowhere. How can he be considered for special admission? Director Chen interjected. With a sigh, Dean Lu opened his mouth to respond. It is difficult to comment on him at this juncture, but regardless, I have resolved to admit him as a special student. Dean, this contravenes the regulations. Director Wang's voice resonated loudly enough for those in the stands to hear. Yun Shu turned his gaze in that direction, only to witness Dean Lu, one of the evaluators, rise and declare, Next, we shall proceed with the special admission test. In the first match, Yun Shu will face Lu Qing. Lu Qing? Who is that? When did I become a special student? Yun Shu was utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, he observed Dean Lu stepping onto the combat stage. I am Lu Qing. Yun Shu felt an urge to exclaim a frustrated remark, unsure if it was appropriate to voice. Chapter 21. Is it still a system that does not deceive the host? Reluctantly, Yun Shu moved to the combat stage. Realizing there was no alternative, no one had informed him that his opponent would be the dean. However, his unexpected designation as a special student led him to comprehend a certain reality. What a coincidence to run into him at the entrance. Clearly, it was a deliberate wait for me, Yun Shu murmured. This was undoubtedly a scheme directed at him. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qing coughed violently. Yun Shu, I will explain this matter to you later. For now, you must withstand 3 of my attacks. If you succeed, you will pass the test. Okay, Yun Shu replied nonchalantly. Dean, we will require an explanation afterward, Director Wang stated icily. You cannot afford to go easy in this match, even if you agree. We will still revoke his admission qualification, Director Chen echoed. That is understood, Lu Qing nodded, turning his gaze back to Yun Shu. As a special student, I will restrain myself to the level of a second-year student in the junior division for this test. Be attentive. The Central Xinyu Academy is broadly divided into 3 divisions: the junior division, the intermediate division, and the advanced division. The junior division comprises 3 grades. The intermediate division has 2 grades, and the advanced division consists of only 1 grade. Okay, Yun Shu continued to respond perfunctorily. As Lu Qing signaled to Chun Feizhou that they could begin, he suppressed his own cultivation level. Yun Shu's somewhat questionable system also activated. Name, Yun Shu. Gender, male. Age, 12 years. Attack power, 45981 defense power, 32981 IQ, 18731 comprehension, 0001771 celestial fate. Boundless, hidden attributes will soon be unlocked. System. You're not mocking me this time. Yun Shu exclaimed, astonished to see no usual sarcastic remarks accompanying his attributes. Due to the forthcoming attributes, this system has temporarily refrained from ridiculing you, the system replied. Could it be that the host has awakened an extraordinary talent, the fabled soul of a masochist? No, I am not that absurd. Yun Shu hastily declined, inquiring, by the way, what exactly are hidden attributes? Have you not always looked down upon such trivialities? Unlike the flamboyant systems of others, this system held disdain for engaging in utterly meaningless endeavors. The system responded, as a top-tier entity in the industry, it is only natural for me to be prepared for unlocking new map attributes. Therefore, I have been rather occupied lately. Kindly refrain from bothering me. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Yun Shu's mind. If the system was indeed so busy, then perhaps a minor slip resulting in defeat might allow this troublesome system to grant him a reprieve. I advise the host to abandon this foolish notion. The system interjected unexpectedly. How did you hear my thoughts? Yun Shu exclaimed, astonished. I am bound to your soul. Thus I am privy to every action and thought of yours, the system replied, and do not even entertain the thought of defeat. But I genuinely do not wish to attend school. Yun Shu pouted. School is akin to hell for me. After a brief silence, the system continued. Indeed, the host makes a valid point. It is essential to respect one's subjective agency in the pursuit of any endeavor, especially from a humanitarian perspective. Oh, then Yun Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, the system affirmed, though I am not particularly fond of this arrangement, there is no alternative. Ding. Suddenly, a sound echoed in Yun Shu's mind, followed by a line of text materializing before him. Main quest. Do you feel cheated? Worry not. Defeat the one who has deceived you. Show him that you are capable of more than just 3 moves, and that you can conquer him. Quest rewards, dependent on performance. Defeating him will result in a system upgrade. Rendering him incapacitated from level 10 to level 1 will sequentially unlock attributes. Vanquishing him will spare you from the calamity of beep medicine. Quest failure, a dose of poison. Yun Shu's vision abruptly darkened. Setting aside the system's evident disdain for the dean, it was clear that this insufferable system was far more culpable. Moreover, what on earth was beep medicine? Why the censorship? Is it some seasonal concoction? Are they afraid of failing the review? Is it truly acceptable to assign a death-on-failure quest right off the bat? What happened to humanitarianism? Oh, splendid. The quest is utterly flawless, the system remarked, evidently pleased with its own task issuance. Yun Shu nearly spat blood in exasperation. Not only Lu Qing, but also the 2 evaluators and the onlookers in the stands were perplexed by Yun Shu's demeanor. What was he attempting to convey? Laughing as if he had found a fortune one moment, and appearing as though he had encountered a nemesis the next? Lu Qing casually summoned a gust of spiritual energy that brushed against Yun Shu's face, rousing him from his reverie. Upon regaining his composure, Yun Shu looked at Lu Qing with a complex expression. Losing was out of the question. He now needed to contemplate how to defeat the dean in a low-key manner without appearing ostentatious. How could he possibly achieve that? Are you ready? Lu Qing inquired with a gentle smile. If you are prepared, then brace yourself for my first strike, Scorching Palm. Scorching Palm is one of the fundamental techniques, alongside Scorching Step, deemed essential for novices. However, the efficacy of this technique varies significantly between the dean and the students. As Lu Qing made his move, a hand of flames surged toward Yun Shu. Qingming. Yun Shu wielded his wooden sword, imbued with a faint azure glow, dispersing the fire. Yet, he understood that this maneuver was far from simple. It was not mere speculation. He observed that the dissipated flames did not extinguish, but instead morphed into several small fiery hands lunging toward him. Qingming, Blade Storm. Yun Shu exclaimed. Pivoting on his left foot, he began to spin wildly, channeling the energy circulating within him. To an observer, it appeared as though a miniature azure tornado enveloped him, effectively extinguishing the surrounding flames. Although Lu Qing maintained a stoic expression, directors Wang and Chen could not help but express their admiration. The ability to harness one's spiritual energy to manipulate the surrounding forces demonstrated that Yun Shu's mastery was on par with intermediate students of the junior division. While Director Wang disapproved of Lu Qing's unilateral recruitment of a special student, he could not withhold praise for Yun Shu's technique. Moreover, he noted, this child, Yun Shu, can summon more spiritual energy than most others still in the body refining stage. The dean's initial strike was not deliberately lenient. Director Chen nodded, his expression softening slightly. I shall commence the second move, Lu Qing declared. Before he could finish, Yun Shu released his sword, propelling a glowing azure blade directly toward Lu Qing's face. Attempting a counterattack, are we? A clever notion, but one should never relinquish their weapon without assured victory. With a smile, Lu Qing pinched the wooden sword between two fingers, only to be met with a small fist aimed at his eye. Lu Qing leaned back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yun Shu followed up with a swift kick. Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly, though a mere child posed little threat. The eerily similar azure glow emanating from Yun Shu's leg, as from the sword, sent a shiver down his spine. With a sudden push, Lu Qing distanced himself from Yun Shu in the blink of an eye. It would be splendid to be outside, Yun Shu remarked with a smirk. A commendable thought. Lu Qing acknowledged, now merely a half step away from leaving the stage. Chapter 22. Jealous? Yes, quite jealous. Witnessing Yun Shu's actions, directors Wang and Chun began to regard him with newfound seriousness. Instead of merely withstanding 3 attacks as required, he had opted to launch a counteroffensive in an attempt to best the dean. Director Wang increasingly admired Yun Shu's boldness, to dare to resist. This child possesses a resilient spirit. Indeed, Director Chun concurred, his strength and character align with the qualifications for a special student. However, I wonder about his moral integrity. If character were to be assessed, I suspect I already know what the dean's next move will entail, Director Wang mused with a smile. I shall initiate my second strike. Lu Qing merged his right index and middle fingers, pointing them towards the facing Yun Shu. Heart's blade. With a swish, a blade of energy shot forth from Lu Qing's fingers towards Yun Shu, its speed so swift that he could hardly react. Certainly, it was also because Yun Shu did not perceive the sword energy as particularly perilous. Yet, the moment the sword energy made contact with Yun Shu's forehead, darkness enveloped his vision, only for nothing further to transpire. With a perplexed expression, Yun Shu gazed at the composed face of Lu Qing and inquired, Director, are you holding back? Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Director Wang was stunned. Director Chun was equally astonished. This is impossible. Both directors sprang to their feet, their eyes fixed intensely on Yun Shu. To their astonishment, he was indeed a pure-hearted individual. Director Wang's gaze seemed almost capable of incinerating Yun Shu. Why do I feel as though I'm being called foolish? A twitch escaped the corner of Yun Shu's mouth. Ahem. Yun Shu. Lu Qing cleared his throat and elaborated. The heart-questioning sword I just employed is a form of mental technique. Although its conditions for use are stringent, requiring the target to harbor no animosity. If one falls victim to this technique, they will be ensnared in an illusion, reliving past mistakes. Should one fail to repent, they shall be trapped in this illusion for eternity, endlessly repeating their misdeeds. Yun Shu had not anticipated that such an innocuous-looking technique could be so sinister, and he shivered involuntarily. However, upon reflecting on the past 12 years, it seemed he had not committed any grave errors, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Of course, this was largely due to the sparse population of the Shangyun Observatory. Director Wang supplemented Lu Qing's explanation, stating, "Not only grave errors, but even minor missteps in life can be repeated. For instance, trampling upon flowers and plants, which are also living beings, leads to their demise, thus constituting a wrongdoing. Therefore, even a 12-year-old child can err." At this revelation, not only Yun Shu, but also the spectators on the platform felt a chill run down their spines. They resolved to conduct themselves with civility and dignity from that moment onward. Lu Qing, observing this reaction, could not help but shake his head. The heart-questioning sword was not as fearsome as it seemed. The so-called errors were merely products of conflict with moral consciousness. When an individual believes their actions to be devoid of wrongdoing, the heart-questioning sword cannot affect them. For instance, if no one has ever informed you that trampling flowers is wrong, you would not perceive it as a mistake. Thus, to evade the heart-questioning sword, one must either possess extreme narcissism or possess mental acuity far surpassing that of the practitioner. However, the requirements for employing the heart-questioning sword are exceedingly strict. The foremost being that the subject must exhibit no overt hostility. Consequently, this technique is primarily utilized to assess the character of students or juniors. Regardless of how they scrutinized Yun Shu, directors Lu, Wang, and Chen did not find him to be the type prone to extreme narcissism. The notion that his mental acuity could surpass that of Lu Qing was even more implausible. Lu Qing merely suppressed his physical prowess while maintaining his mental strength intact. Even among the continent's elite, none dared to claim mental acuity exceeding that of Lu Qing. After all, the position of the head of the continent's foremost academy is not one that just anyone can attain. Therefore, witnessing Yun Shu's utter indifference to the heart-questioning sword elicited such a fervent reaction from the two directors. For Yun Shu, however, the situation bore an entirely different significance. The mere act of mental assault was met with disdain by the system, which spat contemptuously at the opposing side. Indeed, Yun Shu possessed an exceedingly narcissistic system, rendering her immune to the heart-questioning sword. Lu Qing, satisfied, ceased his actions and turned to the two directors seated on the judging panel, inquiring, "Well, is that sufficient?" The directors exchanged glances, and upon receiving mutual affirmation, Director Chen spoke, "We have determined that Yun Shu has passed the test. Her abilities and temperament are commendable, particularly her character, which is of the highest caliber. If such an individual cannot be admitted to our Central Celestial Jade Academy, it would indeed be a regrettable oversight." "Wait," Yun Shu suddenly interjected, halting the proceedings. Lu Qing regarded her with a puzzled expression. Flushed, Yun Shu hesitantly stammered, "Isn't there still one more move? We cannot allow personal interests to undermine the public good." "To think your integrity is so commendable," Lu Qing remarked, stroking his beard and shaking his head in playful disbelief. "Yun Shu, this is not a matter of personal interest. You have already gained our approval. You need only succeed in the third examination to secure your place." "No, that's unacceptable," Yun Shu exclaimed anxiously. "My first examination has already unfolded in this manner. I must complete the second round, no matter what." Her insistence only further pleased the three judges. Truly, she was someone who could disregard the heart-questioning sword. Director Wang turned to Lu Qing, saying, "Dean, please acquiesce to her request." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qing relented, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Yun Shu exhaled in relief. Given her languid disposition, the simpler the task, the better. However, the situation was far from straightforward, for there lurked a nefarious system, eager to find excuses to harm its host. As Yun Shu glanced at the main quest, now adorned with a blood effect, a chill ran through her. Whether she was a good person remained uncertain, but she was acutely aware of the nature of the system. Failure, she knew, could lead to dire consequences. The thought of appearing in the Celestial Jade report as a student who suddenly perished during the entrance examination due to systemic failures or familial pressures sent shivers down her spine. Facing Lu Qing, Yun Shu resolved to give her all. Taking a deep breath, she channeled all the spiritual energy at her disposal. "Lu Qing, I am about to execute my third move," she declared. The air above Lu Qing rippled, and a flame-like spear shot forth from the disturbance, hurtling towards Yun Shu with astonishing speed, leaving her no time to react. Yet, for Yun Shu, Reaction was unnecessary, for the speed was exhilarating. Lu Qing, witnessing Yun Shu's sudden appearance before him, felt his pupils constrict. As she pointed a finger towards his chest, an instinctual sense of danger surged within him, prompting a reflexive retreat until he found himself outside the arena. Yun Shu lowered her hand, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Lu Qing. Dean, I have emerged victorious. One could not help but praise the efficacy of the techniques she had employed. Lu Qing glanced at his foot, which had crossed the battle stage, and chuckled in resigned amusement, realizing that this little imp was far too meticulous for her own good. Having deceived him only once, he retaliated in this manner. Immersed in the euphoria of survival, Yun Shu remained oblivious to the fact that the future highest leader of his academy had already branded him as petty-minded. Chapter 23, Special Enrollment, Special Recruitment Ding. The system begins to upgrade. 531 Ding. System upgrade complete. In the aftermath of the battle, a voice echoed in Yun Shu's mind. Please hold on for a moment. Is there something you wish to discuss, host? The system inquired. I merely completed a task, yet you have upgraded? Yun Shu asked in confusion. He distinctly remembered that system upgrades were rewards for tasks, specifically for defeating the Dean. Who, after all, would desire such a macabre reward? Oh, you mean that, the system replied nonchalantly. I merely sought to enhance your initiative. As for whether to upgrade or bestow rewards, it entirely depends on my mood. Yun Shu felt a strong urge to criticize this utterly unrigorous system. Of course, the system continued. Granting you poison is also contingent upon my disposition. Yun Shu hastily covered his mouth. Ahem. He coughed awkwardly. In any case, let's first take a look at the system panel. Name, Yun Shu. Age, 12 Realm. Unlocked attributes. Unlocked attack, 045 defense, 132 spirit value. Unlocked intelligence, 18 comprehension, 0001 fortune. Infinitely positive. Please unlock more maps. Yun Shu mused, feeling that aside from being slightly more detailed than before, there was little change. The decrepit place where he previously resided had no necessity for a specific attribute panel. Thus the system had merely added a few items at random. If you desire more specificity, please unlock new maps and events, the system encouraged. I have no interest in that whatsoever, Yun Shu decisively rejected. What nonsense. Running around in chaotic and potentially perilous places merely to unlock more attributes? What use is unlocking so many? Indeed, a heavy imbecile with an IQ of merely 18. The system discerned Yun Shu's thoughts. Opportunities coexist with dangers. If you venture forth, you may encounter fortuitous events, such as ancient legacies or divine weapons. Though due to my presence, those are nearly out of your reach. Hey, did you just say something outrageous? Yun Shu bellowed. You don't provide me with those things. So why deny me a suitable weapon? The system replied coolly. Can the legacy of ancient powers be more formidable than my buffs? After all, so-called divine weapons merely enhance one's combat prowess. Can they surpass the strength of my buffs? Therefore, dear host, you already possess a system as exquisite as a blossoming flower. Why seek after those superfluous trinkets? Where is customer service? I wish to file a complaint. You appear rather disinterested, the system remarked. Is that not obvious? Embarking on an adventure only to discover that the spoils are not one's own. Who would willingly engage in such folly? Yun Shu exclaimed vehemently. In light of this, the system proposed a task, a perilous endeavor where failure would lead to dire consequences. The system declared, I beg your pardon, esteemed one. I was mistaken. Yun Shu promptly knelt. Who could fathom the deranged tasks that this morally bankrupt system might devise? Beside her, Luo Shiyu observed Yun Shu, alternating between wide-eyed bewilderment and a hand clasped over her mouth, ultimately revealing a countenance reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation. How foolish, she thought, as she softly uttered a few words. At that moment, standing upon the combat platform was Ji Xueqing, facing an unfamiliar bald teacher. I am Yin Mingxian, an instructor for the practical courses in the junior division of the Central Immortal Jade Academy, he said with a genial smile. The rules are quite simple. Withstand 3 of my strikes. Of course, if you can defeat me as that previous young man vanquished the Dean, it would be even better. Understood, Ji Xueqing replied, her youthful visage transforming into one of resolute determination. Perhaps it was Yun Shu's performance that had left her astonished. Ji Xueqing's aspiration was to defeat the teacher before her, just as Yun Shu had done. Ah, a commendable expression and a spirited demeanor, Yin Mingxian remarked with satisfaction. assuming a battle stance. First strike, the diamond fist. With a resounding crash, Yan Mingxuan's fist was enveloped not only by spiritual energy, but also by a tremendous gust of wind. Even from the observation platform, Yun Shu could feel the force of the wind, let alone Ji Xueqing, who was bracing herself to receive the blow on the combat platform. The delicate figure of Ji Xueqing swayed perilously in the tempest, as if she might be swept away at any moment. Surely the dean will not go easy on me. Yun Shu gasped, resolving to pay a bit more attention in class from now on. The diamond fist was merely a simplified version of the Arhut diamond palm. Observing Yun Shu's ignorance, Luo Xiu could not suppress a chuckle. The diamond's fierce glare subdues the four demons. The Bodhisattva's lowered gaze embodies compassion across the six realms. Yan Mingxian harbors no malicious intent, and thus lacks the power to inflict harm. It follows that the young girl is merely being forced back by the might of that punch, and even if struck, she would merely be blown off the stage. However, the dean was a different matter. Though his burning palm was rudimentary, the purity of his spiritual energy and his exquisite technique meant that without a protective barrier, one would either perish or be grievously injured upon contact. Yun Shu's expression grew somewhat nuanced. Indeed, Luo Xiu remarked with a sardonic smile, nodding. It appears the dean bears a grudge against you. Yun Shu's eyes involuntarily twitched, reflecting on their initial encounter at the gate with Lu Qing, and up to this moment. It seemed he had not provoked him in any way. At most, he had muttered a few words before the test, akin to his own master's lack of decorum. Surely, as the esteemed dean of the foremost academy in the Immortal Jade Continent, he could not be so petty, could he? A chill ran down Yun Shu's spine. At this juncture, Ji Xueqing, under the shadow of Yan Mingxuan's fist, solemnly raised her right hand, tracing circles in the air. What is that? Yun Shu inquired, her curiosity piqued by Ji Xueqing's actions. Are you drawing a circle to curse him? How could there possibly be such an absurdly named technique? Luo Xiu shot Yun Shu an exasperated glance, responding, it must be a technique passed down from her own sect. A technique passed down from her own sect? Yun Shu was taken aback. Is Ji Xueqing's sect truly that formidable? Haha, as a direct descendant of the Wuzhou Emperor, she must possess extraordinary techniques, Luo Xiu remarked, rolling her eyes. The Wuzhou Emperor, one of the most powerful cultivators among humanity, is also one of the three emperors of the human race. In Chapter 24, children are at an age where they learn by observation. I never anticipated that the little girl had such an impressive background. As Yun Shu quietly mused, she contemplated whether to establish a good rapport with her. If I were you, I would refrain from such actions. Luo Xiu seemed to have heard Yun Shu's unspoken thoughts. She gazed at the battle unfolding on stage, her eyes reflecting a calmness that spoke volumes. We are not the only ones aware of her lineage. Just look around at those preparing for enrollment. Who among them isn't eager to cultivate a connection with her? Yun Shu glanced around and indeed noticed that some had even unfurled banners. There were those from the Ji family, as well as from Wan Gaoga. Since Ji Xueqing and Ji Wangshi are descendants of the Wuzhou Emperor, what about Wan Gaoga? Yun Shu inquired curiously. I recall none of the three bore the surname Wan. He is a disciple of the inner sect of the Yuqing Emperor. Luo Xiu turned to Yun Shu and replied nonchalantly. By the way, are you truly of the human race? Such matters are common knowledge even among the demon and spirit clans. Ahem, I've lived in a rather secluded area, Yun Shu chuckled awkwardly. Although Luo Xiu was intrigued by this unassuming individual being a special admit, her naturally indifferent demeanor led her to refrain from probing further. At that moment, under the shadow of Yan Mingxian's fist, Ji Xueqing appeared solemn yet unflustered, raising her right hand to draw circles in the air at her own pace. With each circle she traced, the oppressive force exerted by Yan Mingxian diminished slightly. When they were within a mere 10 feet of each other, Yan Mingxian's fist seemed as ordinary as that of an average person. Ji Xueqing exhaled a long breath and smiled at Yan Mingxian, saying, Teacher Yan, I have successfully received your first strike. Such a unique technique of transformation. Yan Mingxian nodded in approval. Prepare for the second strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Mingxian raised his fist and struck down heavily toward Ji Xueqing. The second strike, the diamond fist. Though both the second and first strikes employed the same technique, everyone present could discern that this second punch possessed significantly greater power. Moreover, the distance between the two was now less than 10 feet. Ji Xueqing's expression appeared more relaxed than before. She lifted her left hand. her hands now tracing circles in unison. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed along the path delineated by her hands, guided into the circles she had drawn. Yan Mingxian retracted his fist, aware that Ji Xueqing had successfully received the second strike. Was it not transformation, but absorption instead? Yan Mingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, she is truly a worthy descendant of that esteemed figure. Thank you for the compliment, Ji Xueqing replied with utmost politeness. My third strike will also be the diamond fist. If you can withstand it, you shall pass. Upon finishing her words, Yan Mingxian's aura shifted. Although it had not yet surpassed the level of a first-year student, the intensity of his fist had become more refined. His right hand drew close to his abdomen, as he continuously circulated spiritual energy in preparation for the impending strike. However, Teacher Yan, do you know where I have absorbed the power of your first two moves? Ji Xueqing suddenly spoke. Yan Mingxian looked at Ji Xueqing in confusion. Ji Xueqing smiled, her hands forming a circle as she presented it. Here? Yan Mingxuan's expression changed abruptly. He ceased gathering energy and struck directly with a punch. Budraw fist. The force emanating from Ji Xueqing's circle, accompanied by her delicate shout, was immeasurable, surpassing the combined might of Yan Mingxuan's previous two punches. Boom! A wave of heat surged from the stage towards the spectators, and while everyone else braced themselves, only Luo Xiu squinted slightly, her demeanor calm as she observed the battle. Ah, it's over, she murmured softly. What did you say? Yun Shu asked loudly. Luo Xiu turned to him, regarding him with disdain akin to that reserved for an insect. How can someone like you, who uses girls as shields, even exist? I was blown away, Yun Shu retorted, unperturbed. Heh. Regardless of Yun Shu's protests, Luo Xiu's gaze toward him grew increasingly contemptuous. Cough, my apologies. By the way, what did you mean when you said it was over? Yun Shu cleverly shifted the topic. It means what it says. The battle is over, Luo Xiu replied coldly. Hearing this, Yun Shu looked toward the arena, where only Ji Xueqing stood victorious, while Yan Mingxian, disheveled, stood helplessly below. I won. Ji Xueqing turned to Yun Shu, gleefully forming a peace sign. Feeling the multitude of unfriendly gazes around her, the corner of Yun Shu's eye twitched involuntarily. Others might not understand why Ji Xueqing was showing Yun Shu a peace sign, but he knew all too well, since he had previously defeated the principal, Ji Xueqing. Being a fellow special recruit, naturally felt confident she could best the same teacher. Therefore, this was not merely a joyful request for praise. It was a declaration that what he could achieve, Ji Xueqing, could accomplish as well. Kids these days, why are their egos so inflated? Yan Mingxian sighed deeply. What Yun Shu could infer, he, as an adult weathering the trials of society, could also discern. Ji Xueqing wins. Judge Chen Feizhou announced loudly. Next, Ji Wangshu will face Yan Mingxian. Upon hearing Chen Feizhou's words, Yun Shu was bewildered. Huh? Why are they facing the same teacher, while my opponent is the principal? Is there such a disparity in treatment between the privileged second generation and the handsome, diligent youth? Luo Xiu, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh, her previously tense expression softening. The strength assessment for special recruits has always been conducted by one teacher to better gauge the results. As for you, Luo Xiu appraised the bewildered Yun Shu with a mischievous smile. Take care. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying the principal is petty? Do you believe I want to report you? Yun Shu exploded in indignation, glancing timidly at the judge, Lu Qing, fearful he might overhear Luo Xiu's words. Then Yun Shu saw Lu Qing offer him a kind and benevolent smile. Yun Shu suddenly found herself disinterested in the examination. Dean, what brings a smile to your face? Director Wang inquired, gazing at Lu Qing. Oh, nothing, merely a courteous gesture, Lu Qing replied with a faint smile. With his cultivation level, Lu Qing had naturally overheard the exchange between Yun Shu and Luo Xiu, but he deemed the innocent words of children not to be taken too seriously. Nevertheless, he cast a lingering glance at Luo Xiu, impressed by her earlier battle prowess and her recent remarks. On the battle platform, Ji Wangshu seeks your guidance. Ji Wangshu bowed respectfully, then boldly faced Yan Mingxian. Upon witnessing the determination in his eyes, Yan Mingxuan's lips tightened in a slight grimace as he glanced at the pale-faced Yun Shu in the observation area. This troublesome little rascal has certainly stirred the pot. Chapter 25. True men repay virtue with virtue. Ji Wangshu seeks your guidance. Ji Wangshu respectfully saluted Yan Mingxian once more. Let us commence, Yin Mingxian replied, his expression calm. Yes. Ji Wangshu assumed a combat stance, awaiting Yin Mingxuan's strike. First move, Diamond Fist. Yin Mingxian drew his hands to his abdomen, channeling spiritual energy as the pressure from his fists intensified, compressing the surrounding air. Wait, this script shouldn't unfold like this. Ji Wangshu was taken aback. Just moments ago, Yin Mingxuan's strikes against his sister had been considerably less formidable than this. Are you intentionally raising the difficulty? I shall report this to the dean. With a long exhale, Yin Mingxuan's oppressive aura began to dissipate, or rather, it seemed to coalesce into his fists. Ji Wangshu opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Yin Mingxuan's fist was already in motion. Crack! Is that a strange sound I just heard? Ji Wangshu stared at the battle platform beneath him, which had cracked without his notice, his thoughts in disarray. How on earth could this be the level of a first-year student? Though Ji Wangshu's mind was rife with complaints, his movements remained swift. He pressed both palms together and, gritting his teeth, pushed towards Yin Mingxian. With a resounding boom, Ji Wangshu teetered precariously on the edge of the battle platform. One more step backward, and he would be headed home to face the music. Not bad. Brace yourself for my second move. Yin Mingxian assumed his previous stance once again. Please wait. Ji Wangshu hastily interjected upon seeing Yin Mingxuan's movements. Yin Mingxuan's brow furrowed slightly. Sir Yin, Ji Wangshu stammered, his eyes twitching nervously. Did you perhaps overextend your strength just now? No. After all, I am a teacher. How could I seek personal vengeance? Yin Mingxian replied, slightly irritated. Ji Wangshu sensed that the bald teacher had inadvertently revealed the truth. Ahem. At that moment, Lu Qing's slightly awkward cough interrupted. Indeed, teacher Yin did not employ a higher level of cultivation. It was merely a method of gathering spiritual energy. The examination shall proceed. But teacher Yin, please maintain your composure and be gentle with the students. Yin Mingxian paused for a moment, then resignedly uttered a single word. His initial ferocity stemmed entirely from the antics of Yun Shu and Ji Xueqing. It was due to these two mischievous children that the remaining two felt an urge to surpass him. There exists a limit to endurance. What may be tolerated by an uncle cannot be accepted by an aunt. How many instructors responsible for teaching combat courses possess a gentle disposition? Thus, Yin Mingxian took the matter seriously. Despite his cultivation being suppressed, with his wealth of combat experience, how could he possibly be bested by a few young rascals? Even the students from the junior division were insufficient to withstand a mere slap from him. Consequently, the earlier scene unfolded. Lu Qing naturally understood Yin Mingxuan's intentions, so his words served as a reminder to Yin Mingxian to exercise caution and refrain from excessive excitement, emphasizing that the purpose of the exercise was assessment rather than annihilation. Of course, Lu Qing bore some responsibility as well. Had he not inadvertently fallen into the trap, Yun Shu would not have succeeded in bringing him down. As a result, Ji Xueqing would not have harbored the same ambition to defeat their teacher. In the subsequent two exchanges, Yin Mingxian meticulously gauged Ji Wangshu's strength, and Ji Wangshu dutifully received Yin Mingxuan's strikes, successfully passing the assessment. Finally, it was Luan Gaoga who likewise complied with Yin Mingxuan's 3 strikes, thereby passing the examination. The dean, Chen Feizhou, reported to Lu Qing that all candidates had completed their assessments. Lu Qing nodded, and then rose to survey all present candidates. Announcing in a loud voice, I declare that the 3rd round of examinations will take place in half a month. Candidates who pass the first 2 rounds will receive notification from the academy within a week. Upon hearing this, some candidates were filled with excitement, others with disappointment, while a few, like Yun Shu, remained blissfully indifferent. Hey, Yun Shu, Luo Shiyu. The trio of special recruits approached Yun Shu and Luo Shiyu. Ji Xueqing, grasping Luo Shiyu's hand, cheerfully suggested, "Where are you both staying? Let us dine out together tonight." "I intend to study," Luo Shiyu firmly declined. "I need to find a place to stay," Yun Shu similarly rejected. You must have just arrived today," Luan Gaogo exclaimed, gazing at Yun Shu in surprise. "Indeed, it is a rare outing. One must relish it to the fullest," Yun Shu nonchalantly replied. An elusive sect, is it? No wonder I have not heard your name before," Ji Wangshu pondered aloud. "Speaking of which, Yun Shu, which sect do you belong to?" "Shangyun Temple," Yun Shu responded. The trio and Luo Shiyu had never heard of this sect. "Being a minor sect, it is natural that you are unfamiliar with it," Yun Shu remarked, unfazed. As he had grown accustomed to such reactions, Your sect must be one of those mysterious, reclusive grandees. Luan Gaoga and Ji Wangshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they looked at Yun Shu. Children are often envious of those wrapped in mystery. Yun Shu was at a loss for words. To call it a grand sect would be an exaggeration, as it consisted of merely 4 individuals. Yet, to label it an ordinary, lackluster sect seemed disingenuous, given that Shangyun Temple's original purpose was to pursue lofty ideals akin to the blood demon ancestor. Just as Yun Shu wrestled with his thoughts, Luo Shiyu took her leave. Luan Gaoga promptly followed Luo Shiyu, seemingly intending to stealthily trail her to her residence. Oh, the exuberance of youth. Meanwhile, the siblings Ji Wangshi and Ji Xueqing planned to take Yun Shu along in search of a place to stay. Ahem. Behind the trio, the sound of Lu Qing's cough echoed. Yun Shu felt an urge to remark, no, it's the dean. It's time for your medication. For Lu Qing invariably coughed before speaking. Good day, dean. The Ji siblings respectfully bowed. Greetings to you, Lu Qing replied with a warm smile. 6 years ago, you two were quite small. I hardly imagined you would grow so tall. Thank you. Ji Xueqing stammered, her cheeks flushed. I have something to discuss with Yun Shu. Perhaps you should return first. The people outside must be waiting anxiously, Lu Qing suggested. We understand. The Ji siblings exchanged glances, relayed their lodging details to Yun Shu, and then departed. Dean, may I inquire what matters you have for me? Yun Shu looked up, her large, adorable eyes gazing at Lu Qing. Quite impressive. Your gaze is neither submissive nor arrogant, Lu Qing remarked, stroking his beard as he admired her demeanor. No wonder you managed to vanquish the blood demon ancestor. In an instant, the system activated. Yun Shu's expression shifted as she began to regard Lu Qing with caution. An innocent man bears no guilt. The possession of great talent can be a curse. Yun Shu was well aware of this truth, though her master seemed unconcerned about her feat of slaying the blood demon ancestor. It did not imply that others would share this indifference. After all, the notion of a mere 6-year-old defeating the most notorious villain of Xinyu Continent was utterly preposterous. There's no need to look at me like that. Lu Qing shook his head. I learned of this matter from your master. Damn. Is that old rascal's mouth made of cotton? Yun Shu silently cursed. Chapter 26. The Shadows of the Past. The Central Xinyu Academy is situated on an island in the heart of Xinyu Continent. Having been brought here by Lu Qing, Yun Shu merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the Academy's grand entrance. Nonetheless, that brief glance left her awestruck. The gilded gates towered so high they seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Whoa! Yun Shu exclaimed as she and Lu Qing arrived before the tallest spire of the Academy. Follow me. In mere moments, Lu Qing grasped Yun Shu's collar and soared to the pinnacle of the tower. There, a small window awaited them, and they squeezed through. How do you find it? In the dean's office, Lu Qing observed Yun Shu, captivated by the view outside, and felt a swell of pride. Well, it's all right. Yun Shu replied stubbornly, though it pales in comparison to witnessing the azure planets in the cosmos. Cosmos? Planets? Lu Qing was perplexed by Yun Shu's words, yet it did not hinder him from continuing his discourse. This is a compilation of the 10 most outstanding students of the Academy over the past century. Lu Qing presented a scroll to Yun Shu. What do you want me to see this for? Yun Shu inquired while unfurling the scroll. Upon opening it, she discovered not illustrations, but a series of holographic images woven from spiritual energy. 10 youthful individuals, appearing to be under the age of 30, were gathered, among whom stood a notably youthful dark-haired lad who had only recently reached adulthood. Of course, one's cultivation can render them ageless. So Yun Shu did not dismiss the possibility that these 10 might be over 70. This dark-haired boy seemed somewhat familiar. His name was Yun Taiju, as Lu Qing remarked. Yun Shu could not suppress a chuckle, turning her face away. That name was rather peculiar, surely standing out in contrast to the more conventional names at school. It must have drawn its share of ridicule. Yet, Yun Shu felt a strange sense of déjà vu regarding the structure of this name. Lu Qing continued. He is the most exceptional student I have encountered in a century, without exception. Then why have I never heard of him? Yun Shu inquired. A person of such talent should be renowned across the continent. Because he later changed his name, Lu Qing gazed into the distance, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. He completed all courses from the elementary to the advanced levels before the age of 20, and his combat prowess was unrivaled within his realm. Upon graduation, the academy intended to invite him to join as a teacher, but he declined. Is he not a bit dim-witted? Yun Shu mused inwardly. In this era of peace that followed the war, the continent thrived. Previously, one might have profited from slaying beings of other races, but now, if one dared to do so, relevant authorities would arrive the next day under the pretext of delivering aid. Thus, the teaching position, often regarded as a secure livelihood, could hardly be turned down without reason. Lu Qing remarked, I was also curious as to why he was unwilling to work at the academy. He told me it was due to the demise of his tragic senior brother, compelling him to return and inherit his sect. I believe encountering such a junior brother would be the true source of tragedy, Yun Shu quipped. Look at that. His family, with their affection and unity, represents a model for the entire cultivation world. Huh. Are you not curious what sort of sect would entice such an extraordinary talent to willingly return and inherit it? Lu Qing gazed into Yun Shu's eyes, feigning mystery. Surely it must be a prestigious sect, Yun Shu pondered, albeit perplexed. But a major sect should not entrust the inheritance to a recent graduate. It is a small sect, one that is scarcely known, Lu Qing replied. Perhaps this aligns with his ideal life. After all, a genius often possesses an element of eccentricity in their character, Yun Shu reflected, continuing the conversation. Far to the east of the continent lies Shangyun Mountain, home to Shangyun Temple, Lu Qing stated calmly. Boom. Yun Shu's mind erupted in realization. Shangyun Mountain. Shangyun Temple. Was that not his own sect? Wait a moment. Yun Shu fixed her gaze upon Lu Qing, asking, Director, although my memory may be hazy, I believe that within the past century, there has not been a temple master named Yun Taizhu at Shangyun Temple. That is because he later changed his name. Lu Qing replied nonchalantly. He now goes by Yun Yaji. Yun Shu's expression froze, though she felt a shock of 5 parts. The other 5 parts were consumed by the recollection of a certain event. Nearly a decade ago, when Yun Shu formally entered the Shangyun Temple, his rather unscrupulous master seemed to have whimsically bestowed upon him the rather unflattering name of Yun Godan. Yun Shu finally comprehended why his master, Yun Yazi, had chosen more elegant names like Yun Yi and Yun Luo for his junior disciples, while he himself was labeled with such a demeaning moniker. It appeared that from that moment, his master had intended for him to tread the same path of misfortune. Did that black-hearted old rascal truly wish to witness others endure bullying? However, Yun Shu also came to understand the reasoning behind Yun Yazi's original name, Yun Taizhu. A derogatory name surely serves to sustain one's existence. After all, this was the Shangyun Temple, which had seen 250 generations of abbots over 3 centuries. One might ponder if the frequent renaming of successive abbots led to such a high turnover rate. For a fleeting moment, Yun Shu felt a pang of sympathy for Yun Yazi, but he soon resolved to mercilessly mock him upon his return. What are you pondering, Yun Shu? Lu Qing inquired. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Yun Shu's face, his curiosity piqued. Oh, nothing. Please, do continue. Yun Shu quickly dismissed the inquiry. It was Yun Yazi, rather than Yun Taizhu. After Yun Yazi ascended to inherit the sect, driven by curiosity regarding the caliber of a sect capable of nurturing such prodigious talent, I specifically sought information about the Shangyun Temple. Alas, apart from knowing its location in the eastern part of the continent, I was left in the dark. Lu Qing shook his head, stating thus, I personally ventured to the eastern continent, yet no one, be it individuals or sects, had any knowledge of the Shangyun Temple. Nor was there a single clue about Shangyun Mountain. In a place where one must rely on teleportation arrays to venture forth, how could anyone possibly be aware? Having only learned of teleportation arrays at the tender age of 6, Yun Shu silently concurred with Lu Qing's assessment. Then, 6 years ago, on a certain day following the demise of the blood demon ancestor, I received communication from Yun Yazi. Lu Qing continued. He informed me that one of his disciples would be attending the academy 6 years hence and requested that I grant them a special admission. However, I could not acquiesce. The criteria for special admission are exceedingly stringent, not subject to my discretion. Then, he recounted the matter of my slaying the blood demon ancestor, did he not? Yun Shu covered his forehead, sighing in resignation. Indeed, that is correct. Lu Qing's mature thought process only served to heighten Yun Shu's admiration for him. So, you simply believed it? Yun Shu's lips involuntarily twitched, as he sought to further obscure the truth to avoid being dissected. Of course not. The blood demon ancestor's strength rivals my own, and may even surpass it by a margin. I could not possibly believe that a mere 6-year-old child could vanquish her. Even if they were a reincarnated ancient saint, Lu Qing replied nonchalantly. Surpassed by a margin? Yun Shu scoffed. It seemed the dean somewhat underestimated the blood demon ancestor. Previously, when he had utilized the system for enhancements, the dean's augmentations to his attack and defense amounted to merely 30 to 40 million. Even at full throttle, Yun Shu estimated his capabilities to peak at around 70 to 80 million, perhaps reaching 100 million at most. Yet, the blood demon ancestor's serious combat enhancements were a staggering 400 million. However, Yun Shu would not explain these matters to Lu Qing, for he found them inexplicable. The only thing he needed to do was to listen to Lu Qing's pretentious discourse. Lu Qing continued, though I remain skeptical. The footage from the communication crystal bestowed by Yun Yazi compels my belief. The communication crystal, a low-cost artifact for messaging, is accessible to nearly everyone. Yet its limitation lies in the unembellished transmission of images and sounds, devoid of beauty filters or charming vocal modulations. How disappointing. After such extensive discourse, Yun Shu grasped the essence of the situation. 6 years ago, Yun Yazi had already schemed to ensnare himself in this school and to safeguard against failure. He had specifically requested a special admission quota. What use is a special admission quota? Does it not make the examination more challenging? No. One must not solely focus on this. While the special admission tests are indeed more arduous, they come with a significant advantage. Special admittees are exempt from the written examination. For Yun Shu, who grapples with theoretical knowledge, becoming a special admittee is akin to a boon, or rather, a nightmare. Chapter 27. Individuals often harbor unacceptable quirks ultimately. While Lu Qing could not be entirely certain, he concluded that Yun Shu must be the reincarnation of an ancient sage. The legends speak of mighty beings from antiquity possessing abilities that could move mountains and part seas. It seems I have underestimated this. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Lu Qing remarked, Yun Shu, although I am unaware of which ancient sage you might be reborn from. Both your master and I hope that your identity remains concealed. Yes, I am aware, Yun Shu nodded. Even without Lu Qing's counsel, he intended to keep it that way. However, Yun Shu found himself grappling with a question. Principal, is it truly possible for an ancient sage to be reincarnated? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Hasn't this always been merely a legend? The term reincarnated ancient sage had crossed his ears 6 years ago from the lips of the blood demon ancestor. Yet neither she nor the present Lu Qing seemed to regard it as mere folklore. But if it is not a myth, why has no one ever heard of a specific reincarnated ancient sage? Legends are such. They exist for those who believe and dissipate for those who do not. Lu Qing's cryptic words left Yun Shu bewildered. Having spoken, he escorted Yun Shu to the school gate, then vanished from his sight. Once again, Yun Shu stood alone at the school entrance. Well, I suppose I should find a place to stay, he murmured to himself, accustomed to adapting to circumstances. As it is located in the heart of the central Immortal Jade Academy, many nearby accommodations allow candidates to check in solely with their admission certificates, without the need for an adult's guidance. Thus, Yun Shu sought out the most luxurious inn in the vicinity. No, it should be called a hotel. At this moment, Yun Shu reclined on a bed large enough for 3, his eyes half closed in bliss. He never anticipated that the dreams of his previous life could manifest here. With a look of contentment, he whispered to himself, Yun Shu, a young person in their 20s living in the 21st century, always dreamed of owning a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house, with a bed spacious enough in the bedroom. What? Where did Yun Shu acquire such wealth? Would Yun Yazi truly provide him with that much money? Yun Yazi would never part with such a substantial sum of money. Before Yun Shu emerged, Yun Yazi only provided him with just enough fare for the journey. Such blatant overspending would never garner approval from that unscrupulous and miserly master. Thus, Yun Shu resorted to meticulous accounting. Yes, you heard correctly, accounting. After leading Yun Shu to the dean's office, Lu Qing, in a bid to ensure Yun Shu's success in the examination, divulged the contents of the 3rd round of assessments and provided him with a dean's order, allowing Yun Shu to reside in the school dormitory in advance, so he could savor the academy's charm. However, given Yun Shu's aversion to school, he would never obediently seek out the dormitory. Instead, he took the dean's order to the most luxurious hotel in the vicinity, securing the opulent suite in the dean's name. Of course, Yun Shu's motivation for this choice was not solely indulgence. It was merely that only places catering to the elite would grant regard to someone of the dean's stature. Hence, the dean's order proved most effective only in such lavish establishments. It was not that he was unwilling to live frugally, but life simply would not allow it. Oh, The burdens of existence. Yun Shu sighed with a countenance marked by the weight of worldly experience. I'm hungry. He rose, rubbing his small belly. It's time to find something to eat. Strolling down the street, Yun Shu observed the local culinary culture, and one could not deny the harmony of contemporary society. There were demons with antler-like, curved black horns calling out boisterously about their snacks. They do look quite appetizing. There were also humans and spirit folk, faintly bearing tiger-like traits, haggling over a piece of tiger whip. I've never tried that before, but it seems a bit troublesome to prepare. Thus, Yun Shu meandered down the street, gathering a considerable assortment of snacks. Bang! Crash! He accidentally bumped into someone, scattering his snacks all over the ground. My apologies. As he bent down to retrieve his fallen treats, he inadvertently brushed against a hand as delicate and white as lotus root. It's nothing. A cool voice reached Yun Shu's ears. That voice sounds so familiar. He lifted his gaze. Cascading black hair and a graceful white dress revealed a fair and lovely visage. Although merely 11 or 12 years of age, it was evident that she was a beauty in the making. Yet, what captivated Yun Shu the most were her eyes. Crimson as blood, yet devoid of malevolence, exuding an alternative, enchanting allure that left him momentarily spellbound. Have you finished gazing? The girl slightly furrowed her brow. My apologies. Returning to his senses, Yun Shu scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect to encounter you here. The one he had collided with was none other than Luo Shiyu, a fellow examinee from earlier. Neither did I, Luo Shiyu sighed deeply. It seems one should consult the stars for fortune before venturing out. Yun Shu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What are you still doing standing there? Luo Shiyu cast an impatient glance at him. Aren't you going to hurry along? Wait for me to gather. Yun Shu continued to lower his head to collect his snacks, though it appeared the snacks on the ground had multiplied, and some were rather peculiar. With an expressionless face, Yun Shu stood up, gazing at Luo Shiyu until she stiffened and turned her face away. If I am not mistaken, a portion of the snacks on the ground must be related to you, Yun Shu remarked lightly. Yes, indeed, Luo Shiyu replied, somewhat sheepishly. The beef jerky over there is mine. Ahem, the candied hawthorn is also mine. The milk tablets, needless to say, are mine as well. Enough of this noise. Luo Shiyu's crimson eyes glared at Yun Shu, who had a hint of regret in her gaze. What is wrong with a girl enjoying some snacks? Especially one who is still developing? No, it is not the snacks that concern me, but rather, Yun Shu was at a loss for words regarding those peculiar treats. That roasted spirit bee, can't a girl appreciate vibrant colors? And the fried scorpion, does the flavor pose a problem? That creature, which still wriggles and resembles a hairy caterpillar, that is meant for rearing. You are not planning to fatten it up for consumption, are you? Yun Shu smiled at Luo Shiyu. Shallow. Luo Shiyu scoffed. The silkworm must be lean. Only then will the meat be tender. Pardon me. Yun Shu turned to make her escape. Slap. A delicate jade hand caught Yun Shu by the arm. Under ordinary circumstances, Yun Shu might have felt a thrill, but now, since you are aware of my secret, I believe you understand what you ought to do, Luo Shiyu whispered into Yun Shu's ear. A chill ran down Yun Shu's spine. The look in Luo Shiyu's eyes was reminiscent of Jerry's cousin gazing at Tom. Chapter 28. The scene of social death since you are aware of my secret. I believe you understand what you ought to do, Luo Shiyu whispered again, her breath warm against Yun Shu's ear. Although the scene appeared enchanting to Yun Shu, the chill down her spine felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Now, pick up the snacks I purchased and follow me, Luo Shiyu instructed gently. Thus, the girl and the boy, each carrying a bag of snacks, strolled down the street. Yun Shu clutched Luo Shiyu's snacks, feeling wronged as she trailed behind her, enduring the curious stares of passers-by. Meanwhile, Luo Shiyu confidently held on to Yun Shu's treats, leading the way and occasionally taking a bite of the candied hawthorn. That's mine, Yun Shu lamented even more. You can eat mine too, Luo Shiyu replied nonchalantly, without turning her head. Yun Shu looked down at Luo Shiyu's snacks, particularly when a plump caterpillar with adorable eyes was staring back at her. She resolved that, for the sake of her health, it would be best to limit her consumption of snacks. Eventually, the two arrived at the entrance of a lavishly decorated hotel named Xianfeng, and Yun Shu couldn't help but halt in her tracks. What are you doing? Let us go, Luo Shiyu said with dissatisfaction, observing Yun Shu's astonishment. Then, as if understanding something, she let out a scoff. What? Do you feel unworthy of being here? No worries. Although this is the most opulent hotel near the academy, I could reluctantly allow you to enter for a glance. Be grateful." With that, Luo Xiu strode inside. Yun Shu opened her mouth to say something, but was promptly pulled in by Luo Xiu. "I must say, the Celestial Breeze Hotel truly deserves its reputation as the most opulent establishment in the vicinity. It boasts a total of 10 floors, with each ascending level offering increasingly lavish accommodations, and the 10th floor features merely 2 exclusive rooms. Most notably, the hotel has implemented a specialized teleportation array for the esteemed residents of the 10th floor, allowing the most distinguished guests to bypass the stairs entirely and be transported directly to their quarters. Luo Xiu happens to be one of the fortunate occupants of one of these prestigious rooms. Yun Shu followed Luo Xiu through the teleportation array to the 10th floor, where Luo Xiu leisurely retrieved a jade tablet emanating a soft, ethereal glow. The jade tablet's center directed a beam of white light towards the door, inscribing an enigmatic pattern that appeared to function as an identity verification mechanism. Although the intricate design was being etched, it was completed in mere moments, and the door then opened automatically. "Come in," Luo Xiu said nonchalantly. "Make yourself comfortable and feel free to look around. Consider it a reward for fetching my belongings." Yun Shu's lips twitched slightly. The reason there were only 2 rooms on the 10th floor was simple. They were exceptionally spacious. Each room was adorned with the most luxurious fabrics, furnishings, and amenities, featuring vibrant yet tasteful colors, a bold and grand layout, and graceful, nature-inspired lines that created a lavish and comfortable atmosphere, epitomizing an experience of unparalleled luxury. Most importantly, the entire room was imbued with a vast illusion array, allowing the resident to effortlessly switch the room's theme at will. How does Yun Shu know this so well? You might wonder. I think I should head back. Yun Shu felt a pang of awkwardness. Leaving so soon? Let me escort you out, Luo Xiu replied as she rose from her sumptuous chair and approached the door. After all, only those residing on the 10th floor can descend from here. No, that's not necessary, Yun Shu replied, somewhat embarrassed. Not necessary? Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow. I understand that boys like you often possess an inexplicable sense of pride, but the teleportation array requires identity verification. If you wish to avoid spending the night at the entrance, you had better follow me obediently. Yun Shu covered his face, realizing that it was futile to explain. Since words had failed him, he resolved to act instead. He walked past Luo Xiu, who stood at the door, and approached the entrance to the adjacent room, producing a jade tablet identical to hers. The familiar glow, the well-known array. Click. The door swung open. Goodbye, he said, and with a click, the door closed behind him. Luo Xiu stood there, momentarily stunned by the turn of events. Indeed, Yun Shu also resided here, and like Luo Xiu, he enjoyed the most extravagant services offered by the Celestial Breeze Hotel. The following day, Yun Shu groggily rose from his slumber. I'm so hungry, he murmured, rubbing his stomach. Due to Luo Xiu's influence the previous day, the snacks he had purchased remained in her room, and to avoid any awkwardness, he had not attempted to retrieve them, mainly out of trepidation. Thus, he resolved to return with an abundance of snacks today. Next came the morning routine before heading out. Due to his inherently laid-back disposition, Yun Shu casually tousled his hair after washing up, ensuring it looked somewhat presentable. TSK, looking too handsome. He expressed an overwhelming satisfaction with his flawless visage. With a countenance brimming with aspirations for life, Yun Shu opened the door. Click. Then, with the same hopeful expression, he closed the door behind him. Perhaps it was merely a dream. A brief slumber on the bed would surely awaken him. Yun Shu mused to himself as he removed his coat and reclined onto the bed. Knock, knock, knock. However, the tempestuous knocking at the door compelled Yun Shu to confront a harsh reality. Click. He opened the door, gazing weakly at Luo Xiu, whose expression was somewhat fractured, and inquired, Is there something you need? You, she uttered, her voice taut as she glared at Yun Shu. He felt that aside from the individual before him who had pilfered his snacks, there was little else at hand. Upon reflection, he realized he was indeed the aggrieved party. Why then did she assume such a blameworthy demeanor? And why did he feel so guilty? Step aside, I must enter, Luo Xiu declared fiercely, then forcefully pushed past the still-dazed Yun Shu, invading his room. She surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Hey, I must admit, it is nearly identical to my own. Wait a moment, that is not right. Luo Xiu abruptly turned, her expression darkening as she scrutinized Yun Shu, asking, But why, of all people, are you residing here? Hey, What do you mean by of all people? Yun Shu retorted sharply. What is wrong with my residing here? I haven't taken your little fish snacks. Rather, you've monopolized my treats, so return them. Luo Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. Last night, in a fit of shame over her actions, she had devoured all the snacks Yun Shu had left in her room. What do you mean by I? Seeing Luo Shiyu at a loss for words invigorated Yun Shu, and he spoke with newfound confidence. Since you can afford to live here, I assume you wouldn't resort to stealing my snacks. Therefore, if you return them, I might be persuaded to reluctantly forgive you. Yun Shu's expression mirrored that of Luo Shiyu the previous day at the hotel entrance, causing her crimson pupils to redden even more. Wah! Then, Luo Shiyu burst into tears. Yun Shu stood helplessly, watching her cry. What does one do when a girl is crying? Waiting for guidance. Chapter 29. I am a novice, adorably so. Half a month later, Yun Shu arrived at the Central Xinyu Academy looking haggard. The third and final round of examinations was about to commence. Yun Shu, the three special recruits approached him. Oh, long time no see. What is wrong with you? Ji Xueqing observed Yun Shu's weary visage with curiosity. It's nothing. Yun Shu shook his head. Ever since inadvertently causing Luo Shiyu to cry half a month ago, he had been anything but at ease. Each day, he was compelled to rise early, accompany her for meals, stroll through the streets, and indulge in the local culture. Do not misunderstand. This was not affection, merely the plight of being seen as a scapegoat. Luo Shiyu's sentiment towards Yun Shu was that since he had the means to reside there, he would surely not mind expending a bit more to indulge a girl's whims. For the past half-month, aside from her own rent, all expenses incurred by Luo Shiyu have been shouldered entirely by Yun Shu. Of course, money is of little consequence to Yun Shu, as he can simply hand the bills over to Lu Qing for settlement later. However, what he finds utterly intolerable is Luo Shiyu's peculiar taste in food. Each time she indulges in bizarre and unpalatable dishes that defy common acceptance, she insists that he bring them back and consume them in his room. This has led to the odd glances cast upon Yun Shu by others, while simultaneously diminishing his appetite for any normal snacks. Thus, for Yun Shu, these past 2 weeks have been nothing short of a living nightmare. As they departed, Luo Shiyu coolly remarked while gliding past Yun Shu. Luan Gaogu trailed behind her like a devoted shadow, while the Ji siblings, along with a visibly distressed Yun Shu, gradually made their way to the examination venue. The final round of tests took place within the confines of the academy. Yun Shu surveyed the surroundings and noted the presence of many unfamiliar faces, creatures, to be precise. It was not only humans, but also children from the demon and spirit races, candidates he had never encountered before. Observing Yun Shu's bewilderment, Ji Xueqing felt compelled to explain. The reason for the lengthy interval between the second and third rounds is due to the examination of other batches of candidates. Those present here are all who have successfully passed the first 2 rounds. All candidates, Yun Shu exclaimed in astonishment. There were merely a few hundred individuals present. Yet he was aware that the number of applicants exceeded 1,000, with the pass rate for the first 2 rounds being less than 10%. This realization reinforced Yun Shu's understanding of the Academy's prestige and the formidable standards of his master. Most candidates, upon entering the Academy, expressed their awe at the architectural marvels surrounding them. At the entrance, as expected, stood the idly preoccupied Dean Lu Qing, ready to greet them. There was no need for excessive words here. Lu Qing utilized a special technique to project his voice to everyone's ears, declaring, "The third round of examinations is about to commence. Your performance is the best I have seen among all past candidates. So I encourage you to face challenges with courage and strive to become a part of the Central Xinyu Academy." Yun Shu scoffed at such rhetoric, doubting whether Lu Qing had not delivered similar speeches to previous candidates, or if he had only assumed his position this year. Although Yun Shu expressed disdain, the majority of candidates, yet to be hardened by the trials of the world, flushed with excitement, their fists clenched in anticipation, eager to become students here at once. Lu Qing was pleased with his brief oration and gestured to the examiners nearby before departing. This time, the examiner was not the familiar Chen Feizhou, but rather an unknown instructor. Thus, the third round of examinations officially commenced. The examiner announced loudly, "All specially admitted candidates, step forward." At this call, Yun Shu, the Ji siblings, and Luan Gaogu all stood up. In fact, they were not alone. 5 other children also emerged. Yun Shu discreetly glanced over and noticed that, apart from the 3 he recognized, the remaining 5 special candidates were not of the human race. 2 demons, 2 spirits, and one whose race remains indeterminate by mere appearance. Yet does not evoke the essence of humanity in Yun Shu's perception. With cascading white locks and azure eyes, she is clad in a gown of pristine white, devoid of any embellishment, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. Had it not been for the chilling, indifferent demeanor etched upon her face, similar yet distinct from that of Luo Shiyu, she might easily have been mistaken for a sweet neighborly girl. While Luo Shiyu's indifference seems to emanate a do-not-approach aura, one that softens only with familiarity, this girl of unknown lineage exudes an icy detachment, utterly devoid of emotion, like a doll stripped of sentiment. As the white-haired girl sensed Yun Shu's gaze, she turned her head to regard him in return. Desolation and void. This was the sole phrase that flitted through Yun Shu's mind upon encountering her crystalline azure gaze. He hastily averted his eyes, fearing that continued scrutiny might lead to nightmares come nightfall. The examiner, having counted the participants and verified their identities, continued, "Henceforth, any candidate who can engage in combat with any of these 9 for over 30 exchanges shall be admitted. Failure to do so results in immediate disqualification." Boom. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a challenge in the 3rd round of examinations. "Are you aware of this?" Yun Shu felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Although he had heard Dean Lu Qing mention the content of the 3rd examination, he had assumed it was merely jest. Now, it seemed his naivete had led him astray. Surveying the hundreds of candidates present, he sensed that even in defeat, he would be left utterly exhausted and drained. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Wangshi wore a grave expression. Each enrollment cycle features a distinct final examination, and even relatives studying here remain oblivious to the specifics of the 3rd round. Among the 9 special candidates, 7 bore expressions akin to Yun Shu's, while only the white-haired girl maintained her serene observation of the unfolding events. The examiner began to elucidate the rules of the examination. First, candidates need only withstand 30 exchanges to pass. Second, candidates may freely choose any of the 9, but cannot challenge them when they are vulnerable. Third, special candidates must not intentionally yield. A single act of leniency incurs a penalty of 10,000 spirit stones, with examiners overseeing the process personally. Damn it. This is clearly targeting me. Yun Shu grumbled under his breath, teeth clenched. Yet he exhaled in relief, for at least he would not be at risk of physical collapse. Spirit stones, the universal currency of the Immortal Jade Continent, are said to aid in cultivation, though few engage in such practices. Each stone contains pure spiritual energy, but possesses limited capacity, necessitating a collection of at least 10,000 for meaningful cultivation. Thus, spirit stones are ultimately but special stones imbued with spiritual essence. However, even so, 10,000 spirit stones were beyond Yun Shu's means. The monthly income at Shangyun Temple amounted to approximately 250 spirit stones. Why does Shangyun Temple have such an affinity for this figure? He lamented. In any case, Yun Shu was simply unable to afford such an expense. "I have a question." A boy, radiating an air of arrogant dominance, suddenly stepped forward. Yun Shu turned to look, momentarily taken aback. "Oh dear, an old acquaintance. Ding Qishui, a man-boy seemingly akin to the legendary Long Out Yin, spoke up as the examiner initiated the proceedings. With a confident and charmingly mischievous smile, Ding surveyed the 9 special recruits and proclaimed, "What if I were to defeat them?" His audacious words sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. The special recruits represented the pinnacle of talent within this esteemed institution, and yet this individual dared to challenge them. Ding Qishui once again captivated a throng of admirers. Apart from the trio, Yun Shu, and the silver-haired maiden, the remaining 4 special recruits observed him with utmost seriousness. A flicker of amusement crossed Yun Shu's lips. To be frank, with such an air of confidence, had she not witnessed him being unceremoniously expelled by Luo Shiyu, she might have genuinely believed him to be a concealed figure of great importance. Chapter 30. The disdainful charisma of Ding Qishui. Ding Qishui cast another glance at Yun Shu and the other 9 special recruits, exuding that same confident, captivating smile. What if I were to defeat them? The atmosphere crackled with disbelief. Apart from the trio, Yun Shu, and the silver-haired maiden, the other 4 special recruits scrutinized Ding Qishui intently. What mindset could lead one to utter such words? After all, had he not been eliminated by Luo Shiyu? Yun Shu murmured. Upon hearing Yun Shu's comment, the nearby Ji Shueqing interjected, "Though I have not encountered Ding Qishui before, As a direct descendant of the Ding family and a candidate for its future head, his strength and qualifications are unlikely to be inferior to his peers. His defeat by Luo Xiu was likely due to overconfidence. TCH, what right does this pampered child have to stand among us? Oh. So Ji Xueqing too harbored discontent regarding Ding Qishui's participation in the third examination. Yun Shu shifted her gaze towards Luo Xiu, hoping to gauge her expression. Regrettably, Luo Xiu appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to Ding Qishui's presence. With a resigned shrug, Yun Shu returned to the unfolding events. The examiner, observing Ding Qishui's self-assured demeanor, could not help but smile. If you manage to defeat any one of them, you will assume that individual status as a special recruit. A glimmer of interest sparked in Ding Qishui's eyes, and a smug smile graced his lips. Then let this be the first step towards my dominance in the academy. For reasons unknown, Yun Shu felt as though Ding Qishui's gaze was fixed upon her, and not just him. Most of the other candidates seemed to be watching her as well. Well, what can be done? Among the 9 special recruits, you are the least known, Ji Xueqing remarked, stifling a laugh behind her hand. With a resigned smile that was both awkward and polite, Yun Shu responded, no matter. Fame invites scrutiny, and fortune can be fickle. I wish you all the best. But may you stumble upon misfortune. Does anyone have further questions? The examiner scanned the candidates, and upon finding no hands raised, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Then the third round of the examination officially begins. Who wishes to go first? I. Without hesitation, Ding Qishui stepped forward, wearing a decidedly haughty smile as he regarded the 9 special recruits, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yun Shu. You shall do. Ding Qishui uttered an extraordinarily commanding declaration. Since I have become a special recruit, I need not submit like my woman does. Come now, humbly bow before me. Yun Shu quietly glanced at Luo Xiu. Upon meeting his gaze, Luo Xiu broke into a radiant smile. Her delicate lips curved in delight, and her long, expressive eyes mirrored the joy of her smile, warming the hearts of all who beheld her. Subsequently, Luo Xiu raised her right hand, gently gliding the side of her palm across her neck with utmost elegance. Her every motion captivated onlookers. Humph, my woman indeed. She is already aware that I shall seize your status as a special recruit. It was evident that Ding Qishui noticed Luo Xiu's enchanting smile, which only heightened his elation. However, did he not perceive that she was mimicking the gesture of cutting her throat? Yun Shu's lips involuntarily twitched. Oh, are you envious of me? Ding Qishui shook his head, a look of disdain crossing his features. It is said that special recruits are the epitome of character and prowess. It seems you are not as exceptional as you claim. I advise you to remain silent. Yun Shu interjected, stepping forward. If I do not intervene and deal with this delusional fool, I fear the 8 special recruits behind him might tear him apart. I am doing this for his own good. It is certainly not out of displeasure. Indeed, not at all. Ding Qishui versus special recruit Yun Shu. Let the battle commence. The examiner announced loudly. The system within Yun Shu began to operate. Name, Yun Shu. Age, 12 realm. Unlocked attributes. Unlocked attack, 045, 321 defense. 132, 231 spiritual power. Unlocked intelligence, 18, 71 comprehension. 0001, 751 destiny. Boundless, please unlock more maps. How shall I put this? Observing the intelligence column, Yun Shu's expression grew complex. For so long, the system had mocked her for her low intelligence. And in battles against formidable opponents like Blood Demon Ancestor or Lu Qing, she had consistently been outmatched, leading her to question her own intellect. Yet now, an inexplicable sense of superiority washed over her, prompting Yun Shu to cover her face in exasperation. Huh, a sense of superiority? Ding Qishui assumed she was referring to him and presumptuously remarked, shouldn't it be so? How could someone like you, emerging from an obscure and impoverished corner, ever compare to me, the scion of the greatest family on the continent? I was not speaking of you, but never mind, let us begin the fight. Yun Shu generally adopted a tolerant attitude towards those with limited understanding. 100 fierce palm. Ding Qishui seized the initiative. In the blink of an eye, Yun Shu seemed to perceive multiple palm prints materializing in the air, each accompanied by a resonant boom as they pressed forward. The observing candidates gasped in unison at this sight. Had they been on the receiving end of such an attack, they would surely find it difficult to counter. Yet, regrettably for them, the one standing on the battlefield was not among them, but rather Yun Shu, a mischievous child wielding extraordinary abilities. Several palm prints tore through the space where Yun Shu had stood, yet all that remained was a fleeting shadow. The true Yun Shu had already appeared behind Ding Qishui. The audience gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Yun Shu's astonishing speed. The gazes of the 8 special recruits shifted, their expressions becoming noticeably more serious. At that moment, Ding Qishui remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yun Shu turned to the open doorway behind him and extended a finger toward Ding Qishui's back, invoking the blood-drinking finger. With a resounding thud, Ding Qishui was propelled backward, tumbling off the stage. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. With a single move, he had sent the boastful Ding Qishui flying. All the candidates were reminded of the significance represented by the special recruits. And they also realized that Ding Qishui was rather weak. Yun Shu exhaled deeply. With the enemy vanquished, the system deactivated his buff enhancement. While the observing candidates might perceive Ding Qishui as weak, Yun Shu understood that the late-blooming youth was far from feeble. Although initially, Yun Shu's combat prowess slightly exceeded that of Ding Qishui, it became evident that when Ding Qishui employed the 100 Fierce Palm, all his attributes, save for intelligence and comprehension, had more than doubled. Moreover, the 100 Fierce Palm was purely an offensive technique, not one that could augment physical capabilities. This suggested that Ding Qishui was, in fact, concealing his true strength. However, this made little difference to Yun Shu, who had the advantage of a glowing aura. Furthermore, the blood-drinking finger was executed silently. So if Ding Qishui was feigning weakness, Yun Shu was more than willing to treat him as a genuine target. Chapter 31. The Great Wolf's Demise. Yun Shu. You truly are remarkable, Ji Xueqing exclaimed with a smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's nothing special, Yun Shu replied with a modest smile. To manifest so many afterimages with the 100 Fierce Palm indicates that Ding Qishui's abilities are not insignificant. Ji Wangshi, observing nearby, shook his head and remarked, even so, to stealthily maneuver behind him and defeat him in one blow is worthy of commendation. There's no need for you to downplay your prowess. Not only Yun Shu, but a portion of the candidates also recognized Ding Qishui's formidable abilities. Following Ding Qishui's swift defeat, Yun Shu faced few challenges in the subsequent matches. The other candidates, taking Yun Shu's speed into account, were hesitant to confront him without absolute confidence, which allowed him to enjoy watching the challenges unfold between others. The remaining 8 special recruits clearly held back their true capabilities. For instance, Ji Xueqing refrained from using her previously demonstrated circle technique during the second round of examinations. What circle technique? That move is called the body of another. Ji Xueqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Ahem. Yun Shu cleared his throat awkwardly. Are you sure it's acceptable for you to hold back like this? Didn't the rules state that one cannot intentionally underperform? Upon hearing this, Ji Xueqing cast a peculiar look at Yun Shu. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Yun Shu instinctively touched his own face. No, Ji Xueqing chuckled, unable to stifle her laughter. I just didn't expect that the one who deliberately defeated the dean would turn out to be such a good boy. Yun Shu's lips twitched slightly. Look at that examiner over there, he said, pointing to an official who was watching the matches, frequently shaking or nodding his head. His features are fine, just rather forgettable, Yun Shu replied, perplexed. Who asked you that? Ji Xueqing said with a hint of irritation. Are you truly unable to discern that he is evaluating the candidates? No, Yun Shu nodded, responding quite naturally. Ji Xueqing sighed deeply, resting her forehead in her hand, and remarked, do you genuinely believe that if we exert our full strength, most of the candidates here could withstand even a single strike from us? What do you mean? Yun Shu asked, increasingly perplexed. Ji Xueqing elaborated, the special recruits here, and let me clarify that you are not included, are predominantly descendants or direct disciples of those standing at the pinnacle of the world. Thus, how could they possibly lack a few extraordinary secret techniques? For instance, if I were to unleash my secret art, a single strike would likely be enough to eliminate all the candidates here. So, you are suggesting. Yun Shu's lips twitched. Indeed, this third examination, at its core, is akin to the second, but the difference lies in the evaluators, who have shifted from teachers to our peers. This transition significantly alleviates the psychological pressure on those candidates. However, the rules I just mentioned, they are merely a ruse to deceive these candidates. Ji Xueqing sighed and continued. The rule of sparing one strike while imposing a fine of 10,000 spirit stones is designed solely to make ordinary candidates believe we will exert ourselves to the fullest. The notion of equality is but a facade. Our starting point is already far superior to theirs. Yun Shu was taken aback. A person with over 30 years of life experience across 2 lifetimes was being imparted life philosophies by a mere 11 or 12-year-old. What in the world was happening? Wait, what did you say? Yun Shu exclaimed in astonishment. The special recruits are all descendants of those few. Yes, Ji Shueqing nodded, gesturing towards the special recruits both on and off the stage. These 2 are descendants of the Demon King, and those 2 are the offspring of the Spirit King. And her? Yun Shu inquired, pointing at the expressionless white-haired girl. She is the daughter of the Snow Cloud Emperor. Ji Shueqing replied nonchalantly. What? Are you saying she is human? Yun Shu gasped. Which part of her appearance led you to believe she is not human? Ji Shueqing retorted sharply. Be cautious on your way back to the hotel tonight. Don't get yourself killed. How dare Yun Shu suggest that the daughter of one of the 3 great emperors of humanity, the Snow Cloud Emperor, was not human? Was that not akin to courting death? Yet, Yun Shu's expression was conflicted. Despite the white-haired girl appearing unmistakably human, there was an unsettling feeling that she was somehow different. What is her name? Yun Shu pressed on. Shui Wu'er, came the response, not from Ji Shueqing, but from a voice devoid of vitality and chill. Yun Shu swiftly turned around to find that the white-haired girl had somehow appeared behind her. Shui Wu'er, that is my name, she stated. Her lifeless eyes fixed on Yun Shu, her tone devoid of any emotion. What should I do? What if the subject overheard me? Hi, Yun Shu stammered awkwardly. Hello. Shui Wu'er continued to gaze into Yun Shu's eyes. Ahem, Wu'er, this is Yun Shu. Ji Shueqing coughed lightly, attempting to break the awkward silence. Yes, I know. The examiner just announced his name, Shui Wu'er replied, her gaze unwavering. Then why do you still stare at him? Ji Shueqing asked curiously. Do you perhaps have a fondness for him? No. Shui Wu'er finally diverted her gaze and left without uttering a word. Yun Shu, observing the departure of the silver-haired girl, couldn't help but exhale in relief. Hee, please don't take offense. Wu'er has always been this way. Though her temperament may be somewhat peculiar, she is indeed a werewolf. Ji Shueqing remarked playfully. Yun Shu's lips twitched involuntarily at the mention of a werewolf. Why would anyone describe their friend in such a manner? What? You don't believe me? Ji Shueqing furrowed her brow slightly. Wu'er is only 10 years old, yet her talents are unmatched. Although she has yet to formally embark on her cultivation journey, she can identify and exploit the flaws in every spell she has encountered, defeating them in turn. Perhaps, without the use of secret techniques, she could already rival the 3rd-year students of this academy. At this revelation, Yun Shu's heart skipped a beat. When Lu Qing suppressed his own strength to match that of 1st and 2nd-year students, his foundational attributes already surpassed Yun Shu's by a considerable margin, let alone those of the 3rd-year students. Driven by curiosity, Yun Shu decided to discreetly assess Shui Wu'er's true capabilities. First, she regarded Wu'er as a hypothetical adversary, a rival. Then, the system began to operate. Name: Yun Shu. Age: 12 realm. Unlocked attributes. Unlocked attack: 045, 1081 defense. 132, 861 spiritual power. Unlocked intelligence: 18, 691 comprehension. 0001, 9991 celestial fate. Infinite. Please unlock more maps. Oh dear, I seem to be a bit fatigued. My eyes feel rather blurry, Yun Shu remarked, rubbing her eyes. Yet, no matter how she rubbed or how she looked, the monstrous enhancement of the comprehension attribute at 999 seemed undeniably real. This could very well be a wolf's demise. The corners of Yun Shu's mouth twitched in disbelief. This individual was far more formidable than any ruthless character she had encountered. Chapter 32. A narrow path for enemies. The battle with the blood demon ancestor 6 years ago remained vividly etched in Yun Shu's memory. During that confrontation, empowered by the system, Yun Shu first unlocked the Hall of Combat. Be it fists, feet, or palms, every fighting technique and spiritual spell was deconstructed into simple symbols in his perception. That battle elevated Yun Shu's latent abilities to an extraordinary level, one that was difficult for ordinary individuals to attain. As long as one's cultivation reached a comparable level, Yun Shu was confident that even without system enhancements, he would not be inferior to his peers. Thanks to that battle, Yun Shu's comprehension exceeded 100, achieving what was termed perfection. It was in that encounter that he came closest to grasping the essence of combat, the truth of warfare. Thus, Upon witnessing Xue Wuer's comprehension surpassing even that of the blood demon ancestor by 0.9, Yun Shu's mouth twitched incessantly. "What is wrong with you?" Ji Xueqing inquired with concern, gazing at Yun Shu. "Nothing, nothing at all," Yun Shu replied, pressing his hand against his cheek, just a slight facial spasm. The duel between the two phoenixes and the special recruit, Xue Wuer. Let the battle commence. The announcement from the examiner captured Yun Shu's attention. Before him stood a youthful lad, strikingly handsome, gazing expressionlessly at Xue Wuer. "I humbly request your guidance," proclaimed Shuang Pingyun earnestly. Xue Wuer replied softly. With a fierce determination, Shuang Pingyun launched a powerful punch toward her. Yet, Xue Wuer remained still, extending her palm to press down into the air. What transpired next was astonishing. A colossal hand, shimmering with icy energy, materialized above her head, descending in tandem with her movement. Beneath that enormous hand, in addition to Xue Wuer, lay Shuang Pingyun. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted into the air. The examiner waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the dust, causing all present to gasp in astonishment. Xue Wuer stood unscathed, while Shuang Pingyun was encased in a thick block of ice, his expression one of sheer terror. Xue Wuer turned her gaze toward the examiner, her demeanor cold, seemingly awaiting the announcement of the outcome. "In this match, Xue Wuer emerges victorious," the examiner declared, momentarily taken aback before announcing loudly. "Xue Wuer must be the strongest among us this year," Ji Xueqing remarked, a wry smile gracing her lips as she observed the scene. "You should be able to see it. Yun Shu, Xue Wuer didn't even employ any spells." Indeed, Yun Shu's lips twitched. He was far more aware than Ji Xueqing that Xue Wuer had not utilized any magical arts. The blood demon ancestor had once battled with a sword forged from spiritual energy. Xue Wuer's method mirrored that of the blood demon ancestor almost perfectly. Though it was merely a simple manipulation of spiritual energy, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of an average 10-year-old child. Surely, not all special recruits can be so extraordinary. Yun Shu murmured to himself, subsequently regarding the other 7 special recruits as imaginary adversaries. Thank goodness, he sighed in relief, glancing at his own data. Although they all hover around 87, none exceed a comprehension score of 93. Alas, how disappointing. What audacity you possess, you worthless 0001. Where do you derive such confidence? The system interjected, unable to tolerate the insolence. Yun Shu tilted his head back, snorting disdainfully. "I was once a man of perfect comprehension. The system chose to ignore this shameless host." From a distance, Lu Qing observed Yun Shu with curiosity, sensing a peculiar change in the young lad. "Director, what troubles you?" inquired Director Wang, standing beside Lu Qing during the second round of assessments. "Oh, nothing," Lu Qing replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I simply feel that this year's cohort may indeed be the finest I have ever mentored." Indeed, Director Wang concurred. After all, with the most enigmatic daughter of the Snow Cloud Emperor among them, it won't be long before she ascends to the Academy's top rank. Xue Wuer possesses great talent. But I believe she still has a way to go before claiming the top spot, Lu Qing remarked with a chuckle, stroking his beard. "A way to go?" Director Wang followed Lu Qing's gaze and caught sight of Yun Shu, tentatively asking, "Director, are you referring to the child named Yun Shu?" Lu Qing responded with a knowing smile, remaining silent. "I admit that Yun Shu is indeed gifted. Even your heart-seeking sword could pass unharmed. However, it is said that Xue Wuer can do the same with the heart-seeking sword." Director Wang questioned. "Moreover, Dean, you have witnessed the finesse with which Xue Wuer manipulated her spiritual energy. I dare say even some of the advanced students might struggle to achieve such precision. Do you truly believe that a child who has yet to formally embark on a path of cultivation could compare?" With a light chuckle, Lu Qing shook his head. "I am merely suggesting that these children have a long journey ahead, and it is impossible to predict where their paths may lead." Yun Shu, unable to hear Lu Qing's words, would dismiss them even if he could, for he was currently embroiled in a significant matter, an urgent one. Luo Xiu versus Yun Shu. The examiner proclaimed loudly. As he gazed at Luo Xiu awaiting him on the stage, Yun Shu felt an inexplicable weakness in his legs. Ahem. A soft cough emerged from behind him. Turning, he discovered Luan Gaoga, her cheeks flushed. Yun Shu, could I perhaps ask you to slightly hold back against her?" Luan Gaoga stammered, a bashful expression adorning her face. Yun Shu's eyes twitched. After uttering her initial request, Luan Gaoga appeared more resolute. Of course. If I accidentally ruin the performance, I shall take responsibility for compensating with spiritual stones. Nevertheless, Yun Shu's expression remained a tumultuous mix of uncertainty. The notion of holding back had not crossed his mind. Yet, he could not fathom why. Upon seeing Luo Shiyu's crimson eyes, his stomach churned incessantly. After a prolonged moment, Yun Shu bit his lip and, with a firm stomp, stepped onto the stage. This, of course, had absolutely nothing to do with Luan Gaoga's promise to reward him with spiritual stones afterward. Surprised? Luo Shiyu's lips curled into a subtle smirk. I am merely astonished. Not pleased. Yun Shu's mouth twitched involuntarily. How could that be? Luo Shiyu's voice was laced with a faint, elusive mirth. After all, we have shared food and fun for half a month. Crash. Luan Gaoga. Gaoga, don't turn pale. It's merely a coincidence that she and I reside on the same floor. Yun Shu observed the ground beneath Luan Gaoga cracking underfoot, his eyes widening in alarm. Sister, shall we engage in combat? Yun Shu's voice trembled as if on the verge of tears, fearing she might inadvertently scare away his benefactor. Even being scared away would be fortunate. What he dreaded more was retaliation. After all, behind Luan Gaoga stood a formidable figure whose leg hair was thicker than his own. Very well, Luo Shiyu said, her delicate tongue brushing her lips as she softly declared, let us commence. Chapter 33. Another great wolf falls in many online novels. The protagonists who traverse to another world often embody the archetype of a vengeful figure who declares, who dares to provoke me shall face dire consequences. However, for the first time, Yun Shu felt he might be an imposter of a protagonist. System activation name, Yun Shu age, 12 realm, locked attributes, locked attack, 045, 1011 defense, 132, 901 spiritual energy, locked intelligence, 18, 651 comprehension, 0001, 9991 celestial fate. Boundless, please unlock additional maps. Gazing at the comprehension field, where a maliciously highlighted golden numeral shone, Yun Shu felt as though this world was a thoroughly flawed game. A wolf has emerged, and yet two have appeared. At this moment, Yun Shu thought to himself, this collection of data has reached an impressive level, rivaling that of Xue Wu'er. Surely, she is more deserving of special admission than I. As he stood within the arena, preparing to engage in battle with Luo Shiyu, Yun Shu was perplexed by the enhancements granted to him by Luo Shiyu. How could such an extraordinary individual not be classified as a special admission student? Surely, she could easily surpass all others, save for Xue Wu'er. Cough, cough, of course excluding myself. I'm coming. Luo Shiyu licked her delicate lips and dashed towards Yun Shu. Regaining his composure, Yun Shu swiftly executed a simplified version of the Ji Qi Tianya technique to evade her, positioning himself behind her, ready to deliver a forceful push to send Luo Shiyu tumbling down. Yet, just as his palm was mere inches from her, Luo Shiyu's figure vanished. I knew it. Yun Shu's lips twitched as he decisively threw a punch backward. Bang! The two swiftly distanced themselves from one another, leaving the onlookers in awe. They were astonished not only by Luo Shiyu's formidable strength, but also by the final move executed before their separation. Did I not see that correctly? Ji Xueqing gasped, her voice trembling. Just now, the technique used by Shiyu was identical to the one Yun Shu employed. Xue Wu'er interjected, confirming her observation. Could they be siblings from the same school? Ji Wangshi cast a sympathetic glance at the bitter-faced Luan Gaoga. They have learned it, Xue Wu'er concluded, dispelling their speculations. Learned? How is that possible? Yun Shu retorted, recalling his sole use of the technique against Ding Qishui. Ji Xueqing expressed disbelief. Such a profound technique cannot possibly be mastered after just one viewing. Xue Wu'er lifted her head, her emotionless gaze fixed on Ji Xueqing. I have learned it as well. Ji Xueqing was momentarily speechless. As one of the three descendants, she had interacted with Xue Wu'er since childhood and knew well that, despite her indifferent nature, the girl possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts. While others labored intensively to master techniques, Xue Wu'er could merely observe and execute them with fewer flaws and greater potency than the originals. Thus, during their grueling training sessions, Xue Wu'er would often be the one sitting nearby with food, occasionally pointing out their instructor's mistakes. This was undeniably infuriating. Cough, cough, thoughts aside. Ji Xueqing firmly believed that once Xue Wu'er matured, she would undoubtedly be among the elite few atop the continent, perhaps even the foremost among them. Yet now, An equally terrifying talent had emerged, one that might even surpass her own, leaving Ji Xueqing in disbelief, if not outright denial. Could an ordinary student surpass a special admission student? Ji Xueqing enjoyed playing with Luo Xiu, but that did not imply she believed Luo Xiu could reach her level. Shui Wuer's ice blue. Indifferent gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart. She perceived the wavering anxiety reflected in the eyes of her childhood companion. Her strength was on par with my own. Yet, Shui Wuer refrained from offering solace to Ji Xueqing. Perhaps the concept of comfort did not exist in her lexicon. The candidates spectating from the sidelines might have been astonished to witness Luo Xiu mastering Yun Shu's agility, but Yun Shu remained unfazed. After all, she was a prodigy with an understanding level nearing perfection at 999. Moreover, she was merely executing a simplified version of the technique Zhi Qi Tianya. Just moments ago, Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You seem unsurprised that I have adopted your agility. If you couldn't manage it, I would be the one astonished." A twitch unconsciously flickered at the corner of Yun Shu's mouth. At that moment, she was oblivious to how deeply mocking her words were to the audience below, who lacked a deceptive system. The 7 special students glared angrily at Yun Shu's back. They had failed to master it. How intriguing. The crimson hue of Luo Xiu's pupils intensified, a sign of her agitated emotions. With a mere gesture, a colossal hand formed from spiritual energy materialized above her head, emanating a chilling aura as it surged toward Yun Shu. Observers instinctively turned their gazes toward the expressionless Shui Wuer, attempting to discern any hint of embarrassment or anger from her demeanor. Yet, their efforts were in vain. "Sister Wuer, it seems Xiu is employing your technique," Ji Xueqing remarked in astonishment. "Is this truly a skill that can be learned? Is she even human? If she couldn't master it, I would be the one surprised." Shui Wuer echoed Yun Shu's sentiments. The special students beside her couldn't help but twitch their lips. Damn, as fellow special students, why are you all so exceptional? They had yet to grasp it. They turned their attention back to Yun Shu, praying she could restore the special student's reputation and prevent an ordinary candidate from triumphing over them. At this moment, Yun Shu joined her index and middle fingers, pointing at the large hand in the air. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded. 2 fingers formed from spiritual energy suddenly emerged, thrusting directly toward the massive palm. "Sister Wuer, this." Ji Xueqing's lips twitched uncontrollably. "If all goes as expected." "Yes, the same technique." Shui Wuer kindly affirmed her hypothesis. Although the shapes differed, the method was identical. "As special students, why does your style contrast so sharply with ours?" This thought echoed incessantly in the minds of all the special students. "One prodigy is sufficient. Why must there be 3 of you? Are you planning a tripartite alliance? I beseech you to leave a path for us geniuses." As these young prodigies lamented within, a rare look of confusion appeared in Shui Wuer's eyes. She was certain Luo Xiu was learning in real time, yet Yun Shu's technique was executed with such proficiency. Far from her first attempt. "Sister Wuer, what did you say?" Ji Xueqing, feeling utterly despondent, inadvertently overheard Shui Wuer's mutterings and couldn't help but retort, "By the way, is it really all right for you all to learn this way? In the future, don't expect me to use any technique other than the turtle fist." Chapter 34. As the Great Wolf Slayer, one must possess unusual XP from the moment she gained consciousness. Luo Xiu recognized her inherent dissimilarity to others. Regardless of the nature of the magical arts, she absorbed knowledge with remarkable swiftness. This extraordinary aptitude extended beyond mere spells. Even concepts that required memorization were grasped by her at a mere glance, allowing her to draw insightful connections. However, the heavens are just. Perhaps it was precisely due to this astonishingly prodigious capacity for learning that she manifested deficiencies in other realms. Luo Xiu's emotional detachment reached an extreme, rather than being indifferent. Her feelings seemed to be suppressed by an ineffable and indescribable force. Thus, she found herself incapable of comprehending or expressing the spectrum of emotions that humans typically exhibit, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The expressions she wore were merely a facade, crafted from her analysis of the surrounding environment. Luo Xiu did not wish to be regarded as a monster. For the first 6 years, she concealed herself within her sect, shrouding both her chilling emotional aloofness and her alarming insight. In the eyes of her senior brothers and sisters, she was merely a gentle junior with average talent, albeit with an oddly peculiar taste. Until one fateful day, she encountered a stunning young woman clad in red, whose beauty was beyond comprehension. Gazing upon the exquisite contours of the woman's face for the first time, ripples disturbed the tranquil waters of Luo Shiyu's heart. It was also on that day that her sect was annihilated, obliterated by the very hand of that woman. Luo Shiyu witnessed the entire event, and the extraordinarily beautiful woman acknowledged her survival. Yet, rather than extinguishing her life, the woman simply smiled and departed. Ironically, as the sole survivor of her sect, Luo Shiyu felt neither fear nor sorrow. Instead, her thoughts wandered to where she might go next. Vengeance was not a notion that occupied her mind. In fact, she found the concept of retribution rather peculiar. The weak striking at the strong would only yield a fatal outcome. Moreover, her deceased master often proclaimed that living was of paramount importance, whether in pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty, or for other reasons. Luo Shiyu resolved to heed her departed master's words. Also in that same year, the woman who had decimated her sect met her own demise, the one who had stirred emotions within her. It was then that Luo Shiyu learned of the woman's title, Blood Demon Ancestor. This could be considered the resolution of grievances, she mused. At this juncture, Luo Shiyu resided in a modest sect, devoid of any notable reputation, leading a life as an unremarkable girl of gentle disposition and peculiar tastes. 6 years later, though merely 12, Luo Shiyu began to manifest the traits of a future beauty. Consequently, many of her senior disciples, as well as individuals from other sects, sought her affection. In the eyes of those men, a girl like Luo Shiyu, radiant in beauty, gentle in demeanor, and lacking any formidable background, was an exceedingly rare find. What? Her cultivation was average? It matters not. Is it not the purpose of such women to serve as exquisite ornaments within a household? The peculiar notions held by certain men left Luo Shiyu in a state of distress, at least theoretically speaking. She feared that if she drew too near, she might inadvertently extinguish their lives. In her world, there existed no absolute truths, no notions of good or evil. Luo Shiyu merely constrained herself by the moral principles of this society. Everyone proclaimed that taking a life was reprehensible, thus one must refrain from such actions. And that was the extent of their reasoning. Yet, even with this understanding, it proved exceedingly difficult to suppress the urge to crush the ants beneath her fingers. By the age of 11, she had already possessed the capability to easily eliminate the leader of her humble sect. After all, it was merely an obscure little sect. Thus, the only alternative to refraining from harming her friends was to depart, seeking a place of greater strength. At least by that time, she believed she would be less inclined to take the lives of newly formed friendships. Thus, Luo Shiyu departed from her small sect and journeyed to the Central Academy of Immortal Jade. She enrolled, sat for examinations, and subsequently passed, gradually forging a few unremarkable friendships within the academy. She had envisioned her life to unfold in a certain manner, but after the conclusion of the first examination, a subtle alteration infiltrated her plans. In the lounge, 2 boys and a girl gathered before her. Initially, Luo Shiyu felt a sense of distance akin to that which one experiences when encountering unfamiliar peers. Yet, through gradual conversation, their relationship began to draw closer. After introducing themselves, the 3 children proceeded to present her to another individual in the lounge, a boy named Yun Shu. Upon turning to gaze at Yun Shu, the emotional ripples stirred 6 years prior inexplicably resurfaced. Yet unlike those from before, this time, Luo Shiyu found herself smiling involuntarily upon seeing his face. It was not a smile derived from analytical reasoning, but rather an instinctive expression of joy that caused her facial muscles to move without conscious control. The emotional restraint she had long maintained appeared to show the slightest fissure. Luo Shiyu did not feel alarmed by the unusual sensations arising after 12 years of life. Instead, she experienced a flicker of delight. It was as though an inner voice persistently urged her with a singular directive: draw near to him, reach out to him, touch him, caress his entire being, and then without hesitation, extinguish his life. In that moment of seeing Yun Shu, Luo Shiyu, who had never before harbored a desire to act, felt an overwhelming impulse to do so. I, Luo Shiyu, wish to pierce my hand through Yun Shu's chest, to feel the warmth of his blood as it courses over my skin, to sense the frantic rhythm of his trembling heart in my grasp, and to witness the gradual dimming of his once vibrant black pupils. As impulses and desires intertwined within her mind, Luo Shiyu's smile grew ever more radiant and entrancing, captivating the attention of the boys named Luan Gaoga and Ji Wangshi. Yet Yun Shu remained unperturbed, his gaze increasingly wary. At this moment, Yun Shu was merely displeased with Luo Xiu due to the irreconcilable conflict between a poor student and a top scholar. Ah, you truly are unlike anyone else. Luo Xiu forcibly suppressed the urge to reach out and caress Yun Shu's cheek, an impulse that threatened to tear her apart. No, it is not yet time. Such urges must only be unleashed during the most pivotal moments of life. A peculiar glint flickered in Luo Xiu's crimson pupils as she gazed at Yun Shu. Yun Shu, please do not leave my side. You are destined to be mine. Chapter 35. Why is a replay inferior to a live broadcast? Observing the seemingly bloodthirsty gaze of Luo Xiu, Yun Shu inexplicably shivered. Boom. Luo Xiu's fist struck the very spot where Yun Shu stood, yet she effortlessly evaded the attack. However, Luo Xiu's onslaught was far from over. In the next instant, her figure vanished from Yun Shu's sight. Danger! Every cell in Yun Shu's body screamed in alarm. Bang! Yun Shu twisted her body, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Luo Xiu's outstretched fingers. The two once again distanced themselves from each other. I only possess a handful of attack techniques, yet you've learned them all. At least leave me one move as a trump card. Yun Shu chuckled wryly at Luo Xiu. It was not merely a matter of being worlds apart. Even the simplified version of Bloodthirsty Finger had been acquired by her. It seemed Luo Xiu had nearly mastered Qing Ming as well. Yun Shu lamented that she truly had no other techniques left to employ. What? Shouldn't you have learned numerous techniques during that great battle 6 years ago? Indeed, during that time, she had pilfered many skills from the blood demon ancestor. However, what was Yun Shu's strength back then, and what is it now? Back then, her combat prowess exceeded 400 million, but now, her system enhancements barely surpassed 100. How the protagonist has become increasingly inept over time. In summary, many of the techniques learned back then could not be utilized without sufficient cultivation. The techniques of Bloodthirsty Finger and the simplified version of Distance Beyond Reach had taken Yun Shu 6 years to master, thanks to the system enhancement from Yun Luo, who possessed the highest comprehension in the Shangyun Temple. Thus, Yun Shu could only employ 3 techniques in battle: Qing Ming, Bloodthirsty Finger, and the movement technique Distance Beyond Reach. As for Earth Escape techniques, she felt they were less practical than Distance Beyond Reach. Is that so? Luo Xiu licked her lips and smiled. Then you may as well die. Before Yun Shu could process her words, she found Luo Xiu's face almost pressed against her own. A punch, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, struck heavily at Yun Shu's abdomen. She was sent flying, precariously balancing along the edge, nearly falling off. Gulp. The audience could not help but swallow hard. That technique seemed reminiscent of the diamond fist previously used by Teacher Yin. Ji Xueqing's lips twitched involuntarily. While the diamond fist was not an exceptionally powerful move, why did it seem that Luo Xiu executed it with greater prowess than Teacher Yin during the second exam? Plagiarism was one thing, but to improve upon it was utterly outrageous. However, as this thought crossed her mind, Ji Xueqing suddenly recalled a more pressing concern. She hastily turned to the side and looked at Xue Wu'er, her voice laced with panic as she asked, Wu'er, I have used the body swap technique in front of them. They haven't learned it too, have they? Xue Wu'er turned her head, calmly gazing at Ji Xueqing for a considerable time. What is the matter? Ji Xueqing, perplexed by Xue Wu'er's silence, could not comprehend her intentions. Remember your voice and demeanor, Xue Wu'er replied, returning her attention to the fierce battle unfolding before them. Upon hearing this, Ji Xueqing's face paled instantly. How could she not understand Xue Wu'er's words? Those two individuals, devoid of any sense of copyright, must have learned it. The technique of Baishun was specifically devised by the Emperor of Wuzhou for his descendants. This technique could be employed with just a mere thread of spiritual energy, with no upper limit, making it an indispensable skill for both domestic and lethal purposes. However, this was not the most crucial aspect. The most significant point was that, regardless of how the Emperor of Wuzhou perceived it, his descendants, essentially all of Ji Xueqing's forebears, whether related by blood or not, considered this a unique secret art, one that must never be passed on to outsiders. Are you truly not deceiving me, Sister Wu? Ji Xueqing exclaimed in a frenzy, shaking Xue Wu'er's shoulders desperately. Baishun is so difficult. It took me 3 years to master it. How could anyone possibly learn it after just one glance? Xue Wu'er indifferently gestured towards herself and then pointed at the two combatants engaged in the fierce clash. Ji Xueqing, deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsed onto the ground. A year prior, She had eagerly showcased her newfound mastery of Bai Shun to Shui Wu'er, hoping to demonstrate her prowess, only to have Shui Wu'er correct her mistakes and demonstrate the proper application of the technique. This was infuriating. Fortunately, their bond was strong, so even if Shui Wu'er had mastered it, she never exhibited it to others. Ji Xueqing suspected that Shui Wu'er might simply look down upon the technique. Nonetheless, Ji Xueqing had not faced any harsh reprimands from her family regarding this matter. Rather, she had received an educational discourse. Yet, the situation now was entirely different. Neither Yun Shu nor Luo Xiu had any understanding of her family's circumstances. It would be impossible to explain it to them later. After all, with so many witnesses present, her family would inevitably learn that outsiders had acquired the skill. This was disastrous. She would undoubtedly face her parents' wrath. Ji Xueqing found herself contemplating whether to travel to the Forbidden Lands in the far west of the continent during the school break. Shui Wu'er observed her childhood friend succumbing to despair, but refrained from offering any words of consolation. A technique like Bai Shun held no allure for her, and the two combatants would hardly find it appealing either. For Shui Wu'er, while Bai Shun could absorb and rebound an enemy's technique, it bore considerable shortcomings. Firstly, its defensive capacity was feeble, able only to withstand attacks that exceeded her own power by a factor of 2. Secondly, the range of Bai Shun was exceedingly limited, as it could only be released in front of her chest, making it improbable for a foe with any semblance of intelligence to repeatedly target an area that rendered their attacks ineffective. Finally, Shui Wu'er believed that as long as her opponent was not overwhelmingly powerful, she could gradually strategize to defeat them. And against those who could completely overpower her, Bai Shun would be utterly useless. Thus, the technique that Ji Xueqing takes great pride in may be quite beneficial to others, but for Shui Wu'er, Yun Shu, and Ji Xueqing herself, it is merely a useless appendage. Of course, this is merely Shui Wu'er's personal opinion. However, for Yun Shu in this moment, that technique holds immense significance. Faced with the relentless assaults from Luo Xiu, Yun Shu mused that were it not for the supportive techniques such as Ji Qi Tianya, he might not have been able to evade them at all. After all, he is not well versed in defensive spells. As Yun Shu dodged Luo Xiu's attacks, he recalled the technique Ji Xueqing had previously employed, only to realize a perplexing issue. He, Yun Shu, could not fathom how to wield that move. Hey, system, my comprehension has surpassed the maximum threshold. Why can't I learn others' techniques? Yun Shu questioned internally, feeling that it certainly seemed less challenging than Ji Qi Tianya. Can you deduce the origin of a painting simply by observing it? The system scoffed. What do you mean? Yun Shu was bewildered. Hadn't he discerned the blood-drinking finger through mere observation? Moreover, his current comprehension value was slightly higher than before. Individuals of varying intelligence perceive the same object differently. The system remarked indifferently. When you previously observed it, your comprehension was merely 0.0001, at most generating thoughts of how impressive or the like. Yun Shu was momentarily silenced, recalling that he indeed thought in such simplistic terms before. But now my comprehension exceeds perfection. Why can't I learn it? He inquired. Dear host, may I ask how your comprehension has transcended perfection? The system retorted. System enhancement, Yun Shu replied awkwardly. Indeed, although this system is bound to your soul, it remains a third-party software, the system stated blandly. Unless you delete your account and start anew, even with enhancements, the attributes from your previous save will remain unchanged. You mean? Yun Shu seemed to grasp the concept, though he struggled to articulate it. It is akin to watching a live broadcast rather than a replay. The system explained. Wow. The phrase wow echoed loudly in Yun Shu's mind. Chapter 36. No one can prevent me from showing off, not even the principal. Since ancient times, sages of our nation have distilled 4 great joys: encountering sweet rain after a prolonged drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, achieving high honors, and the wedding night. If these 4 joys exist, then surely there must be 4 great misfortunes as well. You don't understand? Allow me to elucidate. Encountering sweet rain after a drought is but a single drop. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land is akin to encountering a creditor. Achieving high honors is fraught with homonyms, and the wedding night is overshadowed by the neighbors. Yet today, Yun Shu, who has traversed to an alternate realm, believes he has encountered an even greater misfortune. He once possessed a formidable technique but failed to cherish it. Only after its loss did he realize the depth of his regret. There is no greater sorrow in the world than this. If heaven could grant him another chance, He would undoubtedly seek to copy Luo Shiyu's attributes and then observe live. At this moment, Yun Shu was engulfed in frustration. Although he possessed considerable combat experience and his attributes surpassed those of Luo Shiyu, the skills he had mastered were primarily lethal in nature. They were utterly unsuitable for testing purposes, and a moment's carelessness could indeed result in harm to Luo Shiyu. The notion that he could easily contend with a child was laughable to him. Did one truly believe his opponent was akin to a mere pig? This was a pig with an astonishing comprehension level of 999. A person. If pigs could achieve such high cognitive abilities, they would surely resemble the likes of Zhu Beiji. Ahem, I digress. All in all, Yun Shu found himself in a quandary. After all, this was merely an examination, and due to limitations imposed by his cultivation level, he could only employ a handful of techniques repeatedly. Alas, Yun Shu felt quite troubled. Although each of Luo Shiyu's strikes aimed for vital points such as his throat, heart, and brain, places where a single blow could prove fatal, it was still an examination, and he was not permitted to kill. Yun Shu seized Luo Shiyu's wrist and flung her away. She adjusted her body and landed just before the boundary line. With a sense of regret, he muttered, "This should just be an ordinary test, right?" "Indeed. What else could it be?" Luo Shiyu panted lightly, a smile gracing her lips. "But you clearly intend to take me down," Yun Shu shouted, pointing at her. "Am I not simply leveraging the dean's token for a free meal? What is there to envy? You're doing the same, after all." Luo Shiyu paused momentarily, then revealed a mischievous grin. "What are you doing?" Seeing her smile, Yun Shu instinctively took a step back, only to feel a chilling gaze piercing through him from behind. He stiffly turned around and looked up at a figure standing beneath the sun. That beard was unmistakably reminiscent of the old man Lu Qing. Ahem, the dean. The dean. Yun Shu shivered involuntarily. As the head of the continent's foremost academy, was it truly acceptable for him to be so leisurely? Enrollment was pending. The second round of examinations awaited him, and now it was the third round. Why was he still so casually spectating? If he intended to come, couldn't he at least have informed them? What sort of covert observation was this? The admission of new students was of utmost importance. Lu Qing wore a gentle smile. "By the way, come to my office after the competition." Yun Shu, who had believed Lu Qing was absent from the scene, felt on the verge of tears. "All right, let us resume the battle." Luo Shiyu abandoned her thoughts of spectating. Rather than watching, she now yearned to stain her pristine hands with Yun Shu's blood. Alas, having been interrupted by Lu Qing, Yun Shu no longer had the heart to inquire about Luo Shiyu's desire to kill him. Of course, upon seeing Lu Qing, he also contemplated methods to defeat Luo Shiyu. The system has commenced its operation. Name: Yun Shu. Age: 12. Realm: locked. Attributes: locked attack 0.45, 46 million defense, 132, 29 million spiritual power, locked IQ 18, 771 comprehension, 0001, 731 celestial fate, boundless. Please unlock more maps. Observing these remarkably elevated values of attack and defense, Yun Shu displayed a confident smile. Indeed, he had envisioned Lu Qing as his rival. Here, it is imperative to reiterate the method by which Yun Shu's external system enhances his abilities. Currently, Yun Shu has discerned only two conditions. First, the enhancement must be directed towards his adversary. This aspect is easily managed by Yun Shu, as he frequently competed with other children in his past life. Imagining someone as his competitor suffices. Thus, the crux lies in the second condition. The target of the enhancement must be a living entity visible to the naked eye. Indeed, it must be something alive, otherwise, Yun Shu would have long since dominated the entire celestial Jade Continent with the attributes of the deceased blood demon ancestor. How did we stray off course again? From the current perspective, the attributes of Shui Wu are quite comparable to those of Luo Shiyu, making it feasible to enhance either's abilities. Thus, a more formidable opponent is required. The arrival of Lu Qing made Yun Shu realize that there were examiners and instructors present. Even if one were inexperienced, they would hardly be comparable to a newcomer. However, it was precisely due to Lu Qing's presence that Yun Shu opted to utilize his attribute enhancement. After all, one must strive to excel among the less capable. Yun Shu felt the terrifying energy coursing through his diminutive body. My friend, this is assured. Of course, none of the individuals present, including Lu Qing, sensed the transformation within Yun Shu. This must be the system's contribution. Yun Shu slowly exhaled traces of spiritual energy. as his current cultivation level rendered him capable of generating spiritual energy independently, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Luo Shiyu, I shall now take this seriously. Yun Shu raised his head, gazing at Luo Shiyu with a subtle smile. Do not hinder me. I am about to show off. Oh, splendid. Luo Shiyu licked her lips once more, speaking with evident excitement. Although she sensed some change in the boy before her, it bore no relevance to her intent to incapacitate him. Cease the battle. At that moment, a voice resonated in the ears of both individuals. In fact, not just the two of them, but all present heard it. TSK, once again, it is that old fellow Lu Qing. Yun Shu referred to him as the Dean. Dean, what is the matter? The examiner inquired, revealing a puzzled expression. Luo Shiyu and Yun Shu had exchanged over 30 strikes. The remaining time should be allocated to others. Lu Qing regarded the two with a warm expression, nodding in approval. You both have splendidly showcased your abilities. The Central Celestial Jade Academy welcomes you. Upon hearing these words, the candidates could not help but stir, as the Academy's dean had officially acknowledged their eligibility for admission. Yet, there was no discontent, only a gaze filled with envy directed towards Luo Shiyu. After all, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence, unlike Ding Qishui, that Luo Shiyu possessed formidable strength. Chapter 37. The Misunderstood Due to Lu Qing's Authoritarianism. Yun Shu found herself deprived of the opportunity to showcase her prowess. Observing the battle from the stands, a profound sense of disillusionment enveloped her, as if her aspirations had vanished. The previous encounter with Luo Shiyu had further cemented the impression of disparity between her and the other candidates, effectively relegating Yun Shu to the sidelines. However, it is often said that misfortune can be a harbinger of fortune and vice versa. Although she had lost the chance to impress, she was fortunate enough to witness the discontent etched upon Luo Shiyu's visage. What a stroke of luck! With a hint of regret, Yun Shu turned to Luo Shiyu and remarked, I can't help but feel that you were intent on eliminating me just now. Luo Shiyu responded, her face blooming with a radiant smile. How could that be? Since this is an examination, one must approach it with utmost seriousness. Oh, so you were indeed planning to do away with me? Yun Shu exclaimed, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. My dear heroine, we have no enmity, do we? And quite frankly, if you were to seek an assassin to take me out, I dare say they might very well return with a couple of spirit stones just to inquire about my identity. Luo Shiyu remained silent, her smile only growing more enchanting. It is often said that a good name can reveal a child's future potential, as exemplified by names like Wang Xiaoming, Li Godin, or Nicholas Xiaoxi. This holds true in the realm of the Immortal Jade Continent as well. The naming convention for humans places the surname before the given name. Thus Yun Shu's name follows this format. In contrast, the demon race places the given name first, akin to names like Patrick Charles, which bear a Western influence. The spirit race has a peculiar system. Their naming resembles that of the demon race, yet they possess only a given name without a surname, appending their clan name afterward. Their names are often unambiguous, reflecting their parents' aspirations, such as Swift Spirit Fox or Proud Sky Mad Tiger. At this moment, Yun Shu found herself face to face with a fellow special admission candidate from the spirit race, which rendered her expression rather complex. Greetings, I am Beifeng. A white-haired youth with a few golden scales adorning the corners of his eyes extended his right hand towards Yun Shu amicably. She felt an instinctive reluctance, as if accepting his handshake would signify the loss of something profoundly significant. Hey, why aren't you responding to the descendant of the Spirit King? Ji Shueching prodded Yun Shu discreetly in the arm. Hello, Yun Shu replied flatly, waving her hand in acknowledgement. A handshake was out of the question. Who could fathom the expectations Beifeng's parents harbored for him, to bestow upon him such a subtly awkward name? Come now, let us not be so formal. Beifeng, mistaking her demeanor for the peculiar customs of the human race, raised his hand in return. Then, without hesitation, he grasped Yun Shu's hand, resolutely holding on despite the pallor that crept across her face. By the way, which royal lineage do you belong to? How come we've never crossed paths before? I understand your reluctance to speak, and I empathize with you. After all, I too have traversed a similar path. During my childhood, regardless of the community I found myself in, I was often isolated due to my ancestors' esteemed name. The reverence I received from everyone, top to bottom, was stiflingly dull. However, as time passed, I became accustomed to it. After all, who could blame me for having such a remarkable ancestor? By the way, you still haven't revealed which royal lineage you hail from, have you? Yun Shu discovered an intriguing fact. This individual with a rather peculiar name was surprisingly familiar. He, Yun Shu, was not adept at dealing with such personalities. Ahem. Ji Xueqing coughed lightly beside him, casting a curious glance at Bei Feng. It seems you are not as boisterous with my brother, are you? Yun Shu, in a moment of panic, withdrew his hand from Bei Feng's grasp. Forgive me. I believe I shall go greet someone else. Although Bei Feng did not understand why Yun Shu felt the need to escape, he nonetheless smiled and explained to Ji Xueqing. Compared to Wang Shi, who is neither particularly small nor powerful, I have no qualms about Bei Feng, even with Ji Wang Shi sulking behind me. He then turned his gaze towards Yun Shu, who was drying his hands with a piece of paper, and to Luo Xiu, who was observing the ongoing competition. A faint smile gracing his lips. Aside from the diminutive and whimsical Shui Wu, it seemed there were indeed others of our age, more accurately, one could say, peculiar beings. Is it truly appropriate to refer to others in such a way? Ji Xueqing remarked, playfully swatting Bei Feng's hand away and rolling her eyes. I am merely offering a compliment, Bei Feng retorted, resting his hands behind his head. Moreover, I am not like you girls, when faced with towering mountains. It is our duty to ascend them. This is the essence of a man's romance. Ah, then best of luck to you. Ji Xueqing shrugged, opting not to engage further. As for the desire to compete, she was confident in her own abilities, believing herself to be on par with anyone else. Why do you keep referring to things as small and delicate? Luo Xiu inquired, tilting her head to gaze at Bei Feng. Because, whether human or object, it is the small and adorable that embodies the essence of the world. Bei Feng grinned widely, showcasing his prominent front teeth. Ah, how peculiar. Indeed, as consistently peculiar as ever, Ji Wangshi remarked, guiding his sister Ji Xueqing away from Bei Feng, maintaining a vigilant distance. Luan Gaoga also kept his distance. However, Luo Xiu and Shui Wu seemed unfazed. Meanwhile, Yun Shu was utterly perplexed. Small and adorable? Is that meant to describe me? He glanced at Ji Xueqing and the others. Then at Luo Xiu and Shui Wu. Ji Wangshi, Luan Gaoga, and Bei Feng all towered over him by at least half a head. And even Ji Xueqing exceeded him by a centimeter. The only source of consolation was that both Luo Xiu and Shui Wu only barely surpassed him, thanks to their hair. I'm just not fully developed yet. Yun Shu protested in frustration. Indeed, I have stated repeatedly that I am not peculiar. Merely a misunderstood individual who perceives the essence of the world. Bei Feng argued, visibly displeased. Yes, Ji Wangshi said, once more guiding Ji Xueqing away from the peculiar individual, or rather, from Bei Feng. Be good, Luo Xiu smiled, playfully smoothing Yun Shu's unruly hair. The sun descended beyond the mountains, and the area nearby illuminated with the glow of spiritual artifacts. I hereby declare the admissions examination officially concluded, announced an examiner standing in the center of the arena. I will now call out the names of the candidates who have been accepted. Those whose names are not mentioned may leave. The examiner continued. The candidates whose names were called, including Wang Sanyuan, displayed expressions of surprise, while those not mentioned wore faces of disappointment, with several young girls shedding tears. Yet, such was the nature of this world, unforgivingly unjust. Forgetting the previous unpleasantness, Yun Shu pondered that, unsurprisingly, all 9 special recruits, herself included, had been accepted. Luo Xiu was similarly accepted. However, what astonished Yun Shu was that the boy named Ding Qishui, afflicted by a severe case of adolescent angst, had also been accepted. Hadn't she defeated him with a single strike? How could he still gain admission? Yun Shu inquired of Ji Xueqing beside her, bewildered. Being defeated by you in one move does not imply he is weak, you know? Ji Xueqing exclaimed, rolling her eyes more than usual that day. Moreover, the establishment of this academy is closely tied to his family, so he must possess some influence. Feeling drained and unwilling to engage in further conversation, she sighed. Yet, such is the nature of this world, unjust in every respect. Luo Xiu chuckled softly beside Yun Shu. The youth gazed at the girl with a hint of melancholy. If I were to face bullying at school, it would likely be connected to you. Why is that? Luo Xiu inquired, her smile unwavering. If you hadn't insisted on a swift resolution, would I have been able to conclude matters with a single strike? You are so obedient. Why then did you not heed my advice to let me eliminate him once? I am not foolish. Yun Shu retorted, somewhat vexed. And what does the remaining 10% signify? At this moment, Bei Feng squeezed through the crowd. Yun Shu regarded him with an impassive expression. Suddenly, with a clap, "I know you are fine now. Let's take a stroll." Lu Qing had placed a hand on Yun Shu's shoulder. In the next instant, both Yun Shu and Lu Qing vanished from sight. "Behold, that is the remaining 10%. Luo Shiyu could not help but laugh aloud. Chapter 38. Skipping school is not yet planned. Continued efforts required. The Central Immortal Jade Academy is situated on an islet at the heart of the Immortal Jade Continent, the entire island serving as the campus. Within the academy, every student can acquire what they desire: spiritual stones, elixirs, weapons, and even the legacies of ancient saints. However, such provisions are not bestowed without cost. A renowned powerhouse who emerged from the academy once proclaimed, "Wealth, fame, power. Do you desire everything I possess? If you wish for it, go and seek it. I have placed it all there." "Nay, I am certain no one has ever uttered such words," Ji Shueqing remarked while passing by Yun Shu, unable to suppress her sarcasm. "Dreaming of reaping such benefits is futile. Resources within the school can only be obtained through merit points." "Well, I was merely jesting." Yun Shu shrugged. The admissions examination concluded yesterday, and today marks the first day of the new students' enrollment. Yun Shu and the other newcomers were expected to attend the orientation today. To put it bluntly, it was merely a session on the school regulations. Yun Shu, devoid of enthusiasm, inquired, "By the way, how do we redeem points?" "Completing tasks assigned by mentors earns points, which can also be traded among students. Additionally, working within the college grants points," Ji Shueqing explained. "Oh," Yun Shu replied languidly, clearly asking out of sheer boredom. Ji Shueqing decided to disregard this unambitious individual and hastily pulled her brother away. "Aren't you going to chase after her? Angering a girl can lead to dire consequences." A teasing voice whispered in Yun Shu's ear. "It's not about angering girls. I nearly met my demise yesterday," Yun Shu retorted with irritation. "Is that so?" Luo Shiyu raised an eyebrow, then chuckled as if suddenly enlightened. "I act swiftly. I could ensure your departure from this world without any suffering." "So you do wish for my demise, huh?" Yun Shu quipped. Luo Shiyu shrugged and shifted the topic, asking, "What did you do with the dean yesterday?" "It's not what I did. It's what was done to me," Yun Shu said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Last night, that old dean had me dangling from his office window, exposed to the wind for quite some time." Luo Shiyu looked contemplatively at the towering structure of the college that seemed to pierce the heavens. "That must have been quite an experience." Yun Shu forced a smile. At that moment, all the newly admitted students were gathered in the college auditorium, where a student in his 20s stood on stage. How did Yun Shu know he was a student? It was because he had noticed the name badge hanging from the individual's chest, an emblem of the student council president. Behind the student were several middle-aged individuals, including the old dean, Lu Qing. "Welcome to Central Xinyu Academy. I am Ding Qiyang, the president of the student council." The student spoke with a steady voice, exuding an air of confidence and poise, unmistakably a figure of prominence. "Don't tell me he is related to Ding Qishui," Yun Shu remarked expressionlessly, glancing at Ji Shueqing. "Well, I won't inform you that Ding Qiyang is Ding Qishui's elder brother." Ji Shueqing nodded. Yun Shu abruptly turned, casting a resentful glance at Luo Shiyu, who appeared unfazed while listening to the speech. "Excuse me, do you have a question?" Ding Qiyang's gentle inquiry quieted the somewhat noisy auditorium. "Squatting down won't help you," Yun Shu said expressionlessly as he stood up from the floor. Ding Qiyang looked at Yun Shu with a warm smile. "Do you have a question, student? Which company excels in excavator technology?" What? This was merely a whimsical thought. Naturally, Yun Shu would never pose such a question. If the Time Management Bureau caught wind of it, not only would he face consequences, but he might also be coerced into chasing after those who pirated DVDs as a temporary worker. Of course, the preceding remarks were rather frivolous. Under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone present, Yun Shu could not help but swallow hard. "It's nothing. I simply feel that your name carries an impressive aura," he remarked with a dry chuckle. "Thank you for the compliment, Junior," Ding Qiyang replied with a smile. "I am confident that you will surpass me in the future. However, for now, please pay close attention, as much of what I am about to discuss will pertain to your future experiences within the academy." "All right," Yun Shu responded with a forced smile. Ding Qiyang continued, "First and foremost, fighting is strictly prohibited within the academy. Should such incidents arise, expulsion will be the consequence, regardless of who is in the right. This does not imply that students must coexist in perfect harmony. After all, where there are people, there will inevitably be conflicts, which cannot be mandated away. Thus, should any disputes arise among you, You may opt for private reconciliation or request a duel with a mentor. By the way, it is worth mentioning that even in a duel, one must not take a life. Does that mean as long as one does not die, it's acceptable? Luo Xiu interjected suddenly. Her question not only momentarily stunned Ding Qiang, but also prompted him to glance meaningfully at Yun Shu. Yun Shu instinctively distanced himself from Luo Xiu. Indeed, you are correct, Ding Qiang affirmed. To be precise, as long as one remains in a living state, even if only a head remains, it poses no issue. Ding Qiang's response sent a ripple of astonishment through the gathered newcomers. Most of them were merely 11 or 12 years old, having anticipated a blissful campus life, only to be confronted with such a harsh reality. Hee, I was merely jesting, Ding Qiang said, observing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, and suddenly burst into laughter. Yun Shu swore that following Ding Qiang's words, the carbon dioxide levels in the auditorium had certainly increased. After all, how could one possibly survive with only a head remaining? Ding Qiang continued to chuckle. Hiss. Now, this is amusing. Forget about carbon dioxide. There is hardly any air left in the auditorium. The gentle smile that had adorned Ding Qiang's face vanished abruptly, replaced by a grave expression. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The Central Immortal Jade Academy does not cultivate mediocrity. Those who emerge from this institution can be regarded as formidable individuals. We nurture not mere ornamental blooms, but rather individuals capable of standing firm upon the entire continent. Ding Qiang's words rendered the auditorium silent, even causing Yun Shu's expression to darken. MMP. It appears that the road to skipping classes may be rather distant. Chapter 39. The Battle of the Titans. After the welcoming ceremony concluded, most of the newcomers bore expressions of gravity. Of course, a few exceptions remained. I think I need to find something to eat, Yun Shu said awkwardly, patting his stomach. Speaking of which, it's almost noon, Ji Xueqing remarked as she glanced at the sun. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, shall we go to the cafeteria together? If it weren't for the throng of others surrounding them, Yun Shu might have mistakenly thought Ji Xueqing was inviting him for something more intimate. Agreed. Ji Wangshi, Bei Feng, and Luan Gaoga all nodded in agreement. It must be said that the cafeteria of the continent's premier academy is indeed a paragon of luxury and sophistication. The very decor of the building alone, in Yun Shu's opinion, could easily surpass the five-star hotel she had seen on television in her previous life. Yun Shu opened her mouth, momentarily dazed as she observed the students bustling in and out of the cafeteria entrance. What are you daydreaming about? Let us head inside, Ji Xueqing urged her. It's nothing, let us go, Yun Shu replied, shaking her head in an attempt to dispel the bittersweet memories of dining within the confines of the Yunguan Academy. After all, without comparison, there is no pain. Upon entering, Ji Wangshi noticed Yun Shu's gaze wandering restlessly, as if she were searching for someone. Yun Shu, have you been here before? Are you looking for someone you know? Ji Wangshi inquired curiously. No, this is my first time here, Yun Shu answered, while continuing her search for a person only she was aware of. This was indeed Yun Shu's inaugural visit to the cafeteria. However, drawing from the memories of her past life, she vaguely recalled that in every school where a cafeteria existed, there would invariably be a certain type of frail individual, the cafeteria aunties who trembled, regardless of the sweltering heat or bitter cold. Yun Shu reminisced about those days before her graduation, when each visit to the cafeteria entailed engaging in warm conversations with the serving aunties, allowing them to feel her kindness, which in turn would warm their hearts, causing them to tremble just a little less while serving. Yet, it was clear that this was the realm of the immortal domain, not Earth. I want this, that, and the other, Ji Xueqing declared to the automaton serving the dishes, specifying her desired selections. Oh, and don't include the radishes, she added as an afterthought. The automaton complied with Ji Xueqing's requests, serving her chosen dishes while discarding the unwanted radishes. Satisfied, Ji Xueqing gathered the food and claimed a large table for Yun Shu and the others. Yun Shu couldn't help but smile slightly. Truly, as the continent's foremost academy, they had effortlessly resolved the most fundamental issues between students and the cafeteria. Subsequently, the group sat down at the table Ji Xueqing had occupied. Hey, Yun Shu, why didn't Luo Xiu join us for a meal? Ji Xueqing asked. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's name, Luan Gaoga instinctively lifted his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Yun Shu. Perhaps the cafeteria food doesn't suit her taste, Yun Shu responded with a somewhat nuanced expression, recalling the red-eyed lowly snacks. Yes, that makes sense, After all, cafeteria food can't compare to the exquisite offerings of those grand restaurants, Wan Gaoga exclaimed in realization, and then joyfully announced that he would treat everyone to a delicious dinner that evening. Infatuated was all Ji Shueqing could think to describe Wan Gaoga's demeanor. By the way, Beifeng, Yun Shu quickly shifted the topic, seeking something more stimulating to distract from the haunting memories, to forget the terrifying images. One needs even more terrifying things to whet the appetite. What? Beifeng looked at Yun Shu with a puzzled expression. I recall that members of the spirit clan typically have their clan names as surnames. So what exactly is your lineage? Yun Shu asked, eagerly awaiting Beifeng's response. Hee. Actually, I'm not even sure what race I belong to, Beifeng replied with a grin. The mournful wind brushed against the back of Beifeng's head as he awkwardly chuckled. Our clan, from the moment of our birth, bears no other characteristics of the spirit race aside from the scales at the corners of our eyes. Thus, apart from our ancestors and a few elders, no one knows what our true lineage is. Are you not a descendant of the Spirit King? Yun Shu asked, casting a sympathetic glance at the top of Beifeng's head, where it seemed a sheep with a rather unfortunate adornment was waving at him. What are you daydreaming about? You fool. Ji Shueqing couldn't help but interject. I once perused a book at home that stated the potential of spirit beings is determined by their bloodline, and the bloodline of the Spirit King is inherently superior, suppressing all other spirit races. Therefore, in order to lead the spirit race towards development rather than tyranny, they require their kin to refrain from using their race as a surname. Sounds like the Spirit King is indeed a commendable leader, Yun Shu mused. Her opinion of this peculiar figure who named his descendants had significantly improved. However, there is another reason, Beifeng revealed with a mysterious smile. One fateful night in my childhood, I accidentally overheard a conversation between my ancestor and my grandmother in their chamber. The ancestor expressed a desire to conceal our lineage for fear of retribution from enemies. Yun Shu nodded slightly. That reasoning seemed plausible. The spirit race was diverse, and each type possessed unique customs, which could easily be exploited by malicious individuals to target spirit beings. Nevertheless, what were you doing sneaking into your ancestor's chamber at such a late hour? She questioned. What about your supposed love for younger girls? How could you change your character so quickly after just one chapter? As Yun Shu regarded Beifeng with a peculiar expression, Ji Wangshu spoke up, his eyes vacant. Beifeng, may I boldly inquire about your grandmother's age this year? Indeed, she is still 12 years old, Beifeng unabashedly proclaimed. Still? What does that mean? Yun Shu's mouth parted in astonishment. Luan Gaoga was busy demonstrating his culinary prowess. Ji Shueqing sighed, her tone subtly explaining. Beifeng's grandmother hails from an ominous lineage, yet she is reputed to be the last surviving divine beast from ancient times. Her gifts are intertwined with time, and she delights in transforming into a 12-year-old girl, always asserting her age as 12, although her actual age is likely over 30,000 years. How peculiar, Yun Shu mused. Ji Shueqing's response not only clarified Beifeng's late-night excursion to the Spirit King's chamber, but also sparked a hypothesis within Yun Shu's mind. How could it be? Grandmother is only 12. Beifeng immediately countered. No matter how petite Ji Shueqing was, he would not concede to her assertion. From my grandfather to my father, and then to me, our childhoods were spent in the company of our grandmother. Aside from her, I had no other friends my age. Without her, my childhood would have been exceedingly bleak. Perhaps I would have been abducted by nefarious individuals and sold to remote areas, maybe even captured by those who relish in devouring children. Beifeng, from whom have you heard such tales? Yun Shu's lips twitched in disbelief, for even he, residing in a secluded valley, knew that the continent had established a comprehensive identification system for newborns 3 centuries ago. Furthermore, due to an automated magic known as the Heavenly Eye, any disappearance would be retraced to the scene of the incident in under a minute, initiating a search. Moreover, given that Beifeng is a descendant of the Spirit King, Yun Shu cannot fathom that the lineage of the Spirit King would refrain from employing secretive methods of positioning their own offspring. It was spoken by the grandmother. Beifeng scratched his head and replied, because during my childhood, only my grandmother played with me. The other children of my age regarded me with fearful eyes. Upon hearing this, Yun Shu instinctively took on the role of a detective. During the 3rd examination, many spirit race candidates participated, and their demeanor towards Beifeng seemed less one of fear and more akin to the curious or reserved for a star. Coupled with the Spirit King's effort to conceal his clan name, The disparity between their social standings appeared negligible. Yun Shu regarded Beifeng with a gaze imbued with compassion, no longer concerned whether Beifeng was peculiar. The reason this little fellow had developed a fondness for youthful girls likely stemmed from his grandmother's penchant for feigning youth. The absence of peers to play with him was probably due to her intimidation of those children. In his solitude, the youthful visage of his grandmother became Beifeng's sole emotional support. Over time, as she instilled some bizarre philosophies into him, his reluctance to distance himself from her solidified his peculiar inclinations. Furthermore, Yun Shu harbored suspicions that Beifeng's grandmother had not only influenced him, but might have subjected his grandfather and father to similar trials. It is quite possible that the young spirit king himself had endured such tribulations. After all, how else could one explain his choice of such an extraordinary, peculiar partner? The lineage of the spirit king indeed evokes a sense of sympathy. In a tranquil and secluded garden, two graceful figures materialized. "I say, classmate Shuewu, may I inquire what you wish to discuss by summoning me here?" Luo Xiu inquired, her smile as standard as ever. "Do not speak to me with such an expression." Shui Wuer replied in a neutral tone, "I wish to see the true you." Luo Xiu paused momentarily, then continued to smile. "I must admit, I find your request somewhat perplexing." Shui Wuer fixed her gaze upon Luo Xiu, speaking coldly. "There exists a certain class of beings in this world, or perhaps one should say, entities, whose perception of reality diverges from that of ordinary beings. In their eyes, the world lacks vibrant hues. All they perceive are the monotonous elements that compose existence. Consequently, they find it remarkably easy to learn anything. However, due to this innate talent, the emotions that ordinary people express are reduced to mere simple and meaningless symbols. This class of beings is also referred to as monsters." A sudden chill swept through the garden, and Luo Xiu observed the increasingly vivid and eerie crimson of Shui Wuer's eyes. "And then, what is it you wish to convey?" Luo Xiu's aura gently stirred her garments. Shui Wuer, seemingly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, continued, "Due to their emotional void, they cannot discern between good and evil. All their actions are dictated solely by their own needs." As she spoke, a swirl of spiritual energy enveloped her, making her sky-blue eyes shine ever brighter. "Luo Xiu, I need to understand the reason for your presence here. What will you do if I choose not to speak?" Luo Xiu inquired. "Eliminate you. I cannot allow you to pose a threat to the academy," Snow Dance replied with indifference. "You think you can deter me from the academy?" Luo Xiu tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Are you offering me reasons, or merely justifying your actions, monster?" Boom. A flower by Luo Xiu's hairpin was encased in ice by a surge of spiritual energy. Yet, Luo Xiu remained unfazed, approaching the cold-faced Snow Dance. Leaning closer, she whispered softly into her ear, "I never anticipated that we share common ground. Both of us are monsters unwilling to embrace our monstrous nature. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of causing trouble here. I merely wish to lead a simple life, and I have discovered something far more intriguing. Thus, it would be prudent for us to avoid such confrontations in the future, lest..." A gentle breeze caressed Snow Dance's cheek. Although Luo Xiu had departed, her parting words enveloped Snow Dance in contemplative silence. "Lest I find myself uncertain whether slaying a monster is right or wrong." Luo Xiu bestowed a radiant smile upon Snow Dance. Chapter 40. The magnificent villa. After dining in the cafeteria, Yun Shu returned to the dormitory designated by the academy. Here, one must acknowledge the privileges bestowed upon special recruits. Indeed, an exclusive dormitory is quite delightful. Yun Shu gazed upon the two-story villa with great satisfaction, realizing he would occupy this grand residence alone throughout his time at the academy. Achieving a dream from his previous life, he felt that hard work truly bore fruit. Confidently, he traversed the courtyard and retrieved his student ID from his pocket, swiping it against the miniature array on the doorknob. Beep, student ID. The door swung open. However, what greeted Yun Shu was not the opulence of the dormitory's decor, but a girl with crimson eyes, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. Staring blankly at her, he heard her sweet voice. "Back already? Goodbye." Without hesitation, Yun Shu slammed the door shut. Bang! Luo Xiu kicked open the door that had not been fully closed. Yun Shu promptly distanced himself from her, asserting, "What are you doing in my dormitory? What does it matter?" Luo Xiu feigned indifference. "This place is so large. Living alone must be quite lonely. I'm more frightened with you beside me, you brat." Yun Shu silently berated her in his mind. Had he not clashed with this seemingly harmless girl, he would have never guessed the ferocity lurking within her. Yet, he could sense that her intention to transform his warm body into a cold corpse had not waned. Yun Shu fervently wished to avoid waking up to find his head displayed on the desk, with the charming headless corpse lying on his bed. Don't you have your own dormitory? And with female roommates of your age? How enviable. I mean, how jealous. Well, you know what I mean, he stammered nervously. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's smile grew ever more radiant. How about we switch places then? Not at all. I have no interest in Lolis, he jested. Luo Xiu chuckled, assuring, rest assured, I have absolutely no desire to live with you. I merely stopped by to take a look. The ordinary student dormitory was situated in the northwest corner of the academy, while the special admissions dormitory was in the northeast. The distance between the two locations was not trivial. Luo Xiu's claim of being on the way was met with skepticism by Yun Shu. Don't believe me? Luo Xiu pouted towards Yun Shu's rear. Look, my roommate is here to pick me up. Yun Shu suddenly felt a chill running down her spine, as if leaning against a massive block of ice. Shui Wu'er swept past Yun Shu and stood before Luo Xiu, her tone devoid of any emotion. I've prepared a room for you, and your living essentials are ready. Let's go. Yun Shu finally regained her composure. She had not anticipated that Luo Xiu would be living with that formidable individual, Langmi. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Both possessed extraordinary talents, destined to become fierce competitors, surpassing even the likes of the Emperor of Cruelty. Moreover, sharing the same gender made their camaraderie seem only natural. Should she forge a good relationship with them? Wait, no. Luo Xiu is out to get me. Shui Wu'er appeared to be a viable option. Her family background was substantial, and her innate abilities were formidable. Perhaps she could inquire if her family required a deck cleaner. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Shu's thoughts had soared into the stratosphere. Suddenly, a feeble surge of spiritual energy struck her on the head. What was that for? Yun Shu looked bewilderedly at Luo Xiu, who had just thrown the energy. I live in the dorm next to this ice block. We should hang out sometime, Luo Xiu said cheerfully, patting Shui Wu'er's back. Shui Wu'er shot a cold glance at Luo Xiu, but remained silent. All right, Yun Shu nodded, offering a polite yet perfunctory response. As an adult, she had no interest in mingling with these youngsters, especially with one who seemed rather unhinged. While lost in her malevolent musings, a pair of blue eyes observed her intently. During her earlier confrontation with Luo Xiu, Shui Wu'er had sensed that Yun Shu was akin to them. However, now she perceived an inexplicable weakness emanating from the young man before her, akin to the ordinary and helpless. Just like an ordinary person, he harbored emotions. Gazing at Yun Shu's figure, Shui Wu'er felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered someone strikingly similar in the past. Don't overthink it. Luo Xiu nudged Shui Wu'er's arm, her pupils turning a deeper crimson, her voice tinged with a hint of ferocity. He is mine. Oh, Shui Wu'er snapped back to reality, coldly uttering a single word. What do you mean yours? Yun Shu failed to catch the exchange between the two. Nothing. The ice block is leaving. The earlier eerie demeanor vanished, and Luo Xiu donned her usual cheerful smile. She grabbed Shui Wu'er's arm and departed from the entrance of Yun Shu's dormitory, leaving her standing in a daze. In the evening, the Ji siblings, Wan Gaoga, Beifeng, and the graceful Shui Wu'er along with Luo Xiu coincidentally gathered at Yun Shu's dormitory. Yun Shu remarked, he has uncovered a perplexing issue. The reason Luo Xiu could enter his dorm during the day is not due to her expertise in lockpicking. The identity verification at the entrance must be a sham. Why is it that everyone can wander into his room without hindrance? Is this the doing of that petty-minded dean? You are unaware? The special recruits residing here can freely visit one another as long as they possess their student cards, Beifeng clarified. Oh, so it's as simple as that. Can't they at least show some respect for others' privacy, the scoundrels? Wait a moment. Yun Shu's eyes widened as he stared at Beifeng, stammering. How do you know what I'm thinking? This is a talent of our Lingwang clan. Impressive, I assent it? Beifeng replied indulgently. Goodness. Overwhelmed by Beifeng's strange and unsettling gaze, Yun Shu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The existence of mind reading was indeed a violation of boundaries. Wouldn't that mean his journey through time was exposed? In that instant, Yun Shu perceived Beifeng as a wolf in sheep's clothing, poised to devour him at any moment. Observing Yun Shu's pale complexion, Ji Xueqing sighed in resignation. Hey, it's not the kind of mind reading you're imagining. What? Yun Shu blinked, puzzled by Ji Xueqing's words. Beifeng's talent is not mind reading. It is reading expressions, Ji Xueqing explained. He infers your inner thoughts through your facial expressions. While simple emotions are manageable, anything more complex leaves him utterly bewildered. Micro-expression analysis. This term flickered through Yun Shu's mind. It involves interpreting inner thoughts through subtle changes in facial expressions and behavior, a skill often studied in criminal investigations on Earth. Naturally, such sophisticated matters had no connection to Yun Shu whatsoever. If Beifeng's talent was merely this, it posed no significant threat to Yun Shu. It was imperative that no one discover he was a time traveler. Even the knowledge of his troublesome system must remain concealed. Host, how about an understanding of the saint-level poison? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I comprehend your feelings, Ji Wangshi said sympathetically, gazing at Yun Shu. I once thought he could read minds too, and it terrified me to the point of contemplating drastic measures. Ha ha ha, stop joking, Beifeng chuckled. Wangshi, you know you can't defeat me. Ji Wangshi retorted. Yun Shu, look how composed Shiyu is. You should learn from her. Luan Gaoga interjected. By the way, Shiyu, why are you staying here? This place shouldn't be accessible to you. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly added, I didn't mean to imply you were weak. I meant you were stronger than us. But isn't this place reserved for special recruits? It's all right. Luo Shiyu suddenly embraced the quietly sipping Shui Wuer beside her, playfully exclaiming, it was this ice block who insisted that I share living quarters with her. I simply could not refuse, so here I am. All eyes turned to Shui Wuer, who continued to sip her water in silence. She did not wish to waste her breath on this matter. Moreover, Luo Shiyu was not entirely incorrect. It was indeed her request to live together, though not out of loneliness, but purely for the purpose of surveillance. She intended to monitor all of Luo Shiyu's actions. That creature, devoid of genuine emotion, yet feigning a wealth of feelings, would inevitably wreak havoc one day due to her relentless pursuit of something that did not rightfully belong to her. Chapter 41. The sluggish fish turns over. A new day had finally dawned, and Yun Shu was about to embark on his very first lesson in this world. A refined young man stood on the podium, visibly pleased with the students before him. Greetings, everyone. My surname is Zhua, and you may call me Zhua Pei. He introduced himself. In the coming period, I shall guide you in your studies and cultivation, laying a solid foundation for you to become among the most formidable warriors on the continent. Yun Shu surveyed the surroundings. 1, 2, 3, 77, 79 unruly children. It should be counted as 79 aspiring warriors. Let us commence our first lesson. Zhuo Pei gently tapped the white curtain with a teaching rod, causing a massive inverted tree diagram to materialize upon it. Yun Shu thought to himself, is this a fantasy world? Why does it emanate such a strong sci-fi vibe? Today, I will impart some fundamental knowledge about our continent, Zhuo Pei declared. Of course, I am aware that most of you hail from large sects, and you may have been learning these basics since childhood. Nevertheless, I shall still present them. Those disinclined to listen may engage in meditation, although I doubt many of you will succeed. Meditation, aside from advancing one's rank, is the optimal method for guiding spiritual energy into the body. Generally speaking, it serves as a means of replenishing one's energy. However, meditation has its flaws. It is futile for those without energy or spiritual power. Here, I must share a small piece of knowledge. In the realm of Xinyu, no one is born with spiritual power. To cultivate, one must first undergo body refinement. The most astonishing aspect is that regardless of whether one is human, spirit, or demon, true cultivation only begins after the age of 10. Prior to that, one can only refine the body. There are no exceptions. Those of average talent may officially begin their cultivation around the age of 12, while those of lesser talent may commence around 14. Conversely, those of exceptional talent may start at 11, with no exceptions. Why then is it stated that true cultivation begins after the age of 10? It is because some peculiar individuals have been known to officially start their cultivation at the age of 10. Historical records indicate that 3 human emperors, for demon monarchs, and 2 spirit kings began their cultivation journeys at that age. Additionally, there are rumors suggesting that aside from the top 9, there are actually 2 more individuals, one of whom remains nameless, while the other is a figure of great fear and is spoken of in hushed tones. Indeed, that nameless entity has earned a notorious reputation on the continent as the blood demon ancestor. Ahem. The reason I feel emboldened to speak now is primarily due to the demise of the blood demon ancestor. However, it is evident that both Luo Shiyu and Shui Wuer have likely possessed the ability to channel spiritual energy into their bodies since the tender age of 10. After all, They are remarkable individuals with a comprehension level reaching 999. There is no reason they should not be capable of such feats. Zhuopei, pointing at the tree diagram projected onto the screen, continued to impart knowledge. In the realm we inhabit, there exists a myriad of professions such as physicians, beast tamers, and alchemists. Regardless of the vocation, those who ascend to the pinnacle hold a status that rivals that of so-called powerful beings. Yun Shu, well-versed in various fantasy narratives, nodded in agreement. With a flick of his teaching rod, Zhuopei transformed the tree diagram into a triangular representation, segmented into 9 equally elevated sections of varying colors. Yun Shu interjected. "Excuse me, are we certain this book does not belong to the science fiction genre?" Zhuopei pressed on. "You should all be aware that this continent has endured multiple wars, the most significant of which were the 3 demon-human wars. It was only after the conclusion of the Third War that a genuine peace was established between the human and demon races, marking the era we currently inhabit. Prior to that, the delineation of realms among humans, demons, and spirits was quite disparate. For the human race, the stages are chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation. The demon race experiences stages of apprentice mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, sorcerer, grand sorcerer, archmage, grand archmage, and saint of magic. The spirit race encompasses enlightenment, spiritual intelligence, dissolution, divine motion, nascent soul, spirit void, profound spirit, and sanctification of the physical body." Noticing the perplexed expressions of some students, Zhuopei chuckled. "I understand your confusion. Some of you may not be familiar with what I have just described. This is because, following the Third Demon-Human War, to ensure harmonious coexistence among the various races, a unified classification of realms was established, which we now refer to as the 9 realms. The first realm is the channeling of spiritual energy into the body. The second transcends the mundane. The third achieves unity of spirit and body. The fourth understands fate. The fifth divines fortune and misfortune. The sixth masters separation. The seventh explores knowledge. The eighth manipulates the void. And the ninth attains sanctification." Yun Shu nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, the first through 9th realms. It seems the creator of this classification, much like myself, preferred brevity, as the later realms bear fewer characters. Evidently a sign of reluctance to elaborate further. At that moment, a plainly dressed child raised their hand. "Teacher, this classification must have been devised by the 9 most esteemed individuals, correct?" Zhuopei shook his head with a smile. "You are mistaken. Although those 9 individuals are formidable, regrettably, they were not the architects of this classification. It was conceived by a great cultivator who ultimately brought an end to the Third Demon-Human War." Upon hearing Zhuopei's words, whispers filled the classroom. A timid little girl raised her hand and asked, "Then, teacher, what was the name of this great cultivator?" Observing the eager expressions of his students, Zhuopei could not help but display a wry smile. "Regrettably, I do not know his name." A wave of disappointment washed over the students' faces. It is said that although the monk concluded the Third War between humans and demons, fostering harmony between the 2 races, he committed an irredeemable error. Thus, under the consensus of the 9 lords, his merits were acknowledged, yet his name was utterly erased from history. Zhuopei hastily clarified, "And please, do not inquire about the error the monk made. Even the teacher is unaware." Whispers of discussion once again filled the classroom. "Hey, did you know?" Yun Shu poked the neighboring Ji Xueqing, whose lineage as a descendant of the human emperor rendered her privy to such insider knowledge. "I don't know," Ji Xueqing replied helplessly. "There are indeed records about this matter in my family, but those records are sealed. Aside from the monk, no one knows the contents. Only that they are strictly forbidden to be viewed, lest one faces severe punishment." "What use are you?" "Hey." Luo Shiyu observed Yun Shu's antics, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she turned to Snow Dance sitting beside her. Snow Dance coldly lifted her gaze to Luo Shiyu. "I know, but I cannot disclose it. TSK, so stingy." Chapter 42. Feel the malice in his previous life on Earth. Yun Shu always believed that intelligent individuals excelled in learning. Yet he now had to concede that his notion was erroneous. It turns out that intelligence does not contradict the love for learning. Name: Yun Shu. Age: 12 Realm. Unlocked attributes. Unlocked attack: 045, 1081 defense, 132, 861 spiritual power. Unlocked intelligence: 18, 691 comprehension, 0001 9991 Celestial Affinity. Boundless, please unlock more maps. In an effort to comprehend the teacher's esoteric teachings, Yun Shu deliberately activated the aura of Snow Dance, the most intelligent student in the class. However, it cruelly became evident that understanding was beyond his reach. The flow of spiritual energy generally moves from the Tian Shu point to the Ju Ke point. What is the Tian Shu point? And where is the Ju Ke point? Observing his peers diligently attending to the lecture, Yun Shu resolved to take a brief, earnest nap. Alas, the teacher's innate passive skill was a critical blow to those lacking academic prowess. Ji Xueqing stared in bewilderment at the crystalline liquid trickling from Yun Shu's mouth, then turned back to the dazed Luo Shiyu and the contemplative Snow Dance. Are those engaged in annihilation this formidable these days? In truth, not only Ji Xueqing but even Zhuo Pei, who was lecturing on stage, had noted this peculiar situation. Yet, he refrained from reprimanding the trio. He had observed their previous assessments. Zhuo Pei understood that their capabilities were already sufficient to enter the second year of the primary division, and thus, their comprehension of such basic knowledge was implicit. Therefore, whether they listened or not was beyond his jurisdiction. However, for others, ignoring the lesson was not an option, as teachers bear responsibility for their students. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Ji Xueqing roused Yun Shu from his slumber. Still drowsy, Yun Shu gazed blankly at Ji Xueqing, who wore a dark expression. Ji Xueqing pointed to the corner of her mouth and then gestured toward Yun Shu's. Saliva. Oh. Yun Shu, bewildered, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Let us go. It's time for the physical examination. Ji Xueqing appeared somewhat disdainful of Yun Shu's behavior. A physical examination? The slightly more alert Yun Shu felt a bit perplexed. So, it seems the other world also values physical health. Along with a group of unruly children, including Yun Shu, they arrived before a large red building, guided by Zhuo Pei. Students, as new enrollees, your first task here is to undergo a physical examination, Zhuo Pei explained, noticing the puzzled expressions on some of the students' faces. As you may know, the academy is divided into 3 tiers based on skill level: the primary, intermediate, and advanced divisions. The primary division is further classified into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. The intermediate consists of 4th and 5th grades, while the advanced division comprises only the 6th grade. The 1st grade serves as the foundational class for newcomers, and only upon advancing to the 2nd grade does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. To progress from the primary division to the intermediate, one must pass the examination at the 3rd grade. Yun Shu interjected, "So, what does all this have to do with the physical examination?" Zhuo Pei replied with a smile. "Well, this examination is actually one of the methods for 1st graders to advance to the 2nd grade. Although everyone here is a newcomer, some have already reached the 1st realm. Since both entry-level and 1st realm can be quite ambiguous in terms of self-awareness, many students are unable to discern whether they have truly entered the 1st realm. Thus, this examination is designed to identify those who have achieved that level and promote them to the 2nd grade." For some reason, Zhuo Pei's words made Yun Shu feel as if those who had reached the 1st realm were somehow guilty. TSK, how unfortunate. All right, students, please form a line. We are about to commence the examination, Zhuo Pei said gently. Upon hearing that this was the examination for advancing to the 2nd grade, many of the children appeared visibly anxious. However, Yun Shu was indifferent. Whether or not he advanced to the 2nd grade was of no concern to him. He was merely there to be idle, having been coerced into attending school by his overbearing family, and thus lacked any significant ambition. Not just Yun Shu, but several specially admitted students, including Luo Shiyu, also seemed unconcerned. It was evident they believed they had undeniably reached the 1st realm. Zhuo Pei gazed deeply at the most outstanding among them, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you truly think you have entered the 1st realm? Hee, it seems the teacher has a lesson in store for you. The interior of the building was quite spacious, devoid of any ornamentation save for a spherical crystal situated at its center. All right, students, please line up and approach the crystal one by one. Once the crystal emits a bright light, it signifies that you have entered the 1st realm, Zhuo Pei announced, clapping his hands. The first boy to step forward. Yun Shu didn't recall much about him, likely just an ordinary student from their class. The boy swallowed nervously and placed his hand upon the crystal. In a short while, the crystal emitted a faint glow. Wang Xiaoming appears quite impressive, seemingly on the verge of reaching the 1st realm, praised Zhuo Pei. Wang Xiaoming, brimming with excitement. skipped away from the crystal ball, chattering animatedly as he sought out his close friends to boast. His performance caused many children behind him to brighten with interest, though Wang Xiaoming ranked in the lower middle tier of their class. The prospect of him nearing the first realm with such abilities only intensified the awe directed at those with greater prowess. The next contender was a boy of approximately 1.6 meters in height. At 12 years old, only reaching 1.6 meters. What's so remarkable about that? My junior, Yun Yi, is nearly 2 meters tall, thought Yun Shu, feeling a pang of envy. The boy confidently placed his hand on the crystal ball, convinced he had certainly attained the first realm. Not long ago, he had clashed with Wang Xiaoming, easily knocking him down with a single blow. Surely, with such strength, he must have reached the first realm. However, to his dismay, the outcome was contrary to his expectations. As the boy stared in disbelief, the crystal ball emitted not a glimmer of light. In a mischievous twist, Luo Xiu had deliberately extinguished the illumination stones at the entrance. In the pitch-black darkness, the atmosphere within the room turned palpably tense. Save for the first student praised by the teacher, who continued to chatter away. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of sounds reminiscent of punches and kicks, the last remnants of noise faded away. Ahem, Luo Xiu, might I kindly request you to reactivate the illumination stones? Zhuopei remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Oh. Luo Xiu chuckled as she reignited the stones. Under the renewed light, Yun Shu noticed Wang Xiaoming with his head buried in the ground, his rear end facing him, while his friends were busy wiping non-existent dirt off their clothes. Teacher, why did this happen? The tall boy questioned, looking woefully at Zhuopei. I am clearly stronger than Wang Xiaoming. Do not be disheartened, Zhuopei consoled, gently patting the boy's head with a smile. Reaching the first realm signifies the commencement of one's cultivation journey. Those who have not yet entered the first realm may manipulate spiritual energy, but it merely alters its direction of movement. Conversely, those who have entered the first realm can store spiritual energy within their bodies. During this transitional phase, the outcome of confrontations is not solely determined by realm. It largely depends on consistent training, physical robustness, combat experience, and the like. Thus, even one at the first realm may not necessarily defeat a novice, and due to age, some of you may have only just entered the first realm, with your internal reservoirs of spiritual energy being nearly imperceptible. This is why many struggle to discern whether they have truly reached the first realm. Hence, this crystal ball serves to detect the capacity for storing spiritual energy within one's body. Zhuopei's words left the rambunctious children with perplexed expressions. It seemed rather intricate. However, Yun Shu grasped the analogy. The human body likened to a sponge submerged in water, with spiritual energy representing the water. Those capable of squeezing out water were at the first realm, while those unable to do so remained novices. And the crystal ball acted as the tool to extract the water from the sponge. Contemplating this, Yun Shu felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Fool, Luo Xiu remarked, observing Yun Shu's unwarranted pride with a hint of exasperation. Zhuopei's assertion that many individuals do not include her was indeed true. At the tender age of 10, Luo Xiu realized that she could effortlessly harbor spiritual energy within her body, thereby enhancing her physical prowess. In essence, she had already attained the first realm at such a young age. Luo Xiu turned to gaze intently at her companion, Shui Wu'er, aware that at least 3 of them, herself included, had reached this level, and she was certain Shui Wu'er had as well. After all, they were all rather hypocritical beings. As for the third individual, Luo Xiu glanced at the bewildered Yun Shu. The techniques employed during the battle could not be executed without spiritual energy coursing through one's body. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and it was finally time for the special admissions students to undergo their assessments. Prior to this, only Luo Xiu had caused the crystal orb to emit a steady radiance upon contact, signifying her attainment of the first realm, while no other student had reached the same level. Now, all eyes were fixed upon the 5 special admissions students in the class. What? Weren't there 9 special admissions students? In truth, the remaining 4 had ventured to the spiritual and demonic realms, respectively, while Yun Shu and her companions belonged to the human district. Luan Gaoga was the first of the special admissions students to be tested. For reasons unknown, his once confident countenance appeared somewhat pale and feeble after witnessing Luo Xiu achieve the first realm. Luan, it's all right. There's no need to be anxious. Zhuopei consoled him. Thank you, teacher, Luan Gaoga replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. As a disciple of the human emperor, His innate talent was extraordinary. However, transforming potential into strength necessitated time, which was evidently in short supply for him now. He was well aware that he was merely a step away from the first realm, having seen the same crystal orb in his master's presence. Originally, he had taken pride in his qualification to enter the first realm by the age of 11. Yet, upon observing that his idol, Luo Xiu, had already reached the first realm, and judging by the stability of her brilliance, she had clearly been at this level for at least a year, he felt somewhat disheartened. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. The paramount issue was that his goddess would soon be assigned to the second year. Although he too would ascend to the second year in due course, there would still be a temporal gap in between. During this interval, with the allure of his goddess, countless rivals would undoubtedly emerge. What would he do then? Should he invoke his master's name? If Yun Shu could hear Luan Gaoga's thoughts, she would certainly take a deep breath and exclaim how frighteningly astute he was. Recognizing the need to showcase his background at merely 11 years of age, this boy was destined for greatness. Despite being aware of the reality, Luan Gaoga silently prayed to reach the first realm before his assessment. As his hand made contact with the crystal orb, it illuminated with a brilliance slightly more dazzling than Wang Xiaoming's, yet it still flickered uncertainly. Indeed, he had not attained the first realm. Luan Gaoga felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It appears that in about a month, you will surely reach the first realm, Zhuo Pei reassured him. Thank you, teacher, Luan Gaoga replied, bowing his head in somber acknowledgement. Zhuo Pei could only shake his head in exasperation. He believed that Luan Gaoga had been disheartened by Luo Xiu, thinking that even as a special admission student, she was merely a child. However, unbeknownst to him, Luan Gaoga was simply feeling melancholic due to the brief separation from Luo Xiu. If he had been aware of this, well, he would probably have just called her parents. Subsequently, the siblings Ji Xueqing and Ji Wangshi, after their assessment, calmly accepted the reality that they were merely a step away from the first realm. After all, it was something they had long anticipated. There was no cause for disappointment. As for Luo Xiu achieving the first realm before them, was that not entirely normal? They had known from her battle with Yun Shu during the entrance examination. It was absurd to compare themselves to the likes of Lang Mia, who had reached the first realm before enrollment. What relevance did that have to them? Therefore, they maintained their composure. Next, it was Xue Wuer's turn to be tested. Unsurprisingly, the crystal ball she touched emitted a steady and brilliant light. To their astonishment, this cohort of freshmen included at least 2 students who had attained the first realm. Zhuo Pei, observing from the side, remarked that in his over a decade of teaching, he had witnessed fewer than 5 such exceptional cases, and now he was seeing 2. Or rather 3, since Yun Shu's name, as a latecomer to special admissions, appeared last on the list. All eyes turned fervently towards the bewildered Yun Shu, who was completely unaware that, in everyone's eyes, he had already reached the first realm. In truth, even if he had known, he would likely have merely scoffed at the notion. What a ridiculous joke. As someone whose combat power barely reached 50, how could he possibly compete with someone whose prowess approached 100? Such gazes were causing him considerable mental strain. Yun Shu wiped the sweat from his brow, repeatedly reassuring himself that everyone around him was merely potatoes, as he extended his small hand towards the crystal ball. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation as they focused on the crystal ball in Yun Shu's hand. Then, in the next instant, a piercing scream erupted. Oh no, my eyes! My eyes! They're blinded! Help! The anguished cries echoed incessantly. The cold sweat on Yun Shu's back increased. What had just transpired? Why had he seen the familiar destructive power of a flashbang from his hometown? The moment Yun Shu made contact with the crystal ball, it unleashed an extraordinarily blinding light. And then, all the students in the room became victims of its dazzling intensity. Ji Xueqing was rolling on the ground, clutching her eyes. Ji Wangshi and Luan Gaoga clung tightly to one another. Luo Xiu, eyes shut, helplessly rubbed her eye sockets. Even Xue Wuer, whose expression was typically devoid of emotion, shed tears, her icy blue eyes glaring at Yun Shu with barely concealed anger. It was confirmed, aside from Luo Xiu, another individual had emerged who wished to eliminate him. Yun Shu, Zhuo Pei said, rubbing his injured eyes and feeling a headache coming on. While it is clear you have attained the first realm, do you have any idea what just happened? How could I, a mere academic underachiever, possibly understand what is going on when even you, as a teacher, are at a loss? Yun Shu inwardly lamented in embarrassment. Wait, what? I reached the first realm? How did I not notice? The teacher, Yun Shu. struggled to suppress the incessant twitching of his lips and remarked, "Am I truly at the first realm?" The collective disdain of those present made them wish to spit at him. Did he not possess even the slightest awareness of his own situation? Was it truly acceptable to flaunt such arrogance at such a tender age? Observing the anger etched on their faces, Yun Shu fell silent. It appeared that he had indeed attained the first realm. Yet, why did he feel akin to a Siberian husky lost among a pack of wolves? Chapter 44. The utter disdain for arrogance. If Yun Shu's memory served him correctly, his comprehension level was a mere 0.01 in the system, significantly lower than that of most individuals in this world. How could someone as astute as him possibly reach the first realm before the age of 12? Dear host, there is no need for you to overthink. It is not merely that you are below average, but rather that in this world, there exists no one with a comprehension level lower than yours. The system, which had been silent for several chapters, suddenly made its presence known. One must leave a sliver of hope for future encounters. Do you understand? The corner of Yun Shu's mouth involuntarily twitched. Fear not, dear host. This system's performance is exceptionally superior, and it is impossible for a subsystem as foolish as you to exist. Yun Shu resolved to cease engaging in nonsensical banter with this wretched system. Hey, system, do you have any insight on how I reached the first realm? Why do I not sense any change? He inquired. Due to the outstanding capabilities of this system, you attained the first realm upon acquiring it, the system elucidated. Thus, the evaluations of this system are entirely just and equitable. As a host with a comprehension level of 0.01, it is astonishing that after 12 years, you have yet to attain the second realm, which speaks to the alarming deficiency of your innate talent. Absurd, Yun Shu retorted vehemently, his face flushed with indignation. In this world, one must be over 10 years old to enter the first realm. How could I possibly have achieved it at the age of 1? In light of your generally low intelligence compared to the average in this world, this system has decided to patiently elucidate matters for the dim-witted host. The mechanical voice of the system continued. Due to its commitment to serving you with utmost diligence, this system is held in high regard within the industry. Unlike other systems that provide techniques, weapons, and potions, excluding poisons, this system solely enhances your strength. Apart from supplying your basic parameters, it will only augment the combat power of your adversaries by 1. I am aware of all this. Please get to the point, Yun Shu interjected, pressing a hand to his heart. In this world, spiritual energy constitutes the most fundamental essence of power. Therefore, to enable the host to contend with formidable foes, this system has, as per regulations, reinforced your physical form, ensuring that your body can at least accommodate spiritual energy, thus achieving the so-called first realm, the system stated matter-of-factly. Thus, the fact that after 12 years you have yet to reach the second realm underscores the alarming deficiency of your innate talent. Please refrain from repeating such statements. The disparagement from the system only intensified Yun Shu's sentiment of being akin to a foolish dog amidst a pack of wolves. What is the meaning of that radiance? Why does my brilliance differ so vastly from others, even though we all occupy the first realm? Due to various peculiar circumstances, the operational rules of this world dictate that a being must enter a realm only after the age of 10. However, the host, owing to the exceptional capabilities of the system, has forcibly broken this rule, resulting in certain mutations. Furthermore, it is indeed rare for anyone to be in the first realm at the age of 12. The system, in its habitual self-praise, simultaneously looked down upon Yun Shu. Thank you. Yun Shu's lips twitched incessantly. Please, do not mention it. Serving the host has always been a commendable tradition within our system, the system replied. Moreover, do not be disheartened, for although you have not yet reached the second realm by the age of 12, your foundation in the first realm is undoubtedly the most solid. Yun Shu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon reaching the first realm, a being's spiritual energy continuously washes over their body to adapt to it. Presently, Yun Shu's physical attributes are undoubtedly the most compatible with spiritual energy in the first realm, even surpassing some in the second realm. Yun Shu, what troubles you? Zhuo Pei inquired, baffled by Yun Shu's dejection. Nothing, teacher, Yun Shu replied, disheartened. I merely feel uncomfortable about having reached the first realm so early. Zhuo Pei's lips twitched involuntarily. Reaching the first realm early, and yet feeling discomfort? Is this the peculiar logic of today's geniuses? Ji Shueqing, observing Yun Shu's inexplicably deep sense of loss, could not contain her frustration. What? Are you dissatisfied with the level of the first realm? Just wait. In the future, My cultivation will surely surpass yours, and I will flaunt it before you every day." At that moment, Yun Shu had undoubtedly become the subject of envy among his peers. However, Shui Wu'er and Luo Shiyu discerned a deeper meaning in Yun Shu's words. Reached the first realm early? Even earlier than us? Before the age of 10? The smile on Luo Shiyu's face grew ever more radiant, truly embodying her desire to outshine him. Meanwhile, Shui Wu'er fixed her gaze upon Yun Shu, her expression inscrutable, leaving others unaware of her thoughts. Later that evening, during dinner in the cafeteria, despite sitting together, Ji Xueqing and Luan Gaoga coincidentally positioned themselves opposite Yun Shu, glaring at him. Luo Shiyu, however, appeared unfazed, cheerfully enjoying her meal. Shui Wu'er sat beside Luo Shiyu, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared blankly at Yun Shu. "Apologies," Yun Shu said, feeling uneasy under Shui Wu'er's penetrating gaze. "I regret my actions this afternoon, which caused you harm, and I am truly remorseful." "You still dare to speak?" Ji Xueqing exploded. "Is it just because you reached the first realm before us? Just wait, within a month. I will definitely catch up to you." "Yes, I believe in you," Yun Shu replied earnestly. Ji Xueqing was momentarily taken aback by Yun Shu's response, then sulkily sat down, devouring her meal as if it represented the most detestable scoundrel. Ji Wangshu glanced helplessly at his sister while casting an apologetic look towards Yun Shu. "I think there is no need for you all to feel disheartened. After all, he might not live many more years due to various unforeseen accidents." Luo Shiyu remarked cheerfully while enjoying her meal. Why does Yun Shu have the unsettling feeling that any future mishaps may very well be linked to this crimson-eyed girl? Shui Wu'er withdrew her gaze from Yun Shu and glanced at the side where Luo Shiyu was seated. "I understand. Don't worry. I shall behave in your presence," Luo Shiyu said with a playful squint and a smile directed at Shui Wu'er. "Thank you, esteemed one." Yun Shu expressed her gratitude with a look of appreciation towards Shui Wu'er. Subsequently, Shui Wu'er turned back and continued to fixate on Yun Shu with an icy demeanor. Lost in her own thoughts, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. "Brother, do you think Wu'er might have developed feelings for Yun Shu?" Ji Xueqing whispered to Ji Wangshu. "I recall during our previous training sessions, Wu'er always dined alone, never mingling with others. But now," Ji Xueqing's words were abruptly halted as Ji Wangshu placed a hand over her mouth. He shook his head and said, "There must be another reason, sister. So refrain from overthinking." Ji Xueqing looked at Ji Wangshu with a peculiar expression and asked, "Brother, you can't possibly have feelings for Wu'er, can you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Wangshu lightly tapped her head in annoyance. "I told you not to think wildly. Wu'er holds the same place in my heart as you do. She is my sister." Ji Xueqing, cradling her head, replied in a tone of feigned grievance. Seeing his mischievous little sister, Ji Wangshu wore an expression of helplessness. There were certain matters he simply could not disclose to her. Despite being from the same lineage among the three imperial families, there were still feelings of discontentment and jealousy towards others. Especially after Shui Wu'er's sudden emergence, the voices of envy had intensified. Ji Wangshu once overheard the parents of a peer, a prodigy of his own age, make a disparaging remark about Shui Wu'er. That statement had lingered in his mind ever since. The elder had referred to Shui Wu'er as an emotionless monster nurtured by the Snow Cloud Emperor. Chapter 45. A fair contest based on background. A month later, the Ji siblings and Luan Gaogu entered the second year, reuniting once more with Yun Shu and her companions. During this month, Yun Shu inexplicably ascended to the position of leader among the second-year students. "What?" Ji Xueqing gasped, staring at Yun Shu, whose expression remained impassive. "How did you manage that? The second year isn't solely comprised of first-stage students. There are some who have just reached the second stage. You should inquire with those two fools," Yun Shu replied, gesturing towards Luo Shiyu, who was devouring her meal, and the expressionless Shui Wu'er. Ji Xueqing looked bewildered at Luo Shiyu and Shui Wu'er. "Oh, it's nothing much. When we first arrived, 2 second-stage students sought to cause trouble," Luo Shiyu casually explained. "To protect me, Shui Wu'er took them down, and then a few third-stage students showed up." Ji Xueqing stared at Shui Wu'er in astonishment. "Wu'er, you can even defeat third-stage students? You haven't resorted to secret techniques, have you?" "No." Shui Wu'er glanced at Luo Shiyu and replied coolly, "I entrusted that to Yun Shu." Ji Xueqing's mouth fell open, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Yun Shu. You have managed to defeat even third-stage students. Don't you know that the academy prohibits the use of secret techniques?" Yun Shu's expression grew somewhat awkward. I didn't employ any secret techniques. Luo Xiu interjected from the side. I won through conventional means. Impossible. Ji Xueqing expressed her disbelief. The first realm is foundational, and each subsequent realm is significantly stronger than the previous one. While it may be challenging to face ordinary practitioners from outside, it is possible to challenge beyond one's level. However, this academy is exclusive to the elite of the entire continent. How could one easily succeed in such challenges? Indeed, Xue Wu'er acknowledged that Luo Xiu's words were true. Ji Xueqing felt instantly deflated. She could dismiss what others said, but when Xue Wu'er spoke, she believed her. After all, Xue Wu'er never spoke falsehoods. Nearby, Ji Wangshi and Luan Gaoga also appeared somewhat disheartened. They had entered the academy together, yet the gap between them was widening. In truth, Yun Shu had not intended to draw attention. He had merely planned to engage casually and then concede, later reporting to the dean. However, the absurdly overbearing system adamantly refused to allow him to give up, insisting that a true man with a system should never concede defeat. Damn it! A true man should possess the ability to endure and adapt. Ultimately, under the influence of a poison specifically designed to incapacitate practitioners below the 9th realm, Yun Shu finally capitulated. Wait a moment. Specifically designed? Damn, what else can this wretched system do besides targeting itself? After this battle, the buff-enhanced Yun Shu gained fame, withstanding the might of 2 practitioners from the 3rd realm single-handedly. Not only the 2nd and 3rd years, but even the 4th year began to take notice of Yun Shu. Forget it. You are all monsters. I shall content myself with being a genius in the eyes of ordinary people, Ji Xueqing lamented, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Yun Shu offered an awkward smile. The instructor for the 2nd-year class was a bald, burly man, exuding a temperament that starkly contrasted with Zhuo Pei's refined demeanor. He radiated an aura of aggression, as if to say, if you don't let me enjoy myself, I will strike you. Consequently, few students dared to misbehave in his class. After class, Ji Xueqing stared in astonishment at Yun Shu, who was blissfully asleep beside her. Wait, wasn't it said that no one dared to misbehave? How could he sleep so brazenly the moment class began? In truth, the bald teacher was equally exasperated by this situation. He had once punished Yun Shu by making him stand outside, yet the boy continued to doze during lessons. Simply put, he acknowledged his fault, but showed no intention of reforming. Especially after Yun Shu triumphed over 2 senior students, the teacher had no choice but to indulge him. After all, in practical classes, he could find no opponents for Yun Shu. As for theoretical classes, which special recruits had not been instilled with the principles of cultivation from a young age. After class, Yun Shu sighed. I fell asleep again. I swear I won't sleep in class tomorrow. Ji Xueqing's lips twitched. Seeing how adept he was at making such promises, she knew he would undoubtedly doze off again. Just as he had today. Yun Shu, do you 3 have any plans tonight? Ji Wangshi approached. The 6 of them had been together since enrollment. Even after a month apart, their bond remained unchanged. I shouldn't have anything on. Yun Shu scratched the back of his head. Neither do I. Luo Xiu chimed in with a smile. Same here, Xue Wu'er added nonchalantly. That's good. Ji Wangshi let out a sigh of relief. Come to my dormitory tonight. We shall discuss the upcoming competition next week. What competition? Yun Shu inquired, feeling utterly bewildered. It sounded rather impressive. If I didn't know that outside the realm of Xinyu, chaos reigns with erratic spiritual energy, I would genuinely suspect you hail from beyond Xinyu, Ji Xueqing remarked, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. The competition is the most significant event for all schools with recorded acknowledgments on the continent. My sect is somewhat obscure, Yun Shu admitted sheepishly. In a place where one must rely on teleportation arrays for daily travel, how could it not be obscure? Let us discuss the competition in detail tonight. For now, let us all go have dinner, Ji Wangshi interjected hastily. That makes sense, Yun Shu nodded. Whatever it is, since it's an event, we should enjoy it to the fullest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, illuminated stones brightened every path within the academy. The 5 of them arrived at Ji Wangshi's residence, which could be more aptly described as a grand villa. Gathered together, they instinctively produced an array of snacks. Laughter erupted among the 6 of them, a harmonious camaraderie evident. Cough, cough, Ji Wangshi said, adopting a more serious demeanor. Allow me to briefly explain the competition. Everyone, including Yun Shu, lazily acknowledged their understanding, particularly Ji Xueqing, who admonished Yun Shu to pay close attention. Yun Shu said, assuming a serious expression as she cracked sunflower seeds. Ji Shueqing was on the verge of an outburst. All right, sister. You should also listen closely. The competition is crucial for us, Ji Wanshu urged. Humph, she retorted. Cough, cough, enough of that. I shall begin. Ji Wanshu continued earnestly. The competition is the most significant event held by all academies every 3 years. During this event, students from each school strive to showcase their abilities, allowing prominent sects to recognize them, thus providing potential support after graduation, for not everyone enjoys a favorable background. Yun Shu nodded in deep agreement. Were it not for my own strikingly handsome presence, a certain sect leader whose temple barely lasts 20 years would inevitably face demise. Moreover, the competition not only demonstrates the students' prowess, but also reflects the educational standards of the academy. Ji Wanshu proudly declared, our academy has secured first place in every competition, justifying our title as the foremost academy in the Xinyu. Yun Shu opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking, primarily out of fear of retribution. In a school attended by descendants of 9 elite beings, who would dare to falter in securing the top position? Schools that failed to achieve this might find themselves in perilous circumstances during nocturnal journeys. Chapter 46. The competition known only to the scholar Yun Shu gleaned a general understanding of the competition from Ji Wanshu, concluding it to be a grand and comprehensive event aimed at showcasing student capabilities and the academy's educational quality. As for the various events, she decided against memorizing them, fearing an overwhelming headache, but overall, they could be categorized into 2 main types, practical and theoretical. The practical competitions are straightforward, as they involve students battling against one another, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. However, the theoretical competitions are considerably more complex, given that the realm of Xinyu is home to a plethora of professions, such as the demon realm's potion masters and charmists, the human realm's alchemists and physicians, as well as the spirit realm's shamans, among other extraordinary vocations. Although these individuals might possess relatively average combat prowess, their professional abilities greatly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of their teams, making them highly sought after by every institution. In fact, students pursuing these professions often enjoy better treatment than those in combat disciplines. This preferential treatment arises from their scarcity. Theoretical students require not merely physical strength, but a keen intellect and exceptionally rare talents. Naturally, Yun Shu finds himself quite disconnected from all of this. In summary, the theoretical competitions revolve around alchemy and potion brewing. Yet, if it were that simple, Yun Shu would not be feeling the pressure. Within the theoretical competitions lies an event renowned for its exceptional value, the Academic Elite Contest. Participation in this event is unrestricted. Any student enrolled in the competition may register. However, historically, fewer than 10 participants have entered this event. The reason is straightforward. The written examination is exceedingly daunting. It covers topics ranging from the origins of Xinyu to the fundamental formulas of spiritual particles that constitute magical techniques, as well as innovative approaches to future developments. The breadth of the questions is nothing short of staggering. It is said that during the inaugural competition, a substantial number of students registered for this event, only for one 6th-tier student on the verge of graduation to meet an unfortunate fate during the contest. Following this incident, all students across various academies came to accept a prevailing truth that has endured. In the Academic Elite Contest, only those of divine intellect are worthy of distinction, while all others are deemed insignificant. Consequently, in the subsequent Academic Elite Contests, only those legendary scholars dared to compete, vying for the title of the Supreme Scholar. This has granted both the diligent scholars and the mediocre students an opportunity to revere them. It is rumored that portraits of the previous Academic Elite Contest champion are venerated by second-year students and above across the continent before their final examinations. Thus, anyone who claims victory in the Academic Elite Contest soon becomes the subject of widespread gossip throughout the realm. This illustrates the immense prestige associated with the contest. Of course, none of this pertains to Yun Shu, who is rather unremarkable in academic standing. Nevertheless, even a seemingly lackluster individual understands the value of striving for improvement. Thus, Yun Shu resolved to casually secure a victory in a practical competition. After all, what could he do? Considering that he was separated from those ordinary students by an unyielding system, at this moment, Yun Shu remained oblivious to the updates on his system panel concerning the main quest, which had been obscured by an unknown force. However, upon mentioning the profession of alchemist, Yun Shu couldn't help but reminisce about his little apprentice sister Yun Luo, who was enduring a challenging life at the Shangyun Temple. Since becoming the third disciple of Shangyun, she had showcased her alchemical talent during a barbecue they shared. The ethereal seasoning, which Yun Shu had only concocted once, was flawlessly replicated by Yun Luo down to the last detail. Since that moment, the library at the Upper Cloud Temple granted Yun Luo unconditional access. Even as the senior disciple, I have never had such privilege. That old man is undeniably biased. Hey, why are you in a daze? Ji Shueqing observed Yun Shu's eyes dimming, realizing he was lost in thought. No. I was merely contemplating the most composed way to express my triumph post-victory. Yun Shu replied without a moment's hesitation, only to be met with a chilling gust that pricked at his back. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yun Shu scratched his head. It's nothing, just a bit restless. I could use a soft sandbag. Ji Shueqing replied with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Luan Gaoga maintained a neutral expression, simply grinning as he gazed at Luo Shiyu's profile. Ji Wangshi, with a hint of exasperation, turned to Yun Shu and remarked, "You must be cautious. We are not like ordinary students. In practical competitions, we are permitted to be challenged by opponents 2 grades above us. In other words, we will face adversaries at least 2 realms above our own." Yun Shu nodded dismissively. "It's merely 2 realms. We are not intimidated." Noticing this, Ji Wangshi smirked and continued, "Have you participated in the theoretical competitions?" Cough, cough. Luan Gaoga suddenly cleared his throat, leisurely stating, "I participated in the alchemist competition." He then discreetly cast a glance at Luo Shiyu, who remained oblivious. Luan Gaoga's expression revealed a touch of disappointment. "An alchemist? How fortuitous. I am participating as well," Beifeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. "You?" Before Luan Gaoga could respond, Ji Shueqing looked at Beifeng with a bemused expression. "I recall you have never dealt with elixirs before, right? Wasn't he that just a way to pass the time before school started?" Beifeng chuckled. "Thus, I purchased an alchemy furnace on my way and practiced for fun. Surprisingly, I succeeded on my first attempt. I never anticipated I would be the first in my clan to possess alchemical talent." Yun Shu nudged Ji Wangshi and whispered, "What does he mean? Isn't there anyone in the Spirit King lineage who can concoct elixirs? The Spirit Clan differs from the human and demon races. Aside from a few exceptions, most Spirit Clan powers tend to favor combat. It's not that their methods are crude, but the nature of their powers is less versatile compared to the other 2 races, resulting in greater combat prowess. The Spirit King lineage is particularly pronounced." Ji Wangshi explained softly. "While reaching a certain realm allows for elixir creation, the quality pales in comparison to that of true alchemists. So, Beifeng does not belong to the Spirit King lineage." Yun Shu exclaimed softly. Thud. Ji Shueqing playfully struck Yun Shu on the head, exclaiming, "What on earth have you misinterpreted from my brother's words? And you spoke too loudly, you fool." Yun Shu covered the back of his head, casting a resentful glance at Ji Wangshi's awkward expression. "Thud. This has nothing to do with my brother. You misunderstood it yourself." Ji Shueqing struck him again in irritation. "Hiss. How did you know what I was about to say?" Yun Shu gazed at Ji Shueqing in horror. "Could it be that you are also from the Spirit King lineage? Goodness gracious. Brother, let go of me. I am determined to fight this scoundrel to the death." Ji Shueqing exclaimed, struggling in Ji Wangshi's embrace. Beifeng watched the scene with a benevolent smile. "Are you not angry?" Luo Shiyu inquired, tilting her head. "How could I be angry?" Beifeng replied, a doting smile gracing his lips. "At this age, children are simply acting out, are they not?" Upon hearing this, Ji Shueqing and Yun Shu paused momentarily. Well, I forgive you," they both said in unison. Beifeng's ant-like smile made the 2 feel quite uncomfortable. Chapter 47. Admiration for Beckman. How swiftly time passes. Yun Shu stretched lazily, gazing at the grand characters for the competitive tournament affixed to the academy's entrance. Time slips away like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a week has vanished through my fingers. Had I not witnessed you sleeping through class, I might have commended you, Ji Shueqing remarked, pouting. In the past week, excitement for the impending tournament had left most students inattentive during lessons. But this fellow, indeed, it was this very individual. He continued to doze off. The teacher, in a merciful attempt to cater to the students' moods, had begun introducing more entertaining lessons, yet he remained asleep. "Hey, Could you at least consider the teacher's feelings, you scoundrel? Whenever the teacher's gaze inadvertently landed on the slumbering Yun Shu, Ji Shueqing found herself enveloped in a profound sense of guilt, a feeling akin to frustration over unfulfilled potential. Wait, I am here to learn, not to play your mother. Ji Shueqing sank into an inexplicable low mood. What is wrong with her? Luo Xiu asked curiously as she approached the squatting Ji Shueqing. Perhaps she feels guilty for not having breakfast, deeming it disrespectful to the day ahead. Yun Shu replied empathetically while subtly creating some distance from Luo Xiu. The reason he shared a desk with Ji Shueqing was that he felt if Luo Xiu sat next to him, he might lose his neck. Who else would feel guilty over such trivial matters? Ji Shueqing exclaimed loudly. No, as the saying goes, a day's plan starts with the morning. Therefore, breakfast is essential. Yun Shu stated earnestly. Where do you get such nonsensical reasoning? Ji Shueqing shouted in exasperation. No, I believe he has a point, a youthful voice interjected from behind them. Turning around, Yun Shu and the others saw a tall black-haired boy in a light gray school uniform, older than they were. The age difference was evident as he towered over them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a student of the White Emperor Western Academy. You may call me Fei Aikman. The black-haired youth greeted them with a contemporary demonic gesture. I feel like I've heard that name before, yet it eludes me. Ji Shueqing mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. And you? Yun Shu directed his gaze at Luo Xiu. Not familiar, Luo Xiu replied tersely. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Aikman's mouth. Although the Central Immortal Academy is hailed as the premier institution of the continent, the White Emperor's Western Academy is equally commendable. In the previous competitive tournament, they nearly claimed the title of first place. Had it not been for the presence of a certain scoundrel, the illustrious title of the continent's foremost academy would undoubtedly belong to them. Yet even so, it is inconceivable that they remain unaware of their own renown. Are you newcomers? Aikman inquired, suppressing his ire with a smile. Indeed, Yun Shu replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. Aikman sighed with relief internally. It was not that he lacked fame. Rather, they were simply oblivious to his stature as they were fresh entrants. Thus, it became essential for him to regale them with tales of his greatness. Aikman's gaze discreetly darted towards the enchanting Lu Xiu, whose smile lingered at the corner of her lips. The impetus for his approach was her distant silhouette, which had caused his heart to leap. Yes, it was indeed the sensation of being smitten, despite the fact that Aikman was over 20 years her senior due to the longevity of the demon race. He found himself utterly captivated by Lu Xiu, particularly her mesmerizing crimson eyes that sparkled like brilliant crystals. Just as Aikman prepared to showcase his accomplishments, he was mercilessly interrupted by Ji Shueqing. Ah, I just remembered. A relative of mine who graduated mentioned that in the last tournament, he was eliminated in the first round by the student council president, Ding Qiang, who is the brother of Ding Qishui, Ji Shueqing pointed out, directing her words at Aikman. The corner of Aikman's mouth twitched as Ji Shueqing ruthlessly tore open his wound. Indeed, in the last tournament, he had emerged as a dazzling new star of the White Emperor's Western Academy, vying for the title of the continent's foremost academy. However, inexplicably, the infamous Ding Qiang, also hailed as a new star of the same generation, confronted him in the very first preliminary match. At that time, the naive Aikman had assumed it was mere coincidence. If he was eliminated in the first round, why would anyone still remember his name? Yun Shu observed with a bemused expression directed at Ji Shueqing. Hearing this, Aikman's mouth twitched once more. Before he could respond, Ji Shueqing preemptively provided the answer. Not only in combat, but even in theoretical competitions, alchemists, potion masters, shamans, and healers were all eliminated in the first round by that shameless Ding Qiang. Ji Shueqing remarked sympathetically, her gaze resting on the flustered Aikman. The young girl was indeed correct, not only in combat, but even in the theoretical categories he had enrolled in. He was summarily eliminated by that rogue in the first round. It was from that moment onward that Aikman comprehended a profound truth. In life, no, in the realm of magic, one must not be excessively kind. An encounter may be a mere coincidence, yet to face elimination in every single event he had registered for, and to have no other projects in which to compete, could hardly be attributed to mere happenstance. If this were not intentional, he would gladly confine himself to the restroom in utter despair. Wow, how impressive. You know so much, Yun Shu exclaimed, her gaze drifting as she offered insincere praise. Feeling a pang of pity, she felt compelled to bestow a compliment nonetheless. Aikman, His face darkened with anger, coldly scoffed. This time is different from the last. Go tell that scoundrel Ding Qiang that I will still report those projects, and this time I shall also participate in the academic competition. Let him come if he dares to continue inflicting harm. With that, Eichmann stormed off. Yun Shu and Ji Xueqing exchanged bewildered glances. Why is he here? One murmured. I have no idea, came the reply. Just as the two were still puzzled, Eichmann turned back. He took a deep breath, striving to display what he considered a charming and cheerful smile as he gazed at Luo Xiu. May I inquire, beautiful lady, if you would be so kind as to share your noble and elegant name with me? Yun Shu exclaimed. I see it now. Do you understand? Ji Xueqing responded. I do. After their silent exchange of glances, they regarded Eichmann with mischievous intent. Why does it feel as if someone else's pig is attempting to root through our cabbage? Observing Eichmann's eager expression, Luo Xiu beamed with a radiant smile. Admiring Bateman, Ji Xueqing and Yun Shu's lips twitched in unison. Ji Xueqing remarked, if I recall correctly, that name belongs to the character you mentioned a couple of days ago from the battle between Bateman and Ultraman. Yun Shu quickly protested, no, that's not me. I didn't. The two exchanged glances once more, completing their unspoken dialogue. Admiring Bateman? Eichmann's eyes brightened. What a splendid name. Chapter 48. Dreams and Reality. After bidding farewell to Eichmann, the three of them arrived at the assembly point, awaiting the arrival of the other three. There are 9 special recruits, originally. The opening ceremony of the competition was meant to showcase the special recruits as the central figures of the Xinyu Academy. However, due to Yun Shu, Luo Xiu, Ji Xueqing, and Shui Wuer's insufficient height, only 5 other special recruits could represent the academy to the audience and other institutions. Consequently, Ji Wangshi and the others were not with Yun Shu. Humph, if it were based on looks, I would undoubtedly be the star. Yun Shu pouted, visibly displeased. Heh. Ji Xueqing rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, why aren't you with Shui Wuer? Aren't you two inseparable? Yun Shu ignored Ji Xueqing's eye roll and turned her attention to the smiling Luo Xiu. I couldn't help it. That ice block was ordered by the dean to stay indoors and study diligently for the academic competition. So, it's just me left, Luo Xiu laughed, spreading her hands. That shameless old man places such importance on a single project, Yun Shu remarked pensively. I truly didn't expect that Shui Wuer, who appears so cold, is actually a genius. Heh, Wuer is nothing like you, who sleeps through class every day. She skips class to learn things even the teachers don't understand. While you skip class simply because you don't pay attention, Ji Xueqing retorted mercilessly. And who told you that the academic competition isn't important? Only those with extraordinary strength or who in the academic competition can enter the continent's highest administrative body. How terrifying. Yun Shu inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with astonishment. The highest administrative body of the Xinyu continent, formerly known as the Supreme Administrative Authority of the Xinyu continent, is, as its name suggests, an institution formed by 9 supreme beings after the conclusion of the Third Great War, tasked with overseeing the entirety of the Xinyu continent and ensuring its overarching peace. Every edict emanating from this institution embodies the collective will of the 9 supreme beings. It could be said that entering this realm would elevate one to the status just below the supreme beings, at least in terms of rank. Nonetheless, this position is akin to an iron rice bowl, the most secure of its kind. Countless individuals yearn for this opportunity, yet no matter how hard they strive, entry remains elusive. It is no wonder that the academic competition is held in such high regard. Yun Shu, stroking her chin, lamented. I thought the champion would become a spiritual leader for the students. Sighing in exasperation, Ji Xueqing pressed her forehead, now fully convinced that this person had emerged from a desolate mountain devoid of human presence. After a while, Ji Wangshi, Wan Gaoga, and Beifeng finally arrived at the gathering point. The opening ceremony would officially commence at dusk when the sun sets. Leaving us with a bit of time to grab a bite, Ji Wangshi remarked, noting the impatient expressions on Yun Shu and Ji Xueqing's faces with an awkward smile. All right. Yun Shu and Ji Xueqing simultaneously raised their hands. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, maintained her sweet smile, although beneath her slightly closed eyelids. Her crimson pupils scrutinized Ji Xueqing. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, nearing the commencement of the ceremony, the group arrived at the ceremonial platform. So many people, Yun Shu exclaimed, gazing at the throngs around her, filled with heartfelt emotion. Of course, Ji Xueqing replied, it's not just our academy. Institutions from other continents will also participate. This is a grand event for all academies. Oh, by the way, do the other academies have exceptionally talented special recruits like us? Yun Shu surveyed the sea of faces, suddenly anxious about encountering more formidable figures like Luo Xiu and Shui Wu'er. Every special recruit is a renowned genius on the Xinyu continent, excluding you. Of course, Ji Xueqing rolled her eyes, having spent enough time with Yun Shu to understand her personality. A salted fish. An exceedingly salted fish. A fish that rarely gets angry. I wasn't referring to you, but rather to individuals like Shui Wu'er and Luo Xiu. Yun Shu realized her expression might not have been adequately conveyed and reiterated her point. Ji Xueqing, meaning, she too had misspoken. Yun Shu, the soul of sarcasm, is indeed a rather caustic salted fish. No. What? Is 3 not enough? Ji Xueqing huffed and stormed off. Wait. Why did she leave? Yun Shu scratched her head in confusion. Ahem, don't mind it. Your words may have struck a nerve, Ji Wangshu said awkwardly. That was my fault. Yun Shu reflected on her earlier comment, realizing it might have been somewhat sharp. There shouldn't be anyone quite like the 3 of you among the special recruits, but Luan Gaoga's expression grew pained. I do know of 2 more monsters. 2 more. Yun Shu's eyes widened in shock. Is there a promotion going on these days? Is it true that there are so many extraordinary individuals with near-perfect understanding? Rest assured, the 2 individuals mentioned by Gao Gu are the little princesses of the demon clan, who are under dedicated tutelage and will not be attending the academy for their studies. King Ji Shi reassured, stating that although they are twins and cannot defeat Shui Wu'er individually, their collaboration would not yield a loss against her. Yun Shu's expression grew peculiar. Can comprehension truly be additive? Your understanding is indeed derived from addition. The sudden voice of the system startled Yun Shu. But I possess a system. Those 2 little princesses of the demon clan surely do not have one, do they? Yun Shu inquired. It is impossible. Only those with boundless fortune can bind to a system, and you are the only one in this world with such a trait, the system decisively replied. Boundless fortune? You mean the celestial affinity displayed on my panel? Yun Shu recalled the panel that appeared during the system's operation, his expression turning strange as he remarked. I thought that was merely a jest of yours, but it turns out to be true. The values provided by this system possess absolute authority. Yun Shu detected a note of pride in the system's tone. Is that celestial affinity truly effective? Yun Shu curiously asked, as he had not perceived any utility. It is indeed useful. The system calmly explained. However, considering the host's lamentable comprehension ability, this system will provide direct examples. Yun Shu could not help but twitch his lips. I appreciate your kindness. No need for gratitude. Putting people first is the service tenet of this system. Please provide examples swiftly. Yun Shu covered his face. I truly dare not criticize. This dreadful system has a tendency to dispense medicine at the slightest disagreement. Had the host not bound to this system, relying solely on fortune, or in other words, possessing boundless celestial affinity, one would likely transcend the mortal realm, achieving an existence that even the first realm cannot touch, akin to what the human race once referred to as becoming an immortal or a deity. So, is it still possible for me to unbind now? Yun Shu's lips quivered. Would you like to know about the divine-grade Yun Shu exclusive pill, Twilight of the Gods? Just a jest. Yun Shu shamefully backed down. I understand you are joking. After all, with such low comprehension, the notion of becoming an immortal is utterly impossible. No, the impact of boundless celestial affinity is far more exaggerated than the host imagines. The system leisurely explained. Through data calculations, had the host not bound to this system, at the age of 1, you would have encountered one of the 3 emperors of humanity who would adopt you. At 6, you would have chanced upon the blood demon ancestor, recognized as a special existence with a 99.9 probability of becoming one of your future consorts. Shui Wu'er, on the other hand, was betrothed to you since childhood, appearing aloof yet silently guarding you. After the age of 12, you would meet Luo Xiu and Ji Xueqing, who would both fall for you at first sight. Ji Wangshu, Wang Gaogu, and Bei Feng would willingly become your vanguards, serving you devotedly, and thereafter, you would gather renowned women from the continent, such as the princesses of the demon clan and the saintesses of the spirit clan, into your harem. At this point, the system paused and continued. Beyond the harem, once the host enters ruins or perilous realms, they would either inherit the teachings of great masters, obtain divine weapons, or acquire non-existent divine medicinal fruits to enhance their understanding and constitution. Thus, for the host, The probability of transcending to immortality and achieving a victorious life is exceedingly high, almost a predetermined future. However, with the advent of this system, the host's future is now brimming with infinite possibilities, rendering gratitude towards the system unnecessary. At this moment, Yun Shu's sole desire is to swiftly devise a method to detach from this troublesome system and reclaim his illustrious dragon Yunora. Oh, my harem. Oh, my support. Oh, everything belongs to me. Just like that, it's all gone. Wah. Chapter 49. The opening ceremony as the twilight faded. All streets within the central Immortal Jade Academy were illuminated by radiant luminescent stones. The explosive sounds of spiritual fireworks heralded the official commencement of the 99th competitive tournament. Student Council President Ding Qiang led the 5 specially admitted students, including Ji Wangshe, as representatives of the hosting Central Immortal Jade Academy, making their grand entrance. Their appearance was met with resounding applause. As the representative team from Central Immortal Jade Academy approached the podium, they exuded vigor and vitality, united in purpose and brimming with passion. Their mantra of "to the best of our abilities, we shall never give up" served as their motivation. Though merely freshmen, they were determined to ignite their lives with enthusiasm, allowing their dreams to take flight. They would sweat on the competition field, embracing the brilliance of victory with youthful smiles. A strikingly beautiful girl on the podium blushed with excitement as she exclaimed loudly, "This opening speech is quite well written. I never expected our academy to possess such talent." Ji Xueqing chuckled in response. "Look over there, the students from other academies are turning green with envy." "Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree," Yun Shu remarked, fully supporting Ji Xueqing's view. "Surely, anyone capable of penning such an opening speech must be an extraordinarily rare handsome figure. Could it be you who wrote it?" Ji Xueqing gazed at Yun Shu with a vacant expression. I had concealed it so well, yet you managed to uncover it." Yun Shu gasped in astonishment. In her mind, Ji Xueqing began to fantasize about creatively outshining this incorrigible soul. Of course, Yun Shu himself was reluctant to take credit for such a trivial endeavor. Recently, he had been coerced by the idle Dean Lu Qing into accounting for the use of the Dean's order to indulge in free meals and drinks. To evade any debt, Yun Shu decisively utilized the opening speech as a means of repayment. Initially, Lu Qing had been skeptical, doubting that a mere 12-year-old child could produce anything of substance. However, when Yun Shu recited verses such as "Thoughts on a Quiet Night" and "Water Melody," Lu Qing's attitude underwent a remarkable transformation. He was astounded to discover that this boy, emerging from the mountains, possessed such profound literary prowess. In truth, those who understand the nuances grasp the reality. As long as he remained silent, the originality would belong to him. Ji Xueqing, covering her face, was genuinely astonished that a seemingly unmotivated slacker could craft such an impassioned entrance speech. Yun Shu inquired, "Have you ever participated in a sports event? Such modest occasions are merely a matter of sprinkling some water." The next student representative from the White Emperor Western Academy, the young lady from the Paladin Empire Academy, evidently lacked the initial fervor she exhibited during her speech. Alas, it was the fault of those brawny yet simple-minded individuals who failed to provide her with an exhilarating introduction. The representatives from other schools, including Ekman, walked through the stage with flushed faces, feeling quite awkward. Once the procession concluded, Lu Qing, representing the deans of various academies across the continent, began to deliver his remarks. Since the conclusion of the Third Demon-Human War 3 centuries ago, various races have set aside their past prejudices, embarking together on a path of unity, harmony, and prosperity. To foster a spirit of camaraderie, a triennial competition has been organized to showcase the excellence of the students. On behalf of the Central Xinyu Academy and all the other institutions, I extend my heartfelt wishes to you, hoping that you will display both style and skill in this competition. Lu Qing paused momentarily, channeling his spiritual energy into his voice, ensuring that all present could hear the following words. "Remember, the future shall belong to you." A profound silence enveloped the venue before a wave of applause erupted. The first event on the morning of the inaugural day of the competition was the student battles. The battlegrounds were divided into 10 arenas, the 1st through the 10th. Quite memorable, isn't it? Students would first draw lots to determine their arena numbers. Then, within their respective arenas, draw lots again to choose their opponents from the same grade. Victory would lead to advancement, while defeat would result in elimination, continuing until only one student remained in their arena from their grade. at which point the final match would commence. However, the specifics of the finals remain confidential. It is worth mentioning the special recruits, who have slightly different rules, regardless of the academy. Special recruits must not only draw lots to determine their opponents from the same grade, but must also engage in 2 battles against students from 2 grades above them and draw 1 match against an upperclassman, securing at least 2 victories. Otherwise, they will be deemed eliminated. The plight of special recruits is indeed disheartening. Yun Shu observed the competition rules, shaking her head in dismay. Having to compete against those 2 grades above her was quite the predicament. Winning would be embarrassing for the upperclassmen. Losing would be a personal embarrassment for her. Truly, it was a precarious situation. Perhaps individuals like you should ease the pressure a bit and cater to the pride of the upperclassmen? Ji Shueqing remarked with a roll of her eyes. I may consider making their victories a tad more challenging, Yun Shu mused, stroking her chin nonchalantly. Before encountering Ekman, Yun Shu had assumed that the battles against upperclassmen would occur in the final round, yet to her surprise, the first round was upon them. Although she felt sympathy for Ekman facing elimination once again, there was little she could do, as it was simply his misfortune to face her. What kind of expression is that? Ekman glared at Yun Shu, his frustration palpable. Although he had been eliminated in the first round of the previous competition, Ding Qiang had only narrowly won by a hair's breadth. How can a mere freshman exhibit such confidence? Do you, perchance, look down upon me? In the very moment the referee's whistle pierced the air, Ekman seized the initiative. He resolved to impart a lesson to this inexperienced youngling. Simultaneously, the system within Yun Shu's body began to activate. Name: Yun Shu. Age: 12. Current realm: 4th realm. First stage: Attributes: Unlocked. Attack: 045, 43, 51. Defense: 132, 32, 21. Spiritual power: Unlocked. Intelligence: 19, 591. Comprehension: 0001, 831. Celestial affinity: Boundless. Second module soon to be unlocked. Please unlock more maps. Though Yun Shu had only spent a few days in the first grade, the teacher's explanations had unlocked the realm section, now indicating the current status. Alas, the realm could not be increased. Yun Shu sighed inwardly, sensing Ekman's fist wind. He raised his hand to deflect the punch while stepping back. Then, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Soft palm. Ekman bellowed, transforming his fist into an open palm, his spiritual power shifting from a fierce force to a gentle one. He effortlessly neutralized Yun Shu's punch. Flame palm. The spiritual energy coiling around his palm ignited into a fiery red, infused with intense heat, striking towards Yun Shu. Azure clarity. Yun Shu lightly exhaled, azure spiritual energy enveloping his forearm, wielding it like a sword. The two retreated simultaneously. Are you truly a freshman? How can your strength be on par with mine? Ekman gazed at Yun Shu in disbelief. Yun Shu, with a wry smile, acknowledged that his own strength was somewhat lacking, making it challenging to create a significant gap. Ekman's expression grew serious. So it is, indeed. As expected of a special recruit, I underestimated you. Yun Shu chose not to elaborate further. He understood that aside from Luo Shiyu and Xue Wu, who might have a chance of defeating Ekman through their spiritual techniques, the other special recruits would likely struggle against someone 3 realms their superior without utilizing secret arts. I concede that you are worthy to be my opponent, Ekman stated earnestly. From this point on, I shall defeat you using my preferred method. No sooner had he spoken than Yun Shu inexplicably vanished from his view. Flame Guardian. With a powerful stomp, Ekman summoned a towering pillar of fire that enveloped him. Meanwhile, a bewildered Yun Shu had just poked a finger into it when the flames erupted. The flames hissed with intensity, burning hot. Chapter 52. Departure in the morning. Despite the system within Yun Shu obscuring his true strength from external scrutiny, the surrounding air quivered with immense spiritual energy, causing Ekman to feel a sense of discomfort. This should ensure his elimination rather than merely sending him flying. Yun Shu mused to himself, clenching his fist. What are you saying? Ekman's body bristled with inexplicable tension. Instinctively, he decided to strike first. Blessing spell, rage spell, bloodthirst spell, fountain of energy. After receiving 4 buffs, Ekman felt utterly invincible. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. He raised his staff high into the air. Furious flame spirit, unleash your wrath. Transform into an indomitable beast and tear apart. Tear apart. Tear apart. In my name, I command you to be freed. Ekman swung his staff vehemently towards Yun Shu. Fire dragon. Roar. Ekman bellowed, A dragon made of flames surged forth from the formation at the staff's tip, hurtling towards Yun Shu. The surrounding air instantly became searing. With a calm expression, Yun Shu raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers together, inserting them into the gap left by his clenched left fist, then drawing it close to his left waist. He stepped forward with his right foot, slightly bending his body. Azure blade slash, he uttered softly. The index and middle fingers of his right hand simultaneously emerged from the gap in his left fist, cutting towards the fire dragon, accompanied by a streak of azure sword light. Upon contact with the azure sword light, the fire dragon was gradually diminished into countless red specks of light, dissipating into the air. The azure sword light did not vanish with the fire dragon's demise. Instead, it continued to slice towards Eichmann's side. Yun Shu indicated he was not a bloodthirsty killer, merely seeking to make a point. Crack. The protective formation of the combat platform was marred by the azure sword light. Not only the audience, but also the judges and several visiting professors and deans bore expressions of disbelief. How could a freshman cleave through a protective formation that even graduates at the 6th realm could not damage with their full force? Surely, even a specially recruited student could not be this exaggerated. A female dean stared speechlessly at Lu Qing, who appeared serene beside her. With this student, you will at least secure a championship in the combat competition, she remarked. Not quite. He still has a long way to go. Lu Qing replied with a slight shake of his head. Old Lu, as the saying goes, don't flaunt your prowess, lest you be beset by the other deans tonight. A male dean said leisurely, his eyes half closed. That's not an old saying. That's a threat. Lu Qing stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his demeanor slightly deflated. Eichmann stood bewildered, gazing at the youthful, yet composed face of Yun Shu. I concede. You are remarkable, Yun Shu smiled gently. Your body shows no side effects of the secret technique. Indeed, contestant Yun Shu has not employed any secret techniques. The victor is Yun Shu. The judge, disregarding Eichmann's failure to concede, proclaimed Yun Shu's triumph loudly. It was undeniable that, in this instance, Eichmann had not been cleaved in two solely due to Yun Shu's merciful nature. Only after the judge announced the result did Eichmann regain his senses. With a wry smile, he looked at Yun Shu. You are truly impressive. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Not at all. You are formidable as well, Yun Shu replied amicably. Eichmann sighed. I hope you can continue on this path. Forget I said anything. He turned and departed without a backward glance, preoccupied with other matches, uninterested in witnessing this individual's ostentation. As Yun Shu exited the arena and ascended to the stands, the surrounding audience instinctively parted to create a path for him, regarding him with admiration. Although it was merely the first match, Yun Shu's prowess was evident for all to see. Remarkable. I did not anticipate that during the entrance examination, you would show mercy towards me, remarked Luo Shiyu, her radiant smile causing the surrounding children to blush and lower their heads, occasionally stealing glances at Yun Shu. Humph. Indeed. Hence, I am quite formidable. Do not even think about challenging me again. As Yun Shu proudly lifted her chin, she also issued a subtle threat to Luo Shiyu. Although they did not engage in combat last time, she had received the director's buff, and this time, she had triumphed with the referee's enhancement. Yet what if one day, that rascal Luo Shiyu decided to confront her when no one else was around? That would indeed be perilous. Thus, as a precaution, Yun Shu felt compelled to assert her superiority, advising Luo Shiyu not to provoke her. Well, I shall do my utmost, Luo Shiyu responded with a cheerful nod. Oh, come now, Yun Shu, there's nothing more to see here. Let us explore other matters, suggested Luo Shiyu as she wrapped her arm around Yun Shu's. Very well. Yun Shu contemplated before suggesting. Let us observe the battles of those individuals. Yes, indeed. Luo Shiyu nodded vigorously. Subsequently, the two departed amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, particularly Yun Shu, who remained blissfully unaware of it all. Despite her physical age being merely 12, she had lived for over 30 years, and thus, she did not perceive Luo Shiyu as anything other than a playful child. By the way, are you not in the third arena? Why are you not participating? It is not even the same competition venue. What would be the point? I shall not go. You have not given up, have you? Of course. Battling with you brings me the greatest joy. You have won. Yun Shu and Luo Shiyu first visited the student council stall at the square, purchasing an array of snacks. However, due to the throng of people, many of whom were her schoolmates, Luo Shiyu deliberately chose some conventional treats to maintain her image. TCH, not even the most ordinary cream locust is available. Luo Shiyu displayed a discontented expression. That kind of thing is hardly ordinary. Its absence is quite normal. Humph. I care not. Luo Shiyu turned her head away. Why don't you venture outside to buy me some from the usual place? Ahem. Look over there. That is the registration area for the alchemist competition. Let us take a look. Without hesitation, Yun Shu grasped Luo Shiyu's hand and led her away. Prior to the commencement of the school year, Yun Shu had the fortune of accompanying Luo Shiyu to a peculiar establishment that could only be described as a haven for bizarre creatures. Upon entering, a palm-sized, multi-legged, vividly colored mutated spider dropped onto her forehead, nearly triggering a cardiac episode. Nevertheless, in a bid to appear brave, she stifled her fear and made sarcastic remarks to the shopkeeper about the creatures. The shopkeeper then informed her that all creatures in the shop were free-range, ensuring the quality of the meat. The next thing she knew, she had awakened in her dormitory, having slept through until the following day. Chapter 53. The acceptance of initiative. Is this truly the registration area for the alchemist competition? A multitude of individuals gathered at the registration venue for the alchemist competition, drawing Yun Shu, driven by curiosity and a desire to evade a daunting task, alongside Luo Shiyu. Upon arrival, he quickly realized that the throng was so immense that he could scarcely glimpse the registration desk. Of course, this predicament might also be attributed to his diminutive stature. Just as he was about to depart in frustration, the system emitted a sudden notification. Main quest: attain the championship title in the alchemist competition. Quest description: without a commendable resume, how can one aspire to be a man worthy of a king? In every conceivable sense, success reward. Unlock the second module. Failure penalty: diminished intellect. Why are you clutching your chest? Luo Shiyu inquired, observing Yun Shu's sudden gesture and his expression resembling one on the verge of despair. It's nothing, Yun Shu managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Internally, he was vehemently protesting. System, come forth. Ah, my esteemed host, what troubles you? The system responded in its usual manner. Is it not within my purview to unlock the second module at will? Why must my intelligence be leveraged as a threat? Yun Shu retorted in indignation. Should I perpetually threaten you with pills, it would indeed diminish the perceived sophistication of this system. Thus, even a system of my caliber must evolve with the times. Well, I must express my gratitude. Oh wait, that is not what I meant. I have no knowledge of alchemy. How can you expect me to wield a hammer in pursuit of victory? Yun Shu lamented in exasperation. To be candid, your thoughts do not align with those of a virtuous individual. Contemplating the obliteration of all competitors with a hammer to seize the championship is quite troubling. I must caution you that such actions may invite divine retribution, the system remarked with an air of concern. Yun Shu bowed his head in defeat, his expression one of profound dismay. This wretched system had not only stripped him of his illustrious aura, but now sought to render him intellectually impaired. What had he done to deserve this? At that moment, the system ceased its mocking expressions and spoke in its usual monotone. Indeed, my assessment of your intelligence is accurate, foolish, ignorant, and irretrievably wasteful. Wait a moment. The last term hardly qualifies as an assessment of intelligence. Why am I deemed irretrievable? Yun Shu interjected, even amidst his frustration. Ignoring his grievances, the system continued. My objective is to cultivate you into a truly exemplary individual in the shortest time possible. Therefore, all previously issued tasks can be resolved through the simplest and most direct methods, contingent upon your choices. Pray tell, how is one entirely unversed in alchemy to secure the championship? I do not possess a tome of divine wisdom, Yun Shu retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Such knowledge is unnecessary. All resources you require will be provided by this system. You need only possess an indomitable spirit, the system replied calmly. Thus, I present you with a choice. Will you accept or decline? Given your insistence, what choice do I truly have? I refuse to diminish my intellect. Yun Shu replied with irritation. I accept. I shall trust you for once. With that declaration, the failure penalty on the interface faded to a gray hue. The system may have revealed the reason for the failure penalty simply to require Yun Shu to actively choose to accept the task. Of course, whether this acceptance is genuine or coerced remains at the discretion of the system. Are you performing a shamanistic dance? Luo Shiyu tilted her head, a smile adorning her lips as she watched Yun Shu's expressions shift from sorrowful to amusingly head-banging against the ground. Yun Shu's lips twitched slightly. She offered no explanation and turned towards the registration desk for the alchemist competition. Are you going to participate in the alchemist competition? Wait for me. Luo Shiyu beamed, bouncing along in pursuit. What are you doing? Just curious. Why don't you sign up too? Absolutely not. I have no experience. I'm not foolish. Yun Shu felt somewhat hurt by the remark. After a while, it was finally Yun Shu's turn. Please present your alchemist certification, said a member of the student council, member A, with a polite smile. I don't have one, Yun Shu replied, feeling embarrassed. Although she had agreed to the system, she realized she had never actually obtained a certification, rendering her ineligible for the competition. Don't have one? Are you a freshman? If so, please proceed to the table over there for a qualification test. If you qualify, you may register. Member A did not resort to the mockery typical in novels, but instead offered friendly guidance. Oh, thank you. Yun Shu approached the adjacent table, where another member of the student council, member B, awaited, alongside a palm-sized transparent orb. Please place one hand upon it. Do not be anxious, and relax your mind. Member B advised. Yun Shu placed her left hand on the orb and closed her eyes. If I fail, then there is nothing I can do, she thought to herself. A faint light emerged from the bottom of the orb, gradually rising until it filled half of it. Quite a remarkable talent, Member B praised. Congratulations. You have qualified to compete, and your performance can earn you an alchemist certification. Yun Shu opened her eyes, staring in bewilderment at the glowing orb in her hand. Wow, I didn't expect I'd turn out to be a support type. She couldn't help but smile, as she proudly turned to rush to the registration desk. Luo Shiyu placed her right hand on the orb as well, but she did not close her eyes. In mere moments, the orb, which had just dimmed, was suddenly filled with radiant light. Member B's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. In his own testing years prior, he had only achieved the same result as the newcomer, a mere half orb of light. Yet this beautiful young girl had illuminated the entire orb. This was true, exceptional talent. Even the head of the alchemy department would eagerly take her on as a direct disciple. Would you like to register for this competition? Member B was certain that with a bit of training, even if she didn't win, she would place well. No, I have no experience. I'm not foolish. Luo Shiyu replied with a bright smile, before turning to seek out Yun Shu. Fortunately, there weren't many people testing their qualifications here. Otherwise, Luo Shiyu's display would have surely caused a sensation. After all, the competition is to be held 3 days hence, and anyone with a modicum of sense would not resort to last-minute efforts. What could one possibly achieve in merely 3 days? The theoretical knowledge remains incomplete. Chapter 54. Yun Shu have truly become quite the versatile character. The alchemy competition is merely 3 days away, and upon passing the preliminary rounds, one progresses to the finals. Should there be any confusion regarding the rules, a detailed explanation will be provided at that time. A member of the student council, with a polite smile, handed Yun Shu a certificate of participation. Although he did not expect much from this mere formality, he still offered his best wishes. Good luck. Thank you. Yun Shu gleefully accepted the certificate. One feels invigorated by happy events, and thereafter, everything appeared delightful to him. For instance, the trees lining the path, and the adorable girl with crimson eyes standing beside him, smiling. Let me tell you, we will be responsible for logistics in the future. So don't always plan on trying to harm me, understood? I promise I will save my final strike for you. Luo Shiyu beamed with a radiant smile. Yun Shu cleared his throat. There's a competition this afternoon, so I must return to rest. Farewell. In a flurry, he hurried away. Observing Yun Shu's panicked retreat, Luo Shiyu's smile grew ever more radiant and bright. I can barely contain my desire to feel the warmth of your blood, Yun Shu. By afternoon, Yun Shu arrived at the 5th arena, yawning. He had not slept a wink upon returning, instead fervently studying alchemical knowledge in his dormitory, although he had retained little. Wen Bin, Central Academy of Immortal Jade, 2nd year, 2nd realm, I look forward to your guidance, a boy of about 14 or 15 stated earnestly. Yun Shu, Central Academy of Immortal Jade, 2nd year, 1st realm, I look forward to your guidance, Yun Shu replied with equal seriousness. Wen Bin, the judge, along with the audience in the stands, could not help but stare incredulously at Yun Shu. How could one who had made a 4-realm opponent concede, claim to be merely a 1st-realm practitioner? Such a narrative would be an embarrassment even for legendary tales. Yun Shu felt quite helpless. Although he could deceive them by claiming to be above the 2nd realm, he held honesty as his 2nd greatest virtue. He could not lie against his conscience. What is my greatest virtue? Besides my astonishingly handsome appearance, what else could it be? In the ensuing battle, Yun Shu did not augment the referee's combat abilities as he had in the morning, but rather, he enhanced his opponent's instead, drawing upon his extensive experience. After a series of moves, he defeated his adversary with a single strike. As the results were announced, the referee's lips twitched uncontrollably. A person who had effortlessly battled a four-realm opponent now appeared feeble after executing a powerful move against a second-realm rival. Who was he trying to deceive? Did he look down upon me? Mean. Wenbin exited the arena with a face full of regret. He might have believed the disparity between them was not too vast. Perhaps thinking that with enough effort, he could even defeat Yun Shu. In the stands, the secretly observing Aikman glared at Yun Shu as he departed the arena with Luo Xiu. The enmity born of insult and the desire for vengeance transformed Yun Shu into Aikman's foremost adversary, usurping Ding Qiyang's place. After the dining hall resolved the issue of sustenance, Yun Shu was drawn back to his dormitory by Ji Xueqing and others for their customary gathering of 6. Why has my dormitory become the venue for these gatherings? When did this ritual of regular meetings commence? Oh ho ho, today I, the lady, have achieved a flawless victory, Ji Xueqing proclaimed with a proud smile, her hand covering her mouth. Impressive indeed, Bai Feng applauded from the sidelines. Ahem, I too have emerged victorious in both encounters. Luan Gaoga cleared his throat and discreetly stole a glance at Luo Xiu. Yes, quite remarkable indeed. That's settled then, Bai Feng nodded dismissively. Who told you that? Luan Gaoga, noticing Luo Xiu's lack of response, whispered indignantly to Bai Feng. Bai Feng shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. All right. Today was merely the initial 2 rounds. And the opponents were all from our grade. Victory was expected. Ji Wangshi quickly interjected. I did not participate, so I should be considered eliminated. Luo Xiu raised her hand and stated, You truly didn't compete? Ji Xueqing looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief. What? Why didn't you participate? Are you unwell? It's all right. We all know how talented you are. Don't let anything else disrupt your mood. Xiu, Luan Gaoga muttered the last 2 words. His face flushed with embarrassment. No, she simply has no interest in it. To prevent Luan Gaoga from recalling this moment in the future with embarrassment, Yun Shu decided to steer the conversation away. Why did you both face opponents from the same grade, while my first match was against a 4th year? And a formidable one at that? What? Ji Xueqing was taken aback. You encountered a 4th year in your first match, and a formidable one at that? You haven't lost already, have you? The grading standards across all academies in the continent are uniform. Generally speaking, first-year students have not yet reached the 1st realm. Second-year students are at the 1st to 2nd realms. Third-year students are at the 2nd to 3rd realms. Fourth-year students are at the 3rd to 4th realms. Fifth-year students are at the 5th realm, and 6th-year students are at the 6th realm. Of course, there are exceptional circumstances, which will be elaborated upon later. In Ji Xueqing's view, Yun Shu, being at the 1st realm, stood no chance against a 4th realm opponent. She certainly wouldn't win. Shui Wuer interjected. Well, that's uncertain. After all, I've never seen it, so she probably can't win either. No, I won both matches. The first was manageable, while the second against someone from the same grade was a bit challenging, Yun Shu casually remarked as she enjoyed her snacks. For some reason, aside from Luo Xiu and Shui Wuer, the others felt an inexplicable urge to give Yun Shu a good thrashing. Even Ji Wangshi, who usually had the best temperament, felt similarly. I've seen those who can boast, but I've never encountered someone so adept at it. To easily defeat someone 3 realms above oneself, yet struggle against someone merely 1 realm higher? What kind of peculiar logic is this? Speaking of which, isn't this fellow afraid of being ambushed and thrown into a lake tonight? Never mind. I can't compete with such monsters. I'll just quietly remain an ordinary genius. Ji Xueqing sighed in resignation. By the way, Gaoga, Yun Shu suddenly recalled her registration for the alchemist competition. What is it? Luan Gaoga found himself quite unsettled by Yun Shu's momentary outburst. Ahem, I recall that you also registered for the alchemist competition with Bai Feng. So, do you possess any theoretical knowledge regarding alchemy? It need not be overly complex. Something straightforward and easily grasped would suffice, Yun Shu stated with a serious demeanor. What are you doing? Luan Gaoga's eyes widened in terror. You wouldn't, Well, today, the wind seems rather boisterous, so I decided to sign up for the alchemist competition. However, I have had no prior exposure to it. Thus I came to seek your wisdom, Yun Shu admitted, her face slightly flushed. Luan Gaoga clutched his chest, his complexion paling, his trembling finger pointed at Yun Shu, rendered speechless. Eh, what's wrong with him? Did he get electrocuted? Yun Shu pondered, bewildered. Please, have some decency. Grant him a path of escape, Ji Shueqing remarked with irritation. Yun Shu, Luo Xiu, and Shui Wuer had long been regarded as formidable peers by their companions. Luan Gaoga vaguely recalled the pride he felt at the age of 5 when he crafted his first pill. At that time, the 3.5-year-old Shui Wuer, engrossed in her reading, had snatched the pill from him, consumed it, and proceeded to articulate its merits and demerits, even demonstrating how to better extract the medicinal properties from the herbs. Though he recognized this as an unconventional form of assistance from Shui Wuer, he couldn't help but feel frustrated, as she had never even attempted alchemy before. Nor did she express any interest in it. Undeterred, Luan Gaoga attempted to gain an advantage over Shui Wuer in the realm of alchemy. Yet each time he presented her with his concoctions, she would consume them, assess their strengths and weaknesses, and then demonstrate her own techniques. In fact, it was Shui Wuer who significantly advanced his alchemical skills. Meanwhile, the adults mistakenly attributed his progress to innate talent. What talent? The true adept was the one feigning ignorance in alchemy. Aside from their small circle of friends, no one was aware of Shui Wuer's exceptional proficiency in alchemy. After enduring numerous setbacks, Luan Gaoga had long since abandoned the notion of catching up to the unreliable Shui Wuer. Currently, while Shui Wuer and Luo Xiu refrained from entering the alchemist competition, Yun Shu, who was of comparable caliber, had decided to participate. What was the point? He resolved to abandon all pursuits and simply exist as a quiet, unassuming individual, a very unremarkable one at that. Chapter 55. A Trio of Tales. What? It turns out the qualification pearl is only half illuminated. Upon hearing Yun Shu boast about her alchemical aptitude, Luan Gaoga couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Clearly, with a qualification of merely good, look at how you frightened this little chubby one, Ji Shueqing derided Yun Shu. Good, Yun Shu retorted defiantly. For such a large pearl to shine, even halfway, is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Regardless of its size, a half-lit pearl signifies mediocrity. Ji Shueqing rolled her eyes. A pearl that shines 1/4 is merely acceptable, half is good, 3/4 is excellent. Thus, your qualification remains good. Even the Emperor of Man would be of no assistance in this matter, I assure you. Oh, then what about you, Gaoga? What is your qualification? Yun Shu inquired, her tone tinged with grievance. Ahem, excellent, Luan Gaoga replied. Luan Gaoga let out a light cough, subtly raising his head while casting a furtive glance at Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu remained unfazed. A sigh escaped Yun Shu's lips, instantly extinguishing any competitive spirit he had. You should feel fortunate. Being a potion master is commendable in the eyes of ordinary people, and your combat prowess is already quite remarkable. Yet, you still yearn for more. Try to be a little more grounded, Ji Shueqing remarked with exasperation. Are you not going to study the theoretical knowledge of potion crafting? Luan Gaoga inquired with curiosity. Not anymore. I can't make sense of it anyway, Yun Shu replied dismissively, waving his hand languidly while sprawled across the table. Well, I've put in the effort. If I can't secure the championship, I doubt the system will hold it against me. The following day, Yun Shu, who had been peacefully asleep, was abruptly roused by Ji Shueqing and Luo Xiu, who stormed into his dormitory and forcibly pulled him from his slumber. Wait, I haven't even washed my face, he protested, as the two girls hoisted him towards the competition venue. Come on, show me some respect. You can't let me compete in my pajamas. That would be utterly disrespectful to my opponent. Less chatter. I'm facing upperclassmen today, so you better finish quickly and come cheer for me. Ji Shueqing turned to him, feigning a fierce demeanor. I think I might be more of a spectator than a cheerleader, Yun Shu admitted candidly. If the upperclassmen are as formidable as Aikman, Ji Shueqing, you truly stand no chance of victory. You. Enough of your nonsense. You're coming, whether you like it or not. Do you hear me? Ji Shueqing was visibly irked by Yun Shu's words. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu maintained her usual serene smile, leaving everyone unaware of her thoughts. White Emperor Western Academy, 2nd year. Beth Allen, 2nd realm. Yun Shu's opponent introduced himself. Central Xinyu Academy, 2nd year. Yun Shu, 1st realm. Yun Shu stifled a yawn, struggling against his drowsiness. Referee, what is he doing now? It was not that he disrespected his opponent. He was simply not fully awake, and the comfort of his pajamas was too tempting, causing him to yawn uncontrollably. However, Beth Allen remained oblivious to this context, perceiving it as a slight against him. Once the referee called for the start, Beth launched an aggressive strike in anger. Fire God Explosive Flame. A torrent of flames surged towards Yun Shu. As he wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, he pressed down with one hand, instantly extinguishing the flames that engulfed the arena. And with a casual shove, he sent the novice Beth Allen tumbling off the stage. Since Ji Xueqing was so eager for his support, Yun Shu naturally aimed to resolve the battle swiftly. Thus, he activated a buff from the nearby referee and decisively concluded the confrontation. Referee, what a turnaround. Just yesterday, you were holding back. Today, not a shred of mercy. Was it the White Emperor Western Academy that provoked you? After yesterday's insult, you've decisively retaliated today. Yun Shu was perplexed by the referee's thoughts. All he knew was that he needed to call for Luo Xiu to cheer for Ji Xueqing's match. Upon arriving at the 7th battlefield, they encountered Ji Wangshu as well. Hey, you finished your battle too? Yun Shu greeted warmly. No, I surrendered, Ji Wangshu replied. Ji Wangshu smiled gently and remarked, I encountered a 4th-year student from our school, but the disparity in realms was too significant, so I chose to concede. Your mindset is truly commendable. If only your sister could emulate your approach. Yun Shu yawned while observing the battle between Ji Xueqing and a 3rd realm student from another institution. It must be said that Ji Xueqing's foundation was indeed impressive. Every technique was executed with precision, rarely exhibiting any unnecessary moves. However, her opponent, being of the 3rd realm, possessed a level of power that far surpassed Ji Xueqing's. Overall, she was finding the fight quite arduous. Phantom Wolf Claw. The fingertips of Ji Xueqing's adversary shimmered with ethereal energy, resembling sharp claws, as he lunged directly at her. Divine Flash. In the blink of an eye, Ji Xueqing created distance between them. If not for the 2 fading energy footprints remaining on the ground, one might have thought they had not moved at all. Do you think Ji Xueqing can win? Yun Shu inquired, glancing at Luo Xiu, believing that her keen insight would reveal something significant. The odds are slim. And even if she were to triumph, she would undoubtedly be eliminated today, Luo Xiu stated candidly. Surely not. Even if she wins, she will be eliminated? Yun Shu exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Xiu replied matter-of-factly. With her fighting style, even a victory would take a toll on her body, making it exceedingly difficult to endure the battles this afternoon. Yun Shu turned to Ji Wangshu. Hey, Wangshu, your sister's being criticized like this. Shouldn't you react? Ji Wangshu paused momentarily before offering a wry smile. What she says is true. My sister has always been competitive. Even in a hopeless situation, she will give her all. Therefore, against this opponent, she will likely fight until the very end. How did I not notice her stubbornness? Yun Shu mused, taken aback. It's so evident. Yet you couldn't see it. What about others? Luo Xiu retorted with a light scoff. Stop it. Aside from wanting to end my life, you have no other thoughts. Yun Shu replied, maintaining a stoic expression. Ji Wangshu chuckled awkwardly. In truth, aside from Wan Gaoga, it was apparent to everyone that Luo Xiu harbored feelings for Yun Shu that differed from those of the others. However, as for Yun Shu's assertion that she wished to harm him, that seemed somewhat exaggerated. Typically, Luo Xiu was quite amiable towards Yun Shu, and they hardly appeared to share a deep-seated enmity. Thus, it likely stemmed from Yun Shu's misunderstanding, possibly due to his limited social interactions. Regardless, Ji Wangshu's mind began to formulate an outline for a small story involving Wan Gaoga, Yun Shu, and Luo Xiu that could unfold in the future. Should he ever transition into writing novels, he could certainly pen tens of thousands of words. Chapter 56. Diligent study paves the path to a bright future. Ultimately, Ji Xueqing lost by a mere move. Observing her discontented expression, Yun Shu resolved to offer some words of comfort. You were already quite remarkable. Despite being of the 1st realm, you nearly defeated a 3rd realm opponent. Ji Xueqing regarded Yun Shu with a cold smile. If anyone else had said that, I might have been able to accept it, but why are you, of all people, able to defeat a 4th realm opponent? Why is the gap between us so vast? Yun Shu found himself momentarily speechless. He could hardly claim that there existed merely a systemic gap between himself and her. Cough, cough. Dear sister, you have exerted yourself considerably. It would be wise for you to return and rest. Ji Wangshu, noticing his sister's worsening mood, hastily urged her to take a break. Casting a glance of apology towards Yun Shu, who expressed understanding. It was only natural for a child, with a strong sense of pride, to feel frustrated after a loss in competition. He, being an adult, would not stoop to the level of a child. Luo Xiu narrowed her eyes at Ji Xueqing, a flicker of malice dancing in her crimson irises. She sought an opportunity to eliminate Ji Shueqing. Yun Shu belonged to her and her alone. Her possessions were not to be trifled with, not even in jest. After Ji Wangshe escorted Ji Shueqing back to the dormitory, only Luo Shiyu remained among familiar faces. "Shall we go for a meal?" Yun Shu proposed. "Aren't you angry?" Luo Shiyu inquired suddenly. "Angry? Why would I be?" Yun Shu replied, perplexed. "We are all friends. Isn't it better to maintain harmony? Besides, she merely lost and is struggling to cope with it. It's quite normal to vent one's frustrations." "Is that so?" Luo Shiyu scrutinized Yun Shu's tranquil gaze, and upon confirming his sincerity, her usual smile re-emerged. "Let us dine out for lunch. I've heard that the new dishes at that restaurant are exquisite." Cough, cough, cough. "I inadvertently strained my back on the way here. I must return and rest properly. Perhaps another time. TCH, what a scoundrel. I apologize. I am indeed a scoundrel, so please have mercy on me. What of Shui Wuer? As roommates, shouldn't you delve deeper into each other's preferences?" Suddenly, Yun Shu recalled Shui Wuer's perpetually indifferent expression. Surely, she would not be deterred by those peculiar-looking ingredients. No, that ice block would frighten the ingredients, compromising their texture. Luo Shiyu decisively rejected Yun Shu's suggestion. "So, you would sacrifice me? How could that be? I am inviting you." "It is you who refuses to partake," Luo Shiyu retorted, dissatisfied. "They are simply adorable. Why would you wish to consume them?" Yun Shu lamented. "Who decreed that cuteness precludes consumption?" Luo Shiyu tilted her head, gazing at Yun Shu. "Is there something wrong with your eyes? You deem those ingredients adorable?" Yun Shu nearly choked on her words. Ultimately, after both parties signed a pact stipulating that Yun Shu would treat Luo Shiyu to a meal at a later date, they could finally proceed to enjoy more conventional fare. As the saying goes, a ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. If they could delay for a day, so be it. With a heavy heart, Yun Shu ordered a plate of chicken legs to consume. By afternoon, in an effort to aid digestion, Yun Shu arrived early at the 5th battlefield. For reasons unknown, the referee seemed to harbor a disdain for Yun Shu. "Contestant Yun Shu, this afternoon, a third-year student wishes to challenge you. Do you accept? If you decline, you must face an upperclassman in the next round." "Third year? Sure, why not?" Yun Shu mused, feeling indifferent. After all, defeat was not an option. "Very well, noted," the referee acknowledged, then departed. Before long, another figure ascended the 5th battlefield, towering over Yun Shu's petite frame. What drew the most attention, however, was the weathered visage and the sparse stubble adorning his face. "Senior uncle," Yun Shu instinctively exclaimed, recognizing the familiar countenance. "I am merely 42. Address me as senior," Bu Yuan Kuei bellowed in response. Flustered, Yun Shu hastily covered her mouth, yet the last two words slipped out nonetheless. A sudden wave of spiritual pressure surged from Bu Yuan Kuei towards Yun Shu. The system activated autonomously. Name: Yun Shu. Age: 12. Current realm: 5th realm. First stage. Attributes: unlocked. Attack: 045, 13001. Defense: 132, 11431. Spiritual power: unlocked. Intelligence: 19, 211. Comprehension: 0001, 921. Celestial fate: boundless. Second module approaching. Please unlock more maps. The discomfort lasted barely a second before Yun Shu's expression returned to normal. 5th realm. Is this fellow truly a third-year student? Wasn't it said that third-year students are typically at the 2nd or 3rd realm? This is far more formidable than Ackman. With such comprehension, with that intelligence, gazing at the panel that merely exceeded her own intelligence by 2 points, Yun Shu began to fathom why senior uncle was in the 3rd year. "May I inquire if you ever failed to pass your theoretical knowledge exams during your finals?" Yun Shu timidly asked. Bu Yuan Kuei's countenance darkened instantly. Transitioning from 1st to 2nd year required only attaining the 1st realm. However, advancing from the 2nd year onwards necessitated not only a mastery of martial prowess, but also passing theoretical examinations. Both practical and theoretical subjects must be passed to advance. Otherwise, one would remain in the same grade, a predicament known as being held back. Bu Yuan Kuei, alas, was a theoretical dunce. He could never comprehend why one should employ intellect to resolve issues easily solved with brute strength. For instance, in the event of a robbery, what else could one do but use their fists to send the assailants flying? Why bother with subterfuge and assessing the opponent's strength before crafting a plan? By the time one contemplated such matters, the bandits could have already been dispatched. Thus, Bu Yuan Kuei lingered in the 2nd year for a decade. becoming the first student in the history of the Holy Knight Empire Academy to ascend to the third year with a fourth realm, and currently, the first to spend 5 years in the third year with fifth realm prowess. It was anticipated that he might remain in the third year for another decade, owing to the increased difficulty of theoretical courses compared to those in the second year. At this moment, Yun Shu regarded Bu Yuan Kuei with sympathy. She suspected that given his comprehension and intelligence, it was highly likely that while others graduated, married, and started families, he would still be immersed in studies. Yet, she entirely overlooked the fact that her own intelligence was even lower than that of Bu Yuan Kuei's, as indicated on the panel. Chapter 57, Two Fools Holy Knight Empire Academy, third year, Bu Yuan Kuei, fifth realm. With a dark expression and a decidedly unfriendly tone, Bu Yuan Kuei stood before the audience. At the Central Immortal Academy, in the second year, Yun Shu was at the first realm. Yun Shu spoke earnestly. After both introduced themselves with sincerity, the audience, newly arrived, began to gasp in astonishment, particularly those like Ji Xueqing, who expressed concern for the seemingly younger Yun Shu in the arena. Why hasn't Yun Shu surrendered? That is a fifth realm opponent. The disparity is far too great. Ji Xueqing worriedly remarked. He is self-aware, Luo Xiu replied with a smile, then turned her gaze towards the indifferent eyes fixed upon her, questioning. Ice block. Why aren't you in the dormitory studying? Why are you here watching the match? Even if you came to watch, could you refrain from staring at me? It's quite chilling. I came specifically to see you, Shui Wuer replied flatly, diverting her gaze back to the two combatants in the arena. This afternoon, Ji Xueqing came to my dormitory, saying she accidentally lost her temper at Yun Shu and felt quite guilty, wishing to apologize. Then go ahead. What does that have to do with you staring at me? She scolded Yun Shu. Do you not intend to take action against her? Humph. Do I seem like someone who only thinks about violence? Luo Xiu appeared to be unable to endure Shui Wuer's frosty gaze. All right. I admit I did have such thoughts at that time. Luo Xiu sighed, raising her hands in resignation. But I later dismissed them. Dismissed? You would actually abandon your thoughts? It's not that Shui Wuer doesn't believe you, but she simply cannot fathom how beings like them, who disregard morality, would abandon their decisions. Of course, Luo Xiu smiled enigmatically at Yun Shu in the arena. When you value someone of the opposite sex, someone you have not yet claimed as your own, you will understand the temporary feeling of compliance. That may be so, Shui Wuer responded calmly, but for now, I only value you and will not allow you to act recklessly here. I'll do my best, Luo Xiu shrugged. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena became intensely charged. Without any means of long-range attacks, Yun Shu and Bu Yuan Kuei engaged in close combat. Black Tiger prowls the heart. Monkey steals peaches. Lethal leg strike. Yun Shu continuously shouted sinister techniques, causing Bu Yuan Kuei to grow increasingly anxious. Occasionally, Yun Shu would poke him with blood-draining finger. Despicable little rascal. Is that all you can do, using such shameless moves? Bu Yuan Kuei roared in anger as he distanced himself. He felt it would be better to have Yun Shu employ the techniques he spoke of. That finger jab caused his blood to surge uncomfortably. However, on another note, why was this vile little scoundrel also at the fifth realm? Bu Yuan Kuei had not witnessed Yun Shu's previous battle with Aikman, so he was unaware of Yun Shu's formidable strength, presuming he was merely a specially recruited freshman. I only know a few moves, Yun Shu chuckled. Although he possessed a few techniques learned from the blood demon ancestor, they were all area of effect skills and thus unsuitable for this occasion. At the fifth realm, and you still only know such a move? This guy can't possibly be just like me, can he? Originally filled with anger, Bu Yuan Kuei suddenly regarded Yun Shu with a gaze of sympathy. It was due to the fact that the other party had perceived Yun Shu as an adversary. And thus, when the hostility dissipated, the system ceased its operation. What in the world? Yun Shu, who had fallen back to the first realm, was suddenly flustered. As it was his first encounter with such a situation, he hastily considered Bu Yuan Kuei as a rival, yet found that no matter how he contemplated it, he could not reignite the system. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Who would harbor animosity towards a fool? At that moment, Yun Shu completely overlooked the idea of treating the referee as a buff to enhance his abilities. Ah, so you are also foolish, cough cough cough. You too are someone unrecognized by this world. Bu Yuan Kuei remarked sympathetically while observing Yun Shu. Hey, did I just hear you call me a fool? I am nothing like you. I am only 12 years old. My intelligence is still on the rise. Yes, I understand. Bu Yuan Kuei looked at Yun Shu. finding him increasingly akin to a kindred spirit. He too believed that he was not foolish. It was merely that the teachers could not comprehend him. Otherwise, how could individuals like Yun Shu and himself possess the strength to easily overpower their peers? Thus, they were not fools, but rather individuals unacknowledged by the common knowledge of the world. Hence, people like them were the true companions and genuine friends. Damn it! Faced with Bu Yuan Kuei's increasingly fervent gaze, Yun Shu felt a sense of despair. If it weren't for the fact that he could not overpower him at the moment, he would have wanted to confront Bu Yuan Kuei head-on. He was different from Bu Yuan Kuei. His low intelligence score was due to this world's myriad of uncomprehended knowledge, which was entirely distinct from that fool's ignorance. Referee, I concede. Bu Yuan Kuei suddenly raised his hand. Huh. The referee was taken aback. What? We've barely exchanged a few blows, and you're already conceding? What about your dignity as a fifth realm practitioner? However, Bu Yuan Kuei held a different perspective. The title of champion, a mere illusion, paled in comparison to the value of a true friend. Moreover, he was already in the 3rd grade, while his comrade was still struggling in the 2nd grade. Thus, he needed that title more to validate himself. My dear friend, carry my hopes forward. Bu Yuan Kuei was so moved by his own thoughts that tears welled in his eyes. Since the person involved had chosen to concede, the referee, though reluctantly, still announced Yun Shu's victory. Although Yun Shu had won inexplicably, he felt no joy in his victory, instead displaying a visage of despair. Such a victory was far from what he desired. Of course, aside from Bu Yuan Kuei and Yun Shu, there was another individual wishing to weep, the principal of the Holy Knight Empire Academy, Bu Hong, a middle-aged man clad in gleaming white armor. I swear, I will return and discipline this foolish son of mine. Though both Bu Hong and Bu Yuan Kuei appeared as middle-aged men, they were indeed blood-related father and son. Heh, little Bu, I find your son quite amusing, Lu Qing remarked with a chuckle. Although the audience could not hear the conversation between the two on stage. Yet how could these astute deans possibly remain oblivious to the words of those two? Nonsense. He is simply foolish. Bu Hong exclaimed in exasperation. If it weren't for my covert efforts, he would still be languishing in the 2nd year. How could a dignified dean like myself have such a dim-witted son? Bu Hong lamented, covering his face. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression shifted subtly. By hierarchy, he was Bu Hong's mentor. He was well aware that Bu Hong had been among the first cohort of students at the Central Academy of Immortal Jade following the War of the Demons. In those days, Bu Hong was rather foolish himself. Had it not been for the emphasis on both theoretical and practical knowledge, it is likely he would have struggled to graduate. After graduating, Bu Hong was appointed as a practical combat instructor at the Holy Knight Empire Academy. Yet how he ascended to the position of dean thereafter remains a mystery. Lu Qing could not uncover the truth. For all the instructors from that era were tight-lipped about it. Presently, that chapter of history has been expunged from the Academy's annals, leaving the matter an unsolved enigma. Chapter 58. I am still young, unable to bear great secrets. Yun Shu, burdened by feelings of dejection, emerged victorious in the competition. Yet her spirits were low as she ascended to the stands. Ahem, you've won, so cheer up a bit. Ji Xueqing remarked beside her, her expression peculiar. They had quarreled just at noon, and now the atmosphere felt rather awkward. However, such a victory is not what I desired at all. Yun Shu covered her face, on the verge of tears. Why, despite winning the competition, do I feel as though I have lost at life? Ahem, regardless, you have triumphed. Ji Xueqing feigned calmness, suggesting, let me treat you to a grand feast tonight. To celebrate your victory, if you persevere for another day and a half, you shall reach the finals. Oh, why have you suddenly become so generous? Yun Shu lifted her head, puzzled, to gaze at Ji Xueqing. I am. Just say whether you will eat or not. Ji Xueqing's cheeks flushed as she stammered before suddenly shouting. Eat, eat, eat. I intend to transform my indignation into appetite. Yun Shu wiped away her non-existent tears, clenched her fists, and resolutely declared. Fool. Shui Wuer rarely bestowed an evaluation upon Yun Shu. The group then proceeded to the cafeteria. Are you inviting me to a grand feast? Or are we merely dining at the cafeteria? Yun Shu gazed at Ji Xueqing with a vacant expression. What is wrong with the cafeteria? Ji Xueqing looked at her in confusion. Whatever is available outside can also be found in the cafeteria. What is not available outside can be procured here. So, indulge in whatever you desire. It's on me. If I recall correctly. Yun Shu's eyes twitched slightly. Isn't it the case that special admissions students dine at the cafeteria for free? And, if I'm not mistaken, I am also a special admissions student. Ahem, money is of little consequence. What matters is the camaraderie. Ji Xueqing awkwardly coughed. She had originally intended to take Yun Shu out to eat, but Xue Wuer suggested that dining in the cafeteria would suffice, as the food is essentially the same. Ji Xueqing mulled over this and concluded that it made sense. Moreover, the cafeteria's meals were cleaner than those outside. With Yun Shu having another competition tomorrow, she could not afford to jeopardize his well-being, which ultimately led to the decision to eat in the cafeteria. Sigh very well. Yun Shu sighed deeply. Since you are treating me today, you ought to help me fetch the dishes. I am not picky. No problem. Ji Xueqing immediately sprang to her feet, joyfully rushing to place the order. I shall assist as well. Luo Shiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled. And just as she was about to rise, Yun Shu pressed her back down. Stay seated, Yun Shu said with a wooden expression. Yun Shu, the newcomer, Wan Gaoga, glared at her in indignation. How can you treat Shiyu this way? If you are unwilling, there are others who are eager to help, such as myself. As he trailed off, his voice became inaudible. The corners of Yun Shu's mouth twitched slightly. If you have the ability, let her order for you. Even without peculiar creatures, the dishes she chooses would suffice to create a dark culinary experience. However, it was evident that this naive boy, Wan Gaoga, was too bashful to ask Luo Shiyu for assistance in ordering. Conversely, it seemed that Luo Shiyu only showcased her unique taste in front of him, as others appeared oblivious. Yun Shu's mood, which had finally begun to lift, once again grew heavy. This fellow is plotting to bring about my demise while preparing a backup plan. When Ji Xueqing returned with her favorite dishes for Yun Shu, the latter began to sample them under her anxious gaze. This dish is quite delightful. Yun Shu's eyes brightened. Although it was not as exquisite as her own creations, it possessed a distinct style and an extraordinary flavor that lingered in her heart. Really? Ji Xueqing beamed, eagerly offering Yun Shu an abundance of food. Try this, it's my favorite. Chomp chomp, and this one too. Slurp slurp, now give this drink a taste. Gulp gulp, and there's more. Wait. Yun Shu, clutching her stomach, shakily raised her hand. What's the matter? Do you desire more? Ji Xueqing tilted her head in inquiry. Yun Shu's complexion turned pale, and she nearly opened her mouth, but a sense of foreboding made her hesitate. As if anything she uttered might cause something to escape her lips. Sister, perhaps you should consider, Ji Wangsher kindly interjected. Yun Shu has been overfed by you. Overfed? Ji Xueqing turned to survey the now empty table and the several plates of food just wheeled over. Not at all. Yun Shu silently turned away, then declared. You need not order. I shall be responsible for you today. Ji Xueqing grasped Yun Shu's arm. Chapter 59. Please call me Ji Shigu Shu. Due to a myriad of advantageous factors, Yun Shu effortlessly triumphed in both battles on the third day, successfully advancing to the finals. However, the finals would not take place until the last 2 days of the competition, so Yun Shu felt no urgency at the moment. Hey, aren't you supposed to participate in the alchemist competition? Why aren't you up and practicing diligently? Ji Xueqing observed Yun Shu's lackadaisical demeanor, her frustration evident. Yun Shu, rubbing the tears from her eyes caused by a yawn, replied sleepily, I have been diligently studying and practicing. Last night, I concocted a magical bean that allows one to go 10 days without food while rapidly healing injuries. So miraculous. Ji Xueqing couldn't help but regard Yun Shu with newfound respect. Where is it? To her surprise, this individual was indeed quite gifted. A cat stole it last night. Yun Shu yawned. It claimed to reside in a place called Corinta. And so, Ji Xueqing was utterly exasperated. Thus, without materials, I am left with no choice but to sleep. Yun Shu spoke as she lay back down, tucking her small blanket snugly around her. Ji Xueqing's forehead was creased with anger, forming a pattern reminiscent of a tic-tac-toe grid. In a fit of rage, she yanked Yun Shu's blanket aside, snatched away his pillow, and unleashed a barrage of slaps upon him. What nonsense! Cats can't talk. Ji Xueqing roared, gripping Yun Shu by the collar. Tell me where your concoction is. Apologies. I was mistaken. I shouldn't have believed that you could make any progress. Yun Shu stammered, feeling wronged as he rubbed his cheek. Ji Xueqing released her grip, pressed her hand to her forehead, and sighed deeply. The competition officially begins at 10 o'clock. Do you not realize how embarrassing it would be to participate in such a state? Yun Shu protested. Even if it's embarrassing, it should be my embarrassment. Why is your reaction so exaggerated? Ji Shueqing paused momentarily before her face flushed with indignation as she shouted, "You are a special admissions student, and so am I. If you embarrass yourself on stage, wouldn't that disgrace me as well? You're speaking as if you're my mother," Yun Shu muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Ji Shueqing glared at him. Nothing," he replied weakly, turning his face away. Ding dong. It was 10 o'clock. Yun Shu arrived at the venue for the alchemist competition. A large square was divided by white lines into numerous equal-sized grids for 2 participants each. Each grid contained an alchemical furnace and a small cushion. "Yun Shu, let's do our best together." Luan Gaoga cheered for his fellow competitor. "Yeah, let's go," Yun Shu replied listlessly. There was no way to absorb any alchemical knowledge, and the dormitory prohibited any form of combustion, making practice impossible. Thus, he felt that the outcome of the competition was already a foregone conclusion. A referee clad in a robe approached the edge of the arena, striking a gong that resounded heavily, signaling the official start of the competition. Yun Shu settled onto his cushion, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the furnace before him, resembling a clay pot. It had been ages since he had enjoyed clay pot dishes. Perhaps he should prepare one and invite Ji Shueqing and the others to savor it? Would they prefer vegetarian or meat dishes? Maybe he should let them bring their own ingredients? But that would turn it into a hot pot. Moreover, with Luo Xiu around, what if she brought some bizarre creatures along? Would he even be able to eat? Yun Shu's thoughts had drifted far beyond the confines of the competition. Meanwhile, Ji Shueqing in the stands covered her face, no longer wanting to watch. Yun Shu's expression mirrored that of a student on the verge of sleep in class. Unlike Ji Shueqing, Luo Xiu was simply delighted to see Yun Shu, especially if there were a plate of delicious creamy locusts involved. Just as Yun Shu pondered what to eat tonight and even the day after, a flood of useless memories suddenly invaded his mind, one of a fellow contestant sitting beside him, successfully concocting the most advanced elixir they could currently produce. "Get lost. Begone, you vexing memories. I am preoccupied with contemplating the menu for the day after tomorrow." Yun Shu displayed a face full of disdain. If the host does not commence alchemy soon, this system would not mind assisting in concocting the elixir. The system ominously interjected. "You may utilize your own materials, host." Oh dear. Yun Shu was startled by the system's sudden utterance. The competitors surrounding Yun Shu were likewise taken aback by her exclamation. Chapter 60. Babbling nonsense. The alchemy session for the preliminary round swiftly came to a close. Leading into the evaluation phase, judges and referees collaboratively determined the efficacy and quality of the potions produced by the participants. Drawing upon a newfound memory, Yun Shu successfully crafted an identical elixir, a third-tier beauty-enhancing potion. Chapter 61. A man's period of fantasies. On the following morning, Yun Shu, with bloodshot eyes and a haggard appearance, arrived at the alchemist competition venue. The previous night's hot pot had been a disappointment, and to add insult to injury, Luo Xiu had played a trick on him. Yet, why must he take care of Luo Xiu's ingredients? Chapter 62. The innate nature of humanity. After approximately 2 hours, Yun Shu completed the creation of a spirit-boosting elixir. This time, he gleaned the name of the potion from Ackerman's memories, a third-tier spirit explosion elixir. This elixir unleashed explosive energy, enhancing the potency of spiritual arts. However, the drawback was the necessity for a meticulous heart. Otherwise, the spiritual energy could detonate within one's own body. Indeed, confirmed, it is ill-suited for a genius like Yun Shu with a comprehension level of 0.001. Upon crafting 2 potions, Yun Shu prepared to embark on the creation of an elixir that was renowned for its efficacy among others. He pondered which memory the system would grant him next. Just as he mused, a flood of memories surged into his mind. It is that broad-shouldered, prominent-eyed figure. Yun Shu smiled with newfound confidence. He held firm belief in the alchemical prowess of this individual. Following the memories, he began the process of crafting. It must be said, this broad-shouldered, prominent-eyed alchemist displayed unparalleled focus when creating his most accomplished elixir. This instilled even greater confidence in Yun Shu. A shimmering, iridescent spirit eel and a bundle of spirit chives, along with an array of materials, were gathered from the Academy's provided resources. Gazing at the materials before him, Yun Shu beamed with confidence. He, Yun Shu, was determined to be the most dazzling contestant in this alchemist competition. The time expended was considerable, nearly 4 hours, for the iridescent spirit eel required extensive cooking. Yun Shu was grateful he hadn't revisited the memories beforehand, Otherwise, he would have run out of time. The competition had commenced, and some participants had already been eliminated for failing to produce their potions in time. Luan Gaoga approached Yun Shu and discreetly prodded him. How is the concoction coming along? Not a single issue. I am not only confident, I believe I shall claim victory. By the way, why does that person next to you always gaze at you with such peculiar eyes? Luan Gaoga subtly pointed at Ekman beside him. Yun Shu turned her head to look, and Ekman immediately averted his gaze in terror, making a concerted effort to avoid meeting Yun Shu's eyes. I have no idea. Yun Shu, in a buoyant mood due to recent joyful events, felt elated at everything she saw. Luan Gaoga deemed it necessary to say something. This final is different from the preliminary rounds. The judges' elixirs will be revealed to the audience. Cici and the others can watch us from the stands. We mustn't make fools of ourselves. No problem at all. Seeing Yun Shu's confidence, Luan Gaoga chose not to say more and returned to his seat. The judges for the finals were 3 elders from the Alchemist Association, renowned for their extraordinary alchemical skills. So much so that even the 9 supreme beings held them in high regard. Elder Lin, whose mastery of alchemy is perfectly intertwined with medicine, is said to have concocted longevity elixirs that can outlast even the healthiest of descendants, earning him the title of the Enduring Ancestor. Elder Feng, who excels in creating various elixirs that enhance spiritual power, is known for his ability to remain standing on the battlefield even after all others have fallen. Hence he is referred to as the Orphan Elixir. Elder Tai, adept in all types of elixirs without any notable weaknesses, possesses a character that is fair and impartial. Within the association, regardless of one's rank, even if they are the president, should they violate the association's regulations or the fundamental ethics of alchemy, he would deliver judgment with a tempestuous demeanor, earning him the fearsome moniker of Blizzard. From their nicknames, Yun Shu discerned that Elder Tai was indeed the most formidable among the 3. The trio descended from the stage and proceeded to evaluate in order of their seating arrangements. As Yun Shu was the only participant who reported her qualifications after the assessment, she was placed last. An hour later, Luan Gaoga was leading with the highest score. For restorative elixirs, a 3rd tier, 3-boundary elixir, he scored 8. 5. For spiritual enhancement elixirs, a 1st tier, 4-boundary elixir, he earned 8. 9. For his specialty elixir, a 2nd tier, 4-boundary elixir, he received 9. 2. His total score, 26. 6. 2 hours later, Luan Gaoga still held the highest score. Even the prominent-browed individual whom Yun Shu acknowledged fell short by 0.6 points. For restorative elixirs, a 2nd tier, 3-boundary elixir, he scored 8. 2. For spiritual enhancement elixirs, a 1st tier, 4-boundary elixir, he received 9. For his specialty elixir, a 1st tier, 4-boundary elixir, he earned 8. 8. His total score, 26. Yun Shu found it quite strange. Based on her recollections, this prominent-browed individual should not have excelled in the Xianji Shou Hundan. Why did he choose to concoct this? Moreover, how could he only be at the 1st tier of the 4 boundaries? After some time, the 3 judges arrived at Ekman, who was positioned before Yun Shu, and without hesitation, awarded him a perfect score. For restorative elixirs, a 3rd tier, 3-boundary elixir, he received 8. 5. For spiritual enhancement elixirs, a 1st tier, 1-boundary elixir, he scored 1. For his specialty elixir, a 1st tier, 1-boundary elixir, he garnered 0. 5. His total score, 10. I have never encountered someone so imbalanced in their abilities, yet so inclined to mock us. Elder Tai, his face darkened, let out a cold snort. Restoration elixirs could indeed reach the 3rd realm, 3rd tier, yet his expertise in alchemy was merely at the 1st realm, 1st tier. Who was he trying to deceive? Observing the 3 judges depart, without a backward glance towards him, they approached Yun Shu. Ackerman felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, yet he dared not voice it. The esteemed elders of the Alchemist Association had previously learned that both Yun Shu and the top scorer, Luan Gaoga, were special recruits. Thus their expectations for Yun Shu were substantial until they witnessed the 1st restoration elixir. What could one say about this elixir? In terms of category, it could be deemed a restoration elixir. Regarding its quality, transforming a 3rd realm, 3rd tier elixir into a 4th realm, 2nd tier elixir was indeed remarkable in any competition. As for its efficacy, Elder Lin, with his years of medical expertise, confirmed its effectiveness without question. Yet, why did it appear in such a serious competition? A 3rd realm, 3rd tier elixir turned 4th realm, 2nd tier, golden gun, unyielding elixir. True to its name, it was designed to restore certain male capabilities. Elder Tai opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Although the competition did not explicitly prohibit such private elixirs, and it was clear that, based on quality and efficacy, this one deserved the highest score, he simply could not bring himself to award this cheeky little elixir a score. To score it would be to embarrass himself by naming it, yet to withhold a score would tarnish his reputation for fairness and integrity. What a dilemma. Ahem. Let us proceed to the second elixir of spiritual enhancement, Elder Feng awkwardly suggested. Indeed, a valid point. The other two elders nodded in agreement. Yun Shu's second elixir for spiritual enhancement was a fourth realm, third-tier elixir, the Spirit Explosion Elixir. Ackerman, watching from the sidelines, suddenly turned pale. Indeed, it was the very elixir he excelled in. The three elders exhaled in relief. It was merely the first elixir that was somewhat inappropriate, while the others seemed quite normal. The Spirit Explosion Elixir, from a student's perspective, was an exceptionally fine concoction, requiring at least a fourth-year student who was an outstanding alchemist to successfully refine it. After their deliberation, they unanimously awarded it a score of 9.5. This left Luan Gaoga feeling envious upon hearing the score. Why, one might wonder, did the three elders refrain from commenting on the score of the first elixir, regaining their former composure through Yun Shu's second elixir? The three began to prepare their critique of the third elixir. Then, Elder Tai spat blood in frustration. Had it not been for the support of his two colleagues, he might have collapsed. A fifth realm, third-tier elixir, the Yinyang Harmonizing Powder, the highest quality elixir in the history of alchemical competitions. Yet, it was still that audacious elixir, specifically concocted for mature individuals of high cultivation to rekindle their youthful vigor. Yun Shu recognized the name of this elixir from his memory, and it felt vaguely familiar. But what did that matter? This was a fifth realm, third-tier elixir. An advanced elixir. Yun Shu could already vividly envision himself waving from the champion's podium, observing the smug expression on the face of that little rascal. Elder Lin and Elder Feng's lips twitched incessantly, while Elder Tai's countenance turned a deep shade of anger, wishing he could devour the little scoundrel. This was supposed to be his moment to announce the scores. Was this little imp intent on dragging him down with him to social oblivion? Elder Tai's complexion fluctuated between pallor and fury, his internal spiritual energy in a state of tumult, culminating in a mouthful of old blood being expelled. This time, it was not just the other two elders who panicked. Even Lu Qing and the other deans hastily flew over. Upon learning the truth through sound transmission, Lu Qing buried his face in his hands, feeling utterly despondent. How had he been so foolish as to recruit this troublesome brat? This little fellow certainly piqued my interest. Dean Buhong of the Holy Knight Empire Academy chuckled mischievously. It is evident that the character of a dean shapes the students they produce, remarked a female dean with disdain. Buhong sensed that her words carried a veiled criticism. Ahem, let us not dwell on this. Lu Qing's lips twitched uncontrollably, alas. It was akin to smearing yellow mud on one's trousers, whether it was feces or not. It had become so. I propose we nullify this little rascal's scores. Agreed. The female dean concurred. Hey, I say, Yun Shu should not be penalized. What grounds do we have to erase his achievements? Buhong objected, perhaps motivated by a desire to retaliate against Yun Shu for embarrassing his own foolish son in front of the other deans. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Lu Qing glared at Buhong. This is not merely a matter of face. If we do not handle this properly, the madman from the Alchemist Association will be your responsibility to deal with. Buhong shuddered at the mention, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of submission. Ha! I was just joking. I agree with your suggestion. Seconded. The other deans nodded in swift agreement. Although the unfolding drama was quite entertaining, life is indeed precious. They had no desire to become targets of that madman, who had the audacity to poison 3 emperors. Just as the deans were preparing to jointly declare Yun Shu's scores invalid, a weak yet resolute voice intruded upon their communication area. The sound transmission zone. No, his scores must be made public. Elder Tai declared sternly. Though the elixirs he produced may have been improper, he is indeed a rare talent. But were you not just enraged by him? One of the deans inquired. Humph, how can you call yourselves deans? Elder Tai reprimanded. I may have been angered, but even if it costs me my life, his scores must be publicized. He is a genius in alchemy, albeit misguided in his education. Lu Qing felt somewhat chastised. Wait a moment. Yun Shu has only been at the academy for a short time. It was clearly that little rascal, Yun Shu, who taught him. Ugh. When will this end? Upon hearing that Yun Shu belonged to someone else's household, Bu Hong's sense of imbalance surged. He is nothing but a little lecher. Bah. You know nothing. Elder Tai retorted without reservation. Alchemy demands a harmonious synergy of spirit, energy, and essence to forge the most exquisite elixirs. You only focus on the fact that Yun Shu produces improper elixirs. Have you not noticed that the quality and efficacy of his creations far surpass those of others? Very well, you are the authority, and you are indeed correct. Bu Hong habitually covered his ears and quietly retreated to the back. Ultimately, after deliberation by the three elders and the various deans, Yun Shu was awarded the championship with an impressive score of 28 points. Of course, due to certain reasons. The Iron Elder's initial intention to announce the names and scores of the 3 pills concocted by Yun Shu was unanimously dissuaded by the others. After much persuasion, approximately 3 times, the Iron Elder reluctantly abandoned this notion. Observing Yun Shu standing proudly on the unparalleled champion's podium, the 3 elders and the deans could not help but twitch their lips. Meanwhile, Luan Gaogu, a fellow competitor, harbored no envy whatsoever. The reason was simple. As a friend, he had specifically focused on Yun Shu and had also witnessed the 3 pills she had refined. Standing beneath the podium, Luan Gaogu suddenly felt that his own aspirations paled in comparison. Such a championship was hardly worth having. Chapter 63. What constitutes word count? After Yun Shu secured the championship in the alchemist competition, she noticed that Luan Gaogu was regarding her with an unusually peculiar gaze. It was not one of jealousy or envy, but rather an inexplicable nuance. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, she was the champion. Gazing at the trophy, the first of its kind in her 2 lifetimes, placed in her dormitory, Yun Shu felt an indescribable sense of pride and accomplishment. Is this the reason why a person nearing 40 in total across 2 lives spent last night boasting in front of a group of 12-year-olds? The system suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. Humph, I believe you are simply envious of my talents being recognized. Yun Shu retorted dismissively. Ignoring her self-adoration, the system continued. May I inquire if the host, who could only attain victory through the system, still desires to complete the task for rewards? Rewards? Yun Shu pondered, recalling. Are you referring to that second module? It is indeed the second module, the system emphasized. What purpose does it serve? Yun Shu inquired with a hint of disdain. The system contemplated a change of host. The second module is the life module, responsible for assisting the host with life skills. That won't be necessary. With a confident wave of her hand, Yun Shu declared, not only do I possess the legacy of my great homeland, but I also have the teachings of Master Bei and Master Ed. I am confident that even if cast into a desolate wilderness, I could still gain 3 pounds. Suddenly, a curious sound caught her attention, the sound of a round object rolling on the ground. A gentle reminder, something has emerged from your trophy, the system stated calmly. What? Yun Shu exclaimed, hastily grabbing a cloth and rushing toward her trophy. Regardless of what it was, the priority was to avoid tarnishing or damaging her trophy. Upon approaching, she discovered within the trophy a pill emanating a captivating fragrance, adorned with a white base and black cloud patterns, roughly the size of a longan. Oh, how delightful! Yun Shu's mind urged her that if she were to take this pill, she would see a stunning young woman clad in ancient attire, with an alluring figure, smiling at her while holding a bowl of clear water. Darling, it's time for your medicine. What in the world is this? Yun Shu suddenly awakened, realizing that he had nearly fed a terrifying elixir into his mouth. Spitting repeatedly, he hurled the dreadful pill far away. Chapter 64. If you are a brother, come and strike me. The final round of the combat competition has officially commenced. Each grade features 10 participants, summing up to 50 competitors across 5 grades. The 6th graders are currently occupied with recruitment or social internships and will not partake in this event. However, the subsequent academic contest will allow participation from all grades. Observing the contestants from his own grade, Yun Shu found none familiar. All the other special admissions had been eliminated. Yet, there was little to be done. The rules devised by some illustrious individual were undeniably harsh. Cough, cough. Yun Shu, as a beneficiary of these rules, felt quite pleased. While there may be classmates present, he was often asleep during lessons, rendering him unaware of their identities. As the host of this competitive tournament, Lu Qing naturally assumed the role of announcer for the finals. The competition will unfold over 3 days within an ancient ruin, with different grades testing their mettle on various tiers. Each level harbors a single spiritual artifact, and the contestant who emerges from the ruins still possessing it will be deemed the champion. Lu Qing's voice resonated through the minds of all competitors and spectators alike, plunging the contestants into deep contemplation. If one could secure the artifact first, and then stealthily follow through to the third day for a surprise attack, would not victory be assured? Cough, cough. The solitary figure remaining was, of course, Yun Shu. If he could vanquish the remaining 9, the triumph would be his. A man with a cheat code is indeed so audacious. The finals commenced in earnest. A random teleportation array appeared in the arena, and participants entered in sequential order by grade, randomly materializing in their designated levels of the ruin. Once all competitors had entered, 5 screens composed of spiritual techniques materialized at the center of the stands, providing a 360-degree view of the match for the audience. Surely this time, Yun Shu would not be defeated, Ji Xueqing mused while glancing at the unwillingly dragged Shui Wu'er. Shui Wu'er lifted her gaze briefly before returning to her book. Sister Wu'er, could you say something? Or perhaps give me an expressive glance. Ji Xueqing was bewildered by Shui Wu'er's inexplicable behavior. The icy demeanor signifies assurance. She will prevail. Luo Xiu remarked. She has even exchanged blows with those of the 5th realm, so rest assured. Oh. Ji Xueqing stared blankly at Luo Xiu. She pondered that she should have spent the most time with Sister Wu'er, yet felt her rapport with her was less profound than that of the other 2. Ji Xueqing sensed an inexplicable heaviness in her head. Shui Wu'er, from the corner of her eye, glanced at Luo Xiu before returning her focus to her book. The ruin resembled those described in the novels of yore, caves left by predecessors to conceal treasures. However, the ruins of the Xinyu continent bore slight distinctions. After the conclusion of the 3rd Demon-Human War, the 9 supreme beings collectively undertook the exploration of nearly all the relics scattered across the continent, categorizing them for ordinary individuals to find suitable ruins for trials. After all, safety is paramount. It is best to avoid unnecessary loss of life. As for the spiritual arts, legacies, elixirs, and magical artifacts within these relics, apart from a few ancient entities attempting to usurp others' bodies who were subsequently eradicated, little else was disturbed. Being supreme beings, they held no interest in such trivialities. Ahem, I digress. At this moment, Yun Shu found himself transported to a lakeside. Glancing around, he perceived no visible borders. It was likely vast. While pondering how protagonists in the novels of his past life explored such relics, a colossal shadow enveloped his form. Turning to investigate, he beheld a magnificent creature, a snow-white bull, adorned with a single horn at its brow. What a magnificent rhinoceros! Yun Shu exclaimed in awe. The bull, upon hearing his words, was inexplicably incensed, snorting in indignation. I am a unicorn, a celestial steed, not a rhinoceros. The creature bellowed. Are horns exclusive to bulls? Yun Shu pondered aloud, momentarily taken aback. The unicorn, bewildered by his query, retorted, Aren't there some sheep that possess horns as well? Ah, indeed. I rarely consume mutton, hence my oversight. My apologies. Yun Shu suddenly realized. Well, as long as you understand, wait. The unicorn abruptly reacted, bellowing, You dare trespass upon my territory? Are you prepared to meet your demise? I wonder if horse meat is palatable, Yun Shu inquired. I am a vegetarian. I have no knowledge of such matters, the unicorn instinctively replied. On that day, the unicorn, having not encountered a human for quite some time, was reminded of the terror of being subjugated by mankind. Wait, I must say, you appear quite handsome and charming. How about we forge a blood pact and become brothers? The unicorn hastily suggested, possessing an innate ability to discern danger. The unicorn's instincts warned it that this diminutive youth could indeed transform it into a delectable feast. So, if we are brothers, does that mean you plan to slay me? Yun Shu's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. What a true brother you are. Is this how humans now define brotherhood? The unicorn, alarmed yet cautious, took a step back, subtly unfurling its delicate wings. Indeed, these are the profound words of wisdom spoken by the sages of my kind, Yun Shu solemnly declared while secretly channeling spiritual energy beneath him. This fellow is spinning tales again, Ji Xueqing observed, her lips curling into a smirk as she watched the unfolding scene. It must be noted that Yun Shu was indeed fortunate to encounter such a rare unicorn, particularly one capable of speech. Beware behind you. There are demons. The unicorn suddenly exclaimed, its expression shifting dramatically. As Yun Shu's expression drastically altered, She swiftly employed her agility to position herself behind the unicorn, expertly seizing its wings and pinching them together, rendering it incapable of flapping. Just as the unicorn had begun to exhale a sigh of relief, its demeanor stiffened once more. It turned its neck pitifully to gaze at Yun Shu, its eyes conveying a message that implored, "Given my adorable disposition, how could you bear to consume me?" Yun Shu responded with an innocent smile, her left eye gleaming with red and her right with flames. Suddenly, the unicorn collapsed to its knees. "Great One, please spare me. I have an aged mother of 800 and a child of 70. I beseech you to show mercy and allow me to return to my family." The unicorn bowed its head, tears flowing profusely. "Indeed, you make a valid point," Yun Shu remarked, inadvertently loosening her grip on its wings. The unicorn, hidden in the shadows, revealed a smile. "Let us see if you return without gathering a pack of beasts to hunt me down." Yun Shu continued, "I shall accompany you. And in the interest of ensuring ecological sustainability, I will assist you in raising your offspring before ultimately consuming it." The unicorn abruptly raised its head, astonished by the innocent smile of this devil. "This creature does not intend to spare my entire family." It pondered whether Yun Shu truly understood the essence of a unicorn. Chapter 65. The unicorn never becomes a slave. At that moment, Yun Shu was riding the unicorn as they soared through the sky. "Boss, what kind of spiritual artifact are you seeking?" The unicorn inquired timidly. It was perplexed, sensing that the aura of danger emanating from Yun Shu was far more intense than any creature it had previously encountered. Strangely, alongside this perilous scent, there lingered a faintly weak essence. The coexistence of these two contradictory aromas within one individual heightened the unicorn's wariness. "I am unsure, but it is simply a spiritual artifact," Yun Shu replied, comfortably reclined on the unicorn's back due to her petite stature. "My dear Xiaohong, you must exercise your initiative. You cannot merely do as I say. For what shall become of your equine existence in my absence? I was thriving before I met you." Though the unicorn internally criticized Yun Shu, it timidly asked, "Why do you call me Xiaohong?" "Because horse meat should be suitable for braising," Yun Shu replied nonchalantly. "Or perhaps I could call you Xiaomin instead." The unicorn's flapping wings momentarily stiffened. "So you have not abandoned the notion of consuming me?" "Not long ago. An agreement had been reached between the girl and the beast. Yun Shu would refrain from eating it, but during their time in the ruins, the unicorn must serve as her steed." In truth, upon discovering that this peculiar horse could speak, Yun Shu had abandoned the idea of consuming it, as it felt rather unsettling, akin to cannibalism. Thus, she had chosen the name merely for convenience and memorability. However, the unicorn remained oblivious to Yun Shu's intentions and silently veered off course, heading toward the deeper entrance of the ruins. Feng Rue, a second-year Spirit Clan competitor, thrived in this wild environment, akin to a natural habitat. Feng Rue had scarcely entered when he discovered a spiritual weapon. It was a second-tier, third-level machete, appearing quite rusty, yet remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through hair with ease. This spiritual weapon was perfectly suited to his combat style. However, Feng Rue did not hasten to claim it for himself, as he had a far more pressing objective: the fifth battlefield, the second-year student, Yun Shu. Due to the regulations concerning specially recruited students, few had ever succeeded in the preliminary rounds. Yet Yun Shu was different. Even Feng Rue, stationed at the first battlefield, had heard of his impressive record: 3 rounds against upperclassmen, all victories, including one against a third-year student at the 5th level. While the presence of a 5th-level third-year student was perplexing and the nature of the battles unknown, a win was undeniably a win. Feng Rue did not believe that he, a mere second-tier combatant, could defeat a 5th-level opponent solely with a second-tier spiritual weapon, even if that opponent lacked combat prowess. Thus, he intended to deliver this spiritual weapon into Yun Shu's hands. Do not misconstrue this. He was not conceding defeat, but rather seeking to exploit Yun Shu's acquisition of the weapon to deplete his stamina through others. He would then reap the benefits. Each layer of the ruins possessed unique restrictions, and in this particular layer, regardless of one's prowess, the utmost strength one could exert was limited to the second tier. Not even the headmaster could alter this, as it was a restriction imposed by the 9 supreme beings. The objective was to discourage unscrupulous individuals from preying on weaker opponents. After all, should they dare to emerge, they would certainly not shy away from being besieged. Thus, no matter how formidable Yun Shu's strength, the available spiritual energy at the second tier was finite, and the techniques he could employ were equally limited. he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Therefore, if the plan succeeded, he would not only triumph over the specially recruited student, but also use Yun Shu as a stepping stone to seize the championship. Feng Rue felt a small swell of pride in his flawless scheme. Therefore, the first and most crucial step in executing the plan was to locate the specially recruited student. Yun Shu. However, something felt amiss. Although Feng Rue, with senses surpassing those of both demon and human, detected Yun Shu's essence, it was only traceable to a single location, after which it vanished entirely. By deduction, this should be where Yun Shu had been transported, yet why was there no sign of him within a kilometer? Had he hidden himself? Observing his surroundings, Feng Rue noted that apart from a lake, the terrain was entirely flat, leaving no place to conceal oneself, and the likelihood of hiding within the lake was slim. Perhaps in a higher realm, one could employ spiritual techniques to remain submerged for extended periods. But with their current powers at the first and second tiers, no human could match the aquatic agility of certain fish spirit races. So where had Yun Shu vanished? Surely he had not taken to the skies. Feng Rue, feeling vexed, looked up. Apart from a distant, massive white bird with 4 hooves soaring away, the sky was devoid of clouds. Surely, humans were not known to possess such winged anomalies. Xiaohong, I am thirsty, Yun Shu suddenly exclaimed, sitting upright upon the unicorn's back. Boss, perhaps you could hold on a little longer? We shall arrive shortly, the unicorn replied, fearing that Yun Shu might change his mind and alter their course. Yun Shu, evidently oblivious to the true meaning behind the unicorn's words, was solely aware of his thirst and the flowing water below. Yet, having been nurtured under the banner of socialism in his previous life, Yun Shu was an individual of considerable compassion and democracy. He felt reluctant to command the unicorn, whom he affectionately called Xiaohong, to descend. After a moment of contemplation, he embraced the unicorn's neck and leaned closer to its ear, speaking in a husky voice that was slow and calm. I've heard that over 70% of the human body consists of water. What about that of a horse? My dear, let us descend for a drink. The unicorn, with an air of righteousness, retorted, but I am not a horse. I am Xiaohong. Yun Shu, wearing a troubled expression, countered, is this really appropriate? Aren't you flying quite splendidly? The unicorn, with earnest conviction, replied, we cannot allow my personal losses to affect our partnership. Helping you brings me joy. Since you put it that way, very well. Yun Shu reluctantly acquiesced to the unicorn's request after some thought. The unicorn glided smoothly and swiftly towards the ground, deliberately seeking a location where the water was relatively pristine. Once Yun Shu descended, the cold gaze he had cast upon his own carotid artery finally dissipated. As the unicorn sighed in relief, a thought crossed its mind. Perhaps it should just run away and abandon any thoughts of revenge. However, it quickly reconsidered. How could a majestic unicorn endure such humiliation? No, revenge was imperative. At the entrance to the next level of ruins, there were guardian beasts, and its bond with them was not merely strong. It was the most formidable creature in that tier. I shall name him Shaoqing, it mused, for I intend to steam this fellow in boiling water. Chapter 66. The unicorn's oath of freedom. Yun Shu skillfully selected a stone and carved out a hollow within it, then cleaned it and filled it with water from the nearby lake. Xiaohong, can you create fire? He inquired, turning to the unicorn. Boss, I am a unicorn, not a duck-billed fire dragon. The unicorn replied with utmost seriousness. It suddenly realized that this human lacked fire. Without fire, it could not roast itself. Then what is there to fear? Prepare to be steamed. Suddenly, a translucent lobster, roughly the same size as Yun Shu, emerged from the lake. Its enormous pincers aimed menacingly at him. Having anticipated the ambush due to a sudden change in his status panel, Yun Shu deftly evaded the lobster's assault. Qingming, he called, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm, transforming it into a sword that cleaved through the lobster's body, severing its tail. With a swift horizontal strike, he rendered all its limbs useless. Observing the lobster gradually lose vitality and cease its struggles, Yun Shu nodded in satisfaction. Though larger and transparent, its appearance resembled that of the lobsters he had consumed in his previous life, thus he deemed it fit for consumption. The unicorn opened its mouth, drenched in sweat. Feeling fortunate that after encountering Yun Shu, it merely exchanged a few harsh words before obediently becoming his steed. Otherwise, given its prowess in slaying the peak second-tier crystal shrimp, it might have already been weighed by the pound. Yun Shu turned to the unicorn once more, inquiring, Xiaohong, you truly cannot ignite a flame? And no, I really can't. The unicorn stammered, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Though I have fire-type spirit stones to ignite a flame, I lack the innate talent to do so. Thus, I speak the truth. Well, if you can't, then you can't. Why stammer? Yun Shu sighed, retrieving a fire spirit stone from his pocket to light the stone pot. Waiting for the water to boil. The unicorn's heart raced as it realized. So you can ignite it yourself, you scoundrel. Its momentary relaxation was replaced with anxiety. Once the water boiled, Yun Shu expertly chopped the nearby lobster carcass into small pieces, extracting the flesh and tossing it into the pot to cook. When the shrimp meat floated to the surface, he picked it up with 2 cleaned wooden sticks and fed it to himself. Indeed, seafood is delightful even without seasoning. Yun Shu squinted his eyes in sheer enjoyment. That's freshwater shrimp, not from the sea. The unicorn opened its mouth, then closed it again. It felt that if it were to comment, the pot might not contain only shrimp meat soon. Though there was no trace of Yun Shu, Feng Rue had not given up. A living person could hardly vanish without reason. He continued his search until he caught a whiff of a delectable seafood aroma. Cautiously, he approached the enticing scent, concealing himself among the nearby bushes. Found it. He observed Yun Shu feasting on the crystal shrimp he had acquired from who knows where, alongside a white horse adorned with horns and wings. Wait, a white horse with horns and wings. Is that not a unicorn? Feng Rue gazed enviously at Yun Shu. The unicorn not only possessed the ability to foresee danger, but also gravitated towards amiable beings with striking appearances. Presenting it before the goddess would undoubtedly win her heart. It was the ultimate tool for courting. Suddenly, Feng Rue felt that compared to what Yun Shu had amassed, the spirit tool resembling a machete in his possession had lost its appeal. He pondered whether he could trade this spirit tool and his championship for that enviable creature. Should he attempt to seize it? Cough, cough, not strong enough to fight. Should he steal it? No, the unicorn could provide a warning. Yun Shu stared in bewilderment at his status panel, which fluctuated between second tier and reverted to first tier. Creatures approached him, sometimes exuding hostility, at other times, none at all. What on earth was happening? He cast a doubtful glance at the unicorn, quietly grazing beside him. Could it be Xiaohong? No, despite both being second tier, their attributes differed. Throughout his journey, the unicorn had been bolstering Yun Shu's status panel. Forget it. Leaving this place will suffice. After all, I possess a means of transportation. Yun Shu gave the unicorn a gentle pat on its rear, meeting its sorrowful gaze with a calm demeanor. Once we are satiated, we shall depart, he stated. The unicorn bowed its head sharply, allowing Yun Shu to mount. This sight ignited a fervent jealousy in Feng Rue, who had been covertly observing. No wonder he couldn't locate it. It was soaring in the skies. Yet, he resolved to adhere to his original plan. The unicorn could be dealt with later. After a moment of self-encouragement, Feng Rue unhesitatingly hurled his axe, aimed at the unicorn's tailbone. The unicorn suddenly felt a chilling sting from behind, awakening its innate sense of danger. It swiftly rose, delivering a powerful kick backward that sent the axe flying. Damn, who dares to perpetrate such a vile act against me? The unicorn fumed, scanning its surroundings. However, apart from the unexpressive Yun Shu, who was holding an axe and appeared to be entangled in some weeds above, it saw no other beings. Wait, the unicorn's mouth quivered in terror, just as it had abruptly risen. Yun Shu seemed to have just lifted his foot to climb aboard. Yun Shu raised the axe, his voice hoarse yet composed. Xiaohong, do you know? At my home, there exists an ingredient made from chicken or duck blood, crafted into a delicious blood tofu. He flicked the dust off the axe, his gaze fixed intently on the unicorn's carotid artery. I wonder how blood tofu made from horse blood would taste. Old unicorn. The creature trembled back. I am not a horse. I am a unicorn. No, I am Xiaohong. Outside the ruins, Luo Xiu chuckled as she conversed with Shui Wuxi. You doubted my taste. Clearly, it is Yun Shu who desires that ingredient. Do you believe me now? Shui Wuber silently observed Yun Shu in the scene. It seemed to make sense. Ultimately, Yun Shu did not succeed in drawing blood from the unicorn. Alas, the creature spoke far too charmingly. Grandfather, I believe what you hold is indeed a spiritual artifact. Where do you wish to go? If you are uncertain, I know of a splendid location. The unicorn turned to Yun Shu, offering a conciliatory smile. Very well. Yun Shu examined the axe in his hand, unable to discern much. All right, grandfather, hold on tight. I shall accelerate. The unicorn pivoted, gazing ahead, Its wings spread wide as it flapped mightily, gaining speed. In a blind spot unseen by Yun Shu, the unicorn revealed a malicious grin. Shao Qing, you shall wait. The humiliation you have bestowed upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. By the lake where Yun Shu had departed, Feng Rue also displayed a sinister smile. Yun Shu, I have pinpointed the location of the spiritual artifact, not only the championship, but I shall seize the unicorn as well. He then turned to head toward the positions of other contestants he had previously marked. Chapter 67. The bunny is our tastiest friend. As the clouds parted in the sky, a small salted fish was revealed. Riding a flying horse, it traversed mountains and valleys. While Yun Shu lay atop the unicorn's back, singing joyfully without a care, completely oblivious to the countless spectators observing from outside. Though she had never heard it before, Ji Xueqing was willing to wager half a piece of spirit stone that the lyrics of the song had been utterly butchered by Yun Shu. She thoroughly enjoyed the melody that Yun Shu hummed, yet the lyrics made her feel an overwhelming urge to confront him. In truth, she was not alone. Many spectators present found themselves repulsed by the lyrics, which were as unpalatable to them as consuming excrement, while they appreciated the beautiful melody. You better sing it correctly when I demand it, Ji Xueqing asserted vehemently. The unicorn, enduring the various nauseating sensations brought on by Yun Shu's lyrics, nausea, dizziness, and a sense of disorientation, finally soared into a vast expanse of verdant grassland. Xiaohong, where are we? Yun Shu inquired, gazing around at the lush scenery with an air of lingering curiosity. Suddenly, the unicorn erupted into boisterous laughter, its mirth growing increasingly audacious. Have you flown too long and fried your brain? Yun Shu reached out to pat the unicorn's head, but narrowly avoided being bitten in return. What are you doing? Yun Shu withdrew his hand, expressing his displeasure. Seizing the opportunity, the unicorn distanced itself from Yun Shu, arrogantly declaring, What am I doing? What else could I possibly be doing? Humph. As it spat disdainfully onto the ground, a red spirit stone landed beside it. A fire-type spirit stone, no less. How dare you call me Xiaohong? From this moment on, you shall be known as Shao Qing, as esteemed. The unicorn's attitude was nothing short of haughty. Yun Shu, taken aback by the audacity of this mere ingredient daring to challenge him, thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that this creature could speak, I would have already dispatched it for dinner. He brandished the axe tied at his waist. Although it appeared no different from an ordinary axe, it would suffice for butchery. With a scoff, the unicorn looked at Yun Shu and remarked, What? Do you think you can take me on with that mere second-tier spirit artifact? It continued, Let me inform you that this is my brother's territory. Unlike you humans of the second tier, he is a fourth-tier beast and a guardian of the ruins. Yun Shu disregarded the unicorn's taunts and calmly approached it. Noticing the sinister glimmer emanating from Yun Shu's axe, the unicorn felt a twinge of apprehension and resolved to summon its formidable companion. Come forth, my dearest friend. Answer my call from across the world. The unicorn bellowed into the sky. Yun Shu paused momentarily, pondering the overwhelming sense of melodrama in the air. Oh, I suddenly have no desire to approach. It feels contagious. Just then, a violent tremor shook the ground, intensifying as if something were trying to emerge from beneath the earth. Surely it couldn't be a sheep adorned with bells, or one with excrement atop its head. What am I even thinking? No, I have long since graduated. Chapter 68. I am the rabbit, guardian of the second level of the ruins on the sidelines. Unlike Ji Xueqing, who wore a worried expression, Luo Xiu observed the scene of Yun Shu being struck and spitting blood by a rabbit with calmness. Hey, Ice Block, I suddenly regret not participating in the competition. Luo Xiu confessed. He can't lose. Xue Wuer glanced at Luo Xiu and calmly remarked, I'll buy you a rabbit later, a regular rabbit. Oh, no one could discern the thoughts of Luo Xiu. Within the second layer of the ruins, Yun Shu rubbed his injured back. Due to the inability to evade, he reluctantly defended against a sharp tooth with a machete, while the other he could only shield with his spiritual energy, bracing himself against the impact. Nevertheless, he felt as though he had sustained a grave injury, a subtle distortion lingering in his spine. Oh, ignorant and malevolent creature from a foreign land. The heavens shall render judgment upon you, a burden too great for you to bear, proclaimed the proud rabbit. Humph, you shall obediently call me Shao Qing, foolish human. The unicorn arrogantly chimed in from the sidelines. Yun Shu straightened his back, taking a sharp breath in response to the pain, which simultaneously ignited a flicker of anger within him. The unicorn sensed once more the perilous aura it had first encountered upon meeting him. Brother, defeat him swiftly, the unicorn urged. Upon hearing this, the rabbit sprang forward, instantly appearing before Yun Shu. Yun Shu calmly observed as the rabbit opened its wide jaws. Its gleaming fangs aimed directly at him. In a flash, Yun Shu swiftly retrieved a pill resembling a dragon eye, black-veined against a white backdrop, from his pocket and placed it upon the rabbit's tongue. The rabbit's eyes glazed over, standing motionless with its mouth agape, drooling mindlessly. Oh, how shameless the host is. Exploiting a bug, the system suddenly remarked, expressing its astonishment. Although the poison of the pill was specifically tailored for the host, the illusion it conjured was indeed effective on all beings. This system must commend the host's instinct for survival. Well done. A triumphant smile spread across Yun Shu's face. In truth, he was unaware that prior to the finals, he had inadvertently discovered the pill's extraordinary allure for the small flower he kept in his dormitory. To prevent the small flower from accidentally consuming it, he had carelessly pocketed it. It was only moments ago that he realized if it was effective for the small flower, it might also work on this bothersome rabbit. After all, he had a backup plan, and experimenting wouldn't cost him his life. Thus, he tried it and succeeded. What? Who is the small flower? What else could it be but the mutated spider that Luo Shiyu intended to use as an ingredient? Observing the rabbit, now entranced and lost in the illusion, Yun Shu wore an evil grin. He lifted the machete and contemplated its form. The rabbit's head could be spicy, its forelegs could be marinated, and parts of its body could be served cold while others could be stir-fried. Noticing Yun Shu's reckless intentions, the system felt compelled to offer a warning. Host, I advise you to refrain from contemplating 100 ways to prepare the rabbit for the sake of your own life. The illusion cast by the pill is fragile. If the beast senses a threat to its life or inadvertently swallows the pill, it will awaken. TCH. I merely failed to anticipate its ambush. Otherwise, would I have been injured? Though Yun Shu protested, he nonetheless set down the knife obediently, his gaze shifting towards the trembling unicorn not far away. It must be said that, although this unicorn lacks integrity, it possesses a commendable sense of loyalty. Should it take flight, it would undoubtedly be beyond my reach. However, the unicorn harbors a different sentiment. It believes that if its companions, who casually roam the second-tier ruins, have fallen victim to misfortune, it too would not escape unscathed. Little Red, wielding a machete, leisurely approached the unicorn. Suddenly, with a thud, the unicorn knelt down, tears streaming down its face as it implored, Grandfather, Little Red acknowledges her mistake. Since you recognize your error, you must accept the consequences, Yun Shu replied in a somber tone. The unicorn shivered in fear and hastily responded, I know the way to the third-tier ruins. I shall take you there. Why would I go there? I have no desire to, Yun Shu decisively declined. The unicorn was taken aback. Did not humans venture into the ruins to gather treasures? Surely, the higher the tier, the greater the treasures. This human must be lacking in judgment. Achoo! Yun Shu suddenly sneezed. Why do I feel as though someone is disparaging me? It must be an illusion. The unicorn stammered. Perhaps you simply overexerted yourself and caught a chill. That makes sense, Yun Shu mused, scrutinizing the unicorn from head to toe. I think I need to prepare a pot of meat soup to warm my body. Cough, cough, cough. The unicorn erupted into a fit of coughs, weakly addressing Yun Shu, Grandfather. You might not be aware, but I have a contagious disease, a rather severe one, and it has already reached an advanced stage. If you consume me, you too shall fall ill. Of course, if you truly desire to eat Little Red, I would be willing, and I will not seek vengeance upon you nor curse you with misfortunes. Yun Shu's expression darkened, and he raised the machete with a sinister grin. Since you are afflicted with a grave contagious disease, I trust you would not mind sacrificing yourself for the health of all living beings. Fear not, I am swift with the blade. Soon, I shall incinerate you and scatter your ashes. The unicorn, witnessing Yun Shu's approaching figure, grew increasingly horrified. Suddenly, it exclaimed, Grandfather, I know there is a spring in the third tier. That spring can cure my disease and heal your injuries. Of course, my illness is of little consequence. We cannot have you bearing wounds indefinitely, can we? Yun Shu halted, pondering the unicorn's words. That makes sense. The pain from that last blow is excruciating. Very well. I shall spare you this time, Yun Shu remarked, patting the unicorn's head as a warning. If such an incident occurs again, whether I consume you or not is another matter. I shall first remove the horn from your head. Understood, Grandfather. Little Red shall never repeat her mistakes. The unicorn replied obediently. Yun Shu mounted the unicorn, and they departed. heading towards the entrance of the third-tier ruins. Meanwhile, shortly after Yun Shu's departure, Feng Rue arrived with 8 other competitors, only to find no sign of Yun Shu. Instead, they encountered a large rabbit, standing motionless and drooling. "We've been traveling for so long and are quite hungry. There happens to be a rabbit right here. Feng Rue, why don't we eat first before continuing our journey?" suggested one of the competitors. Due to the fact that none of them had reached the level of fasting, it was indeed understandable that they felt famished after such intense exertion. Feng Rue glanced at the markers he had made, still in motion, and nodded in agreement with the idea. Then, those with knives drew their blades, and those with swords unsheathed their weapons, gradually approaching the dazed rabbit. Clang! The rabbit's fur effortlessly deflected the assaults of these mundane weapons. However, the pill in its mouth was jolted and rolled into the rabbit's mouth. What resilient rabbit skin! One could hardly fathom the mutation that had resulted in such hardness, yet one could only surmise that the meat would possess a remarkable chewiness. Participant B, observing the gash on his weapon, couldn't help but exclaim. Little did he know, a rabbit with fiery red eyes was glaring menacingly at him from behind. Chapter 69, Brother. Past the fire, are we courting death together? If the second layer of the ruins resembled a vast grassland, then the third layer, where Yun Shu arrived, bore an uncanny resemblance to an endless forest. Gazing at the sprawling sea of trees below, Yun Shu harbored grave doubts as to whether the unicorn could truly locate the so-called healing spring. "Rest assured, Grandpa, Little Red has been here many times." The unicorn promptly replied. The healing spring resided within the territory of the third layer's guardian, and fortuitously, it shared a close bond with that guardian. Thus, there remained a chance for this human to transform into Little Qing. The unicorn would never be enslaved, not even for food and shelter. Although it was unclear what peculiar mystical arts this human had employed to immobilize the rabbit, from a combat perspective, the level was merely around the 4th realm. Therefore, this time, the unicorn felt confident. Unicorn, rise to glory. Meanwhile, in the second layer of the ruins. Oh no, the rabbit is attacking. The rabbit is terrifying. I will never dare to eat rabbit again. Wow, I want to go home. Including Feng Rue, 9 individuals were ruthlessly beaten by the guardian rabbit of the second layer. None of them could fathom why a 4th realm beast would be present here, as it was supposed to be limited to the 2nd realm at most. This rabbit must be cheating. The rabbit itself was puzzled. After defeating that human, it and the unicorn were about to indulge in a delicacy of carrots prepared by the human, who had been so subservient to them. However, just as it was about to feast, the scene abruptly shifted. The previous human had vanished, as had its friend, the unicorn. It then beheld a group of 2nd realm nuisances wielding weapons against it, proclaiming that its meat had chewiness. The rabbit could not endure this. Although it was a vegetarian, gnawing on bones was not out of the question. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Chapter 70. Reflecting on the past, it was all youth's folly. Observing the black bear wielding a stick that conjured powerful winds, Yun Shu displayed a smile. Thankfully, the system had augmented him with the combat prowess of the black bear, rather than its current realm of strength. In other words, the strength of the black bear wielding a spiritual weapon equated to his own. It must be said that the reserves and quality of spiritual power beyond the 5th realm far exceed those of the 4th realm. Thus, certain techniques of mind can now be employed. The axe in Yun Shu's hand was enveloped in azure spiritual energy. Although she was uncertain as to why she could not fully utilize the axe as a spiritual weapon, it mattered little. All she required was a vessel. Azure Strike, she called out, condensing all the surrounding spiritual energy onto the blade of the axe. With a forceful swing, she struck down heavily upon the black bear's approaching club. The clash resonated for miles, echoing like a thunderous bell. The sound waves shattered the surrounding greenery into dust, blanketing the ground. So many stars. Hee hee hee. Yun Shu laughed foolishly. What? What are you saying? Achoo. I can't hear you, came the black bear's bewildered response. Although the black bear's vision was poor, its hearing and sense of smell were remarkable. Thus, the damage inflicted by the sound waves was far more significant to the bear than to Yun Shu. This, indeed, was the consequence of lacking education. The unicorn lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, its hooves twitching intermittently, a sign that it was still alive. It was likely the most injured creature aside from Yun Shu and the black bear. As the first wave of sound reached it, the unicorn sensed impending doom. It struggled to cover its ears with its hooves, but no matter how it attempted, it could not manage to do so. It felt utterly helpless. After a considerable time had passed, As the stars in Yun Shu's vision diminished, she regained her clarity. Observing the nick on her axe, she felt a pang of regret. Never mind, I shall gift it to someone upon exiting, she decided, fastening the axe to her waist and cheerfully running to retrieve the black bear's fallen club. We cannot mimic that bear's antics. We must take everything. Due to the water being contaminated, Yun Shu did not soak, but merely pressed the unicorn's head into the water. Glub, glub, glub. Guh. Upon regaining consciousness, the unicorn beheld the black bear still spinning in confusion and the amiable-looking Yun Shu before it. Tears of gratitude streamed down its cheeks. Oh dear, I was wrong. Outside the ruins, observers laughed heartily at Yun Shu's antics within. To transform the legendary representation of purity, the unicorn, into such a state, truly. I would not support anyone else but him. Speaking of which, this fellow has taken the third-grade spiritual weapon. What will the third graders do? They must fight the black bear, and if they succeed, they can venture to the fourth-grade ruins for a fourth-grade weapon. Are you a devil? No, no, no. It is Yun Shu and the unicorn who are the devils. One deceives humans, the other deceives beasts. Laughter erupted uncontrollably. The 9 second-year contestants watched the screen, where third-year students were diligently searching for spiritual weapons, their noses tinged with melancholy. Once, they were equally innocent until they learned the full story. Aside from the devil that was Yun Shu, their own ranks had a traitor. They yearned for the day when the third-year contestants would emerge so they could embrace them warmly. The once embattled sharp, bruised and battered by those 8 second-year contestants, gazed at the now pallid faces of the dim-witted third-year students. Tears involuntarily welled up in the eyes of the two. Ah, the naivety and ignorance of our youth. The referee looked on with a pained expression at the several deans among the judges. In the scene, Yun Shu was already riding a unicorn towards the 4th level. What about the contestants in the 3rd-level ruins? Lu Qing glanced at the other deans, each exhibiting similar expressions of distress. Should we call them back? If we don't, what else can we do? Engage in a battle with the guardian of the ruins in the 5th realm? What nonsense is this? Everyone thinks they possess formidable combat prowess like that little brat. Only Lu Qing understood that Yun Shu was the one who had vanquished the blood demon ancestor. Dean Lu, I believe it is imperative to summon that special student back. If this continues, the entire competition will be rendered unfeasible, proposed a female dean. I concur. I concur. Buhong hastily raised his hand. The students from his college and the other grades were quite competent and had a substantial chance of victory. But if Yun Shu continued her antics, it would be a disaster waiting to happen. In the finals across the 5 grades, only one champion emerged, and that was a second-year student who had been enrolled for less than half a year. Wasn't this a slap in the face to all colleges except for the Celestial Jade Central Academy? However, such an action would violate the rules. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of what these individuals were contemplating, but his displeasure with that little brat was his own affair. He would not allow others to intervene. But isn't it against the rules for these second-year students to be prematurely withdrawn? Buhong asserted confidently. Shall I send them back then? Can they even survive being sent back? The guardian of the ruins on the 2nd level is that unfortunate rabbit, swiftly darting around the map to locate these students. If we send them back, it would genuinely turn into a grinding stick. Ahem. It was still that female dean. Dean Lu, it is acceptable not to summon that student back, but we must ensure he does not disrupt the competition for the senior students. Rest assured. It won't be a problem, Lu Qing replied with a confident smile. The guardian of the ruins on the 4th level is that crow. The deans collectively reacted, so, this does not negate the possibility of that special student confronting the guardian of the ruins. However, upon mentioning the crow, Buhong displayed a look of trepidation. Recalling past events, Xiaohong, do enlighten me about the treasures of heaven and earth found in the 4th level, Yun Shu said languidly, reclining on the unicorn's back. After awakening the unicorn, it had volunteered to take Yun Shu to the 4th level ruins. Now, Yun Shu suspected whether this Xiaohong could access all levels of the ruins. 4. The unicorn replied, its face puffed up and words somewhat garbled. Don't ask. The answer is love as solace. Observing the unicorn's laborious speech, Yun Shu sighed and offered the murky spring water she had poured in the 3rd level into the unicorn's mouth. In no time, the injuries on the unicorn's face visibly healed at an astonishing rate. It must be said, this spring water was indeed remarkable, albeit too dirty for bathing. However, the injuries on Yun Shu's back had also nearly healed. Having previously attained the realm of the Black Bear's 5 realms, the quality of spiritual energy surged remarkably. resulting in a swift recovery of the body. Now restored to its original form, the handsome unicorn spoke with a subtly nuanced tone. In the fourth layer, there exists a specific metal that, when used to forge spiritual artifacts of the fourth realm and beyond, not only enhances their durability, but also imparts additional effects, making it exceedingly rare. Is that true? Then we must act quickly, Yun Shu exclaimed, his interest piqued. To be frank, neither the axe nor the club were to Yun Shu's taste in terms of spiritual artifact design. With suitable materials at hand, he believed he could commission a truly unique spiritual artifact. However, the unicorn's tone grew increasingly subtle, even tinged with discomfort. There is an individual I am rather reluctant to approach who is nesting there. That is of no concern. I've got this, Yun Shu confidently declared with a wave of his hand. The unicorn regarded Yun Shu's self-assured demeanor, hesitating to speak. This time, it did not intend to deceive him. It merely felt that the peculiar nature of that creature might not be believed even if disclosed. Chapter 71. The Unicorn. I no longer wish to be a beast, although uncertain about the edibility of creatures in the fourth layer. It was evident that the flying beings in the sky were distinctly different from those in the second and third layers. The sky was filled with crows, cawing incessantly. A cacophony of black crows surrounded Yun Shu and the unicorn, occasionally offering fruit for them to eat. Xiaohong, do you have a good relationship with the most formidable beasts of the fourth layer? Yun Shu inquired, covering his ears. Would you believe me if I said my relationship is not good? The unicorn's face paled, wishing to turn back immediately. Surely not, Yun Shu replied, casually taking a bite of an apple-like fruit. These crows have not only escorted you, but also provided you with fruit to sustain your flight. To claim your relationship is poor would be quite hurtful to them. It's precisely because they are overly friendly that I wish to avoid interactions with them, the unicorn murmured, speaking rather inexplicably. Numerous fourth-year contestants observed the swarm of black crows advancing toward a specific direction in the sky. They speculated that perhaps some rare treasures had emerged from the ruins. However, every contestant who made it to the finals was brimming with self-confidence, especially those who had acquired spiritual artifacts, well aware of their own capabilities. Thus, 10 individuals instinctively followed the direction of the crows in the sky. With the crows providing sustenance and shielding them from the gusts ahead, the unicorn glided effortlessly. However, upon landing, its legs trembled slightly. Yun Shu dismounted from the unicorn, surveying the surrounding dark rocky mountains. Many crows, using their black feathers for concealment, were nestled here. Were it not for the countless eyes watching him, Yun Shu might have believed he had arrived at an abandoned mountaintop. Jiao, a crow perched on a rocky pinnacle, suddenly spread its wings and let out a call. Jiao, Jiao, Jiao. Countless crows immediately joined in the chorus. However, it was not a chaotic cacophony, but rather a melody that imbued the atmosphere with a sense of solemnity. At that moment, a crow, roughly the size of half of Yun Shu's body, descended from the sky. Its eyes, unlike the typical black or dark brown of other crows, were a striking red. Yet, this crimson hue did not evoke the same allure as that of Luo Xiu's gaze. Instead, it carried an ominous aura. The unicorn, trembling with trepidation, cautiously positioned itself behind Yun Shu. Gale, it has been quite a while since I last saw you. You seldom come to visit, little beast. The red-eyed crow remarked cheerfully, casting a glance at the unicorn behind Yun Shu. Little one? Yun Shu suddenly grasped the situation. Realizing why the little red creature appeared so intimidated by the crow, it seemed they shared a certain bond. Love is a wondrous topic, transcending gender and species. Haha, I have brought a human to play with you. The unicorn chuckled awkwardly, still maintaining a distance from the crow, separated by Yun Shu. Human? The red-eyed crow tilted its head, greeting Yun Shu amiably. Greetings, little one of the human race. I have some mischievous little crows here who are prone to tossing stones from the sky, so do be careful. All right. Thank you, Yun Shu replied, sensing the crow's friendliness. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered with a loud crash. Yun Shu turned in shock to see the unicorn toppled by a massive stone, its body embedded in the ground. Indeed, I should not have come here. Wah! The unicorn cried out in despair. While Yun Shu was still trying to comprehend the unfolding events, the crow sighed beside them. It seems that regardless of whether it is little beasts or other creatures that visit me, unexpected incidents are bound to occur. Despite my repeated warnings, they always seem to evade caution. I have repaired my nest numerous times. At this point, the red-eyed crow paused, looking at Yun Shu with joy. Yet, you, little human, are the first to visit me in quite some time without encountering a mishap. Quite some time. Yun Shu pondered, realizing they had only just landed moments ago. All right. Since we crows usually fly, the ground may be a bit uneven. Do watch your step, the red-eyed crow suddenly advised. As the surrounding crows assisted in clearing away the stone, the unicorn, having just regained its footing, accidentally stumbled over something. Whoosh. Wah. Why is it always me who gets hurt? The unicorn lamented, wailing in despair. Observing the unicorn's plight, a term surfaced in Yun Shu's mind. Crow beak. A chill ran down Yun Shu's spine as he gazed at the seemingly amicable red-eyed crow. He initiated the system's function, only to discover that the red-eyed crow, much like the black bear from the previous ruins, was of the fifth realm, albeit slightly weaker in terms of attack and defense. What's wrong with you? The red-eyed crow tilted its head, inquiring with a friendly demeanor. Do not worry. Now that you are here, consider this place your home. No. My home is not nearly this perilous. Yun Shu mentally retorted, overwhelmed with apprehension. Come, do not linger here. Allow me to guide you to my lair, where my subordinates will tend to the young creatures. The raven unfurled its wings and perched upon Yun Shu's head. A weighty sensation enveloped Yun Shu, both in mind and heart. As the raven took flight, leading Yun Shu away, the unicorn's once dimmed gaze began to regain its luster. As long as I keep my distance from that raven, I shall remain unscathed. Hooray! Chapter 72. Yun Shu, enlightened by the system under the guidance of the crimson-eyed raven. Yun Shu arrived at its private nest. The space was immaculate. Apart from a cozy bed crafted from pristine white feathers, no trace of the raven's dark plumage was found. Furthermore, there was no unpleasant odor of bird droppings. Though I am not of your humankind, even birds possess a penchant for cleanliness. The crimson-eyed raven proclaimed proudly. Impressive. Yun Shu replied somewhat apathetically, as her mind remained alert for unforeseen occurrences. Wait here a moment. The raven fluttered from Yun Shu's head to a small box beside its nest, rummaging through it before producing a sparkling stone resembling crystal. This is for you. The raven exclaimed joyfully. You are the first being, aside from my subordinates, to venture into my abode. The first? Yun Shu was aware of the raven's fondness for glittering objects, yet she found little interest in such trinkets. Indeed, the very first. None of my other friends dare to visit me, the raven affirmed, nodding thoughtfully. In truth, I am aware of the ominous power I possess. Any creature that comes into contact with me, save for my subordinates, is bound to encounter misfortune. Yun Shu intended to inquire why it recognized the potential for calamity in their encounters, but hesitated mid-question, suddenly reluctant to pursue the topic. She noticed the reflection of a small raven within the crimson depths of its ominous eyes, a solitary raven existing in a foreboding realm. Despite bearing a burden of negative energy, it yearned for brilliance. After a moment of silence, Yun Shu remarked, I have heard from Xiaohong that you possess a certain metal. Incorporating it into the crafting of spiritual artifacts enhances their resilience. I suspect the stone mountain outside is that very metal, while this place is your true, or rather, original lair. The raven paused, then nodded in acknowledgement, asking curiously, How do you know this? Observing the raven's puzzled expression, Yun Shu felt a pang of empathy. The lair had been meticulously maintained in hopes of welcoming friends, and the forging of the black stone mountain intended to safeguard them from potential mishaps. Yet, despite such efforts, true companionship remained elusive. This world certainly plays an unpleasant jest. Yun Shu muttered. What did you say? The raven did not catch Yun Shu's words. Nothing, she sighed, forcing a smile. Curse that raven's beak. Let misfortune befall it. In any case, I already possess a rather unfortunate system. How much worse could my misfortune possibly become? Please be mindful of your language, the system interjected suddenly. Originally, my splendid aura of a dragon among men has been reduced to that of a mere salted fish. Yun Shu retorted silently in frustration. This system is dedicated to transforming the host into the most perfect individual. The lethargic disposition is a trait you have carried from your past life. Refrain from casting aspersions on this system, or bear the consequences, the system replied. Huh. Yun Shu promptly shifted the topic. Hey, do you have any means to assist this crow? Host, please take heed. A savior complex is inadvisable, as it leads to endless troubles, the system warned. I understand. Yun Shu rolled her eyes. I merely feel pity for this unfortunate crow and wanted to inquire if you had any solutions. After a moment of silence, the system responded, indeed, but it requires the host to undertake a specific task. What is it? Yun Shu inquired, her interest piqued. Participate in the forthcoming academic competition, the system replied nonchalantly. What? Yun Shu's sudden reaction startled the red-eyed crow beside her. You know my intelligence is rated at 19. Wait, now it's 20. No. I dismissed the fleeting joy of increased intelligence. Yun Shu said earnestly. I am but an academic underachiever. How can you expect me to compete among scholars? I have no desire to tremble before a host of geniuses, unless you can assist me as you did during the alchemist competition. The life module has already granted rewards to the host, the system explained. The enhancements during the previous alchemist contest were also due to the life module's influence. Then can I utilize the life module for the academic competition as well? Yun Shu's eyes brightened. The host should abandon that foolish notion, the system retorted without mercy. This system can indeed augment your intelligence and provide various benefits, but the fundamental objective remains to mold the host into the most perfect individual. If knowledge were to be mindlessly poured into your head, what difference would there be between you and a puppet? This system ardently wishes for the host to cultivate independent thought in perceiving this world. Unlike its usual sarcasm, this was the first instance where Yun Shu felt the system's stern admonition. Whether in vanquishing the blood demon ancestor or nurturing compassion for the red-eyed crow, this system has never interfered with the host's thoughts. It would even assist the host in achieving what was beyond their capability. However, one thing this system absolutely forbids is for the host to falter in the face of this foreign world out of fear or to hesitate in contemplation. You are the most unique existence in this realm. Every action you take may profoundly impact this continent and the world in the distant future. Yun Shu paused for a moment, and once she regained her composure, a resigned smile graced her lips. I suppose I've had my fill of bitter wisdom today. Very well. I shall participate in the upcoming academic competition. Ding. Congratulations, host, for bravely taking your first step. In recognition of this system has graciously prepared a first step achievement gift package for you. Will you accept it? Yun Shu's lips twitched, and she silently selected yes in her mind. A beam of green light enveloped her hands. In his hand appeared a syringe, inscribed with the Chinese character for poverty. Yun Shu's expression was subtly complex, as if he had encountered something akin to this before, outside the confines of a hospital. According to the host's previous life, this instrument was utilized by the god of poverty to siphon human fortune. The procedure required the host to administer a dose to himself, thereby extracting half of the fortune contained within the syringe, which could then be transferred to the red-eyed crow. It is worth mentioning that this syringe was domestically produced, thus offering greater convenience compared to its life-size counterparts, though its efficacy remained unchanged. Chuckle. Yun Shu struggled to recall where he had seen this before. Yet he felt an urge to voice his thoughts regarding the system's remarks. If the function was indeed the same, what was the implication of the parenthetical laughter? He turned to the red-eyed crow and earnestly inquired, Do you wish to have more friends? Jiao? The crow tilted its head, regarding Yun Shu with curiosity. Yun Shu flashed a confident smile, asserting, I possess a method to alleviate your unfortunate aura. Really? The crow's eyes brightened. Indeed. Yun Shu nodded emphatically, raising the syringe to aim it at his own arm. Prepare again. The host's intentions appeared uncertain to assist the red-eyed crow. Even the system found it difficult to observe. Wait, shouldn't I sanitize the area before the injection? Yun Shu chuckled awkwardly, refusing to admit his fear of needles.